Women all over the world want to be close to you every day. Even the aloof school beauty cry to make you fulfill the engagement. It's because in this world, women can awaken to become swords after reaching adulthood, while men awaken to become sword masters. However, you unexpectedly awaken the rare SSS-level talent of Eternal Swordmaster, capable of controlling thousands of swords. Today is the annual Awakening Conference of Blue Star. On the high platform, a red short sword emitted scattered light, eventually transforming into a hot-bodied girl. The girl excitedly waved to her best friend, clearly very satisfied with her awakening results. Lan Yueying. The voice of the examiner on the high platform rang out once again. Soon after, a girl dressed in a blue dress, resembling a figure from a painting, walked up, placing her hand on the awakening sphere. The girl's expression was cold and confident, as if she had everything under control. In the next moment, the awakening sphere emitted a dazzling light. A rainbow shot up into the sky, enveloping Lan Yueying in a curtain of light. As the rainbow dispersed, Lan Yueying, who had been standing on the platform, had disappeared, replaced by a long sword entirely covered in white frost. The sword, about 3 feet long, was surrounded by mist, faintly exuding a commanding dignity that made people submit. Amazing! What level is this sword? I feel like kneeling. Everyone must hold on. Under a man's knees lies gold. Never kneel easily. Chaos erupted in the awakening hall. Many students with weak willpower couldn't control their bodies, unconsciously kneeling towards the high platform. On the side of the high platform, Principal Chen Shuhua couldn't sit still. He stood up, releasing his aura to shield the students kneeling on the ground, then publicly announced Lan Yueying's talent. Lan Yueying awakened the famous sword Qing Frost Sword, S-level. As Chen Shuhua's voice fell, the crowd below erupted even more. An S-level famous sword. It's been so many years since we've seen an S-level talent in Haidong City. I never expected to witness it today. This girl's talent is terrifying. In the future, finding another sword master with S-level talent. If the two join forces, wouldn't they be invincible in the world? Damn, I envy her future sword master. Not only is she outstanding in appearance and physique, but her talent is also exceptional. I wonder which genius will have such good fortune. As they spoke, many onlookers shifted their gaze to you on the platform. Yes, the girl on the platform, with an otherworldly temperament, as if she didn't belong to this world, is your fiancée, Lan Yueying. The engagement between you two was arranged by your parents based on their deep friendship before you were born. It can be said to be a destined union. Unfortunately, you were still a child when your parents disappeared in a battle against creatures from another world, their fate unknown to this day. At this moment, Lan Yueying is slowly walking towards you, each step seeming to tread on the strings of your heart. As her exquisite figure approaches, your heartbeat involuntarily quickens. Based on the novel plots you have read before, Lan Yueying is likely to publicly announce the annulment of the engagement at this moment. First, she will use her new identity to pressure you into giving up this relationship. Then she will lecture you with a proud attitude, and ultimately part ways unhappily, leaving behind an awkward situation. You thought the plot would unfold in a certain way, but as you waited and waited, all you were met with were her clear, bottomless eyes. As our gazes met, everything around us seemed to freeze. Even the onlooker's breath became cautious, afraid to miss the potential drama of calling off the engagement. Finally, unable to contain the curiosity in your heart, you scratched your head, a bit puzzled, and broke the silence first. Lan Yueying, is there something you need from me? Indeed, there is an important matter I need to discuss with you. Lan Yueying nodded slightly, then seemingly conjured a piece of paper from somewhere and handed it to you gently. You see, my parents and yours were close friends before they passed away, so they arranged a marriage contract for us, binding our futures together. Normally, as childhood companions, I shouldn't be so hasty, but today is the day of awakening, and I believe it's best to address some matters in advance. Lan Yueying clasped her hands in front of her, seemingly engaged in a fierce inner struggle. Upon hearing these words, you were first stunned, then a wave of ecstasy surged in your heart. The classic breakup scene was finally unfolding, and you were worried that you wouldn't have a chance to imitate the classic lines today. But unexpectedly, Lan Yueying cooperated so well. You clenched your fists secretly, preparing to rehearse the forthcoming generous words in your mind. So, I came to find you to know when you intend to fulfill the engagement. 30 years in the East. Wait, what did you say? Your poised lines suddenly choked in your throat, and you even doubted your own ears. No, Lan Yueying's reaction was completely unexpected. According to common sense, she should have come to dissolve the engagement, so why was she urging to get married instead? How could you interpret the phrase, do not bully the young and poor? Lan Yueying, I feel that we are not suitable for each other. There is a high possibility that I will only awaken a D-level talent. By then, we will have to part ways. As soon as your words fell, the surrounding onlookers immediately erupted. Sui really doesn't know how to appreciate good things. If Lan, the school flower, proposed to me, I would have kneeled and never gotten up. Men who think highly of themselves are truly disappointing. How could Lan Yueying possibly be interested in you guys? Only women understand women's thoughts. That fairy in front. Take it easy. You, a waste sort of E-level, have no qualifications to criticize us. Maybe you fantasized too much under the covers last night. Your mind isn't clear. The melon-eating crowd beside the two men surrounded 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, sharply commenting around Suyi's speech. However, the views of these people seem to have completely failed to affect Lan Yueying in front of Sui, only to see Lan Yueying advancing instead of retreating. Her towering breasts were on the verge of topping Suyi's face. No, even if your talent is only E rank, I've decided on you for the rest of my life. What's more, your talent will definitely be above S rank, and the two of us will definitely be together. Suyi's eyes involuntarily drifted towards a certain place, and then souped up to other places without a trace. He said in his heart that Lan Yueying, the big school flower, really looked up to him. The probability of a boy awakening an S-class talent is less than 1 in 500. 000. To really awaken, the governor of the Blue Star will have to come over to grab his son-in-law. Just then, the voice of the teacher on the awakening stage sounded again. Next, Sui. Sui was instantly like an amnesty. Lan Yueying's abnormal attitude had really put him under some pressure. However, it was thought that as long as the awakened talent wasn't satisfactory, Lan Yueying probably wouldn't continue to hold on to it. This world is so cruel. Talent often means everything. Even if Lan Yueying herself wants to insist, her parents and girlfriends will surely persuade her to choose another man. Pushing aside the 3 circles of people inside and outside, Sui ascended the high platform in 3 steps, tampering with the marriage contract with his left hand and placing his right hand on the awakening stone. Buzz off. In an instant, a slight movement appeared on the awakening stone, but it did not emit any light. On the playground, there was a sigh of relief from the eating crowd. The awakening stone didn't react at all. There's a high probability that Sui will be an E-rank talent now. Alas, the real world is not a fairy tale after all. It seems that the couple Sui and Lan Yueying can't go on. I told you, you boys are purely toads trying to eat swan meat, especially that Sui, not even worthy of licking our Blue Yuying's feet. Snap. With a loud slapping sound, an additional red mark appeared on the face of the girl who had screamed that the boy was not worthy of Lan Yueying. Lan Yueying's face was icy cold, and the smile she originally had when facing Sui had long disappeared without a trace. I don't care if you scold others, but you will never be allowed to insult Sui. He's my fiancé. Let me hear similar words again. It won't be as simple as a slap. An instant shiver ran through the crowd. They then remembered that Lan Yueying's nickname of Ice and Snow Beauty was not just a mere name, but was recognized by all. It was only when facing Sui that the expressionless schoolgirl would reveal a faint smile. Lan Yueying no longer paid attention to the crowd. She turned to look in the direction of the awakening stage, her eyes full of worry, and her palms were unconsciously clutching out blood. On the awakening stage, the teacher in charge of registration gave Sui, a top student, a somewhat disappointed look as he shook his head, ready to declare Suyi's awakening a failure. Suddenly, a giant sword shadow ran through the sky, covering the sky. Countless stars flashed in the giant sword's shadow, like an immortal sword cheering. Such a movement caused everyone to lose their voices instantly. Star River Sword Shadow, through the sky. Chen Xiuhua, the principal who was originally casually on the sofa, instantly lost his composure and instinctively stood up. Is this S rank, or SS rank? I'll have to report to Governor He Qiguang right away before I can do so. Chen Xiuhua stared unblinkingly at the awakening stone, his left hand trembling as he lit a cigarette, and his mind was playing with the idea. If he remembered correctly, Governor He Qiguang's only daughter had yet to find a suitable sword wielder. As long as he introduced Sui as a student, he would have a backer in the federal officialdom in the future, and his official fortune would not be a problem. Without waiting for him to think about it, the giant sword silhouette in the sky suddenly dissipated, and the swarm of stars pouring down instantly completely drowned the entire awakening stage. On the awakening stone, Suyi's talent was revealed. Sui, Awakened Talent Eternal Sword Master, SSS grade. Chapter 3 Want to be my sword maiden? Looking at the flickering words on the awakening stone, everyone felt a chill. SSS grade sword harnessing envoy. No talent of this level had ever appeared in Blue Star's history of nearly 1,000 years. Principal Chen Xiuhua couldn't even care about the cigarette in his mouth, and quickly reported Suyi's SSS grade talent to Governor He Qiguang, and then ran down from the podium in a rolling motion, fearing that Sui would have a slightest accident. Even faster than his reaction, and even more frantic, were the thousands of girls in the playground. The vast majority of them had just been gossiping about Su Yi and Lan Yueying's love story, incidentally despising Su Yi and claiming that they would never be a love brain like Lan Yueying. In the blink of an eye, the fairies who had just been on the same page surrounded the entire awakening stage. Mr. Su Yi, pick me, claspy flower getting sword, light body, soft and easy to push down, experienced with good moves. Brother E, sign a contract with someone else. They are a grade A jade cicada sword and will do anything. Choose me. My family has 8 coal mines. You join my family as a son-in-law. The rest of your life will be completely free from worry about food and clothing. On the playground, Lan Yueying looked at Su Yi, who was clustered in the center by the crowd, and her mood was complicated. Although she had always been confident in Su Yi's talent, Su Yi's talent was just a little too good. The attraction of the SSS rank talent was just too great, and now all the girls in the playground except for her swarmed around it. After all, that was SSS rank. Even if there was only a tiny bit of possibility, as long as it could be contracted with Su Yi, it would be a falling grass chicken turning into a phoenix, and it would directly soar to the heavens. Many of the girls were playing a little game in their hearts, although their chances of being seen were slim, but in case Su Yi was good for his own kind, they had to give it a try. Luckily, several teachers formed a human wall, which isolated the frantic girls a few meters away from Su Yi. Su Yi ignored the girls who were scrambling to introduce themselves as if they were oblivious, nor did he pay attention to the tiger tank who still had slap marks on his face and threatened to make him go as a flunky. His gaze crossed over the yelling crowd to his newly awakened SSS ranked talent. Eternal Sword Master, SSS grade. Exclusive features, Sword Washing Pool, Linglong Heart, 10,000 swords. Linglong Sword Heart, insight into the essence of things. Any hidden information is clear to the mind. Dust Cleansing Sword Pool, cleanses the sword woman's talent, wiping away all dust and restoring it to its ancient state. Return of all swords to the clan, attractiveness to sword maidens is doubled, and the number of contracts is no longer limited. This talent is truly unbeatable. 3 major features, each of which pulls out a pretty buggy presence. Lingering Sword Heart can be used to know your enemy, and is a sharp tool for both contracting a swordswoman and dealing with enemies. The Dust Wash Sword Pool could enhance the quality of the sword maiden. If this were to spread out, all the sword maidens in the world would have to beg for Su Yi's contract. As for the final 10,000 swords, it was the most perverted trait of all, and could actually remove the limit on the number of contracted sword maidens altogether. It should be known that the vast majority of swordmasters could only contract 1 sword maiden at most, and only S-rank swordmasters with more than S-rank talent could contract 2 sword maidens at the same time. And 10,000 swords returning to the sect could actually allow Su Yi to directly contract countless sword maidens, which belonged to a descending blow. Su Yi raised his head just in time to notice a certain tiger tank with a slap mark on his face storming the Maginot defense line formed by the teachers. In the next second, all the information about her talent instantly appeared before her eyes. Zheng Fangjian, White Iron Sword, Grade E. Exclusive characteristics, none. Number of dust washes, none. Holy, this is outrageous. Su Yi hurriedly looked at a few more girls. He felt like he needed to wash his eyes. After looking at several girls in a row, Su Yi summarized the pattern. Inside the information of these girls, the number of dust washing times were nil except for the exclusive traits and talent levels that varied. Suddenly, Su Yi's line of sight fell to the marriage contract in his left hand, and suddenly realized that he didn't seem to see his cheap fiancée in the crowd. He cast his gaze into the distance and finally saw Blue Yuing on the playground. Lan Yueying didn't rush madly to the awakening stage like those girls, but chose to stand quietly in place, looking at Su Yi, who was surrounded from afar. Her heart was apprehensive. If Su Yi was only an S-rank talent, then she had a high degree of certainty that she would contract with him. However, Su Yi was an SSS rank talent, and the only 2 contract slots would most likely be chosen to be reserved for a more suitable SS-ranked or SSS-ranked sword maiden. That way his future accomplishments would be higher. An S-class sword maiden might be considered a peerless heavenly pride in Haidong City, but if placed in the entire Blue Star it would only be considered the first tier. But an SSS-class sword harness envoy was definitely a unique existence even when looking at the dozens of galaxies where humans were spread out nowadays. Thinking of this, Lan Yueying suddenly remembered that not long ago she was still comforting Su Yi that he would definitely be able to awaken his S-class talent, and her heart was even more mixed. When Su Yi's gaze stopped on Lan Yueying, information about her was revealed. Blue Yuing, Green Frost Sword, Grade S. Exclusive characteristics, Sword of the King. Number of dust washes, 2. The Sword of the King? 2 number of dust washes? Su Yi instantly felt that Lan Yueying's talent was not simple. He just looked at so many girls' talents that his eyes were dry, and he hadn't found one with a number of dust washes. As a result, Han broke the iron shoes without a place to find. Get all the effort. Fiancé Lan Yueying actually have 2 opportunities to wash the dust. This how can he let people continue to shed tears? He immediately leapt, not even looking at the doorway blocking the doorway, and directly jumped off the awakening platform. Seeing this scene, the girls who were blocking the awakening stage became even more frantic, turning around and running down the awakening stage to catch up with Sui. On the playground, many of the boys were wide-eyed. No dude, that awakening platform is at least 10 meters high. Sui jumped down without even blinking. Is this the increase in physical quality brought about by SSS grade talent? I admit I'm sour. So many girls are chasing after Sui for a contract. I'm so envious. Stop it. Stop it. I'm like a rat in a dark, damp sewer, poking my head out to peer into the youth of you geniuses, and I have to be abused like this. Ignoring the comments around him, Sui walked over to Lan Yueying, who was standing there, and elegantly extended his left hand. Fellow Blue Yueying, are you willing to complete the contract with me and become my exclusive sword maiden? Chapter 4 Chen Shua's Little Abacus. Lan Yueying unconsciously widened her eyes and stood somewhat frozen in place, actually looking somewhat cute for a moment. She never expected that Sui would actually choose to indenture her even after detecting the SSS grade talent. Even more drastic than Lan Yueying's reaction were the many boys in the playground. You know, Lan Yueying is the school's famous senior flower. Usually every day there are dozens of hormonal boys in the expression of love after receiving an ice-cold roll word. Looking at the treatment that Sui enjoyed, the adolescent boys, even if they deceived themselves anymore, knew that it was a foregone conclusion that Sui would be able to hold on to his beauty this time. Even though Sui's talent had convinced them, when the confession scene was actually put in front of their eyes, many of the boys still had trouble accepting their emotions. For a moment, the playground was littered with whistles and wails. Sui ignored the voices rising and falling around him, his gaze looking at Lan Yueying in front of him, waiting for Lan Yueying's personal answer. Lan Yueying's eyes unconsciously moistened, and she opened her mouth, wanting to reply with a willingness. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out from the back of the crowd. No, I don't agree. Among the crowd, Chen Shuhua, the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, finally arrived at the playground at a run, panting. Chen Shuhua had also been a sword-carrying envoy who fought against the Yuan invaders in his early years, but with the mobilization of his position to the rear, coupled with the loss of his indentured sword maiden, he had gradually rounded up in size. Student Sui, I don't agree with your contract with Lan Yueying. As the words fell, the students on the playground instantly exploded. What do you think the principal means by this? It's not that he envies Sui for embracing a beautiful woman and is purposely coming to pick a fight. That's right, the principal doesn't look in the mirror either. Where is he, the bald Mediterranean, to object when he is a man and a woman? Quiet, quiet, quiet. What are you all babbling about? Am I that kind of person? I'm opposing their contract for the sake of Sui's future, for the sake of humanity's future. Hearing the students' comments, Principal Chen Shua's lungs were about to explode. He hurriedly spoke out to explain, fearing that the Sui in front of him would misunderstand his meaning. Student Sui, you have to think twice before you act. The sword vegetation within the main body of the sword is limited. Even if you are an SSS rank talent, at most you can only contract 2 sword nymphs. If you contract with Lan Yueying now, then you won't have a chance if you meet a better talented SS rank sword maiden or even an SSS rank sword maiden in the future. Chen Shuhua explained a lot. The students on the playground, instead of stopping talking, but more intense. Holy, did I hear it right? What the principal means is that Lan Yueying doesn't deserve Sui. Not that Sui doesn't deserve Lan Yueying. There doesn't seem to be any problem. Although S rank is already genius enough in our eyes, there still seems to be quite a gap compared to Sui's SSS rank. Alas, the gap between a genius and an ordinary person is really bigger than the gap between an ordinary person and a pig. Even a school flower like Lan Yueying can't match Sui. I really don't know what other kind of beauty can be his sword maiden. The surrounding students spoke to each other, apparently gradually recognizing Chen Shuhua's statement. Sui, I feel as if the principal has a point. You really should find 2 sword maidens with a bit better talent to contract. I'm already touched that you thought of me after your awakening. So let's forget about the contract. As Lan Yueying spoke, her head slowly lowered, not wanting Sui to see the sadness in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Sui glared fiercely at Chen Shuhua, and then he expressed his attitude in a decisive manner. There's no need to say anything. Headmaster, I've made up my mind, and there's nothing anyone can do to change my mind today, let alone you. Saying that, he took a hold of Lan Yueying's right hand, corroborating his attitude with his actions. Sui, you're the future of humanity. Don't get emotional. Chen Shuhua was really in a hurry. He had just reported the good news to Yi Chiguan less than 10 minutes ago, boasting that he would guarantee to stabilize Sui and wait for Yi Yuner to arrive in Haidong City. But right now, Sui seems to have weighed no pros and cons at all, and is determined to contract his doll's marriage. which makes him anxious. If Su-yi and Lan Yueying really completed the contract, he would be lucky if he didn't get his shoes worn by his superiors in the future, not to mention hooking up with Governor He Chi-guan. However, even though he was in a hurry, he didn't dare to directly go up and separate the two. An SSS-ranked sword harness envoy and an S-ranked sword maiden. Both of these two parties' future accomplishments would surely be far beyond him as the principal of East Sea First Middle School. If you really want to tear your face off, it's purely burying a landmine in your own hands for decades to come. What's more, he tried every possible way to recommend Su-yi to He Chi-guan as his son-in-law, in order to have a talisman in the official world. If the relationship with Su-yi is completely messed up, then this talisman will become a life-supporting talisman. Let's go. Classmate Lan Yueying, go sign the contract. This is something we agreed on before. You won't go back on your word. Su-yi paid no attention to Chen Shuhua as he looked towards Lan Yueying, who had her head lowered by her hand, and said in a joking tone. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to react, he directly led Lan Yueying away from the crowd, and behind them, watching the two of them drifting away, Chen Shuhua sat down on the ground as if he had lost his strength, and tremblingly dialed Governor He Chi-guan's phone again. Chapter 5. The Red Emperor beheads the White Snake and fights the violent Qin with a sword. If the sword harnesser and the sword maiden wanted to make a contract, they needed an absolutely quiet environment. As the cradle of nurturing students, Donghai No. 1 Middle School naturally has a specialized compact room. Lan Yueying was being held by Su-yi's hand, and her palms were so nervous that sweat was seeping out of them. Despite her good looks, she was told of the existence of the marriage contract from a young age. For this reason, she had always kept herself clean for more than 10 years, and stayed away from those suitors, and today was the first time she held hands with a boy. At this moment, looking at Su-yi who was walking in front of her, a sense of celebration suddenly arose within her. She was glad that she had summoned up the courage to boldly express her feelings to Su-yi, so that the two of them could hold hands here and head to the deed room together. Otherwise, she can't even imagine. By the way, it seems I still have our marriage certificate, so it's better if you keep it first. Su-yi, who was walking in front, suddenly turned back. Ha! Lan Yueying was stealing glances at Su-yi's back and didn't hear his words for a moment. What? The marriage certificate should only be brought back by the woman after the marriage is consummated. Are you trying to get married now? That's too soon. Su-yi smiled as he handed the page of the marriage contract to Lan Yueying once again, smoothly pushing open the door of a contract room and walking in. It's not impossible, Blue Yueying muttered in a small voice. In the next second, she snapped to attention, realizing what a tiger's word she had uttered. Luckily, Su-yi didn't seem to have heard her talking to herself, and simply pushed open the door of a contracted room and walked straight in. Only then did Lan Yueying let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed in with a small red face. The compact room was small and became more crowded when two people squeezed in and sat across from each other. Su-yi could even feel the hot air that Lan Yueying exhaled blowing on his neck, tickling him a little. There was also that unique body odor of a young girl, which made people smell it and couldn't help but think about it. What's worse, Lan Yueying's body seemed to be a little too good. Weekdays under the cover of the school uniform is not quite able to come out. Now the two people curled up in a piece, belonging to the two first brothers. Su-yi opened his eyes. Lan Yueying's face turned even redder. She was so shy now that she couldn't find a crack in the ground. It was so humiliating. However, her figure was already like this, and she had tried her best not to touch Su-yi, but she still inevitably brushed against a bit. Ahem, here goes. Su-yi, who was sitting across from him, bowed slightly. He felt that he couldn't delay any longer, or else he would have to make a joke in front of Lan Yueying. Good, Blue Yueying said very quietly, feeling like her head was about to go up in smoke. The next moment, the covenant ceremony was initiated. A huge spell formation spread outward with Su-yi at its center, quickly enveloping the entire compact room in its entirety. The golden spell formation unfolded, and a dazzling pillar of light crossed out of the compact room and shot up into the sky. This is a contract recognized by heaven and earth, and the stars, and a contract that belongs exclusively to SSS-class swordmasters. Outside the contract room, Chen Shuhua stared blankly at the eye-catching golden pillar of light. Hesitant to look at the electronic terminal in his hand, he really didn't know how to respond to Governor He Chi-guan's questioning. I'm so stupid. Really, I only knew that Su-yi's talent was great, but I didn't realize that he was so close to his fiancée. In Chen Shuhua's eyes, how dazzling that pillar of light is, how dark his future career path is. Inside the contract room, a golden chain that looked like a real one coalesced into shape, and they intertwined with each other, firmly entangling the two of them, Su-yi and Lan Yueying, together. These mind chains were able to connect the two people's divine souls, allowing their minds to be connected so that they could prosper and lose at the same time. The whole thing didn't take long and went smoothly for a minute. The deed is completely done and all is calm again. Sui's eyes snapped open, and at the same time, a long sword with a greenish-blue body suddenly appeared in his hand. Above the long sword, a coldness emerged and clouds of mist surrounded it. With a casual swing, it made a clanking sound that broke the speed of sound. It's a marvelous feeling, as if we're both operating game characters through the same joystick. Sui joked softly to Lan Yueying, who had transformed into a long sword in his hand. In the next second, the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if expressing his displeasure. Suddenly, Sui thought of his natural characteristic, dust-washing sword pool. With a low shout, Sui slashed his finger with the blade of his sword, and a few drops of blood instantly fell onto the green frost sword. In the next second, the green frost sword, which was originally quite quiet, instantly trembled violently, and even Sui was somewhat unable to hold it. Something can't be wrong, can it, with such a violent reaction? Sui held the hilt of his sword with difficulty, and there was some worry in his tone. It was also the first time he had used his talent, and he had never expected Lan Yueying to react so strongly. What Sui didn't know was that at this moment, Lan Yueying was as if she was being soothed by big hands all over her body, causing her to subconsciously twist her sword body to relieve the comfort that was cool to the core. Finally, the green frost sword body stopped trembling. A kingly sword intent, if any, spread out in all directions with the green frost sword as the center. As the sword intent became thicker and more solid, the original greenish-blue body of the green frost sword was also gradually transforming towards a reddish-red color. As the dust settled, a long sword with a reddish body came into Sui's eyes. Blue Yueying, green frost sword, SS grade. Exclusive features, Sword of the King, Sword of the Dragon, Sword of the King's Way. Green frost is the sword of the Son of Heaven, greatly deterring the enemy and causing instant death when hitting fantastical creatures below the rank of King. Sword of Dragon Chopper, Lu Bang, the High Ancestor, chopped the white snake and started a rebellion. Damage to dragon fantasy creatures increased by 200%. Probability of looting the talent after defeating the dragon fantasy creatures. Number of dust washes, 1. Holy, the talent is so sick. Sui instantly understood the terrifying nature of the SS-ranked Sword Maiden talent. The so-called instant death effect means that no matter how much blood is left in the enemy, as long as the judgment conditions are met, they will be killed directly. And based on humanity's thousands of years of experience fighting Yuan Ko, the qualities of Yuan Ko were roughly categorized into 9 classes. From the bottom to the top are Soldier, General and Marquis, Duke, King, Royal, Honorable, and Emperor. Among them, the Soldier level corresponds to the first rank of human beings, and the Emperor level corresponds to the 9th rank of human beings. The effect of the Sword of the King's Way could theoretically allow Sui to instantly kill a large number of Yuan Ko equivalent to the strength of the 5th rank at the first rank, an effect that was simply heaven-defying. Of course, theories are just theories after all. The instant death effect is really quite dominant, but only if it hits the enemy. With the strength of a first-order sword harness envoy wanting to hit a 5th-order Yuan Ko, there was only the sneak attack that was still somewhat feasible. But no matter what, the Sword of the King's Way was an undercard that was powerful enough to turn the tide, and was perfectly capable of creating miracles in desperate situations. As for the Sword of Dragon Beheading, its effect was even more counterintuitive when facing dragon-type fantasy creatures. Not only does it have a high amount of increased damage, but it also has the probability of permanently transferring the opponent's talent to itself, which is considered a very rare means of increasing the number of talents. With these two characteristics, Sui felt that he could completely go to the realms controlled by the Yuan Ko and raise wars with wars, not having to worry about getting caught in a sea of men in the slightest. Chapter 6, Don't Look, There's No Genius. At some point, Lan Yueying had also returned to her human form from her illusory green frost sword form. She cupped her hands over her heart, a look of disbelief on her face. The fact that the grade of talent cannot be changed is an iron theory that mankind has come to in thousands of years of practice. Even the several 9th-order sword emperors who had left a colorful mark on human history were similarly unable to raise the talent level of their descendants, and could only leave behind a family business for their sons and daughters as much as possible. However, just now, Lan Yueying clearly perceived that her talent level had indeed risen from S rank to SS rank. Sui was like an omnipotent creator, easily accomplishing with a few drops of blood what even the sword emperor couldn't do. Sui, it's best not to let others know about the effects of your talent. After squirming for a while, Lan Yueying still spoke her inner thoughts. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. The ability to raise the talent level of humans is unique in thousands of years of history. Though the human federation today is fairly united under the threat of the Genko, the undercurrents lurking in the shadows have never gone away. In case certain people with ulterior motives inquired about it, they would surely go out of their way to take action against Sui, trying to work out the secret of altering the talent. That I'm not using the opportunity to object to you finding another swordswoman. I'm just simply worried about you whispering. If you find a suitable sister, just let me know. After saying that, the delicate-minded Lan Yueying added a few more sentences, fearing that Sui would misunderstand her meaning. Don't worry, I have it in my heart and won't spread it around. Sui smiled slightly. It was clear that the two had only been fingered since childhood and had not actually been around much, but Lan Yueying completely thought about things from his point of view, causing him to actually have the illusion of an old married couple for a moment. The two of them looked at each other. Perhaps it was because Sui's eyes were full of aggression. Originally in the playground, boldly confessed Lan Yueying at this moment actually drifted away from the eyes. I'm going to go ahead and I'll see you in the morning. Not daring to look directly into Sui's eyes, Lan Yueying sloppily left 2 lip prints on Sui's face and ran out of the compact room without looking back. Obviously you signed the contract just now, but now you're shy. Little girls are really puzzling. Seeing Lan Yueying leave from sight, Sui couldn't help but chuckle a little. But that seems to work just fine. Shocked, the Human Federation has once again seen an SSS-ranked gifted sword-carrying envoy after 518 years. And experts say that a new era of human renaissance is on the horizon. Our correspondent was informed that the genius, who came from a city high school on humanity's home planet, Blue Star, completed his awakening at 13:14 p.m. yesterday. Currently, a number of interstellar colleges and universities have stated that they are admitting the genius early, and are in the process of sending specialists to the Blue Star to negotiate. In the interstellar age, information travels unimaginably fast. Only one night had passed, and the news that humanity had once again produced an SSS-ranked sword harnesser after many years had spread throughout the major galaxies. When Sui came to the entrance of Donghaino, one middle school again, the place was already under martial law, with real soldiers surrounding the school in 3 circles. The city is really emphasizing today's practical test, actually sending so many police to maintain order. Looking at those blackened muzzles, Sui couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The so-called actual combat examination is a means to test the actual combat ability of young sword harness envoys and sword maidens. Since the young people had just awakened and didn't have much strength yet, naturally, they couldn't be allowed to fight the Yuan Ko directly, and competing against each other became the best means to do so. And for most of the sword masters and sword maidens, this practical test is also the perfect time for them to gain favor with their lifelong partners. Due to his big appearance yesterday, Sui stood at the entrance of the school and quickly attracted the attention of many people. Some of the teenage girls couldn't stop their eyes from glancing at Sui even though they had a male companion by their side. Sui naturally sensed these gazes, but the reason why he stayed put here was not to enjoy this feeling of being in the spotlight of millions of people, but rather, he was waiting for someone. Soon, Lan Yueying appeared at the school entrance. A few beads of sweat condensed on her forehead and she looked a little less than great, obviously having run all the way to the school. I'm sorry I stayed up too late last night. I'm very sorry. Blue Yueying crossed her fingers with her hands and bowed her head in apology. It's okay, it's only been a short wait. Let's go. Sui reached out and rubbed Lan Yueying's head, holding her right hand as he walked towards the interior of the school. Walking down the path of the campus, he surveyed the young girls coming and going all around him. Sui, what are you looking at? Lan Yueying suddenly clenched her right hand very tightly and asked in a somewhat sultry manner. Sui said in his heart how this is still jealous. After thinking for a moment, he decided to be honest with Lan Yueying. I wanted to see if there were any other swordswomen like you in our school. Most of them will have chosen their belongings after the practical test, and it's more or less not a good idea to go across the board at that point. Then don't look. There were a few more points of determination in Lan Yueying's tone. Sui looked at Lan Yueying. He didn't think this would be something Lan Yueying could say and wanted to hear Lan Yueying's reasoning. It's not unheard of for girls to prevent a sword harnesser from contracting a second sword maiden because of exclusivity, but it's definitely rare in today's day and age. In the face of the genocidal threat of the Yuan invaders, the morals and customs of men and women have long been very different from those of Sui's previous life and the era in which he lived. If it wasn't for the fact that only S-rank talent or above swordmasters could contract 2 sword maidens at the same time, I'm afraid that the vast majority of girls would want to find themselves a sister, rather than fight alone with 2 swordmasters. I went through all the swordswoman profiles for this class last night, and there's only one girl whose talent is A-ranked. Sure enough, Lan Yueying stated the reason that Sui hadn't expected. How do you know? Sui raised his eyebrows as he carefully scrutinized Lan Yueying's face, unexpectedly discovering that Lan Yueying actually had a faint circle of dark circles under her eyelids. Lan Yueying looked around somewhat vigilantly, confirming that the nearest classmates were also 10 meters away, before she put her mouth to Sui's right ear and whispered as she exhaled hot air. I begged my parents for over 2 hours before they agreed to help me get the awakening list. I destroyed it last night after reading it on my personal terminal, so don't just pass it on. Now Sui was truly surprised. It wasn't that he was surprised that Lan Yueying's parents were able to get this year's awakening list. These two in-laws were at least 6th order awakened, and so far they were still in a certain realm fighting against the Yuan Ko, so getting a middle school's awakening list wasn't that difficult. To his surprise, Lan Yueying actually finished reading the list. Donghai City is a big city with a resident population of more than 6 million. Donghai First High School is a giant school with a student population of up to 30,000, and there are at least 8,000 girls graduating from this term without 10,000. Blue Yuing one by one, the naked eye to see down, at least to spend 3 or 4 hours of feats. In other words, Lan Yueying was staying up late last night for him, and that's why she was late this morning. Sui didn't know how to describe his current mood. He just felt a hot current welling up inside of him. After a long time, he turned around and embraced Lan Yueying in his arms, saying in as flat a tone as possible, "Don't stay up so late in the future. It hurts your body." Aha! Lan Yueying didn't say much, but simply answered, somewhat shyly hiding her head in Sui's arms. However, there are always some people who are good at ruining the mood. Just as the two of them were feeling each other's heartbeats, a cold voice rang out from behind Sui. "Classmate, may I ask if you're Sui?" Chapter 7 Bundled Marketing. Hearing the voice coming from her, Lan Yueying somewhat reluctantly released her hands from holding Sui's back, only to see a tiger-backed boy walking over. "I am. Who are you and what do you want with me?" Sui's voice didn't move. He didn't remember recognizing the boy in front of him. "Great. Looking for you." The boy's demeanor changed abruptly, revealing a leathery expression. "For today's practical test, I'm going to challenge you in the ring, and I also hope that you won't be knocked down early." Before Sui could reply, the boy said nothing and hurriedly walked away. "Do you know him?" Lan Yueying's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, obviously very unhappy with the boy's provocation. "I don't know, probably trying to step on me to raise his fame." Sui instead smiled bashfully. "They're all 17 or 18-year-olds? It's normal to want to step on people and act like a pussy, and it's just a matter of getting a venomous beating in the ring later on." The two of them continued to walk hand in hand, and after walking for some distance, they finally arrived at the practical test site. Soon, the principal, Chen Xiuhua, appeared on the podium. "Students, today's practical test is much the same as previous years. Students who already have a contractual object will participate in the ring match, and those who have not made a contract will engage in a 50-player melee. Below, please head to the assessment area that belongs to you and prepare for the assessment." The chaotic crowd instantly began to diverge, with the vast majority heading to the melee area, and only a small portion of students, both male and female, walking in pairs to the 10 rings. Due to having the highest talent, Sui was, without a doubt, the ring keeper of ring number 1. He and Lan Yueying stood in the ring, quietly waiting for the challenger to arrive. However, as time passed by, the other 9 rings had already been fighting each other, but only the ring where the two of them were located had never dared to challenge them on stage. Sui felt a little bored. He finally understood the meaning of lonely as snow. The original talent to a certain extent will really make other people lose the idea of challenge. After all, the real world is different from fiction. The gap in talent was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's heart, and very few people would dare to challenge those who were far beyond them. Just when Sui was so bored that he was playing with a strand of Blue Yueying's long hair, a voice suddenly rang out from the stage. "I, Zhang Guanghe, would like to challenge Sui." The words fell, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The rest of the 9 rings were originally surrounded nearby, and when they heard that someone was going to challenge Sui, they ran to the bottom of ring number 1 again. Sui's eyes lit up as he turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see that the owner of the voice was none other than the tigerish student from the morning. Zhang Guanghe was accompanied by a girl who was also physically strong. The two of them were of comparable stature, both equally covered in tendon flesh, and looked quite capable of fighting. "I heard you guys are going to fight us in a ring match. May I ask your name?" Seeing that he finally didn't have to continue punishing himself in the ring, Sui confirmed in a good mood. "That's right, it's you that I, Zhang Guanghe, want to challenge." Zhang Guanghe was also unceremonious and cleanly admitted his intention to fight. "You didn't challenge me, you challenged us." Sui once again corrected the error in Zhang Guanghe's words. The ring is an arena where the sword harnesser and the sword maiden fight side by side, and both the defending and challenging parties use the names they share to do so. Ha ha, geniuses really do speak well. No wonder they can capture the heart of big blue schoolgirl, which is like me. I can't even understand the terminology in the ring, and only my family Lian likes me. Zhang Guanghe laughed a few times, a minute of cunning showing in his rough smile. "However, Mr. Sui, although I don't know about all these complicated rules and regulations, I know your weaknesses. I'm not here to challenge you tightly on the basis of my muscularity." "Oh, then please tell me more about it." Seeing Zhang Guanghe's serious face, Su Yi's heart was flooded with mutterings. Don't look at Zhang Guanghe's words here. But he himself is instead completely unclear about what fatal weaknesses he has. By all rights, both he and Lan Yueying should be the existence of a 1-2 punch among the male and female students of Donghaino. One middle school. So how could there be a fatal weakness? Ha ha, you don't have to be toughing it out. Student Su Yi, the higher the talent of the Sword Maiden, the longer the duration of the bonding period after the contract will be. Both you and schoolmistress Lan Yueying are so talented. I'm sure that you can't utilize much of your strength at all right now. Zhang Guanghe announced the answer in a loud voice, without the slightest intention to hide it. Along with his words, the crowd of onlookers under the stage became similarly tumultuous. Holy, this practical test rule is sort of letting Zhang Guanghe play with his understanding. Why didn't I think of this later? Yeah, high talent is an advantage in the vast majority of cases, but the talent itself also means longer, and it takes more time for both sides to grind it out after the pact, and the ring match is instead a disadvantage the higher the talent. I can only say that the initial principal who initially designed the ring tournament system probably didn't think that our school would have SSS-ranked talented students, right? In a whole day's time, even A-ranked talents have already worn out. Who would have thought that this term has produced two freaks like Su Yi and Lan Yueying? But this is too despicable. Even if you win, you're not really strong. In the face of all the talk on stage, Zhang Guanghe was unimpressed. Discovering the rules, verifying them, and utilizing them was supposed to be the unique wisdom of mankind, and he had merely unearthed small loopholes in the ring. If you really want to settle the score, then the school has to be held accountable first. What's more, it was already a success to be compared to a genius like Su Yi, regardless of whether he wins big or wins badly also next, or even defeats Su Yi after a big battle. The students present today will unconsciously imprint him in their hearts. The so-called bundled marketing is just like this. With Su Yi as the anchor as a reference, the public will unconsciously default to the same level as Su Yi when evaluating him. Zhang Guanghe thought in such a smug manner, completely failing to notice the odd looks on the faces of Su Yi and Lan Yueying across the street. Soon the whistle signifying the start of the match blew and the voice of the invigilator rang out. Zhang Guanghe and Dong Shuelian challenge Su Yi and Lan Yueying. The match officially begins. In an instant, Zhang Guanghe collected his expression. I'm sorry, Su Yi student. With that, the sturdy woman Zhang Guanghe called Lian Lian transformed into a huge sword. The giant sword was 7 feet long and 2 feet wide. Even its thickness was a full 2 inches, and its shape could be considered quite rare. Instead of Dong Shuelian's sword form being a giant sword, it was more like a square iron gate. How about this? My Lian Lian is a B-ranked sword maiden, and although it's not as rare as Schoolgirl Blue's 100-year rare encounter, it's still quite rare, Zhang Guanghe said with some complacency and pride. As a C-ranked sword harness envoy, he was able to cross over to contract a B-ranked sword maiden. Something to be proud of in every way. Chapter 8, Breaking the Enemy. Huge sums of money. On the podium, the principal Chen Shuhua, who should have been sitting on the main seat in the center, is now standing on the side in fear. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man who looked no more than in his early 40s. Beside the middle-aged man, a young girl in her prime watched the direction of the ring without a word. Why don't you sit down for a while, and when the ring match is over, I'll call Su Yi up, so that he can have a good chat with you and cultivate emotions? Beads of sweat hung on Chen Shuo's face as he squeezed out a fawning look on his face and said to the young girl in a purple dress, "No need." The young girl let out a cold snort, obviously very dissatisfied. Chen Shuo was on the verge of tears. Who does not know that the entire Blue Star system, Governor He Qiguang old daughter, almost 90 years old before giving birth to He Yuner such a daughter. Usually that is when the heart of the treasure like protection. Right now He Qiguang is already over 100 years old. This age even for the sword harnessing envoys, is no longer considered young? I'm afraid that this life has been this one offspring, but it was under such a premise that He Qiguang, first boasted about setting up Su Yi and He Yuner, and then in less than 2 hours Su Yi signed a good contract with Lan Yueying, making a big mess. It would be strange not to be put in small shoes in the Blue Star officialdom later on. Well, it's not your responsibility, so go ahead and go about your business. Seeing Chen Shuo's cold sweat falling to the ground, He Qiguang waved his hand at Chen Shuo, signaling the other party to stay away for the time being. Chen Shuo, like a great amnesty, fear of further incurring He Qiguang to get bored, hurriedly backward to leave the podium. Yuner, if you really have your eyes on this young man named Su Yi, then boldly go after him and hurry up and make it happen. Otherwise, when the people from other galaxies arrive, then Su Yi's other contractual partner won't be something I can decide. No, I don't like him. A young girl in a purple dress shook her head and answered dryly. He Qiguang of course knew what this daughter of his was thinking. Where she didn't like it, she was basically minding the fact that Su Yi already had a swordswoman. Yuna, A child's temper can't be tolerated. Where are the sword harnesses with S-rank talent or above only contracted? Is it hard to believe that you want to find an A-rank talent sword harness as a lifelong companion? Well, don't say another word. Let's just go home. He Chiguan let out a long sigh. He began to wonder if he'd done the wrong thing by spoiling his daughter too much over the years. Originally thought of such a daughter. Character tricky some also no harm. As an ordinary people all their lives happy life in the father's shelter is also quite good. But he never expected that he Yuner had actually awakened an SS grade talent. That would make being an ordinary person a nonsense. There was no way he could watch his daughter waste her life in the back office with all her talent. And the rest of the Human Federation's top brass wouldn't allow an SS-ranked talented swordswoman to spend her entire life without even seeing a Yuan Ko. The only path that lay before he Yuner was to find a sword harness envoy to sign a contract. But SS-grade talent sword harnessing envoys were already extremely rare. And the last time an SS-grade sword harnessing envoy appeared in the entire Human Federation was 6 years ago, long after 2 like-minded swordmaids had been found. After weighing his options, He Chiguang had no choice but to let Yuner choose to wait and wait for the next genius to appear. And that wait was 2 years. Now that Sui had come out of nowhere, at least 3 SS-ranked sword maidens from the Human Federation were all rapidly making their way to Blue Star. So if they didn't hurry to seize the opportunity, the only thing they could do back there was to lower their requirements and go looking for even less talented sword harness ambassadors to sign a contract with. Yuna, I'm not discussing this with you. This time, you have to go even if you don't. He Chiguang finally made up his mind and said word for word to Yuner, I've frozen your bank account, and for the next month, I'll be pinging everyone, so no one can help you except for going to Sui. In the ring, Sui and Lan Yueying looked at each other and hugged tightly. In the next moment, Blue Yuing disappeared into Sui's arms, transforming into a crimson immortal sword. In an instant, it seemed as if a large hole had been poked in the dome of the sky, and the originally cloudless, clear sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, raining hazy red drizzle. Come on, Sui said carelessly to Zhang Guanghe, who was holding a huge sword in front of him. Want to act tough? Then let you fly. Zhang Guanghe unconsciously took 2 steps backward. It was as if he saw a true dragon split into 2 by the chopping of the green frost sword, and was wailing continuously as blood rolled down, turning into a red blood rain that filled the sky. In the face of Zhang Guanghe's reaction, Sui didn't even look at him and casually danced to Sword Flower. Sword Chi rages. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a broken voice, a sword chi quickly coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, it blasted Zhang Guanghe to the point where he flew 3 feet backwards and fell off the ring. Ravenous! The crowd on the stage that was originally discussing the degree of Zhang Guanghe's despicability unanimously silenced their voices. From the time he struck until Zhang Guanghe flew out backwards, Sui had only used 1 move. The speed of the strike was so fast that the crowd on the stage almost didn't see it clearly. After a long time, along with the school doctors from the infirmary carrying the fainted Zhang Guanghe and Lian away on stretchers, someone finally couldn't help but speak up. Wasn't it said that Sui and Lan Yueying hadn't finished grinding yet? How did they blow those 2 on the stretcher out of the ring in 1 move? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? How can a genius of Sui's level use common sense to judge strength? But I think this Guanghe also deserved it. Relying on having a rare sword maiden, he's been provoking Sui, so it's only right that he suffers a bit. Along with Zhang Guanghe being easily defeated, the crowd under the stage once again began to talk loudly. However, in their hearts, the steel imprint of Sui's invincible thoughts deepened a few points once again. In the ring, Sui slowly put away the green frost sword, but unexpectedly, his personal terminal suddenly received a message. Your personal account has received a transfer of 10 million points. Transfer message, take care of my daughter. This is her living expenses for this month. 10 million credits. This astronomical figure truly shocked Sui for a moment. Such a huge sum of money for the ordinary citizens of the city of East China Sea, completely lying flat and waiting for death for 2 lifetimes or more than enough. He looked at Lan Yueying, who had regained her human form, as if he had seen a great lady who had grown up in honey water, with a living expense of 10 million credits a month. Lan Yueying's family conditions were truly beyond Sui's knowledge. What's wrong? Seeing that Sui was staring at himself without even blinking, Lan Yueying reached out and waved her hand in front of Sui's eyes. Nothing, come live with me this month. Our parents agreed. Sui had a sudden thought, and with one hand on Lan Yueying's shoulder, he said playfully, Chapter 9. Agreed? How is that possible? Don't you lie to me. Lan Yueying blushed a little and pushed Sui's hand away. She wouldn't be opposed to the 2 living together if her parents agreed, but judging from her experience, Sui's words just now were definitely nonsense. Growing up, she knew her parents' conservatism well, not to mention cohabiting just after the contract. When she was a child, she was playful and came home a few hours late. Her parents could have rushed back to Blue Star from the front line of the fight against the Yuan invaders, and then punished her severely. Ouch! What are you doing? I'm telling the truth. Sui feigned a strange cry of pain. From his 2 lifetimes of experience, Lan Yueying was just a little shy and didn't want to face the truth. The in-laws even hit his personal terminal with their living expenses. What was this if not for the two to cohabitate and cultivate their relationship? Was it for him to use the 10 million credits to take care of another homeless swordswoman? In order to tease Lan Yueying, Sui simply pretended to survey the girls on all sides, wanting to see what reaction Lan Yueying had. However, when he put his eyes not far away, he saw something unexpected. A young girl in a purple dress was glaring at him with reddened eyes, as if Sui had done something negative to her and then denied it afterwards. Yuna He, Sword of Moxie, SS grade. Exclusive features, world-famous craftsmen, forging swords with their bodies, famous artisans of the world, continuously heals itself and the contracted sword harnesser, and the power of the way of the sword is alive and well. Forge a sword with your body, depletes your own status, heals and strengthens a designated sword maiden or sword harness at great speed. Number of dust washes, 1. Suyi's eyes were instantly attracted. This purple-skirted girl named Hiyuner was not only an SS-ranked sword maiden, but also a rare medical-type immortal sword. Sword master killing. Most sword ladies' characteristics naturally also bias towards killing and control. Characteristics biased towards healing sword lady cannot be said to be relatively few, can only be said to be very rare. As the saying goes, rare is precious. The number of sword maidens with healing effects was so low that the value of the maidens naturally went up. Not to mention SS rank, even a normal C rank medical sword maiden, the degree of popularity could be comparable to a normal A rank sword maiden. And no matter where they went, there would be a large group of boys begging for a contract. But the question was, how did such a hotshot sword maiden appear in East Ocean 1? Before Sui could continue to think more, Hiyuner turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the sea of people. Okay, don't be mad. I'll go home and talk to mom and dad, and if they agree, I'll move in next week, okay? Behind her, Lan Yueying thought that Sui was sulking and shook his arm with her hand and pouted. Our school, is there a girl named Hiyuner? Sui turned around and asked with some confusion. I don't think so. I looked at thousands of names last night and I'm not quite sure. Why did you bring up that name all of a sudden? Lan Yueying raised her head and saw the gravity on Sui's face. It was then that she realized things weren't quite what she thought they were. I'm afraid. And after retrieving it in her head she answered truthfully. I just saw what looked like an SS rank talent in her. Only it seemed like she had something against me and glared at me before turning and running away. Sui was silent for a moment and hesitantly told what he had just seen. SS rank. I'm afraid that's not someone from our East Sea City. The entire East Sea City hasn't seen an SS rank talent for hundreds of years. Lan Yueying seemed to have thought of something and added after a pause. Could it be a sword maiden from somewhere else? I've heard that the SSS rank talent has spread amongst the human hierarchy, and quite a few people are preparing to come to the East Sea to take a look. I don't know. If that's the case, it wouldn't look at me like I'm my father's murderer. Sui was also a bit puzzled. He had just thought of no less than 10 possibilities, and had even compared the likelihood sizes of the various guesses. But in either case, the young girl named Hiyuner just now shouldn't have been hostile to him, right? Forget it, don't think about it. Coe shook his head, no longer dwelling on Hiyuner. Lan Yueying originally wanted to say something more, but seeing that Sui was not in high spirits, she swallowed her words in her mouth. The two held hands as they walked to the entrance of the school and hugged before choosing to part ways for the time being. Since Lan Yueying didn't agree, Sui wasn't going to force her to move to his place to spend time together. However, he didn't feel that the big white rabbit, Lan Yueying, could escape him. It was estimated that in less than 2 days, Lan Yueying would take the initiative to move over and ask for the two to live together. Watching Lan Yueying's back gradually disappear from view, Sui remembered the 10 million credits he had just credited. With the attitude of the cheap in-laws, there is no objection at all to the two people cultivating their emotions, and asking for opinions is just a matter of going through the motions. What's more, there was only a month left before the college entrance exam, so the two of them had to break in as soon as possible and advance to the first rank before the college entrance exam. Just now in the ring, Zhang Guanhe's speculation was not problematic. With just one night's time, there was no way for him and Lan Yueying to finish grinding. This had nothing to do with good or bad feelings, but was caused by the fact that the two were too talented and had too many innate sword elements in their bodies. But as the saying goes, defeat is not as good as success. Despite the fact that too much talent would make it relatively slow for the two to gel, enough innate sword vegetation was still enough to power up the flying bricks, and Sui was fully capable of blasting Zhang Guanhe out of the ring with just one move. Thinking about the college entrance exam, Sui suddenly became a little curious about whether he would meet the characters of the movie and literature of his previous life. You should know that the college entrance exam in this world is not a test of cultural literacy, but rather, It is a way to enter into some relatively controllable Yuan-Ko's realm to exchange points with actual combat. There were thousands of Yuan-Ko realms, containing worldviews far beyond the limits of human cognition. This also meant that it was entirely possible that he would encounter things in future combat that he had only seen in ACG works in his previous life. Like some rabbit that had lived for 100,000 years, the sole emperor who would jia laugh, and that holy son who had single-handedly lifted up the primordial imperial city. There was no chance that one day he would be able to see it with his own eyes. Without realizing it, Sui had already walked to the front door of his house. Looking at the spacious yet slightly dilapidated villa in front of him, Sui even felt a hint of admiration for his original body. Ever since his parents had disappeared in some meta-corrupted realm, the original had insisted on cleaning the entire villa himself every day, so that the layout of his parents' room would not be destroyed. This is simply unimaginable for a lazy dog like Sui. With such a large villa, it would be nice for him to carry out a major cleaning once in half a month. Ugh, this villa is so big. It would be nice to have a few more people to clean it together. Sui muttered under his breath and used his fingerprint to open the door lock. Pushing the door open, a long-haired, waist-length royal lady was looking at him with a smile on the patio bench facing the front door. Chapter 10, You from the Stars. Sui blinked and realized that the imperial sister in front of him was still there. Bang! Sui decisively closed the door. Ka-chow. Sui opened the door again. The imperial lady on the bench was still sitting there in a gentle manner. Not even the smile on her face had changed in the slightest. The imperial sister had delicate and beautiful features, and was wearing a gorgeous and delicate dress, which seemed to be wearing white lace stockings underneath the hidden hemline. Her rounded googly-eyed face looked quite sweet, and the long, fluffy curls at the end cascading down her face added a bit more unspeakable beauty. But to Sui, the imperial sister in front of him was no different from the female ghost that suddenly appeared in his house. He let out a long breath and opened his mouth somewhat warily to ask, "Who are you and why are you in my house? If you're asking for my name, you can address me as Cheng Yin. As for why I showed up at your home, naturally I came here specifically to find you." The smile on the imperial sister's face did not change at all, and she answered Sui's question perfectly with a load of nonsense. Listening to the king is like listening to a conversation. This imperial lady who calls herself Cheng Yin is definitely a first-class master in the world of nonsense, and the entropy of information in her words is about to explode. A whole bunch of answers that at first glance sound informative, but in reality have no value other than the name. Sui rubbed his temples, no longer wasting his breath, and directly used Linglong Sword Heart on the imperial sister. Cheng Yin, Purple Sword, SS grade. Wu Di's 6 swords, one of the 6 famous swords collected by Wu Di throughout his life, with the ability to call out thunder and lightning. Sword of the Broken Stone. Emperor Wu once tested his sword with Emperor Zhao Lai by breaking the stone. This sword is indestructible and cannot be destroyed in any physical form. Number of dust washes, 1. Good news. The imperial sister in front of her wasn't lying. She was indeed named Cheng Yin. Even better news. The white silk royalty in front of her was actually an uncontracted SS-rank swordswoman. This is something that if the average 18-year-old boy saw it, I'm afraid he'd be reminded of a series of marvelous little stories such as The Girl with the Snail in the Field. But instead of having those thoughts in his head, Sui looked at Cheng Yin a few more times in a somewhat odd manner. In the sword maiden era, most sword maidens would quickly find a sword harness to pact for life after awakening at the age of 18. It was logical that only the harness sword envoys and sword maidens with really bad talent would choose to be single, completely and utterly withdrawing from the transcendental stage and becoming ordinary people with regrets. But the Cheng Yin in front of her was clearly not in the category of ordinary people. SS grade talent even after wasting a few years of Shaohua. Her future achievements are not comparable to ordinary people as long as she is willing to put down her stature. Young boys will definitely be charmed. However, for the sake of Cheng Yin's talent and appearance, Sui still forced himself to hold back his dissatisfaction with the nonsense literature and frowned as he continued to ask, "I'm asking where you're from and what you're doing here with me. I'm from Neo-Earth City, Cygnus Kepler 186F, and I'm looking for you to beg you to contract me." Seemingly seeing Sui's strong tolerance, Cheng Yin stopped using nonsense literature and directly gave a very straightforward answer. However, this time, Sui was silent. Cygnus Kepler 186F is a planet, I believe. In which direction of the blue star and how far away is it? After a long period of silence, Sui's eyes radiated a clarity untainted by knowledge, and his voice somehow became innocent. It wasn't a pretense, but he really didn't know exactly what bearing Kepler 186F was on the blue planet. Although the students of this era knew that the boundaries of the Human Federation had long been without borders, trying to list the planets inhabited by human beings was definitely something only a schoolboy could do. As for Sui's Joey, who came halfway across the world, he is even less clear. It's roughly 490 light-years away from Blue Star. I used the sublime teleportation array to teleport directly to Blue Star. As for the orientation, east, west, south, and north don't make sense in the universe. It's probably in that direction. Cheng Yin pointed a finger somewhere in the northeastern part of the sky. Perhaps it was because the sun was still bright. Sui looked in the direction of his finger and didn't see any bright stars at all. But none of that mattered. Sui had just extracted a very important keyword in her words. Dimensional teleportation array. Sui's gaze as he surveyed Cheng Yin changed completely. This Cheng Yin, I'm afraid that she's not the real daughter of any top human Federation big shot. Even a Joyuk like him, who had just crossed over not even 2 days ago, knew that the dimensional teleportation array was a strategic tool used to open the dimensional wall and invade the Yuan-Ko realm in reverse. Usually, only a large-scale army invasion was worth activating the teleportation array once. Ordinary people, let alone using such strategic tools to deal with private matters, are afraid that they have never even seen them. I can see that you seem to prefer a little more directness, so I'll be blunt. Cheng Yin collected the professional smile on her face, leaned her body forward slightly, and said in a serious tone, I want to make a contract with you. I awakened my talent 4 years ago, and I've been waiting 4 years to find a suitable sword harnesser, so I can't wait any longer no matter what. Sui was silent for a while. The 10,000 swords trait would allow him to have an unlimited number of contracted objects, and theoretically as long as his talent was over the top, the number of sword maidens would naturally be more than enough. Under normal circumstances, he should have treated the sword maiden who volunteered for a contract as a come-on. But the problem, he and the Cheng Yin in front of him were still meeting for the first time, and Cheng Yin was so proactive. Instead, he felt something was not quite right, coupled with Cheng Yin's status as a great lady that was almost out in the open. Sui always felt that there was a pair of big invisible hands that were giving him a sword lady. Sui was silent, and as time passed by, the expression on Cheng Yin's face became more and more unnatural. The experience that comes with age is her advantage and her disadvantage. The reason why she had used the dimensional teleportation array to rush to the blue planet overnight was because she knew in her heart that the competition was fierce, and she must not miss the last chance in front of her. But if she waited until the 2 sword maidens who had just awakened this year arrived at the blue planet, then the possibility of her being with Sui would be no different from zero. After a long time, Cheng Yin sighed softly. The probability of success in the future is, I'm afraid, very small when you go out on a limb. In vain, she deliberately put on nude makeup today and wore a dress in white silk whose style leaned towards innocence, still thinking that 18-year-old boys should all eat this. Unexpectedly, Sui was not a normal boy at all. The first sight of her was not one of amazement, but of shock, as if her presence was a surprise. Mentally complaining about Sui, Cheng Yin elegantly got up, ready to bid farewell to Sui and leave. Even if you are rejected, the day goes on as usual. Those competitors who had gone through the regular channels had about a month to go before they arrived at Blue Star, and she wasn't going to take it lightly, at least not in that 1 month's time. Cheng Yin was cheering herself up in her head when she suddenly heard Sui's voice. So, can you tell me in detail why you waited 4 years? Is it because there are too few sword harnessers in your galaxy? Watching Cheng Yin, who couldn't hide the loss in her eyes, get up, Sui suddenly associated it with the purple-skirted girl he saw in the morning. It couldn't be that the young girl called Hyuner was also the descendant of a big shot who used the dimensional teleportation array to come to the blue planet, right? You actually don't know? For the first time, Cheng Yin's face showed a real expression. After carefully observing Sui's expression for a moment without seeming to be faking, a large portion of the frustration in her mind dissipated and was replaced by a certain subtle psychology. In fact, the scarcity of sword harness ambassadors is not just a problem in the Cygnus galaxy, but a common problem in the entire human federation. Chapter 11. Are you serious? General problem? Sui gave Cheng Yin a somewhat skeptical look. He seriously suspected that Cheng Yin was cajoling himself. The male-to-female ratio in Donghai No. 1 middle school can be described as quite normal, and no problems can be seen at all. Can it be that Donghai No. 1 middle school is the exception? In a sense, you're also right. According to the Human Federation's statistics, the total number of sword harnessers and sword maidens is indeed almost similar. Cheng Yin gently shook her head and her long hair fluttered from side to side. But the problem is that S-rank talent or higher sword harnessing ambassadors are just too rare. The Human Federation's forces are spread across dozens of galaxies. Yet it takes a few years every other year for an SS-ranked gifted sword-carrying envoy to appear. And SSS-ranked sword-carrying envoys haven't appeared for hundreds of years. Speaking of this, Cheng Yin sighed. Perhaps it was the thought of her own situation that brought a somewhat unnatural expression to her face. And in comparison, SS-ranked talented sword maidens, though equally rare, awaken at least 3 or 4 every year. Everyone is an SS-ranked sword maiden, and no one will willingly go to a sword harnesser who is less talented than they are. So they'll just have to make the first move. and those who are slow to make the first move will have to compromise or wait a few years. So it is. Sui suddenly came to a realization, instantly thinking of the 10,000 swords returning talent, and it seemed that the value of this talent might be even higher than he had originally thought. However, he was still quite surprised that Procession chose to tell him the key to this in its entirety even after being rejected. In that case, every year there will be SS-ranked swordswomen who can't find a suitable sword harness? That's right. I reckon quite a few people are quite envious of that childhood friend of yours. A good relationship is just enviable. Sui was flabbergasted for a moment, and it took a few seconds before he reacted that Cheng Yin should be referring to Lan Yueying. Cheng Yin's somewhat sultry words made him really unable to pick them up. In his memory, he hadn't had much contact with Lan Yueying, and at that time, when Lan Yueying had walked over with the aura of someone who had just awakened, he had even thought that he was going to be withdrawn from the marriage. After a long time, it was Cheng Yin who broke the silence. Are you going to stay on the patio all the time and not invite me into the house for a while? I can't just sit on this bench all the time. You haven't been in the house? Sui was a bit incredulous. The Cheng Yin in front of her had sneaked into the courtyard of the villa at some point, and actually hadn't been going into the living quarters, which was as good as heavenly as saying it. How is that possible? How can I go in without permission when I came all night to beg for your deed? Not to provoke you. Cheng Yin sighed. She had been well prepared this time. From Sui's personal preferences to his eating habits, she had gathered information on an ad hoc basis. Even details like Sui not liking people disturbing the layout of his parents' room. She had used her nervous time to find out. But who would have thought that Sui's character was not at all the same as the one in her intelligence, and that things had not developed as she had envisioned from the start. Sui didn't say anything, walked to the door and scanned his pupils, acquiescing to Cheng Yin following him into the villa's living area. In less than a moment, Cheng Yin lay unimaginatively on her side on the sofa. Her two long white silk legs were resting on the edge of the sofa, and her hair, pressed behind her back, was not cared for. Even the obviously sky-high dress was pressed out of the folds, and she was living up to her nerdy look. Sui only felt that this was simply two people from the Imperial Sister who had just sat on the bench, and it was even a bit of a waste of this golden ratio Imperial Sister figure. After he rejected the deed with silence, Cheng Yin was as good as taking off her mask. If I had to describe it, it would be a feeling of brokenness, as if showing his true colors with a vengeance. The body and appearance are still the same Imperial Sister model, but the mentality and temperament are somewhat beggarly. Sui shook his head. It really is an illusion. A great lady who was so extravagant as to use a dimensional teleportation array to settle her personal affairs. Even if her upbringing was outrageous, she couldn't possibly have a beggar's temperament on her. I didn't realize you lived alone and your house was pretty clean. This couch is not too bad. If only we could have some popcorn to lie around and watch movies. On the sofa, Cheng Yin apparently didn't notice Sui's strange eyes. The two long legs swayed around, looking very comfortable. Sui was silent. He kind of believed what Cheng Yin had said when he was in the courtyard. Being able to lie on someone else's couch so naturally, it was possible that Cheng Yin had directly broken into the villa and really just wanted to make a contract with him. Suddenly, Sui thought of the flying fortune in his personal account. If the Cheng Yin in front of her really had an unusual mind, it was also very likely that the 10 million credits were transferred from Cheng Yin. By the way, did you call me with the 10 million credits in my personal account this morning? No. As much as I'd like to oblige in good conscience, I unfortunately haven't made any transfers toward your personal account for the time being. Cheng Yin looked at Sui as she lay on the sofa, and seemed to have thought of something, so she propped herself up and sat up again. However, if you want it, I can also turn it for you. As long as you contract with me, I can even underwrite the sword mark dust that childhood friend of yours will need for her advancement in the future as well. How about it? Want to reconsider? Cheng Yin had a smile on her face and casually promised an astronomical figure. Sword mark dust, as the name suggests, is the special dust needed to carve sword marks into the sword. This material was the main ingredient for the sword maiden's advancement, and each time she advanced in rank, she needed a varying number of dusts to outline her sword marks. Since sword strike dust can usually only be obtained in fixed quantities by means of killing genkos, it is considered hard currency in the Human Federation. Yes, if you can wrap up all my sword marks dust from all my sword maidens before the 7th rank, we can go to the deed tomorrow. Sui looked at the giggling Cheng Yin. Always felt that her face was written with the words, people are stupid and have a lot of money. After thinking about it, though, he didn't dig the hole too deep. The amount of dust required for a sword maiden's promotion was exponentially increasing with the rank, and it was estimated that the 7th rank would be enough for Cheng Yin to drink a pot of water. After all, his future sword maiden could not be too few. Really digging the hole too deep. It would not be good if the trouble started in the future. Fine, then I'll stay at your house tonight in case you back out tomorrow. Cheng Yin was still smiling on her face. but her eyes couldn't help but glance towards Sui. No problem. We can make a note now before anyone backs out later, Sui said. Simply turned out a blank paper, and after 2 hurried strokes wrote down a not-so-formal contract. The description of the terms on it was also rough. Roughly what the two had just said. Are you serious? The smile on Cheng Yin's face visibly stiffened. Sui's heart thumped, secretly saying that he really hadn't grasped the balance of this. Chapter 12, Dry Fire? Looking into his heart, Sui felt that if he were Cheng Yin, he would definitely be a bit angry. After all, they were all sword maidens as well. Letting Cheng Yin alone be in charge of all the expenses was a bit of a look down on people anyhow, and there was a feeling of inferiority. What's more, the Cheng Yin in front of her has an extraordinary family background and grew up in a honeypot, so I'm afraid it's even more difficult to tolerate this kind of different treatment. If Sui didn't care if Cheng Yin stayed or went, then Cheng Yin's attitude naturally didn't matter. But the problem was that Sui did not wish to part ways with the Cheng Yin in front of him. For some reason, he didn't feel much for the smiling imperial lady sitting on the bench. Instead, he was a bit reluctant to part with the otaku girl lying on the couch in front of him. I kid. Good. Then it's a deal. No backing out under any circumstances. Sui's words of explanation had just gotten halfway through, when Cheng Yin directly reached out and took the pen and paper in his hand, blocking his mouth with her actions. With 2 hurried strokes, Cheng Yin signed her name. Before Sui could return to his senses, Cheng Yin returned the pen and paper back to him. Now Sui was frozen. He thought that Cheng Yin would be dissatisfied with his conditions, but he didn't expect that this imperial figure maiden-hearted sword lady would actually sign directly. This kind of unequal treaty is also signed so painfully. Cheng Yin's ideas and family conditions. He is somewhat puzzled. He looked at Cheng Yin carefully and realized that Cheng Yin's face was still smiling, her round and delicate goose-egg face was still beautiful, and she couldn't see any complicated thoughts at all. After a while, Sui took the initiative to stop ogling. After this observation, instead of finding anything suspicious, he felt more and more that Cheng Yin looked good. Although Cheng Yin is 4 years older than girls of the same age, she is only 22 years old, which is the best time for youthfulness. Fair face, goose-egg shape, Everest towers above the rest, coupled with a body with a perfect split ratio and a pair of long legs with white silk hanging from them, it would be impossible to find any flaws in her body. By the way, prepare a room for me. I'm going to sleep here tonight. Just as Sui was commenting on the appearance, Cheng Yin made her request. Sleep at my house? Tonight? Sui was flabbergasted for a moment and instinctively issued a question. It had only been a short time since these two had met, and Cheng Yin actually wanted to sleep at his house. A man and a woman are alone, and the fire is dry. 2 men and women in the prime of their youth spent a night together in this villa, and I'm afraid no one would believe them if they said they didn't do anything. What's more, even if Cheng Yin believed in his character, he still couldn't be assured of Cheng Yin's character. Yeah, it's not like I know anyone else at Blue Star, and I'll have to rebook the hotel when I go out. And when I wake up tomorrow morning or go to the deed, I'm afraid you'll back out after a while. Cheng Yin spoke her mind very frankly, without the slightest bit of twisting, and the reasoning didn't sound like much of a problem. Looking at Cheng Yin's eyes without the slightest flicker, Sui hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Okay, I'll go get your room ready. Quickly walking to the guest room area, Sui was guilty of worrying. Things were promised and vacating the room was not so easy. In the time since he had crossed over, his cleaning had been limited to his cheap parents and his own room. As for the other areas, Sui was really too lazy to clean them every day like his original body, and those guest rooms were uninhabitable for a while. After a moment's hesitation, Sui decided to let Cheng Yin live in the master bedroom that originally belonged to her parents. Well, you can stay in this bedroom tonight. It has a matching bathroom. Wow, I can't believe you let me have the master bedroom, being so nice to me. Cheng Yin briefly looked at the decorations of the master bedroom. Her eyes lingered on the wedding photo of Sui's parents for a moment, and then she moved her gaze away without a trace. Just to be clear, it's one night only, and tomorrow you'll have to find another place to stay. However, in the face of Cheng Yin's praise, instead of appreciating it, Sui talked about his conditions. We'll talk about tomorrow. I'll sleep in this house for today. Cheng Yin didn't care about Sui's attitude and walked directly into the master bedroom, closing the bedroom door behind her. I'm going to take a bath and go to bed. We have a deed to do in the morning, so you should go to bed early to regain your strength as well. Cheng Yin's voice came from behind the door. Due to the room's excellent soundproofing performance, Sui only heard a sizzling sound. Other than that, a few moments later, the sound from inside the door disappeared completely. Seeing that Cheng Yin really didn't treat herself as an outsider, Sui shook his head slightly and turned around to return to his room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sui opened his personal terminal. The matter of contracting with Cheng Yin, he had to talk to Lan Yueying in advance beforehand. Even though the initiative of the contract was in his hands, he had to maintain his respect for Lan Yueying in order to do so. Yuing, a swordswoman from outside the Blue Star has just found me, and I've decided to contract with her tomorrow, so we'll meet in the school contract room then. After much deliberation, Sui described the current situation in as short a prophecy as possible. After waiting for a while, Lan Yueying didn't reply. Sui estimated that she should have slept too short last night and went to bed early today. As for cold violence, that wasn't Lan Yueying's style at all, and she wouldn't sulk because Sui was picking new members for future battles. Never mind, it's getting late, let's talk about it tomorrow. Sui looked at the time and felt that what Cheng Yin said was not unreasonable. Turn off the light, close your eyes, and fall asleep. In one fell swoop, Sui was soon immersed in dreamland. I didn't realize that he really likes otaku girls of this type, and it's thanks to my haste today, or else I'd be in trouble. In the darkness, the originally sleeping Cheng Yin suddenly opened her eyes. Getting up and walking over to the window, Cheng Yin lifted the curtains, letting the moonlight shine into this house where Sui's parents had once lived. It seems that this proclivity reaction was quite successful. Since Sui was able to let me stay in his parents' room for a night, he can't be any less favorable to me. The lazy, cozy air on her body had long since disappeared without a trace, and the dress and white lace stockings on her body had even long since been replaced with a loose nightgown. Even so, her proud figure could still be seen under the loose nightgown, as well as the fair complexion of her small arms. A look of almost indifference passed over her face as the moonlight illuminated it. But this is quite good. It's always much easier to play the true nature than the demure and generous. No matter what, life in the future is definitely going to be much easier than at home. I just hope that childhood friend of his can get along better. After tomorrow, we still have hundreds of years of light to spend together. Chapter 13, Is This a Geek Girl? Sui opened his eyes, and the sunlight had already been spread into the room through the cracks. Perhaps it was because so much happened yesterday that he didn't sleep very well at night. Opening the door to his room, he barely managed to keep his eyes open. All the objects in the living room were all neatly arranged, and the small objects that had been placed randomly had been stored away. The floors were carpeted with white cashmere, and there was even pink-colored wallpaper on the walls. Whether it was the counter, the desktop or the coffee table, or even the sofa where Cheng Yin had lain, all of them were brand new, no different from the new ones. Oh, you're awake. The door to the room was pushed open from the outside, and Cheng Yin carried a plastic bag in her hand, changing into a pair of pink slippers that Sui had never seen before at the entrance hall. All this, and you did it all in one night? Sui was a bit hesitant. When he woke up, his home had completely changed, and he thought he had traveled again. Why yes, I made these when I woke up this morning. I thought for sure I'd be living here for a while after the deed, so I organized all the rooms except the master bedroom. Cheng Yin shook the plastic bag in her hand. Bought you breakfast, soy milk and donuts. Eat it on the go and get to school as soon as you can for the deed. Good. Sui always felt that something was a bit wrong when he took the breakfast from Procession's hand. When the two of them finished washing up and left the villa, Sui finally reacted as an afterthought. Isn't Cheng Yin a bit too diligent? This has just lived in the home on the first day, came to a cleaning, is not quite like the style of the housewife. On the contrary, some cleanliness obsessive-compulsive disorder points feel. Sui looked at Cheng Yin, and only then did he notice that the dress and stockings of the royal lady in front of him had actually been changed. The difference between the two dresses was so small that if Sui hadn't taken a closer look at what Cheng Yin was wearing yesterday, he would definitely not be able to tell them apart right now. But the problem was, Cheng Yin was sitting in the courtyard empty-handed yesterday. Where did the clothes on her body come from? Your clothes? They don't seem quite the same as last night's. After hesitating for a moment, Sui still voiced his question. You saw it? I thought you wouldn't notice. Cheng Yin also seemed a bit surprised. She raised her left hand and showed Sui the silver-colored ring on her index finger. Space ring, 8 cubes of standardized equipment, and probably a dozen other similar dresses in there. So I can wear a different one every day if you want to see them. Sui was silent. The market price of a standard cube of space equipment was roughly around 100 million credits, equivalent to the price of 2 old villas. As for the 8 cubic meters of space ring, as far as he knew there was no market price at all, and it belonged to the type that could not be bought even with money. Slightly enviously glancing at the ring for a few moments, Sui felt more and more that his contract with the imperial sister in front of him belonged to the category of a sure thing. Ding! A message from your concerned friend. Sui opened his terminal, and Lan Yueying finally replied to his message from last night. I don't have a problem with that. For simple words showed Lan Yueying's attitude. Sui also let out a sigh of relief. Although most of the girls in this world hated the idea of having as many swordswomen as possible alongside them, but before getting a positive answer from Lan Yueying, Sui always felt that he had a bit of a foot in both boats. Is that your childhood friend? On the side, Cheng Yin cast a curious look. Well, I told her about you last night and she just replied. Sui nodded. As it happened, the soybean milk donuts in his hand were finished, and Sui took 2 quick steps and threw the rest of the plastic bag into the garbage can on the side of the road. Soon, the two of them entered the interior of Donghaino, one middle school. Walking through the campus, Sui and Cheng Yin's appearance quickly attracted the attention of many people. Holy, you guys see who that beauty is beside Sui? It seems like she's not from our school. She looks so imperial. I remember he was still walking with the school flower, Lan Yueying, yesterday, but today he actually changed to a girl. Isn't this a scumbag? Ha! What do you know? High talent doesn't mean high character. If you ask me, I'm afraid that both Big Blue School Flower and this royal sister are still in the dark. Sui is stepping on 2 boats. Once the 2 girls meet, it'll be a great show. Don't you people even listen in class? S-rank talent or above swordmasters can contract 2 sword maidens. Isn't that a very basic point of knowledge? The students murmured and speculated curiously about Cheng Yin's true identity. Although each thought differently, many people nevertheless coincidentally brainstormed a 36-episode relationship drama. Che, who told you guys that the imperial sister next to him is a sword maiden? Don't you think about it? How can there be a sword maiden that is so old and still uncontracted? A punk in the crowd made a disdainful noise. The gangster was about 25 or 26 years old, with a large gold chain around his neck and a similarly dyed blonde-haired Teiyukai in his arms. Not a serious character at first glance. Obviously, he wasn't a student who had just awakened, but an outsider who had sneaked in. It makes sense. That imperial sister is obviously older than us. It can't possibly be the contractual object chosen by Sui, or brother's son has eyesight. A few prearranged punks in the crowd hurriedly sang white faces. You guys, you still lack social experience. You've really read stupidly. If you follow me on the streets in the future, you'll have to be smart. Listening to the little brother in the crowd to sing to himself, Sun Mouth spit out a mouthful of cloud ring. A little smugly said, in my opinion, that chick is afraid that she's not a special professional, and Sui is so horny that he's just walking with others. It's indeed quite possible. This brother's son has a point. After that, the students around him instantly got into his rhythm. That's for sure. You bunch of youngsters who haven't even killed a chicken or slept with one. Naturally you can't tell. When you guys officially join in a few days, I'll take you guys to see the world properly, lest you can't even recognize people. Sun Xiaochuan looked at a group of students around him to throw admiring eyes, and said that this group of students can be really good to hold. This year's KPI is considered to have landed. Every year after the awakening ceremony, there would be a large number of students in Donghaino, one high school who would have their minds unbalanced because their awakened talents were too poor. This is the time when their psychological defenses are most vulnerable. With a little bit of fooling around, the little girl would take him as her savior and go to bed obediently. The young boys will also feel that they have found their way in life and will willingly serve as cannon fodder for the old greasers. Since he took over this task, his days in the gang have all been nourished a lot, and he's all mixed up as the second in command of the Causeway Gang. Chapter 14, The Summer Insect Cannot Speak of Ice. The other side. Sui didn't want to pay attention to these punk students, but as he watched these people talk harder and harder, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Let's not make a scene. Let's go straight to the deed. Seeing that Sui had the intention to make a move, Cheng Yin hurriedly tugged on Sui's sleeve, trying to pull him onward. Sui looked at Cheng Yin, his eyes a little puzzled, but he still stopped turning around, ready to listen to Cheng Yin's thoughts. Don't be impulsive. Now that childhood friend of yours isn't around, I'm afraid you'll suffer if you fight. It's not too late to clean them up after our contract is done. Cheng Yin whispered out her concerns. Saying that, she simply hugged Sui's arm from behind, fearing that Sui was about to go into a fight just to save face. Upon hearing Cheng Yin's words, Sui's mouth held a smile. He thought it was something else, but he didn't realize that Cheng Yin was actually looking out for his own safety. Well, then, let's go to the deed first, and then we'll speak to them calmly. Sui memorized the appearance of the gang leader known as Brother Sun. The security of Donghaino, one middle school, was still very reliable most of the time. I don't know what the situation was today, but it actually allowed these gangsters to mix in. For the time being, let these people bark for a while, and when they have a contract with Cheng Yin they will have to make them kneel down and apologize. Unexpectedly, before Sui could take 2 steps, a provocative voice sounded behind him. Egu, Arsuda Kai Zi how with a soft egg like, afraid is not the heart is weak. Afraid of the side of this was as the palace of the childhood friend know it. Sui sighed. He hadn't wanted to do it. Gently releasing Cheng Yin's arm, Sui turned to look at the punk who had come to provoke him. You're not a student of Donghaino, one high school. Who are you? You kid is quite the eye candy. Not bad. My name is Sun Xiaochuan and I'm the vice master of the Causeway Gang. Sun Xiaochuan threw away the cigarette in his hand and spat viciously on the ground. Let me tell you, don't think that being gifted is such a big deal. You can ask around. When it comes to society, the West District of East Sea City is covered by our Causeway Gang. Hearing the punk in front of him explode his name, Suyi's original anger plainly dissipated by 3 points. The name? It's just too abstract. Kid, what are you laughing at? It's okay, it's just that your name doesn't seem like a living person. Kind of like boiling hot millet porridge. Suyi forced a smile, inexplicably feeling that the punks in front of him were also speaking with some Eastern accent. Good boy. You still have the heart to take advantage of verbalization at this time. Let me make you an offer. As long as you lend me the one beside you for a few days to play with, I won't pass on your affair to that childhood friend of yours. How about it? Sun Xiaochuan's eyes greedily looked at Cheng Yin beside Suyi. He had been hanging out in the East Sea for such a long time, and it was really the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. I don't know what kind of luck Suyi, a student, had gotten to actually find this level of beauty. What a waste. Seeing Sun Xiaochuan's ugly behavior, Suyi gasped and laughed. This punk in front of him actually made a card against him in the void. I'm afraid that he had been bullying honest people before, and he had gotten used to bullying them. Fine. A gang leader who can't see the sunlight still wants to threaten me. Even if I kill you now in public, no one will hold me responsible afterward. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The sword maiden isn't even by your side, and you still dare to learn others to talk big. Sun Xiaochuan pinched the neck of the Teiyukai in his arms. With a flash of white light, the original heavily made-up Teiyukai actually turned into a strangely shaped short sword. The blade of the sword is stained with blood and the hilt is black. This scantily clad Teiyukai, under Sun Xiaochuan's control, was a murderer. How about it? Kid, have you thought it over? If you don't cooperate, then I'll have to do it myself. The surrounding students, seeing that the situation was getting too big, retreated a few steps to the periphery, fearing that the ensuing fight would affect them. Some of the more quick-witted ones even turned away from the scene without a word and ran furiously towards the principal's office. Suyi's eyes were a bit gloomy. In his 2 lives, he had never really dealt with such outlaws. If only Lan Yueying was here, the power of his sword chi swings would be much less if there was no sword maiden around. In case you don't get a hit, I'm afraid the follow-up will be tricky. However, none of this affected his determination to kill Sun Xiaochuan. This kind of bullying social scum, remaining in the world, would only cause clogging of public restrooms in Donghai City, with absolutely no semblance of social benefit. Who said I wasn't? Just as Suyi was revolving the sword vegetation in his body and preparing to strike, a familiar voice suddenly came. Suyi twisted his head to look, only to see Lan Yueying with an icy face, walking towards this side step by step. Wherever he passed, the original crowd of melon eaters surrounded by a water gap have to avoid, for fear of being affected by their own. What? Sun Xiaochuan, still want to fight? It's not too late for you to kneel down and apologize. Suyi was relieved and turned to the punk in front of him. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaochuan was laughing, and the flab on his neck shivered even with the gold necklace. This beautiful girl, I guess you are the blue school flower they are talking about. I'm afraid you don't know that your sword harness envoy had been staying with that young lady next to him all the time last night, and everyone around can testify to that. Pick a fight, and a fair one at that. For a while, such a thought rose in the minds of the surrounding eaters. The crowd held their breath, wanting to see how Lan Yueying reacted. Most of the people in the room asked themselves if they were in such a situation, they would be more or less suspicious of their significant other, even if they clearly knew that it was stirring up trouble. Oh, so what? You think I don't know? Amidst the attention, Lan Yueying gave an answer that the vast majority of people had never thought of. Your stirring the pot doesn't work on me at all. I already knew he was going to contract with another swordswoman. Summer bugs can't talk about ice, and only a frog in the well like you, who has never seen an S-class talent, would think that everyone is just like you, full of nasty thoughts. Saying that, Lan Yueying snorted coldly, her gaze becoming even colder. Lastly, are you provoking the 2 of them here to bring about the complete destruction of that unseemly gang of yours? Well, this year's student boys are really rampant one after another. I'd like to try what strength you 2 fledglings, who have just completed their awakening in less than 3 days, can have? Sun Xiaochuan let out a sardonic laugh. Seeing that his idea of stirring up trouble and watching from the wall was bankrupt, he simply aimed his sharp blade directly at Suyi's trio. This is a samurai sword from the east, constructed to resemble a sword. It is a sharp weapon designed to kill. I'd like to see what you can do. For a moment, the sharp edge approached. Chapter 15, The Morning Mushroom doesn't know what's going on. Suyi reached out to protect Cheng Yin behind him, holding the green frost sword in his right hand and aiming it head-on in the direction where the sharp blade was coming from. There were still quite a few bold students surrounding him, and there was no way for him to use a wide range of sword chi to deal with Sun Xiaochuan. However, that doesn't mean he doesn't have other means. The sword of the king's way. With a thought, Sui's short blade, which originally had a sinister move, unexpectedly stopped out of nowhere and fell vertically to the ground. Within a radius of 100 meters, a group of boys were shocked to find that their contracted sword maiden actually lost control at the same time at this moment, transforming into a long sword of various shapes and prostrate on the ground. Not only these boys, even Sui was a bit surprised. He had thought that the effect of the sword of the king's path would at most make that short blade lose control, but he hadn't expected that it would actually make all the sword maidens lose control. If this was put on a real battlefield, it would really be a great killing weapon to slaughter the Yuan invaders in pieces. Sui held the green frost sword and walked towards Sun Xiaochuan step by step. What do you want? Let me tell you. I have the entire Causeway Gang's brothers behind me. If you make a move against me, you could be surrounded by a group of people walking down the road one day. Sun Xiaochuan colored and intimidated Sui, his body unconsciously retreating towards the back. To be honest, I don't care about you and your oddly named gang, but your fault is in messing with me and my sword lady. I always do what I say, and since I said I would slaughter you to vent my anger, I will never go back on my word. In the face of Sun Xiaochuan's feigned intimidation, Sui scoffed, not to mention an underground gang that had no way to see the sunlight. Even if the regular armed forces of Donghai came, they still wouldn't be able to protect this punk who provoked Cheng Yin. No, don't kill me. It's against the law to kill. Sui approached step by step, finally forcing Sun Xiaochuan into a corner. A large area was wet under Sun Xiaochuan's gear, accompanied by a gust of stench, and the crowd 100 meters away couldn't help but cover their noses. You're right, killing is against the law. Sui had a sneer on his face, seemingly mocking Sun Xiaochuan for thinking of the existence of the law until he was dead in the water. But I was only acting in self-defense. You started it just now, and everyone can attest to that. Brother Su, Grandpa Su, I'm wrong, you are generous and let me go as if I were a fart. A villain like me, killing would only dirty your sword. Sun Xiaochuan seemed to realize that the scent of death was approaching, kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, trying to hug Sui's calf and beg for mercy. That's right, killing someone like you with a sword would only dirty my sword. Sui seemed to be disgusted by Sun Xiaochuan's wimpy appearance and put away the green frost sword with a look of contempt. He turned around and turned his back to Sun Xiaochuan, seemingly choosing to spare this punk who had provoked him again and again. Thank you Grandpa Su. I'll get out now, and I'll never come to school to dirty your eyes again. Sun Xiaochuan returned from the dead, and did not care how dirty the ground was, and immediately threw himself on the ground with 5 bodies and heavily kowtowed a few times. Suddenly, Sun Xiaochuan's face suddenly turned hard once again. A flying knife hidden in his sleeve came out of his hand and went straight to Sui's back heart. This strike is an insidious tactic that kills people. Obviously, he had just been trying to get Sui to let his guard down, and his true attitude had always been that he wanted to put Sui to death. Bang! The flying dagger flew backwards 3 feet away. A crimson sword chi not only completely overturned the flying dagger, but also cut straight through Sun Xiaochuan's neck. Sun Xiaochuan only felt his body lighten, and the world in front of him became more and more blurry. He struggled to look downward, trying to figure out exactly what part of his body had been wounded, but before he could roll his eyes, his mind had stopped forever. But you don't have that trouble with sword energy. It's clean and efficient, and it works especially well against 3-sword villains. Sui still turned his back to Sun Xiaochuan, who had become 2 pieces, and said without looking back. Sun Xiaochuan's eyes widened, and even to his death, he didn't figure out why Sui, a student who grew up in an ivory tower, really dared to kill him. Not far away, the Teiyukai that had transformed into a short blade had also regained its human form, its face equally grim as it stopped breathing. Around them, a crowd of students were first dead silent, then they swarmed towards the outside. Sui killed someone. Run, 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 someone's dead. Sui didn't bother with the group of students who were like birds of prey, but instead looked towards Lan Yueying, who had just regained her human form. Stop looking, let's find a place to slow down. Sui embraced Lan Yueying into his arms and quickly covered her eyes. Lan Yueying's face was unusually pale, obviously having trouble accepting the guilt that came with killing. Sui gently patted Lan Yueying's back, but he looked up to find Cheng Yin, whose face was equally pale. LOL. Sui's heart sank. How did he forget about Cheng Yin? This young lady who grew up in a honeypot is afraid that she has not even seen the killing of chickens, and suddenly saw a person die in front of her. I guess her heart could not bear it for a while. After a moment of hesitation, Sui reached out his right hand and simply pulled Cheng Yin into his arms as well, but that left him with no extra hands to cover the two in his arms and his eyes. Just as he hesitated to leave the area to give the two a reprieve, a familiar but rather urgent voice rang out behind him. Student Sui, you, how did you kill someone? Headmaster, This man dead on the ground was a famous gangster leader in the neighborhood, luring students from our school every year. What's wrong with killing him? Can't it be that you're still afraid of retaliation? Sui turned around and shrugged at the belatedly arriving Chen Shuhua. Don't look at Chen Shuhua now as if it was red warm. He didn't think Chen Shuhua would really do anything to him. Either way, he was the first SSS-ranked gifted swordmaster in Blue Star in 1,000 years, and geniuses were treated favorably wherever they were. It's not a question of retaliation or not, now that information is so advanced. What if someone posts you online and creates a big public outcry? Chen Shuhua only felt his eyes darken when he heard Sui's words. Sui didn't have to think about anything after killing someone, but he was responsible for public relations afterward. Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. So many students just saw the whole thing with their own eyes, and now I'm afraid there's already a high-definition video circulating on the internet. Trying to get all these videos cleaned up would have to explode the PR coffers this year straight away. He had thought of climbing up the governor's relationship by virtue of Sui, but now it's good. The relationship has not yet had time to climb. The trouble came to the door first. After such an incident, not to mention promotion, he would be lucky to keep his hat. The more Chen Shuhua thought about it, the more angry he became, but he didn't dare to do anything to Sui, the governor's son-in-law to be, so he had to squeeze out a smile. Tell you what, you guys get out of Dodge and I'll figure out how to minimize the impact. Sui nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Headmaster. Chapter 16, Sword of the Broken Stone. Outside the deed room, the three men looked at each other. How the storm outside would calm down was not something they needed to worry about at the moment. Originally, Sui was planning to go back to the old villa first, so that the two pale girls could rest, and it would not be too late to contract after slowing down. However, Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying asked for an immediate contract in unison, and unable to argue with the two, Sui had no choice but to bring them to the door of the contract room. Luckily, the breeze blew along the way, and the two girls' faces gradually improved after breathing fresh air for a while. However, there was a very tricky problem in front of the three now, and that was that the compact room in East Ocean 1 was just too small for the three. Under normal circumstances, the compact room is just right for two people and is designed to be completely free of any redundancy. This was completely sufficient for the vast majority of swordmasters. After all, they would only make the contract once. However, for those harnessed sword ambassadors whose talents were above S rank, the size of the contract room was a bit inadequate. After all, they needed the first sword maiden to be present when they contracted the second sword maiden. Sui looked around at Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying. Both of them were tall, and they were afraid that they would be crammed together in a physical sense in the compact room. He sighed and said to Cheng Yin in a consultative tone, "Why don't we go to a specialized contract room to make a contract some other day? The space inside the school is just too small. I'm afraid it won't be able to accommodate the three of us." "No, let's just stay here. The three of us will squeeze in and finish the deed as soon as possible." Before Cheng Yin could say anything, Lan Yueying suddenly rejected Sui's proposal. Sui froze, realizing that he was indeed a bit confused about the delicate relationship between his two sword maidens. These two had just taken one of his arms each on the road, not saying a word but making unbroken eye contact. That's fine. Seeing that both of them were casting planetary gazes towards him, Sui sighed in his heart and agreed. The compact room was so small that the three were soon crammed together in a physical sense in order to complete the compact. Lan Yueying stayed on the inside away from the doorway. Her body couldn't stop rubbing against Sui's back, causing Sui to go 8******. What's worse, with Cheng Yin also entering the room, Sui realized that his front side was also competing with Cheng Yin for the limited space. After a lot of tossing and turning, Cheng Yin finally managed to squeeze into the small compact room. The three were already embracing each other at the moment, and Sui could even hear the two's heartbeats accelerating due to their nervousness. The three of them intertwined their eyes, and an unspeakable sentiment quickly spread through the air. Cheng Yin's eyelashes were fluttering, pursing her thin lips, her eyes looking at the face that was a stone's throw away. Time seemed to stand still as if frozen. Her fair and flawless cheeks turned redder and redder, like peach blossoms gently kissed by the setting sun, reflecting her delicate features and exposing certain matters of the heart. The temperature inside the house was slowly climbing, and Sui could smell two slightly different body scents. The mixture of the two good smells, paired with the trio's current state of close embrace, made him just a little bit unable to hold on. Ahem, let's get started. Sui coughed twice and looked at Cheng Yin and whispered. Since he couldn't see Lan Yueying's expression behind him, he could only tentatively ask the two for their opinions first. Good. Lan Yueying's voice reached his ears, and Sui simultaneously felt a pair of small hands caressing his spine. Tranquility. I'm going to start. Once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. The contract formation was soon activated again. Golden chains kept surfacing beside Sui and Lan Yueying. a symbol that they had signed a contract. And if one wanted to contract a second sword maiden, one would have to additionally generate a complete set of golden chains that would entwine Sui and Cheng Yin equally firmly together. In the next second, all three closed their eyes at the same time. A golden pillar of light broke out of the bondage of the contract room, once again attracting the attention of many people. Outside the contract room, Chen Xiuhua, who was talking to someone and dealing with the aftermath of the situation, also saw this golden pillar of light. After a moment passed, he suddenly realized something. Wait, that can't be Sui's contracted vision, but hasn't Sui already contracted a sword maiden? Chen Xiuhua had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. If Sui had already made a contract with the two sword maidens, then where would the governor's daughter be placed? For a moment, he actually had the urge to leave these people around him behind and head straight to the deed room to find out what was going on. But as he watched the growing number of reporters around him, he chose to stabilize the school's reputation first. Sui's eyes snapped open, and at the same time, a long sword with a silvery white body suddenly appeared in his left hand. The hilt of the long sword was inlaid with several colorful gemstones, one of which was the most dazzling purple gemstone, with electric arcs flashing inside from time to time. Cheng Yin, purple sword, SS grade. Exclusive features, 6 swords of Emperor Wu. Sword of the Broken Stone. 6 swords of Emperor Wu, one of the 6 famous swords collected by Emperor Wu throughout his life. Inlaid with exotic stones and possessing the ability to call out thunder and electricity. This trait will be enhanced after completing the 6 swords of Emperor Wu. Sword of the Broken Stone. Emperor Wu once tested his sword with Emperor Zhao Lai by breaking a stone. This sword is indestructible and cannot be destroyed in any physical form. Number of dust washes, 1. Sui gazed up at the purple electricity sword in his hand. Calling out thunder and lightning sounds like it could be a very good long-range attack. It's not just for Genkos, it's also highly lethal to humans. In the future, when he encountered provocative guys like Sun Xiaochuan again, he wouldn't have to personally release his sword chi to kill people. He could just use Thunderbolt to split these assholes to death. As for the Sword of Stonebreaker, the description seems rather physically immune, and I'm not sure how much of it would be effective in human form. As Sui watched for a longer and longer period of time, the originally peaceful and motionless purple electricity sword also transmitted a burst of buzzing, as if it was wondering why Sui had been staring at itself. Sui and Cheng Yin, who had transformed into the purple electricity sword, shared a common mind, so naturally, he was the first to sense her thoughts. However, he didn't respond to Cheng Yin's doubts, but instead looked at Lan Yueying, who had also transformed into a green frost sword in his right hand. This is quite a marvelous feeling. I can actually hear both of your hearts at the same time. If there were a few more sword maidens in the contract, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it by then. With that said, Sui's mind moved and restored the 2 sword maidens to their human forms. I just felt this feeling of heart-to-heart for the first time as well. Not only can I hear your heart, but even Yu Ying's heart can vaguely feel some of it as well. Cheng Yin seemed to be interested in the mind connection in immortal sword form. However, Lan Yueying did not open her mouth to respond to Cheng Yin's topic, but instead pulled Sui's sleeve and asked about a topic that made Cheng Yin somewhat incomprehensible. Can't Cheng Yin advance in her talent level? Chapter 17, Cohabitation? Upgrading talent levels? Well, it's Sui's talent trait. He helped me raise my talent level when he contracted with me. I was originally only an S-rank talent, but now I'm already SS rank. Lan Yueying's sight was blocked by Sui, but her voice reached Cheng Yin's ears. Cheng Yin's pupils contracted violently, and she couldn't help but look at Sui, who was a stone's throw away. Sui was actually able to raise the sword maiden's talent level, which simply turned her worldview upside down. If those guys in the family who believed in talent determinism were to know that talent levels could also be raised, they were afraid that they wouldn't be willing to pay any price for it. In the next second, she suddenly realized another layer of meaning in Lan Yueying's words. Doesn't that mean I'll get a chance to raise my talent level as well? To be precise, you all have one more chance to ascend in talent. Sui pondered for a moment, and looking at Cheng Yin's eyes with eager anticipation, he decided to tell them the information in the Linglong Sword Heart. Not now though, but when you are promoted to the first rank of inscribed sword marks, and it is only during that first promotion that I will be able to stimulate the final potential of your talents, and I have a chance to continue to improve my talent? Behind her back, Lan Yueying's hands around Sui's waist unconsciously tightened around her. She had originally only wondered why Sui hadn't upgraded Cheng Yin's talent, but she hadn't expected to hear this heavy news. Exactly. Sui held Lan Yueying's hand with his right hand and gave her an affirmative answer once again. Now both women were silent, and the only sounds left in the compact room were heartbeats and breathing. However, this is not considered a good thing for Sui. The 2 women squeezed him in the center, one in front of the other, so that if he moved his fingers he would be touching parts he shouldn't be touching. If it keeps this up, It's going to have to be necrotic in parts of its limbs. Ahem. The compact room is a bit crowded. Let's talk outside. I have one more thing to tell you. When Cheng Yin heard Suyi's voice, she realized the difference in Suyi's body, and with a red face, she backed up and started to leave the compact room. When the three of them left the contract room one after another, Suyi finally let out a long breath. It seemed that in the future, he still had to go to a special large contract room. Otherwise, as the number of sword maidens increased, even if he could mentally withstand it, he definitely couldn't physically withstand such a great amount of pressure. After a slight reprieve, Suyi turned his gaze once again to the two women who were also looking at him. In fact, of my 3 natural traits, aside from the dust-cleansing sword pool, which is capable of boosting a sword maiden's talent, there is also the 10,000 swords return, which boosts the upper limit of contracted sword maidens. Raise the maximum number of contracts? Exactly how many contract slots are being boosted? Cheng Yin's face was still slightly red, as if she was still shy about what she had just discovered in the deed room. There is no cap. No cap? Cheng Yin thought for the first time that she was too distracted and had misheard Suyi's words. If it was simply an increase in the number of contracted sword maidens, that wasn't really too rare in her opinion. As the de facto hegemon of the Kepler galaxy, the Cheng family occasionally had similar talents in their family, but the highest number of them had only contracted 5 sword nymphs. But if the number of contractable sword maidens was infinite, the nature would be completely different. If Suyi's talent could allow him to contract sword maidens without any limitations, it would definitely inspire many sword maidens to boldly court. But for her and Lan Yueying, it was instead not a good thing. However, I'm not going to contract any more sword nymphs before the entrance exam. I'm also well aware that too many sword nymphs will definitely affect the tacit understanding of team combat in the future, as well as our rank advancement in the future. Suyi looked at the two women who wanted to speak, and naturally guessed what they were thinking. That's why I'm going to wait until after the entrance exams to find a suitable contractual partner, and I'll ask for your opinions when I meet a very talented swordswoman later on. Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Suyi was planning to contract a large number of sword maidens without a care in the world and open a crystal palace with a large number of people just because he had such a talent. If that happens, they'll really have nothing to cry about. Although the sword maiden would not directly affect the level advancement of another sword maiden, it would affect the advancement speed of the contracted sword master. If Suyi really contracted a large number of E-rank talented sword nymphs, then his promotion speed would definitely be affected, and their level cap would be limited as a result. If you're looking for a third contracted sword maiden, I do have a few people I know I can recommend to you. They're also SS ranked in talent, only they may be a few years older in age. Suddenly, Cheng Yin thought of those SS ranked sword nymphs who had waited for several years just like herself. Originally, she had used the dimensional teleportation array to come to the Blue Star in order to get a head start, lest she be forced by the family to arrange an internal contract with a certain house genius. Now, since Suyi's number of contractable contracts had no upper limit at all, it was entirely possible to turn all of these people into his future comrades. Well, it's better to wait until after high school. Suyi pondered for a moment, or decided not to contract another sword maiden before the college entrance exam. After all, there is not much time left. There was still less than a month to go. Even for the two women with SS grade talent, it was still uncertain if they could become first-rank sword maidens, not to mention the other sword maidens who were not even in the 8th rank yet. And when it came to the real Yuanko realm, not having the strength of the first rank would only be a liability, so it would be better to cultivate more tacit understanding with the two women in front of him, and wait until after the entrance exams to think about it in the long run. On the other side, Lan Yueying looked at her personal terminal, bit her lip, and seemed to have made up her mind as well. Suyi, do you have any empty guest rooms in your house? I'm moving there. Chapter 18, Confusion. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Inside the office, Chen Shuhua dialed Governor He Qiguan's work number after dealing with a large group of reporters swarming to the office. What? You said Suyi killed a gang member because of a conflict. Was he injured? In the conference room at the other end of the terminal, He Qiguan, who was originally resting his eyes with his eyes closed and listening to the reports of a group of officials, instantly opened his eyes. That, it seems, is not. Chen Shuhua's voice continued to come from the terminal, seemingly a little less certain. What do you mean it doesn't seem to be there? Hurry up and find out which hospital Suyi is in. I want to rush over immediately. Governor Suyi is not in the hospital right now. I've asked to go home first to get out of the storm. It's gotten so big that the media outside is reporting on it. Nonsense. He Qiguang slapped the table fiercely. The surrounding group of senior bureaucrats exchanged glances. Although the Lord Governor in front of him looked to be just over 30 years old, he was actually an old man who was over 100 years old. Over the years He Qiguang had always been smiling no matter who he was talking to, and no one had ever seen such an angry side of him. What are you thinking? It's not easy to produce an SSS-ranked genius. Do you want him to be recruited away by an alien galaxy after the entrance exam? You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll immediately send someone to the East Sea to deal with it. He Qiguang put down his terminal and looked at the group of senior bureaucrats in front of him. The small office at the moment brought together a portion of the top of Blue Star's biggest names. Their meeting here today was supposed to be a routine discussion of matters relating to this year's Blue Star College entrance examination. But for now, the matters of the Blue Star High School exam would also have to give way to Suyi's affairs for the time being. Tell me, what do you guys think about what Chen Shuhua just reported? The crowd of senior bureaucrats naturally had their eyes on the ground, fearing that He Qiguang would name himself to answer. The matter of Suyi being He Qiguang's prospective son-in-law was no longer a secret, and no matter how he answered at the moment, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to land any favors. No one has an opinion? Then I'll ask you all to give your opinions one by one. Chang Shuyuan, you speak your opinion first. I think that Suyi is just a bit young and impetuous. I just read the intelligence sent by the East Sea Special Team, and the one who died under Suyi's sword was a local gangster who attacked Suyi first. He Qiguang second from the left. A thin man wearing black-framed glasses, habitually held up his glasses and opened his mouth to respond. However, this matter has too many repercussions. Why don't we let Suyi stay at home for a month or two to avoid the storm, and then come out after a while? Good point. Your special ops team doesn't seem to have lost much of its intelligence gathering skills. He Qiguang seemed to be quite satisfied with Cheng Shuyuan's answer. But there is one thing. Since Suyi killed a punk from a nearby gang who spends his days luring the young people of the Eastern Sea onto evil paths, then Suyi shouldn't have to be shunned for killing him. Instead, he should be vigorously honored. A group of senior officials exchanged glances with each other and instantly understood what He Qiguang meant. This is to force the conclusion of Suyi's matter. And incidentally, even the so-called Causeway Gang also overturned on the ground. After an exchange of glances, He Qiguang's decision was approved by all the members. The top boss has already expressed his meaning very clearly. If this is not grasped and implemented, you can consider changing galaxies to be a normal person in the future. Although this is a bit unconventional, considering Suyi's feared talent, a little flexibility is also possible. Well, what just happened can only be considered a minor hiccup. Let's continue discussing the preparations for next month's college entrance exams. Leaving the conference room, He Qiguang wanted to leave at a quick pace, but unexpectedly, he met Cheng Shuyuan, who had just spoken up for Suyi. At the door, Asahi-one, are you standing here, waiting for me? That, Mr. There's something else I'm not sure if I should tell. Cheng Shuyuan once again held up his glasses and seemed to be somewhat hesitant. Say, they've all gone far away. He Qiguang sensed slightly and turned back to Cheng Shuyuan. I just received further intel from the East Sea Special Operations Team. Suyi and that already dead punk fought because of that eldest daughter of the Cheng family, and the two of them seem to be still very close. The Cheng family? Which Cheng family? He Qiguang didn't understand what Cheng Shuyuan meant at first. Soon, though, he reacted. For a sword harness envoy of their tier, there was only one Cheng family in the vast human federation that was worthy of Cheng Shuyuan's special efforts to find him for a separate report. You're saying that the young lady from the main vein of your Cheng family actually appeared beside Suyi? Shouldn't she be at Kepler 186f? The vastness of the stars is so vast that the distance between two habitable planets is measured in light years. Even a big shot of He Qiguang's caliber didn't think for a moment how to cross the Star River in just 2 days, coming to the blue star from the Kepler galaxy 5 light years away. That's right. According to the photos from the Special Operations Team, that's her. I'm guessing that she should have used the secondary teleportation array to come directly here. Dimensional teleportation array. He Qiguang's pupils shrunk slightly. A strategic weapon that all galaxies would only spare to use when they encountered a dimensional invasion. The Cheng family had actually taken it out lightly, and it was also for the purpose of dealing with a personal problem for a descendant's son. For a moment, he didn't know whether to describe this behavior as trenchant or tyrannical. The Cheng family? What a big deal. Do you know what she came to Blue Star for? Teacher, this is why I came to see you alone. According to the information sent by the East Sea Special Operations Team, Cheng Yin has been staying in the East Sea for the past 2 days. Cheng Shuyuan still held his glasses and said the real reason why he was standing at the door. I guess, she should have come here just to contract with Suyi. After all, she has been waiting for 4 years. If Suyi doesn't show up, the Cheng family is already preparing for her to contract with a certain house genius within the clan. That kind of thing. Those people from the Cheng family did do it. He Qiguang gently shook his head, a certain look of disgust on his face. However, Cheng Yin shouldn't just be doing it for the simple purpose of contracting with Suyi. The Cheng family must also be planning to bring Suyi himself back to the Kepler galaxy as well. Otherwise they wouldn't have even used something like a dimensional teleportation array. Chang Shuyuan didn't reply. He had already informed He Qiguang of the information he knew as much as he could, and right now the final decision could only be made by He Qiguang himself. But emotionally speaking, he definitely didn't want to see a genius like Sui being brought to the Kepler galaxy. After all, the Cheng family was not a model family of harmony and friendship. If it was, he himself wouldn't have left the Kepler galaxy in the first place. Finally, He Qiguang broke the silence in the air. Tell you what, you write an official letter in my name to that nominal governor of the Kepler system and just ask him if he knows what happened to the subdimensional fluctuations near the orbit of the blue star late the night before last. Saying that, He Qiguang seemed to have thought of something else and turned to Cheng Shuyuan to confide in him about another matter. Also, go and think of something. No matter what tricks you use, I need to hear about Yuner staying at Xiaoyi's house within 3 days. Chapter 19 Cohabitation. At dusk, Sui and Cheng Yin returned to the villa. As for Lan Yueying, she had a red face and said that she would first go back to her house to get some living items. In this regard, Sui also thought deeply. After all, not everyone was as wealthy as Cheng Yin to the point of being able to use spatial devices to carry their necessities around. Originally, Sui had planned to follow Lan Yueying back to her home to have a look around, and incidentally move her luggage, and enhance her relationship with her fiancé who had taken the initiative to confess her love for him. However, Lan Yueying very clearly refused Sui's offer to help carry the luggage. Seeing that Lan Yueying was resolute, Sui had no choice but to give up. As usual, he used his pupils to open the door lock, and Sui wanted to rest slightly on the sofa for a while, but unexpectedly, he was pulled to the door of a guest room by Cheng Yin. Give me the key and access to this guest room. I'll be staying in this one from now on. You don't live in the master bedroom anymore? Sui swept his pupils in front of the guest room door, rather puzzled by Cheng Yin's sudden need to change rooms. With your fiancé here, it's a bit of a stretch for me to stay in the master bedroom. The door to the guest room just opened and there was a cloud of dust. Ahem. This guest room is filthy too. How long has it been since you cleaned it? Cheng Yin was choking and coughing, covering her mouth and nose with her hand, and even her eyes were a bit open. That, or you can stay in the master bedroom. Sui was also a bit embarrassed. It had indeed been a while since he'd opened the doors to these guest rooms, and he hadn't realized that the inside would resemble an archaeological site. It's okay if you'll stay in the master bedroom with me. Cheng Yin blankly glanced at Sui and turned away from his sight. When she reappeared in front of Sui's eyes, she had already coiled her long hair behind her head, wrapped her mouth and nose with a towel, and was completely armed. Watching Cheng Yin take the mop and bucket and start cleaning the dusty room, Sui inexplicably had the illusion of seeing his wife cleaning as soon as he came home after they had been married for many years. Sui hesitated for a moment, thinking that it was a bit embarrassing to let Cheng Yin clean the room alone. He went to the bathroom and rounded himself up in Cheng Yin's shape, ready to clean up together. But just then, a message from Lan Yueying was received in the terminal. She's almost at the door of the villa. Again, Sui had to top his full armor and came to the door to open it for Lan Yueying. Cheng Yin and I were cleaning up inside, and I just got your message before I had a chance to change down. Seeing the strangeness in Lan Yueying's eyes, Sui simply explained first, cleaning, then together. Blue Yueying seemed to have thought of something, placing the large suitcase at hand on the patio and heading straight for the bathroom. Not long after, Lan Yueying also covered her mouth and nose with a towel and chose a guest room adjacent to Cheng Yin to start cleaning. The three of them worked until midnight, finally cleaning the huge villa thoroughly. I can't take it anymore. Why is Suyi's house so big? Cheng Yin had wanted to paralyze on the sofa to slow down for a while, but thinking about the dust attached to her body, she forced herself to endure her discomfort and walked to the door of the nearest bathroom. By the way, since we're now 3, we'll have to discuss bathroom assignments for the future. Why are you discussing this? Sui had been packing up buckets and mops when he suddenly froze for a moment upon hearing Cheng Yin's words. The old villa was a bit old, but it was still quite a sizable area, with the standard 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and 1 kitchen, and there was absolutely no problem with spaciousness. 2 bathrooms, perfectly big enough for 3 people, because we'll both use it more. Cheng Yin had her bathrobe ready in her hand, and her mouth said very calmly, I've just asked Yueying, and she's also in the habit of taking a bubble bath. If you're in someone's bubble bath, then obviously the bathroom is inconvenient to let out. So it is. Sui took off his dusty jacket, and he felt like he needed to take a shower as well. He had always limited himself to hearing about such things as bathing before, but he didn't expect that the 2 women would actually take a bath every day. So when do you guys usually use it? In my case, I would use it about 3 times a day. I would get up at 6 a.m. to wash my face and hair and take a bath. I would take a bath at 2 p.m. and then a hot bath at 10 p.m. before going to bed so that I could sleep, and I would dry my hair with a towel wrap. but each wash wouldn't be very long. Half an hour would do. Cheng Yin walked into the bathroom, and the sound of gurgling water gradually resounded. Yuing and I have similar washing habits, so we'll have to coordinate bathrooms. When are you used to showering on a regular basis? I don't care. 3 minutes is plenty of time. 1 minute to get wet, 1 minute to hit the shower gel, and the remaining minute to wash my hair. Sui was silent for 2 seconds and revealed his washing habits. He said to himself that it really wasn't for nothing that the two women had such good quality skin. 2 hours a day are spent on body cleansing and maintenance. This habit is almost like an aquatic animal. Skin as white as cream is also a deserved reward. Also, I just discussed this with Yuing. We've customized a housework bionic robot with the cleaning range of the villa already pre-installed inside. In the future, apart from the scope of the master bedroom, most of the regular housework can be left to the robot. Water gurgled in the bathroom, and Cheng Yin continued to make light of the situation. Sui had been preparing to go to the master bedroom's bathroom to take a shower, and hearing this was rather embarrassing. It seems the amount of labor involved in the villa cleanup really impressed the two. It wasn't because of anything else that he hadn't previously bought a bionic robot. It was simply because such high-tech products were still too expensive for him. His annual pension from the East Sea municipal government was less than 50,000 credits, and the cheapest bionic robot cost 6 figures, so even if he didn't eat or drink, he would have to spend 2 or 3 years before he could buy one. He walked into the master bedroom without saying a word, but was surprised to hear the same sound of running water coming from the bathroom. It was only then that Sui realized something as an afterthought, that Lan Yueying hadn't appeared within his sight for some time. I'm afraid that while he was exchanging words with Cheng Yin, Lan Yueying had already entered the bathroom and started cleaning herself. Yuing, how much longer do you probably have before you're done washing? Sui stood at the bathroom door with some hesitation and asked tentatively. Somehow, the same sound of gurgling water. Cheng Yin's side was simply the sound of water, while Lan Yueying's side managed to bring him greater reverie. Listening to the clattering sound coming from the bathroom, Sui imagined the running water rushing down from the towering peaks, rolling over the mountain streams, and converging to the valley. The sound of rushing water behind the door came to an abrupt end, and Lan Yueying, who was taking a bath, seemed to have heard Sui's voice. It's going to be a little while longer on my end, so why don't you come in and wash up with me? Chapter 20, Rewarding Yourself. At around 1 in the morning, Sui came out of the bathroom in the master bedroom and unexpectedly saw the two women, Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, wrapped in bath towels and sitting on the sofa in the main living room, talking and laughing. Not long ago, he righteously refused Lan Yueying's offer to share a bath, and waited until she walked out of the bathroom 3 minutes ago to start her own bath. But truth be told, his fiancée's offer still had a lot of appeal. The lovebirds are in the water, skin to skin. That sounds like a grand thing to do. Still, Sui gritted his teeth and refused. Although the sword master and the sword lady in the same bed is a normal thing, but after all, really know this childhood friend is only 2 days' time. Really want to wash so quickly on the Mandarin duck's bath. Sui still can't pass his own heart that pass. Walking up behind the two women, from Sui's condescending viewpoint, he could already see a lot of perks from the bath towel slits. Things like white arms, slender shoulders and delicate collarbones, as well as certain rounded areas further down that tend to attract the river crab gods. The two of them were already schoolgirl level faces, and now that they were wrapped in bath towels, it was even more difficult for people to take their eyes off of them. Perhaps to reward himself for having just restrained his desire, Sui chose to take a few hard looks, whiter and bigger. After savoring it for a while, Sui gave Lan Yueying a higher evaluation from a visual point of view. He then walked up to the two as if nothing had happened. Even if he didn't have much relationship experience in his previous life, he knew that things like getting naked shouldn't be told to the two women. There's still a difference between third-dimensional girls and second-dimensional paperweights. The second-dimensional pricks might interact with the male lead a bit because of it, but third-dimensional girls will just think the guy is sick. The good-looking ones will be less favorable, and the ugly ones will be yelled at for going down on their heads. Instead of being a good bonding experience, telling them in person will only add to the embarrassment, and maybe even get you beaten up. We're all waiting for you when you're done washing. With Sui intentionally making noise, Lan Yueying was the first to notice Sui and smiled as she moved towards the side, leaving the middle seat open. Sui didn't hesitate and sat directly in the middle of the two women. The scent of the shower gel mixed with the body odor of the young girl herself instantly gave him an unprecedented experience. Is there anything else you want to do at this late hour without going to bed? We both agreed that we need to help you change your hygiene habits. The two women looked at each other and said in unison, Me? Changing hygiene habits? Sui was originally staring at the 4 even and tantalizingly large white legs exposed by the two women when he heard this and instantly shifted his gaze. He thought he was kind of a neat freak. It's true that those guest rooms in the villa aren't cleaned very diligently, but the bedrooms and living room are cleaned regularly, and it's not uncommon for them to take a 3-minute shower every night before going to bed. So how did it get to the point of needing to be critically corrected? I've thrown your toothbrush, cup and towel in the trash and we'll get you a new one in the morning. Cheng Yin pointed in the direction of the bathroom she had just used, and then pointed to the trash can at the door. I'll be changing these personal cleaning products for you regularly every 3 days from now on, so they don't harbor germs. Not really. Sui was instantly a little bit furious at what was said. Under normal circumstances, the toothbrush tooth cup, these things are not 3 months to 6 months to change once cannot. 2 women standard, this is too high, right? If you really want to ask for so much, in the future, when you enter the wilderness of the Yuan Ko realm to survive, wouldn't you have to be as uncomfortable as being roasted by fire? How come it's not so bad? If the covers and sheets aren't changed in time, there will be a lot of mites on them. What if you lie down to sleep at night and have mites crawling on you? Before Cheng Yin could say anything, Lan Yueying on the side also frowned. I've changed all your bedding, and I'll change it every 3 days from now on. No matter what. Ahem. Let's do as you say then. Sui wisely chose to back off. Both women are pretty good in other ways, and it's not unusual for hygiene standards to be a bit higher. What's more, the 2 women had even helped him change everything, so it would be a bit of a stretch if he didn't appreciate it anymore. Chapter 21, You Can Cook? The next morning, Sui woke up from his sleep once again. Unlike yesterday morning's tranquility, this time he was still in his bedroom when he heard the sound of some movie or TV show that seemed to be coming from one of the villa's TVs. But the problem was, where did he get a TV in his house? Hadn't the only one been sold by the original long before he crossed over? Pushing open the door to his room, Sui once again saw a scene that was unimaginable to him. On the sofa, Lan Yueying was boredly pressing the remote control to frequently skip channels. On the wall opposite the couch, a TV that was at least 32 inches or more was playing 1,000 programs. The TV program cuts from the male lion who was bitten in the balls by the lioness, to the demon and immortal emperors in the soap opera who were jealous over the female lead, and then to the news broadcast reporting on the reversal of the follow-up to the murder case of Dong Haino. One middle school. Sui was puzzled. Could it be that all beautiful maidens don't need to sleep? Obviously last night's criticism meeting lasted until 3 in the morning. Lan Yueying actually didn't feel sleepy at all now. What puzzled him even more was how this television set across from the couch was hooked up, and how he hadn't heard a single sound in his sleep. TVs are not gadgets like carpets and wallpaper, and the noise they make when fixed is enough to wake up the deadliest of sleepers. You're awake. Seeing Sui walk out of the bedroom, Lan Yueying put down the remote control in her hand. Sui had wanted to ask Lan Yueying if she really wasn't sleepy, but the words turned into another question. Where's Cheng Yin? She's in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Lan Yueying froze, then glanced somewhat sheepishly in the direction of the kitchen. I was going to help out with the bash too, but I got kicked out. She can cook? Sui issued a challenge. He had expected that Lan Yueying wouldn't be able to cook. It really wasn't very likely that this fiancée, with whom he had an official engagement, would know how to cook when she had grown up with all the stars at school. But he was quite skeptical that a super-rich woman worth an unknown number of digits would actually cook. He was all set to cook and eat takeout himself. Actually, I would, but Procession does seem to be a bit better at it than I am. Lan Yueying seemed to be not too keen on being compared and added in a small voice. However, from the tips of her ears, which had unconsciously turned red, and her uncertain tone, Sui had already come to a judgment. I'm afraid that Lan Yueying knew nothing at all about things like cooking, and that's why she was fooled by Cheng Yin, who was presumably half knowledgeable as well. He didn't dare delay and hurried toward the kitchen. It doesn't matter if the 2 women can't cook. Takeout is everywhere these days, but don't blow up the kitchen. Chemical fuels are very powerful, and if Cheng Yin really exploded, the old villa would turn into a pile of rubble on the spot. He can't afford to buy another old villa like this at the moment, and if it really blows up he'll have to live on the streets. But when he walked to the kitchen, he was surprised by the dishes on the table. 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat and 2 veggies, pan-fried fish with essence of fragrance, crispy sauce with plum oil, pan apricot with fragrant shells, chicken with cilantro and phoenix nut, and rice with fragrant shark's fin, which looked and smelled really good, and gave you the urge to eat it all. Sui silently closed his mouth that wanted to question. You're awake just in time for breakfast. Cheng Yin was still wearing an apron around her waist, and her long hair, which was originally fluffy at the end, was also coiled up high, and she was currently walking out of the kitchen with 3 pairs of chopsticks and a few small bowls. Sui swallowed the stupid question of whether breakfast was too rich or something like that. He woke up in the morning, or the imperial sister herself cooked for him, and then asked such a question without knowing what to do. Still, there's a question to be asked. There are only 3 pairs of chopsticks. Don't you use communal chopsticks? The so-called communal chopsticks are used to allow the dishes to be served in one's own bowl with the communal chopsticks first, and then the private chopsticks are used to pick and pull the dishes from the bowl and eat them. Generally speaking, people who are quite close don't use communal chopsticks when they get together. After all, it's just too much of a hassle. To use the chopsticks, you need to put down the chopsticks you are using with your right hand and then pick up the chopsticks with your right hand to take a bite of the food, which takes at least 3 times as long as the meal. However, considering the two women's speech at the meeting held late last night, Sui felt that they should be quite concerned about eating other people's saliva in their dishes. There's no need, it's too much trouble. Cheng Yin put the dishes away and then refused Sui's offer. That's right, I'm sure we'll have to exchange spit later, so what's the difference between sharing communal chopsticks now and covering your ears? At the entrance of the restaurant, Lan Yueying, who had just walked over, also expressed her indifference. Seeing that the two women started to clip the food without any concern, Sui could not understand their hygiene standards. 1 shower a day. No, it's okay to eat without using the communal chopsticks. This health standard is really a bit too flexible. Sui hesitated for a moment, but eventually picked up his own chopsticks and began to clip the food. Whatever, it's always right to eat. Unexpectedly, although the two women seemed to eat rather civilized, their speed of eating was not slow, coupled with the fact that their meals were not very large. They put down their chopsticks in not much time, and then didn't say anything, just sat next to him and watched him eat. Sui muttered a little in his heart as he was looked at. If it was under normal circumstances, with 2 schoolgirl-level beauties looking on, it would definitely be considered a treat. But the problem was that the two women were looking at him like rabbits looking at carrots, and it made him a little hairy. After 3 mouthfuls of dishes, Sui finally couldn't help but open his mouth. What are you looking at me for? Chapter 22, Only Tired Cows. Waiting for you to practice. Of course, now Sui had nothing to say. As the saying goes, a day's work lies in the morning. The sword vegetation brought by the sun in the morning was the most intense of the day, and cultivating at this time was much more effective than at other times. The two women were here to watch him, precisely because they didn't want to waste the most precious time of the day. Oh, well, you guys go ahead and I'll start after I finish the dishes. Sui reached out and tried to clean up the mess on the dining table. No, just leave it to the robot. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yin reached out and interrupted Sui's movements. The standard model robot I ordered last night has been expedited and shipped over, so you can leave all these chores to it from now on. Following the direction of Cheng Yin's finger, Sui saw a certain strangely shaped mechanical creation. The 6 robotic arms with upper pulleys move in a way that is very different from the vast majority of humanoid housekeeping robots on the market. This after-dinner cleanup task is about to begin and is expected to take 20 minutes, so please check in at 9:20 a.m. The robot made an electronic sound of mission initiation. Sui put down the dishes in his hands. It's really good to have money. Even the possibility of future conflicts over scrubbing the dishes is directly avoided. Now he had no more worries and walked straight to the blanket in the center of the courtyard, choosing to sit down on his knees. It's a sunny day. A good time to practice indeed. According to today's mainstream cultivation method, the sporadic sword elements in the sunlight would first enter the sword master's body before turning around and starting to quench the sword maiden's sword body. And after the sword maiden is tempered, all aspects of her attributes are enhanced. At this time, just like water flowing downhill, the attributes of the sword maiden would feed back to the swordmaster through the contract signed between the two. This will allow both parties to achieve mutual improvement. In this system of cultivation, the sword master is like a water pump, constantly extracting from the light emanating from the star, the sun, the minute amount of kensen that the human body can tolerate. The higher the talent level of the sword master, the higher the power of the water pump, the more efficient it was to extract the sword elements from the light, and the faster it could be cultivated. Similarly, the sword maiden was like a circuit connected in series with the sword harness ambassadors, receiving the kenshin conducted from the swordmaster for the purpose of tempering itself. The higher the talent, the smaller the resistance, the less wasteful the sword element that the sword harnesser had collected with great effort, and the more sword element that was actually used to temper the sword body. This is why people are crazy about pursuing highly gifted contracted objects, which directly determines their future cultivation experience. Of course, in the final analysis, this mode of cultivation was still the swordmaster taking the initiative after all, while the sword maiden only needed to divide a portion of her spiritual energy to receive the sword elements to quench herself. The sword maiden's cultivation process was easy, but it was the same as the sword master's enhancement. This was the reason why sword masters were often referred to as sword harnesses when they were clearly in a dominant position. It is rather like the feeling that there are only tired oxen and no fields that cannot be plowed. The two women glanced at each other and simultaneously transformed into the green frost sword and the purple electricity sword, hovering in front of Suyi's body. the three of them forming an equilateral triangle. Sui closed his eyes and extracted the sword elements from the surrounding in the light with his heart, carefully conducting these sword elements to the green frost sword. This is the time when his talent comes through. The light around him looked like nothing was happening, but in reality, there was a steady stream of sword vegetation being absorbed into his body. The sword vegetation flowed, successively and unceasingly quenching the two famous swords in front of him. Soon, he felt the feedback from the green frost sword and the purple electricity sword. Something seemed to fill the flesh and blood, a little itchy and sore. Sui didn't open his eyes, but chose to continue meditating on absorbing the sword elements. He knew that the muscle soreness was a sign of his increased strength. The sword maiden will give attributes back to the swordmaster in proportion to the talent level, which is another importance of the sword maiden's talents. The better the sword maiden's talent, the higher the percentage of attribute feedback the swordmaster receives, the higher the attributes of the swordmaster, the longer the training time that can be sustained, and the better the effect of tempering the sword maiden. In this way, a talented swordmaster and sword maiden were just a strong team, and their cultivation speed increased exponentially. Theoretically, an F-rank sword maiden could only feed back a maximum of 10% of her attributes to the swordmaster, while an A-ranked sword maiden could feed back 10% of her attributes. As for S-rank and above, it is possible to partially feed back on talent traits. Sui felt it carefully. The two sword maidens' talents did feed back to him in part. Even if he is not holding the green frost sword, the sword of the King's Way talent is still in effect, but the effect is one level lower, and can be called the sword of the King's Way Youth Edition. As for the purple electricity sword, it had fed back some of the characteristics of the sword of breaking stone. Sui felt a lot more hard. To put it in human terms, it's a much stronger body, so that if you stumble in your exploration of the cave later on, you won't immediately break the skin and bleed. All in all, the talents that came back from both women were practical and gave him more tools to use when he was alone. At least when he met another punk like Sun Xiaochuan again, he wouldn't have to waste any more kensu. Just as Sui was feeling it carefully, he suddenly noticed the two women in front of him suddenly return to their human form. Sui opened his eyes, only to see that the two of them had risen, stretching up raw. Are you guys going to switch places? Sui seemed to have guessed the intentions of the two. The flow of kensu between the three of them was like the flow of electricity in a wire. Except for Sui as the source, no matter how good the talent of the upstream sword maiden was, there would still be some resistance. In this way, the more one was downstream in the chain of sword vegetation flow, the slower the speed of cultivation. You do have to change positions every once in a while to be fair. Sui also didn't want to cause a fire in his backyard because of the location of his cultivation, which was no joke. But isn't that a bit too often to change positions after only an hour and a half? Put. Ha ha. Cheng Yin was originally stretching her back, but when she heard Sui's words, she burst out laughing without any regard for ladylike manners. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Sui was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Sui thinks we would be catty to this extent? Cheng Yin was still laughing, but it was Lan Yueying who explained to him in a whisper. It's already noon now, so Cheng Yin and I are going to eat before continuing our cultivation. Noon? Sui froze and looked at his personal terminal with some disbelief. Obviously, in his time perception, only an hour and a half had passed. How come 3 hours had now passed since he started cultivating? What a living hell! When had his perception of time gotten so bad? Chapter 23, He Yuner at the door? Actually, that's the price you pay for contracting two swordswomen at the same time. On the side, Cheng Yin also collected her laughter. You may not be too aware that a sword master who has contracted two sword maidens, the flow of time he feels will be half that of the real world. There's still this kind of argument? Then if I contract a third sword maiden in the future, won't I feel only 1/3 of the real length of cultivation? Sui was shocked. That's right, and that's why I advised you yesterday not to contract too many swordswomen. Cheng Yin nodded, remembering a certain genius who had contracted 5 sword maidens in the family records. That genius was originally also a generation of pride, but in the end, due to the misjudgment of his tolerance limit, his body had a big problem, and he ended up with a mediocre life. It's not a good thing for time perception to slow down. It'll make it hard to judge your body's true limits, and it's easy for something to go terribly wrong. Hearing Cheng Yin's meaningful words, Sui's heart was also shaken. Time perception slowing down is indeed a big problem. It would be simpler to train with a fixed number of swordswomen each time. Just wait until you have determined your true limit of tolerance time through multiple training sessions, and then you can stop before your body is loaded through conversion. However, if the number of sword maidens involved in the cultivation was different each time, the flow of time perceived by the sword master would also be different, and if one was not careful, one would cross one's tolerance limit, bringing irreversible damage to one's body. Well, without discussing such a serious topic, let's discuss what takeout we're going to have for lunch. The atmosphere was a bit dull, so Lan Yueying jumped out to start the conversation. For lunch, there's nothing left in the fridge, so let's just eat takeout. Later on, I'll go to the nearby supermarket to do some shopping, and then I'll cook at home in the evening. Cheng Yin also reacted and followed Lan Yueying's steps to talk about the noon meal. Sui and Lan Yueying naturally had no problem with Cheng Yin's lunch arrangement. Of the two of them, one had never been in a kitchen at all, and the other had cooked for 2 lifetimes at a merely edible level. Cheng Yin had said that there were no ingredients and they had to eat takeout, so even if the two of them went into the kitchen, they could only stare in disbelief. After a hasty lunch, the two women tacitly occupied a bathroom each. Sui was initially staring at the white neck exposed on the collar of Cheng Yin's bathrobe, when he suddenly heard Cheng Yin standing at the bathroom door and instructing him. Yuing and I are going to take a bath. I ordered a saberin detector, and I think it's going to arrive around this time. If I'm still soaking when it arrives, remember to open the door to receive the delivery. A bath? It was only then that Sui remembered with hindsight what Cheng Yin had said last night, and it seemed that the two women were planning to continue their soaking habits in the old villa without any compromise. It was fine now, but if he contracted a third sword maiden in the future, I'm afraid that the 3 female students would have to take turns using the 2 bathrooms to take a bath. After 20 minutes had passed, Sui sat on the sofa with some boredom. He was a bit distracted by the soap operas on TV. The various programs were either ethical dramas between a father-in-law and daughter-in-law, or the immortal emperor and the demon emperor were fighting for the female lead, and would not hesitate to destroy the 3 realms. He had to keep switching programs to keep the strange contraptions from polluting his eyes. What's all this? It's a different world. How come these hot shows are still so marketable? Sui sighed. Instead of watching these emotional dramas, he would rather invest his time in cultivating with the 2 women. At least Cultivation really did have positive feedback. Suddenly, he saw an alert from the villa's security system on his personal terminal. Strange targets have appeared in front of the villa. Sui opened the door and a familiar person was reflected in his eyes. Yuner, the girl in the purple dress, with whom he had had a brief encounter, was now ringing the doorbell of the villa. Are you here to make a delivery? Sui was still a bit puzzled, but after seeing the paper box at Yuner's feet, he suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, Yuner seemed to be insulted and actually turned red. Who are you calling a courier? Yuner's entire body trembled as she viciously kicked the cardboard box, turned around, huffed and ran, and quickly disappeared from Sui's sight. Ah, wasn't she the one who delivered the Kensin tester? Sui was also puzzled in his heart. Cheng Yin had just confided in him about the Kensin detector, and he thought it was Yuner who was the courier. However, if Yuner wasn't delivering a delivery, then what was she doing at his doorstep? Could it be that she wanted to deliver herself? Puzzled, Sui squatted down and unwrapped the paper box. Inside was a cool instrument that looked like a blood glucose meter. Sui picked up the above manual, which is clearly written portable Kensin detector 8 big words. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the Kensin detector? Blue Yueying's voice came from behind him. Turning around, Sui only saw that Lan Yueying, her head still wrapped in a towel, was curiously walking towards this side. No problem. The Kensu detection did meter in. I see someone familiar though. Saying that, Sui picked up the paper box and turned around to step through the villa gate. Familiar? Doubt appeared on Lan Yueying's face. It's the swordswoman I told you about the day before yesterday who is hostile to me, and I don't know why she's at the door. Sui put the box on the bench and turned back to Cheng Yin. And where is she? Lan Yueying walked out of the villa door and looked around, but found that there was not even a single figure around, and then turned her gaze to Sui, who was standing in place without moving. I don't know. I had thought she was here to deliver the Kensin tester, but she turned her head and ran away as soon as the words were out of her mouth. Sui chose to tell the truth. He was also puzzled that ever since his first meeting with Yuner, the other party was as if they had an undying grudge against him. It was so hard to run into each other again today, and he wanted to have a good chat, only to have the other person leave again at the drop of a hat. It's not possible that that girl is like Cheng Yin, trying to find you for a contract, is it? Lan Yueying looked Sui up and down once, piecing together a possibility from his words. No way. Sui's retort came out of his mouth, his head shaking like a rattle. Those who really want a contract, even if they don't follow Cheng Yin's example, they should at least say it to his face. How can they meet and turn their heads and leave? Lan Yueying opened her mouth and was just about to say something when Cheng Yin's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Oh, the sword vein tester has arrived. So let's measure Sui's sword vein level. How do you measure it? Sui asked with some curiosity as he watched Cheng Yin fiddle with the detector. Just stick to the carotid artery. Don't worry. It's only for concealed carry. No need for a blood test to increase accuracy. Cheng Yin took the device and pressed it against the side of Sui's neck. 114 mana. Chapter 24, Strange Tales of the Alien Planet. Numbers popped up on the detector's screen. Mana, pronounced mana, is a unit of measurement used exclusively for measuring Kensin. Typically, a small amount of sword marks are present in the bodies of ordinary people with normal sun exposure due to the large amount of light being released by the stars every hour of the day. At the age of 18, the peak of physical fitness of the Awaken talent, the amount of Kenshin in an average person's body is around 5 mana. The vast majority of the boys who had just awakened their talent had just about 10 mana of Kenshin in their bodies, and from their physical fitness to their neurological responses, they would be a notch better than the average person. In contrast, the criteria for a first-rank sword harnesser is to have 100 mana in their body, and the contracted sword maiden has outlined the initial sword marks. It was obvious that Suyi's 114 mana had already exceeded the dividing line between ordinary people and the first rank. In other words, just from looking at it from the sword vegetation standard alone, Suyi was already a first-order sword harnessing envoy. The result caused the two women to be slightly disoriented. It had only been a morning of cultivation, and the upper limit of sword vegetation in Suyi's body had already crossed the threshold of the first rank. If this were to be known to the many F-rank gifted sword masters who couldn't break through the 100 mana mark even after several years of bitter cultivation, they would be afraid that they would have to have their Dao hearts shattered on the spot. The gap between a genius and an ordinary man is greater than the gap between an ordinary man and a dog. How about this? How exactly does my level of Kensu count? Seeing that the two women were lost in thought and speechless, Suyi couldn't help but ask. 114 mana has stepped into the threshold of the first order. Cheng Yin carefully put away the device and said with complicated eyes, "Let's put it this way. I lived in the Kepler galaxy for 20 years before, and there isn't a single person I've seen who cultivates faster than you, even in the Cheng family. As long as you can break through to the first rank level within a month, you can have the entire family focus on cultivating you." Suyi nodded. He was at least an SSS rank talent, and it was normal for his cultivation speed to be a billion times faster. If the cultivation speed wasn't fast enough, there wouldn't be a bunch of girls begging to contract with him. However, the family's key cultivation standard in Procession's mouth was a bit surprising to him. Breaking through to the first rank in a month would allow the super family that Cheng Yin was a member of to focus on cultivating him. So wouldn't he have to be offered up as a holy son if he broke through to the first rank this morning? By the way, did you feel a lag in absorbing Kensu at a certain point in time during the morning? Cheng Yin suddenly thought of a phenomenon she had only seen in textbooks and hurriedly continued to ask it Suyi. No. Suyi simply answered Cheng Yin's question. Not to mention feeling stuck in the morning, the Kensu and the glow around him was like it had found a home, and was madly pouring into his body. Although she had expected it, Cheng Yin still froze slightly. Under normal circumstances, no matter how good the talent was, when the upper limit of Kensu breaks through from 99 mana to 100 mana, there would be more or less a sense of hindrance, which was a normal phenomenon of breaking through the rank. Even for those sword emperors who had been written in the history books, there were only a handful of them who were completely unable to feel the lagging sensation when they broke the boundary. Even though the evidence was in front of her, Cheng Yin still felt a sense of unreality when Suyi personally admitted this phenomenon that only existed in textbooks. As Cheng Yin was once again lost in thought, Suyi asked Cheng Yin in turn, "Speaking of the Keplerian system, which of the stars you're dealing with is brighter compared to the sun, and would it be faster to cultivate?" Suyi was really interested in the stars of the Kepler galaxy. According to what he had learned from this morning's experience, the speed of absorbing Kensin depended to a large extent on the amount of Kensin in the surrounding light. If there was another star brighter than the sun, then I'm afraid that cultivation would be faster on a habitable planet in that system than on a blue star. Do you desert all the time in class? Isn't this very basic knowledge? Naturally the sun is brighter. On the side, Lan Yueying also came out of her disorientation and answered Suyi first. In response, Suyi chose to pretend he didn't see it. This black pot should actually be taken by the original body. For 3 years in high school, the original body swung almost all the way around. Suyi had traveled across the world and made up a lot of basic knowledge, but he still knew very little about the administrative structure of the Human Federation outside of the blue planet. Oh, in that case, wouldn't Cheng Yin's side of the family's cultivation speed be slower than blue stars? That's not true. Out of Suyi and Lan Yueying's expectations, Cheng Yin actually shook her head. Most of the stars over there are indeed fainter than the sun, but the process family has a special way of drastically speeding up everyone's cultivation. Oh, what's the solution? Can we hear it? Suyi's curiosity was thoroughly mobilized. He really couldn't think of any means of enhancing the light capacity of a star. The way is simple. Cheng's family created a large amount of stellar radiation for the sake of creating a passive cultivation increase for almost all the people on the habitable planets. Cheng Yin's eyes unconsciously revealed a few points of helplessness and disgust. You mean the hydrogen bomb? Suyi first exchanged a bewildered glance with Lan Yueying. then thought of this weapon whose explosive nature was similar to that of a star. Well, they would turn a specific portion of each planet into a resident blast zone for hydrogen bombs, allowing people to practice in the micro-radiation areas of the bombs, and practice at a dramatically accelerated rate, at the cost of shorter lifespans and all sorts of weird diseases. As Cheng Yin's words fell, Sui couldn't help but raise a question. Doesn't anyone bother to do that? Using nuclear fusion means to simulate the light emitted by a star, and practicing in a radioactive area. He shuddered to think of the number of poor souls in the Keplerian system who would suffer from radiation sickness as a result. Trading after effects and longevity for strength has to be described as drinking hemlock, not to say short-sightedness. Yeah, there's no way the Human Federation would allow this kind of damage to an entire planet to happen. On the side, Lan Yueying also cast a puzzled look. Ever since I was a kid, astronomy textbooks have been using words like masterful and fast-moving to describe the Keplerian galaxy. Now that Cheng Yin, a local, actually had such a big discrepancy in her tone from the textbook, she couldn't help but want to figure out which side of the story had gone wrong. It's not that you don't want to care, but you can't. Looking at both of them casting curious gazes, Cheng Yin was sitting on the sofa and sighed helplessly. Based on just the few words I have just said, you may not be quite aware of just how harmful doing so would be on the planet. Let's take an example. Males in the Keplerian system, due to cellular aberrations brought on by nuclear radiation, everyone has to keep their sperm seed until they are 20 years old, or else any child born has a high probability of being deformed. Cheng Yin's voice was not loud, but the remaining two could still hear the deep hatred in her tone. But even so, the Cheng family has still kept conducting nuclear explosions to this day. These things, from the ordinary people of the Kepler galaxy to the high-ranking bigwigs of the Human Federation, everyone actually knows it by heart. Do you know why this is? Chapter 25, The Whereabouts of Cheap Parents. Sui and Lan Yueying shook their heads and followed Cheng Yin to sit on the sofa. The distance between the two planets is 500 light-years. 500 light-years, converted in the common distance units of 1,000 years ago, equals about 500 million billion kilometers. This distance means that people living on the blue planet look out at night and see only what they saw across the street 500 years ago. If we relied solely on electromagnetic waves to transmit information, there would always be a 500-year delay in Blue Star's knowledge of the Keplerian system. 500 years have passed, and the yellow flowers are cold. It was fortunate that the Human Federation had acquired a subdimensional transmission array and several other special information transmission methods from the invasion of the Yuan-Ko invaders 1,000 years ago, which prevented the humans of the major galaxies from falling into a de facto isolation state. But while these special methods of transmitting information are capable of exceeding the speed of light, they require an equally astronomical amount of resources that usually only planetary headquarters organizations can afford. With such exorbitant communication costs, Lan Yueying's knowledge of the Epler galaxy was limited to only 3 words mentioned in textbooks, and Sui was even less clear about which stars in the sky were the luminous stars in the Kepler-1 galaxy. Cheng Yin saw that the two of them were shaking their heads, so she stopped selling the story and sat down on the sofa to fall into reminiscence. It actually starts with the great cosmic colonization era 1,000 years ago, when the people on the blue planet reverse-cracked the technology that allowed for interstellar navigation from the invasion of the Yuan-Ko, and even discovered Kepler-186f, the first habitable planet in the Keplerian galaxy, and immediately began a vast interstellar migration project. Lan Yueying listened attentively. The history that Cheng Yin had just spoken of was not that different from what he had learned in the textbooks. Later, however, it was discovered that every star in the Keplerian panopticon has a permanent secondary gap nearby, and naturally, the stars in the 186 galaxy are no exception, even with a full 3 secondary gaps. Saying that, Cheng Yin glanced at Sui and continued after seeing that he didn't have any reaction. You've probably all seen the latter in your textbooks. In order not to let the Yuan-Ko realms connected behind these dimensional gaps affect the safety of the ordinary immigrants, the head of the Cheng family, who was one of the 6 great sword emperors at the time, moved hundreds of people up and down the entire clan as the first batch of immigrants, ready to use the light of the Cheng family's several generations of clansmen to clean up the realms behind those dimensional gaps. Stop. So what does this have to do with using nuclear radiation to speed up cultivation? Seeing that Cheng Yin had a tendency to tell the history textbook from beginning to end, Lan Yueying hurriedly interrupted her recollection. She didn't want to spend the rest of the day learning about the life of the Cheng family's ancestor. She still had to continue cultivating with Sui in the afternoon. Cheng Yin was stunned when she heard Lan Yueying's voice and ruffled her hair with her hand in some embarrassment. I'll make it short then. Old ancestor's plan went wrong. Behind those 3-dimensional seams was actually the same giant realm, and until he himself died 200 years later, the Cheng family had not been able to remove the Yuan-Ko from the realm. So, those genociders invaded in reverse? Sui seemed to have guessed the subsequent development of things. That's right, During the initial 200 years, tens of millions of immigrants had already been welcomed and reproduced on the planet one after another. Even knowing that a large-scale reverse invasion by Yuan-ko was imminent, the Human Federation had no way to migrate so many people to other galaxies, and had to acquiesce to the Cheng family's subsequent behavior. Cheng Yin nodded her head and told the follow-up of what happened. Sui didn't say anything. So that's how it was. Dare I say that the Kepler galaxy had always been the front line of the Human Federation's fight against the Yuan-ko. No wonder the Blue Star had reported very little about the Kepler galaxy. Blue Star hadn't been directly invaded by the Yuan-ko for nearly 1,000 years, and after a long period of time, although the sword harness envoys still set out to fight the Yuan-ko in the other dimension, many ordinary people had become accustomed to the peaceful social atmosphere. If ordinary people knew about the current state of the Kepler system, there was no guarantee how much of a riot would break out. And what about now? It's been 800 years since the Qing Sword Emperor passed away. Hasn't the Yuan-ko realm behind the dimensional gap been cleaned up yet? Just as Su Yi's thoughts strayed to the reactions of ordinary people who knew the truth, Lan Yueying continued to pursue the question as if she was a curious baby. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yin still shook her head. It's not just that it hasn't been cleaned up. The Cheng family has barely been able to even hold the exit point of the dimensional gap for the past 200 years. Without the support of experts from other human galaxies, I'm afraid that the entire Kepler galaxy would have long since become a paradise for Yuan-ko. Speaking of this, Cheng Yin's eyes looked at Sui with some unnaturalness. What's the point of looking at me? Wouldn't a subdimensional gap always have something to do with me? For some reason, Sui seemed to see a trace of inexplicable guilt in Cheng Yin's eyes. This was strange. Sui could guarantee that he had never left the Blue Star at all since he was a child. So how could he have anything to do with the Keplerian galaxy's subdimensional gap? Actually, it's not really relevant. Cheng Yin paused for a moment, but decided to tell Sui what she knew. Your parents. They were the ones who disappeared in that giant realm. Now Sui really froze. In his memory, ever since his parents disappeared 8 years ago, both the officials of Blue Star and his parents' comrades in arms had been tight-lipped about the exact location of their parents' disappearance. Even Blue Yueying's parents has never responded positively to this issue. The few times the reality of the meeting is also with strong enough to tell you, in other words to excuse the past. By the time he'd come in spirit, he'd even used his cheap parents as a backdrop, and the only thing that had touched him was the furnishings of the master bedroom. If it wasn't for the official Blue Star's still generous annual pension, he would have forgotten that he had parents in this life. Unexpectedly, I actually learned more specific information from Cheng Yin's mouth today. They, on behalf of Blue Star, went to support the Cheng family? Chapter 26, The Kids at Trouble. Exactly. Cheng Yin nodded. Sui opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. The air was so quiet that the only sound left was the sound of the three of them breathing. Seeing that Sui was silent, Lan Yueying tried to continue asking questions to Cheng Yin. That Yuan-ko realm. What is the level of the Yuan-ko? And is there any chance that auntie and uncle are still trapped in there? Meeting the gazes of both Sui and Lan Yueying, Cheng Yin shook her head hesitantly. Hope is not too big. That party Yuan-ko realm. There is the existence of the 9th order Yuan-ko. When aunt and uncle disappeared when only the 7th order strength. 8 years have passed. Cheng Yin didn't say anymore, but both of them already knew the answer. The two women looked at Sui, whose nostalgia for his parents was evident in his retention of the furnishings in the master bedroom. Now suddenly learned that parents are not only missing, but also even no hope of survival. A moment of fear will be a bit unable to accept. Suddenly, Sui stood up from the sofa. Alright, don't worry about me. I won't be devastated just because I know the truth. Regardless of what the situation really is, when we ascend in rank later on, we'll just walk up to that realm. There was no emotion audible in Suyi's tone, and he really didn't seem too affected. As for this afternoon, let's continue practicing. I'm afraid it doesn't quite work. As soon as Suyi's words fell, Lan Yueying firmly shook her head. Your current state doesn't look too good. If you rashly cultivate, something might go terribly wrong. Indeed, I shouldn't have told you all this today. We'll suspend our cultivation for this afternoon. Cheng Yin also agreed with Lan Yueying's opinion. As she said that, she suddenly noticed that Suyi's expression was different, and then her words changed. However, we can take this opportunity to make a trip to the Sword Harnessing Service Center. You already have 114 mana's sword vegetation limit, so we should be able to outline the initial sword marks as well. The cultivation effects of the Sword Master and the Sword Maiden were bound to a certain extent, and when the Sword Master broke through to the first rank, that meant that the Sword Maiden had a high likelihood of possessing the conditions for outlining the initial sword mark. However, the Sword Maiden's test of the effects of hardening her sword body was not as simple as the Sword Master's, and she had to undergo a complex and complete test at the Sword Master Service Center in the center of each city before she could do so. Alright then, I'll listen to you guys. Sui saw that both women were opposed to continuing their cultivation, so he did not continue to insist, although he knew in his own heart that he wouldn't be affected. Just half a day less of practicing wouldn't have much of an impact. What's more, outlining the initial sword marks was also something important. He was still counting on washing the dust again when the two girls were outlining their initial sword marks, so that they could truly become SSS-ranked sword nymphs. Donghai City Sword Harnessing Envoy Service Center. Wearing masks, the three of them, Sui, walked to the glass gate. This service center was located in the central location of the East District of Donghai City, and it was not an exaggeration at all to describe the land price here in terms of inches of land. In exchange for the extremely high land prices, there is absolute security. In addition to the mega subterranean barrier that wrapped around the entire Eastern District, the Sword Harnessing Service Center had a second, more powerful subterranean barrier. One should know that just the mega subterranean barrier that included the entire Eastern District was enough to turn the low-ranked Yuan-ko that had sporadically appeared in the vicinity of Eastern Sea City into ashes. The reason why Dongqing District was called the core district by the people, and was able to have land prices and prosperity far exceeding the other three major districts, was all because of the sense of security brought about by that super-large subdimensional barrier. On the other hand, the small range of powerful dimensional barriers at the Sword Harnessing Envoy Service Center were the product of a response to a large-scale Yuan-ko invasion 1,000 years ago, belonging to the last resort of the war years, and have not been activated at full strength for hundreds of years now. The contrasting effects of the two-dimensional barriers must be at least worlds apart. Not to say that they were cloudy. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a 7th-order Yuan-ko suddenly appeared in East Sea City, it was absolutely impossible to break through this core barrier. At the entrance to the service center, each of the three used their personal terminals to pass through the glass doors and were finally able to remove their masks. Phew! Sui let out a long breath. If it wasn't for the fact that the matter of him killing Sun Xiaochuan was still festering, he wouldn't have let his mouth and nose smother him all the way. After a slight reprieve, the trio made their way to the registration desk. Name? The youth in charge of registration did not raise his head and asked in a somewhat impatient tone. Sui. Sui frowned slightly, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The youth in front of him was just an ordinary person, and to be able to work in the service hall as a front desk registration must be by nepotism. He didn't want to break out in conflict with the youth if it wasn't necessary. Sui, that name still sounds familiar. What about age? The youth continued to ask without lifting his head. 18 years and 1 month. Sui continued to respond patiently. 18 years and 1 month old. You're a senior who just awakened this year. What do you want to do at the service center? The youth looked up at Sui, and then his eyes were drawn to Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying beside Sui. Detecting Sword Maiden outlining initial sword mark conditions, Sui frowned tightly. He didn't want to break out into a conflict with such a connected person here. His beheading of punk Sun Xiaochuan is still spreading like crazy in the major news media. And if it weren't for the fact that Principal Chen Shuhua puts a lot of effort into guiding public opinion, he'd have to at least go through the process of going to one of the prisons. If it is exposed at this time to clash with the youth again, then even if Chen Shuhua has a vast network of contacts, there is no way to completely set things right. Nonsense. You're a student of East Sea First High School, right? Your senior year's awakening ceremony ended less than a week ago. How could you possibly have the conditions to outline the sword marks? Hurry up and go back. Don't waste testing resources here. The youth's tone was old-fashioned, but his eyes kept flicking back and forth between the bodies of the two women, Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, obviously with some heart in their mouths. Senior graduates are entitled to 5 free tests in their graduation year. That's what our principal himself said at the assembly the other day, and it's been the practice for so many years, so please register us. Lan Yueying frowned and shrunk her body behind Sui. The eyes of the youth in front of her reminded her of Sun Xiaochuan, who was forever lying on the playground, and she disliked that feeling. Ha, since your principal said so, go get your principal grade tested. I can't do it here anyway. With his mouth full, the youth simply pulled out the registration form that was originally half finished and sent it into the shredder in front of the three. What do you mean by that? Sui narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 27. I don't mean anything. I'm just following the statute. And you want to threaten me? The youth had an old-fashioned expression on his face, but his eyes glanced even more recklessly towards Cheng Yin. What are you babbling about? Free testing for the graduating senior class is clearly a policy that has been implemented by the school and the service center for several years, and you are clearly intentionally not registering us. Lan Yueying was originally trying to shrink her body back, and when she saw that the youth actually fed the registration form into the shredder in front of her, she couldn't help but open her mouth to question. Anyway, I didn't receive any notification on my side. How about this? You add my personal terminal first. Let's have a drink in the evening, and I'll think of a way to register you tomorrow. The youth simply crossed his legs on the chair. His words were graphic. and his colorful eyes were no longer hidden at all. "She's my swordswoman. Please speak with respect." Suyi's expression was cold. "Rampant. Really rampant. I can't imagine that I can meet such scum even if I bring 2 girls for testing. It's really annoying." "Oh, childhood sweethearts. I get it. So I won't embarrass you." The youth's neck stretched forward, a lewd smile hanging on his face as his eyes quickly turned to Cheng Yin. After seeing the ring on Cheng Yin's right hand, the youth felt that he had guessed the relationship between these three. "Tell you what then, I think your sister is quite pretty too. How about letting her have a drink with me tonight?" "I'm sorry, I'm his sword maiden too, so please keep your mouth shut." Cheng Yin's eyes went cold, looking at the youth as if he was looking at a talking corpse. "Ha ha, you 2 siblings are quite humorous. This year, there can only be one S-rank or above talented sword harness envoy in the first middle school of Donghai City. You don't want to say that he's that genius, do you?" As if he had heard the world's funniest joke, the youth made a very exaggerated expression on his face and deliberately pointed his hand at Sui. "Oh, I'm guessing you don't read the news much on a regular basis, so you can search the hot list with your personal terminal and see if that genius you're talking about is called Sui?" Sui's face became even colder, provoking the 2 women in front of him. The last person to do so had already been killed. If he wasn't at the sword harnessing envoy service center right now, he would have already made a direct move. "Kid, you're pretending quite a bit. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I'd really be fooled by you." The youth looked like an old man, his crossed legs shaking around, his words mocking. "It's a pity that I have inside information. That genius has long since signed a contract with the daughter of He Chiguang, the current governor of our Blue Star, and it's simply delusional for you brats to try to put on an act and muddle through." At those words, Suyi's face looked odd. When did he make a contract with the governor's daughter? And how come the parties themselves weren't aware of it? Before he could react, the youth behind the glass window opened his mouth again in a condescending manner. "Why? Are you wondering who I am and how I know so much inside information? To tell you the truth, my grandfather is the chief ruler of our East Sea City, Cao Biao, and I know all the insider information that you don't know. If you're willing to let your sister and girlfriend have a drink with me, I'll recognize you as my brother-in-law, and this mechanical watch on my hand will be considered my gift to you for changing your mind." Saying that, the youth pretended to have no intention of fiddling with the mechanical watch on his wrist towards the 3. In this day and age, communication devices and watches have long been replaced by more functional personal terminals, and mechanical watches have been reduced to pure luxury, a symbol of financial strength. A self-satisfied smile appeared on the youth's face, as if he had already seen the scene where Sui was whispering for this mechanical watch. Over the years, he had met a lot of young sword masters at the service center who were willing to sell their soulmates for this mechanical watch. Don't look at him as just an ordinary man. With the stature and circle represented behind this mechanical watch, the number of young swordswomen who have tasted it is almost in the triple digits. As for those young sword masters who betrayed their sword maidens and went out of their way to cuckold themselves in order to integrate into the high-level circle, in the end, they couldn't even get this mechanical watch, let alone mixing into the upper-class circle of Donghai City from then on. All it takes is a couple of casual threats and most softies will suck it up and accept the reality that they're being whored out for nothing. After all, these guys are capable of cuckolding themselves, and they won't be hardened to much after being screwed over. As for the remaining sporadic a few rash young people, sent to beat up and thrown to the west side of the city, within a few days will be completely disappeared. However, the tangled expression the youth expected did not appear on Suyi's face. Suyi's face was calm, with only a hint of disgust and anger showing in his eyes, like the last tranquility before a volcano erupts. "Did you, in the past, do the same thing to fool those freshly graduated sword harnessers? Oh, it seems like you are a rare smart person." "Indeed, before, there were quite a few fools who really thought that I would bring them to know the high-ranking people in East Sea City, not thinking that just with their sword maiden's little bit of poise, they are also worthy of me to bring them to make friends with the people in the upper-class circle." The smugness on the youth's face disappeared, replaced by a condescending tone. "I appreciate smart people like you. Since you know about my previous deeds, I'll just open up the sky. You let these 2 beside you accompany me for one night, and I'll give you 30,000 credits as payment. It's a fair deal." Sui did not respond. He had always reasoned only with the living, never wasting extra spit on corpses. He thoroughly sized up the youth from head to toe, then retracted his gaze and took Lan Yueying's slender palm. In the next moment, the green frost sword appeared in his hand. "I originally thought you were a smart person, but I didn't realize that you're just a hot-blooded dim-witted youngster who dares to make a move here." Fearing that you don't know the power of the enforcement team, the youth glanced at Sui with contempt, then simply closed his eyes in mockery. "Don't waste your efforts. The transparent glass of my counter is specially made and can unload the vast majority of the impact with flexibility. Not to mention a senior student who just awakened not more than a few days ago. Even those third-ranked professionals can definitely not destroy it without a restraining method. While the law enforcement team hasn't rushed over yet, I'll give you one last chance. Take the initiative to send your sister and childhood friend to the top-floor presidential suite of the Gold Sun Hotel tonight, and follow me in the future. And I'll tell the law enforcement team that this is a misunderstanding. How about that? Sui didn't say anything, just swung his sword. Boom! Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the green frost sword chi slammed head-on into the glass counter. In an instant, the glass counter, while not completely cracked, had a crack running left and right. Chapter 28, You Just Know You're Going to Die. The youth who was originally sitting steadily in a fishing boat could not help but widen his eyes, and there was no longer that kind of lofty self-satisfaction between his words. Wait, don't be impulsive. We are all smart people. How about we sit down and talk about it? As long as you agree, I, Gao Rao, swear on my own credibility and promise to bring you into contact with the true upper echelon of Donghai City. Sui didn't even look at the youth as he and Cheng Yin met eye to eye and held her hand tightly. In the next moment, the purple lightning sword inlaid with flowing foreign stones appeared in Sui's hand. Wait, isn't she your sister? How can she turn into a sword maiden as well? Your talent is actually above S rank. The youth sensed something was wrong. He had originally thought that the long-haired imperial sister to Sui's left would be his sister, but he never expected that it would actually be his contracted sword maiden as well. Xuan Jian Yang, a senior at Donghai First High School. These two traits appear in one person at the same time. Then the identity of that person is already called out. This one called Sui was actually really that SSS-ranked genius from this year's East Sea First High School. Now things were out of his control. Ordinary senior students he could take at will with his status. But if he were to run into this SSS-ranked sword-harnessing envoy genius, even his own grandfather who was a handful of East Sea City would not be able to protect him. He was afraid. After all, this was the only SSS-ranked sword-harness envoy of Blue Star in the last 1,000 years. And even Governor He Chi-Guang had been praising it. That was just a misunderstanding just now. Let's each take a step back. I'll register you now. And how about we pretend that those unpleasant things just happened never happened? No. From the moment you were full of slurs in judging my sword maiden, there was only death for you to walk away from. Sui shook his head and softly pronounced the youth's death sentence. Kid, don't be too wild. If you had contracted with the Governor General's daughter, I would have been afraid of you for a few moments. But you chose to contract with your childhood friend who was on good terms with no backer behind you. And if you offend me, you won't be able to walk a long road in the future. The youth looked towards the crack that ran through the glass counter and involuntarily gulped a mouthful of saliva. But his face remained colorful and intimidating to Sui. Sui didn't say anything, just lightly recited, thunder. In the next moment, the sky flashed with electricity and thunder, and a lightning bolt crossed the dimensional barrier out of nowhere and ruthlessly impacted the glass cover. Click, click, click. The special glass separating Sui and the youth suddenly cracked, turning into a fine piece of glass residue. No, it can't be. This is third-ranked special glass. Even if it's a third-order sword harness envoy, it can't be broken without special means. Gao Rao, who was originally still colorful, was completely dumbfounded. Fake. It must be fake. I know. Your sword maiden talent must be creating illusions. I must be in an illusion right now. Suddenly, the youth seemed to see through the illusion before him. He clutched a handful of broken glass on the floor and clenched his fist hard until blood flowed in all directions from his hand. No, how can it be bleeding? It's obviously not real. How can my hand be bleeding? Looking at the blood on his hands, which had soaked through the glass slag, the youth reluctantly believed that the glass cover had been broken. A pleasing look came over his face. Classmate Sui. Su genius. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Sui shook his head, not even seeing any emotional fluctuations on his face. No. You just know you're going to die. After saying that, Sui really didn't bother to look at the asshole in front of him anymore and silently invoked a lightning bolt. With the purple electricity sword in place, he wasn't going to use his sword chi to execute Gao Rao. That would only make him feel dirty. Thunder and lightning were poised to strike, and there was a sound of footsteps outside the service center gates. Sui realized in his heart that this should be the law enforcement team that the youth was talking about arriving. He immediately no longer hesitated. The thunderbolt fell with a bang, and the originally humanoid youth was instantly turned into a pile of charcoal, leaving only the mechanical watch shining like new. Ko Rao, an elderly man in formal attire and a stooped figure appeared at the front door of the service center. Gao Rao is my only grandson. You actually killed him. Do you know what this means to our Gao family? The old man's eyes widened angrily, his orbs cracking as he looked at the pile of charcoal on the ground, turning to Sui who had just struck out, and letting out a pale and sinister voice. Obviously, the old man was the grandfather that Gao Rao spoke of. Gao Biao. Behind him were members of the enforcement team who couldn't be seen at a glance. No, you're wrong. Before Sui could speak, Cheng Yin, who had just regained her human form, made a reply first, drawing sideways glances from the crowd of law enforcement team members. Your grandson's eating, taking, and bullying men and women while he was alive has no significance to this society whatsoever. Or in other words, your grandson's only point in living is to enrage everyone as much as possible while he's alive, and then suddenly die completely and utterly, serving as a desire to raise the dead. At these words, there was silence in the arena. Quite a few members of the law enforcement team even wanted to clap their hands, as this could be said to have spoken to their hearts. Gao Rao, this is not even a sword harnessing envoy, but on weekdays, he relies on himself to have a grandfather who is a hand of the East China Sea, and all day long, he treats them as domestic servants with the establishment of the enforcers of the law. At least half of the hundreds of law enforcers present had been subjected to Gao Rao's unprovoked beatings, and had simply become trash cans for him to vent his feelings. Now that Gao Rao was completely and utterly dead, it did make these law enforcers feel a pang of darkness in their hearts. However, secret pleasure was secret pleasure, but on the surface, he definitely didn't dare to show it. Gao Biao served as the hand of Donghai City for 20 years, with one hand to cover the sky are a bit conservative. At this moment, if they dared to show the slightest joy, they would die the next day with 13 bullets in their backs. Fine, 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 fine. The old man's face was squeezed into a ball like tree bark, and his dry fingers pointed at the three Sui people. In an instant, an inexplicable aura filled the entire service center. A sword sheath filled with decaying implications surged out from between the old man's fingers, heading straight for Sui's three. Even though I, the old me, have now lost my contractual object, the strength of this fifth rank is still there, so feel free to suffer death. I'm just afraid you don't have that ability. Cheng Yin coldly grunted and pulled out a crystal ball-like device from the ring between her own right hand. In the next moment, a curtain of light spread out from the crystal ball, instantly forming a hemispherical barrier less than 3 meters in diameter. The corrupted sword chi slammed into the hemispheric barrier like a mud cow into the sea, not stirring up any waves and instantly disappearing without a trace. Chapter 29, Exile Storm. What is it? Inside the barrier, Sui looked at the crystal ball that was casually placed on the ground by Cheng Yin and asked Cheng Yin with some curiosity. He wasn't surprised that Cheng Yin was able to take out the crystal ball. After all, she came alone 500 light years away, and the family would definitely give some life-preserving props. However, this life-preserving prop seemed to be a little too powerful. The old man's corrupted sword chi, which was wielded with his full strength, actually didn't cause any effect on the shield. 6th-ranked portable sublime shield is considered the highest rank of portable shields. Let's not say that this old undead in front of us doesn't even have a contracted sword maiden anymore. And even if he did, he definitely wouldn't be able to break this shield. Cheng Yin somewhat proudly introduced the official name of the crystal ball. And what's it probably worth? Sui looked at the old man with a twisted face outside the light screen and reached out his fingers to touch the light screen with a cloudy candy-like touch. At cost, it's about 30 million credits, which is at a mid-range level among 6th-order props. Cheng Yin paused for a moment and hesitantly uttered a number. It has the feel of being on a soft diet. Sui let out a sigh of relief. 30 million credits. That's equivalent to most of an old villa. Originally, he thought he was quite rich after crossing over, having a face, a house, and both parents. It was the standard for a novel protagonist. As a result, the 2 sword maidens he encountered were all rich women. Lan Yueying's 10 million credits per month had already made his jaw drop, and a rich sister like Cheng Yin with a space ring on her hand didn't even need to be mentioned. Ah, what did you say? I say, I have a feeling I'm on a soft diet, and it's so wise to contract with you. It's so undignified. There are so many people out there still watching. Cheng Yin's tone was slightly angry, but she was clearly happy. Sui had wanted to continue molesting Cheng Yin, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of Lan Yueying on the side, and hurriedly rained on his parade. Yueying, you're also a rich woman. 10 million credits per month for living expenses. It's really unexpected. Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying was surprised. Ha? What 10 million credits? I only have 2,000 credits to live on each month. Before Sui could react, outside the light screen, Gao Biao let out a pale and shadowy voice. I didn't expect you guys to actually have a 6th-order sublime shield. No wonder you dared to make a move in front of me. However, young people are still too naive in their actions. All members of the enforcement team, I order you to attack the light curtain with all your might. Anyone who dares to secretly paddle will be directly removed from the enforcement team. The crowd of law enforcement team members looked at each other and had to attack the light screen with apologies. a man under the roof has to bow his head. Cao Biao, who was the first hand of Donghai City, only needed to wave his hand, and the establishment of these people of theirs would have to evaporate in place. Along with a burst of sword chi stirring, the brightness of the light curtain dimmed more and more. Most of these enforcers were no more than third-ranked in strength, with only a few captains being fourth-ranked sword harnessers. If it attacked individually, it wouldn't have any effect on the sixth-ranked subtle shield at all. But the problem was that there were simply too many enforcers following behind Cao Biao. In addition to the first batch of hundreds of enforcers, a steady stream of enforcers from all of East Sea City were still arriving. In less than half an hour, there were actually already thousands of enforcers on the scene attacking the light curtain. Inside the light screen, Blue Yuing Rui commented on Cao Biao. That old dog outside is really lowly. His grandson doesn't know how many people he's harmed in his day-to-day life. Being able to live to this day is already cheap enough. He actually dares to use his power to force the law enforcement team to attack us. He really thinks of himself as the emperor of the soil in Donghai City. That's right. It's just a pity that my Sword of the King's Path's sure kill effect only works on Yuan Ko, or else I'd have to give him a sword. Lan Yueying also nodded, revealing a few regrets between her words. Saying that, she looked at Cheng Yin with some concern. Cheng Yin, is your subdimensional shield holding up? It won't last. The portable shield was originally designed to withstand a small number of 6th order Yuan Ko, and now that so many people are surrounding the outside and attacking all the time, I estimate that in 10 minutes at most the shield will disappear completely. Cheng Yin said with a calm face, but just replace the shield when it's gone. I have plenty more of those in my ring. With that, another crystal ball appeared in Cheng Yin's right hand. As the new crystal ball was placed on the ground, the originally dimmer light screen was instantly restored to its original state, and even a little brighter. The corner of Sui's mouth, who had been quietly listening from the side, twitched, once again feeling the true meaning of trenchant. Outside, Cao Biao was still trying to use the power in his hands to break Cheng Yin's 6th order portable dimensional shield, not realizing that such a shield could be replaced by another one that Cheng Yin could take out at the drop of a hat. Beyond the light screen, Cao Biao's slackened cheeks piled up in layers, and he let out a hoarse, questioning voice. You're not an ordinary person. It's impossible for an ordinary person to take out 2 secondary shields. Who exactly are you and which family's son? You don't deserve to know yet. Cheng Yin snorted coldly and didn't even look at Cao Biao more than once, but in her eyes, Cao Biao was simply not qualified. In the Kepler galaxy, even the governor of a planet, not to mention the chief consul of a city, would have to speak to her respectfully. Fine. You don't think I really can't do anything about you guys? I've been in charge of the East Sea for many years, and I have plenty of means to concoct you guys. Cao Biao squeezed a very weird smile on his face. Pass on my orders. There's been a meta-corruption at the Harness Sword Envoy Service Center. Have the tech center fire a miniature banishment storm at the place in 10 minutes. Cao Biao's words have just fallen. Sui 3 people have not much reaction. The crows of law enforcers brigade instantly out of the riot. Consul Gao. This is somewhat inappropriate. Using strategic weapons in the name of a Yuan invasion. The above will definitely investigate thoroughly afterwards. Numerous law enforcers exchanged exchanges and pushed and shoved each other, eventually electing 2 temporary representatives to raise objections against Cao Biao, forced by Cao Biao's long-standing obscenity of saying one thing and not another. Everyone could still attack the light curtain with their conscience, but if they were to use such a forbidden weapon as the banishing storm in private without the knowledge of the Blue Star Council and the governor, then everyone present would have to be counted as one, and sent to the most dangerous meta-colonial realm for openings afterward. A miniature banishment storm, as the name suggests, forcibly banishes all matter in an area to an alternate dimension. Due to its extreme destructiveness, this weapon, similar to the remote dimensional teleportation array, is strictly regulated. Normally, out of prudence, even if all the consuls of a city unanimously agree, the head of a technology center has the power to refuse to carry out an order and not be punished afterwards. But in Donghai City, Cao Biao has been the chief executive for too long, and the head of the technology center has long since become Cao Biao's puppet on a string. Pust. A temporary representative looked at Cao Biao in disbelief, his hands covering his belly feebly. How could he not expect Cao Biao to choose to move against him directly? Chapter 30, He-Yuner. As he watched the temporary representative's body stiffen and fall backwards, Cao Biao didn't care about the blood and organ fragments staining his right hand at all, and instead revealed an even more hair-raising smile. Anyone else, who dares to disobey my orders, he is your example. The original cacophony of voices disappeared. The members of the law enforcement team lowered their heads, fearing that their gazes would collide with Cao Biao. As the saying goes, a county official is not as good as an official. Following Cao Biao to utilize Exile Storm, there was a high probability that he would be liquidated afterwards, but opposing Cao Biao to utilize Exile Storm, he would have to die now. Gao Biao nodded in satisfaction. He looked to the other temporary representative, who was shivering, and patted him on the shoulder with his right hand. Go ahead and tell Head Wu of the Technology Center to calculate the coordinates and release the banishing storm in 10 minutes on time. Yes. Yes. The surviving temporary representatives watched in horror as Gao Biao wiped the bloodstains on his hands onto his own clothes and stumbled toward the door. Gao Biao no longer paid attention to the temporary representative who had a wet stain at his crotch, nor did he pay attention to the unlucky man on the ground who had long since collapsed in a pool of blood. But instead, he once again turned his eyes from the light screen to the three people within it. Three little brats who don't know the heights of heaven and dare to mess with me in the East Sea, then go to the other world to accompany the Yuan Ko. Within the curtain of light, Cheng Yin's right hand gripped a Rubik's Cube tightly. She really didn't have any protection in her hands that could take the banishing storm hard. Still, there are quite a few instantaneous props that can quickly move to safety. If she hadn't considered that there were thousands of enforcers nearby, what she had taken out wouldn't be a magic cube used for transfer, but an offensive prop that could directly physically eliminate Gao Biao. However, just as Cheng Yin was about to turn the Rubik's Cube, a large hand rested on her arm. No! Save the props for another time. Suyi's voice was flat, with an air of confidence. Following the direction of Suyi's eyes, Cheng Yin saw a sweaty middle-aged Mediterranean. The Mediterranean Sea was no one else but the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, Chen Xiuhua. Principal. It's been a long time, but you're here. Suyi flashed a smile at Chen Xiuhua. Who did I think it would be? You guys don't think Chen Xiuhua can really be your savior? Gao Biao snorted coldly, obviously very unimpressed. As a hand of Donghai City, the weekday meeting, he listened to Chen Xiuhua report on the work of education are closed eyes. The difference between the two men's political status was not even a fraction of a star. And the members of the law enforcement team present were even less likely to follow Chen Xiuhua's orders across the system. Chen Xiuhua, don't get in the way of me carrying out my official duties, or else I'll have reason to suspect you of harboring your own students and arrest you along with them. However, the normally obsequious Chen Xiuhua was unusually tough. Go Pio. I'm not here on my own account, I'm here to pass on a verbal order from the governor. Chen Xiuhua scanned a circle of the surrounding enforcers and directly projected the chat log on his personal terminal. Governor's order. Everyone stop attacking Suyi's trio at once, arrest Gao Biao immediately, and control the order at the scene. On the projection, it was clearly He Qiguang's order to Chen Xiuhua. Seeing the evidence of the real deal, the many law enforcers present breathed a sigh of relief. And in Blue Star, Governor He Qiguang is the biggest king's law. Everyone was originally forced to attack the light screen because of Gao Biao's threat, and now with the governor's order, everyone could stop without worrying about being exiled to the Yuan Ko realm afterwards. Gao Biao. Stop. Stop now. And on account of your many years of political achievements, the Governor General won't do anything to you, and you can rest easy in your old age. Chen Xiuhua looked at Gao Biao, his words filled with sighs. A few times, he couldn't even receive a response when he wanted to send a gift to a fiefdom like Gao Biao, but now he has become the messenger to pronounce his political death. Unexpected. An order from the governor? I think you've clearly tampered with the chat logs of your own personal terminal. Why else wouldn't the Governor General come himself? Gao Biao grunted coldly and chose to refuse to admit it. Since there is no evidence, then don't blame me for being impolite. I see that you are also an accomplice of these three students. Not only did you make a mess of the sword harnessing envoy service center, but you also dared to falsely pass on the governor's order. So let's execute them together here. Saying that, Gao Biao's right hand nails pierced into his palm, accompanied by several drops of black blood dipping out, and actually directly struck a black and red corrupted sword chi towards Chen Xiuhua. Chen Xiuhua was alarmed. This Gao Biao was not bold at all, but had gone completely and utterly insane. If it was said that striking out at Sui was a plot against a human genius, he could still be exempted from his official duties and land in peace. Then daring to strike at him who had taken the governor's order was equivalent to burning the Chinaman, and the nature was equivalent to openly plotting against him. He hastily urged the sword vegetation in his body, which barely counteracted the black sharpness that was filled with the meaning of decay and death. Seeing that Gao Biao still had the intention to continue striking, Chen Xiuhua's inner rage was also completely ignited. Both were of 5th rank strength, and both had been transferred to the executive series after losing their sword maidens. It's true that he has a lower status than Gao Biao in the political arena, but when it comes to a real fight, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. Old dog Gao Biao, I've put up with you for a long time. Every time you eat favors and don't do anything, you really think of yourself as the emperor of this eastern sea. Saying that, Chen Xiuhua also advanced instead of retreating and tangled with Gao Biao. The two fought for a while. The surrounding enforcers were out of luck as the two 5th order strength powerhouses fought. Logically, these enforcers should have assisted Chen Xiuhua in taking down Gao Biao quickly, But the problem was that these people were also only at the 3rd or 4th rank strength. In the face of the two men's big fight, not to mention helping, the aftermath of the fight alone was enough to make many unlucky people drink their hearts out on the spot. At this moment, most of the law enforcers began to crowd towards the periphery, fearing that they too would become victims of this strife. These people are really wallflowers. They just followed Gao Biao to attack our shields, and now that they're really fighting, one runs faster than the other. Within the light curtain, Lan Yueying looked at the chaotic scene and commented with slight dissatisfaction. Sui shook his head and did not respond. Most people join the law enforcement team, but also just want to seek a status, so that their lives become a little more nourishing. Really have the ideal of upholding justice in the end is only a very small number of people. On the side, Cheng Yin was a bit nonplussed. Sui, why don't we push the Rubik's Cube to leave first? If we don't move away from our current position in 10 minutes, we'll really have to face the exile storm head-on. Sui hesitated. To be honest, he hadn't initially thought that Gao Biao, as a politician, would actually openly refuse to carry out the orders of his superiors, not to mention that Chen Shuhua would actually fight Gao Biao to a standstill. Seeing that the two of them could not be separated in a short period of time, he was just about to nod his head when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The law enforcement team, which was originally in chaos, with almost everyone wanting to stay away from the center of the fight, actually quieted down in an instant. Gao Biao, you think the message on your personal terminal is fake? I'm here in person now. Do you want to verify if I'm a fake person? Chapter 31 Pure Love Warrior? Sui looked over at the sound, only to see a middle-aged man who looked to be just in his early 30s not imposing himself, his voice containing an inexplicable majesty. Sui was a bit surprised. He had heard that Governor He Qiguang was now nearly 100 years old, and had expected the image of a gray-haired old man. I didn't expect to see it in person today, but I feel young and excessive, full of black hair showing vitality, as if I'm not even 40 years old. But that wasn't what surprised him the most. When he moved his gaze to the young girl beside He Qiguang, his eyes directly froze. The young girl was wearing a purple dress, her eyes were like autumn water, her nose was straight, and her red lips were moist. Just by standing there quietly, she gave off a feeling of nobility and inviolability, and her beauty was breathtaking. What was of additional interest was the Missy's hairstyle, which was done in a single ponytail that wrapped around the back of her neck and then fell in a coil over her right breast. This hairstyle does indeed make one feel a sense of intimacy with her, as if one is dealing with a noble and gracious young superior. But for Sui, this hairstyle has awakened certain memories from his previous life when he was watching fanfares. Of course, what was most familiar to Sui was the 3 points of hostility towards him in her eyes, as it was when they first met. He Yuna? Sui couldn't help but blurt out. This young girl, who was extremely hostile at first sight, had left a deep impression on him. He had just defeated Zhang Guanghe, who had come to challenge him head-on that day, and the surrounding onlookers were either envious or admiring the students. The only one who stood in the distance was He Yuner, who was a medical sword maiden, looking at him as if she was looking at her father's murderer, causing him to wonder inwardly for 2 whole days. Shocked, Sui thought of the wild words Gao Rao had released before his death. He looked first at He Qiguang and then at He Yuner, the doubts in his mind gradually unraveling. This He Yuner, who had never been very kind to him, was feared to be Governor He Qiguang's own daughter. You know her? Beside him, Lan Yueying cast a curious glance. She's the girl I was telling you about the other day who kept staring at me with bad eyes. Saying that, Sui looked at the scene outside the curtain, only to see He Qiguang's fingers move slightly. Gao Biao, who was still fighting with Chen Shuhua, instantly collapsed on the ground, his body convulsing. Thousands of law enforcers were originally in chaos, but at this moment, they gradually restored order. You say, what is the strength of our governor He? How come I can't see how he strikes? Coe stabbed his fiancée with his finger, trying to divert the conversation away from He Yuner. Generally speaking, to be able to lord over a planet, one must have at least 7th order strength. Only when you reach the 7th rank can you feel the subdimensional fluctuations and prevent the invasion of Yuan Ko that may come. Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying didn't reply. Instead, Cheng Yin made the reply for her. In that case, Governor He is a 7th ranked sword harnessing envoy? The amount of information in Cheng Yin's words surprised Sui a little, and he inclined his head to look at Cheng Yin, who was playing with the crystal ball in her hands. He had thought that a person of the administrative sequence like He Qiguang would at most be of the 6th order, but he hadn't expected that he would actually be of the 7th order of strength. In an effort to completely change the subject, he put his thoughts into words. However, Cheng Yin gently shook her head again. No, as the ancestral planet of humanity, the successive governors of Blue Star were at least 8th-ranked sword-harnessing ambassadors to serve. Those planetary governors you remember with only 6th order strength are probably products of the period of the massive invasion of the main realm by Yuan Ko 1,000 years ago, when all the major galaxies were in dire straits. And naturally, the administrative sequences of the Sui didn't reply. He really did know a lot of details about the world, and after being corrected several times in a row, he had even gotten used to it. However, what he hadn't thought of was that by striking out with Gao Rao here today, he had actually ended up inviting would have recruited this Blue Star's No. 1 figure all the way over. Just as he was thinking about what kind of way to greet the big man in a moment, he suddenly felt an intense gaze. When he looked up, it was none other than He Yuner, who had been harboring a trifle hostile towards him even just now. However, as the two of them looked at each other, He Yuner once again averted her gaze, as if she was an aggrieved little girl who didn't dare to fight back. So it was her who stood in the doorway at noon today, too. After witnessing the entire process of the two of them meeting and separating at eye level, Lan Yueying carefully sized up He Yuner outside the light screen. Exactly. Sui nodded. I don't understand, though, why she seems to have been so inexplicably hostile to me ever since we first met. I think that she should not be hostile to you, but to me and Yuing, Cheng Yin said quietly. If I'm not mistaken, she should have been urged by Uncle He to contract with you, but was a bit reluctant herself, which is why she seems so conflicted. How can that be? If she doesn't want to contract with me, then can Governor He still force his own daughter? Sui didn't believe in Cheng Yin's words. It seems like you still didn't get it. Based on what I know about her, she should be wanting to contract you, but you've already contracted me and Yuing, so that's why she's a bit reluctant. Cheng Yin ruffled the long hair that blocked her vision and lightly stated her guess. You mean, she's a staunch pure love party and doesn't want her sword harness to have another sword maiden? Sui finally understood the meaning of Cheng Yin's words, but he still had some trouble believing it. These days, I'm afraid the majority of girls can't wait to have another swordswoman alongside them. After all, the Genko won't show mercy just because you're a purist, or kill you for opening the Crystal Palace. These bizarre creatures from the next dimension are equally hostile to every human being, and the extermination of humanity is coded into the bones of every metacore. With this general premise in mind, contracting two swordswomen clearly has a natural survival advantage over pleasing one. When it comes to a life and death situation of isolation and helplessness, one more battle strength means one more hope of survival. About 1,000 years ago, before the invasion of the Yuan invaders, human society was very different from today's, and there were still a few people who held the idea of one person for one lifetime. However, after the passage of 1,000 years, those who still hold such ideas today either died under the butcher's knife of the Yuan invaders or have accepted the present-day social trends. As for Sui himself, he had been puzzled when he had just traveled over, but after learning about the historical changes over the millennia, he quickly accepted the setting. Now that he heard that He Yuner actually still held on to the concepts of 1,000 years ago, he even thought for a moment that something was wrong with his ears. Under Sui's burning gaze, Cheng Yin nodded. She first looked at He Yuner outside the light screen, then lowered her voice and narrated in a voice that only the three could hear. I met her in a Sword Maiden group chat, and that group was full of S-rank and SS-rank sword maidens who didn't have contracts until they couldn't find a sword harnesser whose talent matched. But it was only He Yuner who made it clear that she wanted a sword harnesser who had only her in mind, regardless of whether the talent was good or bad. Chapter 32, Why don't you change your hairstyle? Sui said to himself that this is troublesome. Truth be told, he still craved He Yuner's medical faculty talent. Everyone knew that the Yuan Ko's hatred for humans was engraved in their bones. Even if their strength was low, they would launch suicide attacks on humans. Under such circumstances, no matter how powerful a teen was, there would always be times when they were injured when they entered the Yuan Ko realm to fight. As a result, sword maidens with medical talents are very popular. Even the most common medical sword maiden can increase the team's survival hopes dramatically. Coupled with the fact that the sword was the main killer, there were very few medical sword nymphs in the first place. If he missed out on He Yuner, he would undoubtedly be looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find a medical sword maiden with such a good talent in the future. But on the other hand, wanting him to be a pair of people with He Yuner for the rest of his life, that was something he could never do. Cheng Yin had traveled far away from the Star River in order to make a contract with him, and Lan Yueying had even openly professed her love for him during the awakening ceremony. So no matter what, it was absolutely impossible for him to leave these two behind. Thinking about this point, Suyi's heart was calm instead. It's better to forget about it then. Since she doesn't want to do it herself, then I won't force it. I'll explain the situation to Governor He later, lest the misunderstanding grow bigger in the future. He looked at the two women beside him with serious eyes. Although the two women had different temperaments, there was no doubt that they were both first-class beauties. What's more, they all made a lot of sacrifices for him, and the trio's relationship heated up quickly in a matter of days. If he really had a brain fart, Like in some romance novels, 3,000 weak water only take a dipper to drink. Then he would want to slap himself twice. As Suyi's words fell, the two women's faces did not fluctuate much. Actually, I think it would be better to find a way to snub her. Cheng Yin fiddled with the crystal ball whose light was getting dimmer and dimmer in her hands, and suggested to Suyi very seriously, she's a very rare medical line. If you don't contract her over, any medical line sword maiden you encounter in the future will definitely have a lower talent level. But isn't she herself not very willing? Suyi was a bit unresponsive. That's why it said to Lala, if she's willing, then what's the point of lulling? Lan Yueying answered for Cheng Yin. Suyi froze, carefully sizing up the two women in front of him. These days the two girls were completely harmless when they were with him, but they didn't expect that when it came to pitfalls, they actually didn't bring any ambiguity at all, and were even more flexible than his moral bottom line. Seeing that Suyi was still somewhat unable to make up his mind, Cheng Yin immediately came to Suyi's ear and continued to persuade him. Actually, I guess, even if you explain the situation to Uncle He won't allow He-Yuner to give up the chance to contract with you. Cheng Yin's voice was small, as if she was afraid that He-Yuner outside the light screen would hear the three of them plotting. She's already waited for 2 years. Uncle He won't allow her to continue waiting even if he dotes on her. What's more, no S-rank talented or above sword harness envoy will contract only one sword maiden, and if you don't trick her over, she'll end up compromising with someone else. Suyi's heart was moved. Before he could continue to ask, accompanied by a zizi sound, the already very dim light curtain completely disappeared, and the outside world's noisy sound also came into the ears. Cheng Yin had wanted to come to her ear to continue pointing, but unexpectedly He Qiguan walked straight towards the three of them. Student Suyi, you guys have made quite a commotion this time. Speaking of which, this is the first time we've met. I should have met up with you earlier. Before Suyi could ponder the meaning of these words, He Qiguan looked at Cheng Yin again. Niece Cheng Yin, your Cheng family is really willing to spend blood, in order for you to rush to the blue star ahead of others to snatch people. You actually even used something like a dimensional teleportation array. Uncle He, where are these words from? No matter which university Suyi enters in the future, and which power he joins after graduation, we will all be the Human Federation's fighting force as well. Cheng Yin seemed to be very familiar with He Qiguan, as if she was communicating with an ordinary elder as naturally as that. Ha ha, it's only been a few years since I've seen you, and you're actually speaking in an official manner as well. He Qiguan laughed twice and patted Suyi's shoulder with his hand. I, an old man, won't bother you young people exchanging feelings. Since you're here to inscribe the sword marks, go directly to the sword pavilion. I'll be here to help you with the follow-up. After saying that, he turned to look at He-Yuner again. Yuner, I can't spare the time right now, so just go entertain your sister Cheng Yin instead. He-Yuner had some reluctance on her face, but she still took 3 steps and walked over to Suyi's trio. Seeing this scene, He Qiguan first gave Suyi a meaningful look, then turned around and walked over in Chen Shuo's direction. Now Suyi was a bit nonplussed. Walking on the road to the sword pavilion, Suyi was still thinking about that look from He Qiguan. Cheng Yin, you say, Governor, he shouldn't have heard us plotting within the light curtain. Right. I always feel like he just looked at me strangely. Suyi came up to Cheng Yin's earlobe and looked out towards the back, and after seeing He-Yuner, who was following at a distance of 10 meters, he lowered his voice and said, there's no need to doubt that Uncle He must have heard everything we just talked about. The light curtain is only able to isolate most of the sound waves, but for an 8th-ranked sword harnessing envoy, even if we were talking and communicating in the isolation of a vacuum, he would still be able to hear what we were talking about. Cheng Yin had a calm face and didn't even deliberately lower her voice, as if she wasn't even worried about He-Yuner behind her hearing this. Besides, we were going to let Uncle He hear about it, or else how could he have let He-Yuner follow us if he wasn't aware of the remaining contract slots you now have? After saying that, before Suyi could reply, Cheng Yin simply wrapped her arms around him, stopped her footsteps, and looked behind her. Suyi didn't say anything else. He followed Cheng Yin's movements and looked back, only to see He-Yuner, who was following 5 meters behind him, walking silently with her head down, seemingly not noticing that the three had stopped. It wasn't until the distance between the two was already less than half a meter that He-Yuner saw Coe's figure from her vision and stopped in a panic. Coe sized up He-Yuner up close, an aggrieved look, with delicate and stunning facial features. In the end, Suyi's gaze still focused on He-Yuner's chest. The young girl's single ponytail coiled in front of her chest always made him feel like one of those human wife characters who didn't survive more than 3 episodes of the popular dramas he had seen in his previous life. Considering that there really were genkos from all the major dimensions in this world, he was even tempted to help He-Yuner change her hairstyle with his own hands. However, probably because his gaze had lingered on He-Yuner's sensitive parts for too long, Coe's waist soon felt a warm reminder from a certain young girl behind him. He resisted the urge to scream out in dismay and forced himself to say hello. That, Ms. He-Yuner, would you like to consider changing your hairstyle? Chapter 33, I was obviously here first. Why? He-Yuna's rhetorical question came out of her mouth. But this time, she didn't just run away like the previous 2 times. Nothing. Just don't think the haircut suits you very well. Sui held his tongue for a while, but in the end, he didn't dare to say the words can't survive more than 3 episodes. Secondary things are secondary. And really putting such words out in the 3rd dimension is no different than cursing someone to an early death. Oh, as if she had reverted back to the way she had been when they met at noon in front of the old villa. He-Yuner took a few steps backwards away. Okay, Yuna, you and I have talked quite a bit online. There's no need to be so raw right now. Just as Sui was racking his brain for a topic to talk about, Cheng Yin suddenly opened her mouth to break the silence. We're going to outline the initial sword marks with Sui right now, so if there's nothing else, you can go back to Uncle He first, and then we'll have a nice get-together when we return from the sword pavilion. Sui was instantly greatly puzzled. You said you'd coax He-Yuna. Why are you suddenly kicking her out again? In case he really let He-Yuna off the hook, how should I lure her into the contract room in the sword pavilion in a while? However, what was even more unexpected to COE was that He-Yuna actually shook her head. That, I'd better send you guys inside the sword pavilion. After all, Father's request was to entertain you properly. It's just unseemly for me to go back by myself. Alright then, let's just get to the sword pavilion first. Cheng Yin agreed with the water. Looking at He-Yuner, who continued to walk silently after him, Sui couldn't help but open his personal terminal and communicate with Cheng Yin. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yin seemed to have predicted his movements. Before he could send a question on his personal terminal, a large message had already been sent over. You don't get it, do you? She and I are friends who have known each other for years. When I tell her to leave, she gets the feeling that she's being outclassed by her best friend, and instead gets rebellious and doesn't want to leave. Sui was greatly shocked. He couldn't help but look at Cheng Yin. Applying the complexity of girls' psychology towards their girlfriends to this extent is in a sense considered to be an expert in psychology. This way, please. A sweet smiling girl extended a hand and guided Sui and his group into the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion, as another important place in East Ocean City, was actually somewhat similar to the Sword Harnessing Envoy Service Center in terms of function. Only the overall area of the Sword Pavilion was on the small side, and its height was only a mere 8 floors, serving from low to high the 1st to 8th ranked swordmasters and sword maidens respectively. More importantly, unlike the Sword Harness Envoy Service Center that belonged to all of humanity, the Sword Pavilion was the personal property of a certain existing Sword Emperor. Naturally, all services in the Sword Pavilion needed to be paid for, and they weren't cheap. So very few sword harness ambassadors came here on weekdays to receive services. However, due to the severe damage done to the Sword Harnessing Envoy Service Center today, the business of the Sword Pavilion in Donghai City would be on fire for a small period of time in the foreseeable future. Several ladies and gentlemen, I wonder what services you need for your visit this time. If you don't need any services, you can also sit on the sofa over here first to listen to the history of our Sword Pavilion. We came here on the recommendation of Governor He. Sui interrupted the guide's condescension. Oh, so it's student Sui. Please wait in the VIP room for a moment first, the usher said with a smile on her face, seemingly having been notified long ago. Following the guide into the spacious VIP room, Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying tacitly pulled Sui to sit on a set of sofas, just leaving an empty seat on the edge leaning against Sui. Now He-Yuner was a bit embarrassed. There was another set of couches in the VIP lounge, but they were all too far away from where the 3 were. If she communicated from such a distance, she herself had felt that there was something she could not say. She had no choice but to sit beside Sui. The next moment, the voice of the guide from earlier rang out again. Mr. Sui, may I ask these 3 sword maidens beside you? Are they all required to test their sword attributes? No, only the 2 of them need it. Sui pointed at Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying respectively. Alright, please ask the 2 young ladies to follow me. After we finish testing the detailed sword attributes, we'll invite student Sui to the testing room for the sword mark outline. The 2 girls, Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, immediately stood up. Their purpose of sitting on the sofa had been accomplished, so naturally they didn't have to stay in the VIP room any longer. Before following the female guide out of the VIP room, Cheng Yin even winked towards Sui, signaling him to seize the opportunity to be alone with He-Yuner. Seeing that there were only 2 people left in the VIP room, He-Yuner instinctively wanted to get up and change her position to avoid the embarrassment of rubbing her skin against Sui. Unexpectedly, Sui actually directly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. He-Yuner's body stiffened. She felt she had fallen into a carefully set trap. Both of them, are they your swordswomen? He-Yuner's body stiffened, not daring to relax as she eyed ahead and asked. Aha. Xiao Yi's right hand didn't dare to indulge further, so he had to maintain this position and chat with He Yuner. But what did Sister Cheng Yin contract with you? I've exchanged a lot of information with her online, and she should be in the Kepler galaxy 500 light years away right now. So how come she's suddenly about to perform the first order promotion ceremony? There was doubt in He Yuner's voice. It was on the day we first met. That afternoon when I returned to the old villa, Cheng Yin was already waiting for me in the courtyard. After a night of deep communication, we went to the deed at dawn the next day. Sui deliberated over the words and finally chose to use a more euphemistic technique to explain the situation. He felt He Yuner's stiff and slippery shoulders and couldn't help but want to get on and massage her. An overnight exchange? He Yuner twisted her head in surprise, just in time to bring her ponytail, which was coiled in front of her chest, to Xiao Yi's hand. No, actually, that night was an accident. Probably because she's rich, if we're hard on the reason. Xiao Yi very sincerely stated the root cause. Not only his eyes but his eyes were fixed on the braid on He Yuner's chest without leaving. He wasn't looking at some part of He Yuner's high rise, but he really thought that the haircut, the conditions he made to Cheng Yin that night were insulting. Never expecting Cheng Yin to actually agree. But unexpectedly, instead of getting angry, Cheng Yin chased him to draft a contract, as if she was afraid that he would back out. But I'm not exactly poor. Didn't you receive 10 million credits in your personal account that afternoon? I was clearly the one who came first that day. He Yuner's words came out of his mouth. It was Su Yi's turn to freeze. He shifted his gaze from He Yuner's chest to her eyes, inexplicably feeling his mouth go a little dry. Chapter 34 Girl Help Girl. You mean that 10 million credits actually came from you? Under Xiao Yi's incredulous gaze, He Yuner gently shook her head, followed by a nod. It wasn't me, it was my dad. He froze all the accounts in my name. And if I didn't still have two sisters I met online, I would have had to move into your house that afternoon. Now that's really a girl help girl. Sui inexplicably thought. A teenage girl is cut off from her father's financial resources as a means of forcing her to move in with a family-appointed marriage partner. But she is able to make a lot of online friends and barely make ends meet, and ultimately doesn't give in. It sounds kinda hot. And if you add a temporarily downtrodden male lead, it's quite a romance novelesque immediacy. Sui shook his head and pushed these untuned thoughts to the back of his mind. No wonder you were so angry in the morning. What are you thinking now? My father just told me that it's true that you have more than just two sword maidens that you can contract. Is that true? He Yuner didn't answer Xiao Yi's question head-on, but instead asked with intent. That's right, my kendo talent does have the effect of raising the sword maiden slot. Sui nodded. So, do you want to indenture me? He Yuner's tone became more urgent, as if she was eager to get an accurate answer. Think, Sui replied decisively. It had been a big trip to take this rare medical swordswoman in front of her under her wing. Now that He Yuner took the initiative to mention it, his answer was naturally quite honest. But after a moment's thought, he hastened to add, but I am not going to give up the whole forest for one tree. Who said anything about letting you give up on both of them? He Yuner gritted her teeth. In fact, what you guys said at the sword harnessing envoy service center, my dad secretly used his ability at that time so that I could hear it as well. Oh, and then what? Sui realized that his own face skin is also thicker. Was broken down in front of the conspiracy actually do not feel embarrassed at all. Then, I think what Cheng Yin's sister said is not without merit. As if deflated, He Yuner twisted her head and stopped looking at Sui. Why are you calling her sister all of a sudden? Sui felt a little strange, putting his heart in the right place. If he had known that someone was counting on him, he would have gnashed his teeth at least after learning the truth. Not to say storming out, but He Yuner's face was slightly red. Clearly not the normal reaction of a normal person who knew about the dark secret. We were already chatting online, and besides, she's 2 years older than me. Isn't it normal for me to call her my sister? Xiao Yi stared at the ponytail on He Yuner's chest and chose to remain silent. It could be seen that He Yuner also cared about her age, just like Cheng Yin that day. Or rather, all of the SS-ranked sword maidens who had gone through a long wait because they couldn't find a suitably gifted sword harnesser seemed to be very sensitive to their age. Speaking of age, Sui suddenly realized a fact as an afterthought. Of the two swordswomen he had with his own, it appeared that he himself was the youngest one. Cheng Yin naturally didn't need to say much. The age of 22 was a charming time among ordinary people, but for the group of swordswomen who generally signed their contracts at 18, it was already a full 4 years behind everyone else. As for Lan Yueying, although he was equally awakened this year, the specific time of birth registered on the awakening form was also 2 months earlier than him. If this is not handled well, in the future in the old villa seniority, he really have to call his two-sword mother a sister. What are you thinking? He Yuner's voice pulled Coe back to reality. Sorry, I just got carried away. Sui moved his gaze to He Yuner's slender legs. The purple dress and white legs were beautiful to view. I thought you were going to use that lame excuse of a haircut again. Hyunur seemed to have read Coe's inner thoughts, and her words carried a small hint of contempt. Coe was tempted to say that Hyunur's hairstyle really needed to be changed, but the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them hard. Right now Hyunur had already decided that he had just been peeping at certain indescribable parts below the neck, so even if he refuted it, it wouldn't make much sense. His silence made Hyunur's prepared silky little streak useless, so she had to pick up where she left off. But then again, I do feel now that what Sister Cheng Yin told you at the Sword Harnessing Envoy Service Center was indeed correct. Which part do you mean? Sui asked. All of it. Hyunur replied slyly. Actually, I figured it out a long time ago that no S-rank or above talented sword harness envoy would accept that they only have one sword maiden. Even if they agreed to my conditions at the time, they would definitely back out later on when they see other sword harness ambassadors embracing them left and right. Saying that, Hyunur even pulled Coe's left hand off her shoulder and extended her hand to interlock her fingers. That, and you can still try to find an A-ranked sword harnesser. A-ranked sword harnessers can only contract one sword maiden. Surely they won't go for a second one. Sui heard Hyunur's strings, but he somehow just instinctively wanted to say a couple of untimely words to see how Hyunur would react. Am I an idiot? Am I not clear that an A-ranked sword harnesser can only contract one sword maiden? Can you really not hear the meaning of my words? Hyunur was completely anxious. She completely forgot about the embarrassment and directly rolled over to sit on Sui's lap, clamped Sui's waist with her two knees, and with her hands, she pressed Sui's shoulders to the sofa with a deadly grip, and said with a single word, I'm saying all this to get you to confess to me, not for you to analyze how I should find someone else to contract with. Sui felt some raw pain in his waist from the two knees, but he wisely chose to shut up. Hyunur was clearly in an irrational state of venting right now, and opening her mouth at this time would only make her madder. Say something. Why don't you say something? Wasn't it natural for you to treat me like a courier this morning? Why don't you talk now? As if angered by Coe's silence, Hyunur brought her face to a position less than 5 centimeters away from Coe and gritted her teeth. Naturally, Coe didn't answer stupidly, but instead made a show of baring his teeth, hoping to soften Hyunur's heart and finish venting his emotions earlier. In his mind, though, he was still tempted to spit. Hyunur's messy temper can be hard to enjoy. The two of them hadn't even formalized their relationship before they started settling old scores, and when she moved into the old villa later on, she was afraid that there would be quite a few things waiting in the wings. Chapter 35 Contracts. Immediately, when Hyunur finished venting her emotions and realized that the two were maintaining an ambiguous position, she trembled again and crossed her legs off of Coe and sat down on the sofa again. Then, as if she had thought of something, she put Sui's right hand on her shoulder again, restoring the physical movements of the two of them to the way they were when they were initially alone. Seeing this action of Hyunur, Coe even inexplicably felt that she was a bit cute and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? I haven't agreed to contract with you yet. Also, I haven't finished settling the score with you for treating me like a courier in the morning, and I'm not done with you until I straighten this out. Hyunur's face was red and looked similar to an apple, but she still said with a very stiff upper lip. Sui didn't say anything, just stood up from the sofa. Where are you going? Seeing that Coe was ignoring her, Hyunur hurriedly followed suit and stood up. Of course I'm going to outline the sword marks for Yuing and the two of them. They're my sword mistresses. Of course I'm going to accompany them. Sui replied as a matter of course, getting up and heading in the direction of the door. You. Hyunur broke down a bit. You come back. They are your sword maidens. Am I not? Of course it is. That's what you said yourself. Sui turned around with a smile on his face. All he wanted was for Hyunur to admit in person that he was willing to be his swordswoman. He was just about to continue flirting with Hyunur for a few more moments when he saw Hyunur stumbling into his arms with tear tracks on her face. Do you have to make me tell everything myself and watch me lose face to be happy? Coe reached out and wiped Hyunur's tears, thinking that it seemed like he had pushed a little too hard. Hyunur's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and there was no trace of nobility left in her body, like a child who was afraid of being left behind. Of course, although Sui was moved by Hyunur's tears, he was also clear that he absolutely could not directly admit that he was intentionally luring Hyunur to take the initiative to show her love. Of course not. I just feel a bit unreal. Before, I would never have dreamed that you would be willing to become my sword maiden, and now that I don't hear it from your own mouth, it always feels a bit unreal. The last time he had seen a girl in tears was during the awakening ceremony, but at that time, Lan Yueying was only a little moist at the corners of her eyes, and it was never to the point of letting out a cry. Technically, Hyunur was the first to whimper in his arms. Well then, we'll go to the deed immediately now. Hyunur wiped her tears on Coe's sleeve and said gamely, this is too much of a rush. Before Sui could wail about his blouse, his heart thumped, wondering if he had just pushed too hard. Yunner was acting so erratically. It wouldn't be good if she was too badly stimulated and went insane. No, right now. I'm about to contract you before they outline the initial sword marks. Yunner said again in a single word. Well, then let's go straight to the testing room and find them both. Sui inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. There's still climbing. And that means good spirits. Ah, why are we looking for both of them? I don't want to see them right now. Why don't we wait until our contract is complete? Yunner looked dissatisfied. And both of her arms holding onto Coe tightened a bit. Don't you know that when a sword master wants to contract a new sword maiden, any previously contracted sword maiden must be present to do so? Coe wanted to laugh a little at Yunner's stressful reaction, but he patiently explained to her. I'm sure I knew that, but I used to just think about finding a boy who would be willing to contract just me with his talent and family, and I didn't even consider the possibility of having to share it with another girl, and it just didn't occur to me for a while. Yunner stammered. Coe touched the back of Yunner's head and smoothly coiled that ponytail. Okay, enough about that, let's meet up with them now. Saying that, Sui saw the message from Cheng Yin on his personal terminal, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Inside the compact, the grounds are quite spacious. Unlike the pitifully small miniature contract rooms within the school, the contract rooms within the sword pavilion were all built to the highest standards, and if squeezed together, accommodating 20 people would not be a problem. As Sui and Yunner pushed open the door, Yunner was surprised to find that Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying were actually talking and laughing as they sat cross-legged on the golden heather floor, as if they had been waiting here for a long time. So quickly coaxed, I thought it would take a while for the deed to begin. Cheng Yin saw Yunner pulling Suyi's hand and knowingly joked. Sister Cheng Yin, don't make fun of me. We've been chatting online for so long. How come when we meet in reality, you're always making fun of me? Yunner's small face was slightly red, and she somewhat dared not look directly into Cheng Yin's eyes. It's too natural for you to yell sister. Coldly, Sui interjected from the side. What's not to shout about? I can treat you all like sisters if you want. Cheng Yin seemed to enjoy the feeling of being addressed as sister, not only covering her mouth and snickering, but also casting her gaze towards Sui. Sui didn't answer again. Speaking of which, of the 3 women and 1 man present, he was the youngest, and he didn't want to bring the battle to himself. However, the reality is often different. Speaking of which, of the 4 of us, it's rather Sui who's the youngest, so you'll have to call us sister. A brilliant light flickered in Cheng Yin's eyes, as if she had thought of something amusing, and she aimed her spear at Sui again. Actually, no, Sui responded with a calm face. Both in terms of physical and mental age, Cheng Yin was indeed the most mature one, but if you want him to call sister, that is absolutely impossible. He did not give himself to rise to the generation of the 3 daughters of the rightful father is good. Yunner has always felt like an innocent child to me, while Lan Yueying is my childhood friend and peer, and only you, Cheng Yin, seem like a big sister who has been worrying about the family. Sui spoke these words from the bottom of his heart. On Cheng Yin's first day at the old villa, she did a major remodeling of the living room just like the Tian Luo girl in the fairy tale. When he got up the next morning and looked at it, he almost didn't recognize it as his living room. From the layout and furnishings of the major pieces of furniture, to the personal toiletries and hygiene items, to his own habits, all were arranged in a clear manner. That's right, and I know it well. Lan Yueying followed suit and nodded her head in approval, her normally unsmiling face revealing a faint smile. Chapter 36, Try and Die. On the side, Yunner's face was stiff for a moment. Without Blue Yuying's affirmation, she might have thought naivety was a positive word, but this kind of recognition coming from the mouth of Lan Yueying, a girl even younger than her, instantly made her associate it with a different meaning. Innocence can, in a sense, be called childishness. Yunner roared, and was about to pounce towards Sui right away. At the critical moment, Cheng Yin buried Yunner in her arms as she smiled at Sui. A female big sister holds a golden brick. Since Sui thinks I'm a sweet big sister, then in the future, simply address me as sister at home. Sui froze, not expecting Cheng Yin to be on the offense. Seeing that Cheng Yin was going to continue to pursue the topic, Sui hurriedly forced himself to interrupt the conversation. Alright, let's hurry up and start the contracting ceremony. I have to go outline the sword marks for you 2 later. Cheng Yin skimmed her mouth, eager to accuse Sui of this playful trickery, but after thinking about it, she still released Yunner from her arms and followed the 2 women to sit on the ground together, surrounding Sui in the center. Unlike the previous 2 times when they had been in the small, cramped and rushed small contract room, this time in the sword pavilion's extra-large contract room, the 4 of them were completely able to keep a small distance from Sui, but it was clear that neither Cheng Yin nor Lan Yueying had this intention. As for Yunner, she had wanted to show some reserve. However, as the 2 women tacitly approached Sui, She had no choice but to grit her teeth and get closer for the sake of the coordination of the formation. Feeling the 6 arms of the 3 women placed on his waist, Sui knew he couldn't delay any longer. The 3 women had different thoughts, but the movements of their hands were getting bolder and bolder. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that he would soon be unable to even concentrate. Stop squeezing and hurry up and focus your mind. I'm going to start. After a reminder, the contract formation was activated again. 2 chains, each of a different color, surfaced behind both Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, with the other end firmly connected to Sui. The chains on Cheng Yin's side were bluish-purple in color, and they were dotted with some ever-flowing lightning symbols. As for Lan Yueying's side, it was reddish-red all over, the same color as the red sky sword's blade. Yuner froze in place, looking at the chains sticking out from behind the 2 women, and for a moment she forgot to close her eyes. Quickly close your eyes and sense your mind. Don't look. Cheng Yin opened her eyes and glared fiercely at Yuner, who then remembered the detailed steps of the contract ceremony that Sui had introduced on the way. Panicking and closing her eyes, Yuner instantly felt a golden chain coming from Sui's direction, binding her tightly all over her body. In the next moment, the golden pillar of light rushed out of the 8-story sword pavilion. Dazzling. At the Sword Harnessing Envoy Service Center, a large group of enforcer members were methodically cleaning up the ruins at the scene. Surrounded by the crowd, Ichiguan looked in the direction of the sword pavilion with a feeling in his heart. So fast. It looks like the youngsters are moving fast. Lord Governor, it can't be Sui and Shen Jin contracting over there, can it? But hasn't Sui already contracted 2 sword maidens? Chen Xiuhua, who was on the side, followed suit and saw the pillar of light with a pure golden color, instantly associating it with the scene from a few days ago when he dealt with the follow-up for Sui. His eyes filled with astonishment. Who else would there be? The sword pavilion is so expensive to use. I wouldn't have let them go to the sword pavilion contract if this place wasn't in ruins. Ichiguan gently shook his head with a relieved look. After tossing and turning for 2 years, Yuner has a good home. And even though Sui's number of sword maidens will be high, at least she won't be wronged. So that's it. That was something Chen Su didn't dare to take. Ichiguan's words clearly meant that he had already recognized Sui as his son-in-law. In this way, the evaluation of Sui became a family matter for the leader, a subordinate of his. Whether he complimented Sui or disparaged him, he would sow mischief for himself in the future. Sui opened his eyes and looked at the emerald green Emoste longsword in his hand, and couldn't help but think of a bizarre question. The color of the mind chains of the sword harnesser and sword maiden was determined by the sword maiden's attributes, which if Yuner started cultivating in the future, wouldn't the mind chains turn green? And every time she performed cultivation, she would have to have a green head. Shaking off his head, Sui threw these tuneless thoughts to the back of his mind. Yuna he, Sword of Moxie, SS grade. Exclusive features, world-famous craftsmen, forging swords with their bodies, famous artisans of the world, continuously heals itself and the contracted sword harnesser, and the power of the way of the sword is alive and well. Forge a sword with your body, depletes your own status, heals and strengthens a designated sword maiden or sword harness at great speed. Number of dust washes, 1. After looking at Yuner's talent once again, Sui didn't let the 3 girls exit their sword forms immediately. Instead, he held Emosie's sword in his right hand and gently slashed it against his left arm. Puff! Emosie's sword gently slashed through, and a long wound appeared on Sui's arm in response. Holy, that hurt! Sui sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and the Moxie sword in his hand instantly began to tremble intensely. The green frost sword and purple electricity sword floating in the air on the side also trembled and floated to Sui. Don't panic, don't panic. I'm just testing Yuner's recovery. It's not like I'm really hurting myself. After comforting the 3 women, the 3 famous swords that were originally trembling violently instantly quieted down quite a bit, but they were still trembling gently, expressing their dissatisfaction. Immediately afterward, Sui looked intently at his left arm that had just continued to slip out blood. In just a few seconds, the wound that was still leaking out blood actually magically formed a bloody scab. Sui only felt a huge itch in his wound at the moment, making him want to reach out and scratch it, but Sui held back. He knew it was a normal nerve response to the growth of the flesh as the wound healed. The accelerated recovery of world-famous artisan only amplified this itchiness proportionally by hundreds of times, making it as unbearable as having 10,000 feathers caressing your body. Soon, the strange and itchy sensation disappeared without a trace, and Sui carefully uncovered the bloody scab. The skin underneath was as smooth as ever, and it was completely impossible to tell that it had ever been cut open by a sword. Sui looked at his personal terminal, and the time was just under 40 seconds. The recovery effect of this world-famous artisan was truly somewhat perverse, actually being able to shorten wounds that would normally take more than 10 days to heal to a few seconds. After hesitating for a moment, Sui decided to give himself a hard sword. the healing speed of the superficial skin tissue was just tested, and no data was obtained on the healing speed of the muscles and blood vessels and internal organs, the core organs. However, the moxie sword held in his right hand had just been swung down, and Yunner, who was originally still an emerald green longsword, actually forcibly broke away from control and returned to human form. Chapter 37. Due to inertia, Yunner fell straight towards the ground, and the position of the sword hilt that Sui had originally held in his right hand turned into a certain elastic part. In a flash of lightning, Sui hurriedly fished his left arm downward and wrapped his right hand around Yunner's neck from behind, picking him up in a princess hug position as a whole. Immediately afterward, Sui's right hand ghostly pinched Yunner at the hilt of his sword, suddenly a little worried that his child would be overnourished in the future. In the next moment, he reacted instantly. The one in her arms was Yunner, not Cheng Yin or Lan Yueying. Those two hits just now were enough to make the proud little princess blow up. However, under Sui's gaze, instead of screaming, Yunner symbolically struggled in his arms twice before stopping and allowing Sui to wrap himself in his arms in a princess hug position. She inclined her head in Sui's arms, her face slightly flushed, but she still questioned with a puff of air. What were you just doing? No self-harm. Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface, he did not move. What do you mean by self-inflicted injury? I was testing just how far your recovery effect can go. By the way, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere in your body? The load of forcibly lifting the sword form is something you have to bear. In the future, you must not do this kind of thing until you have no choice. No, I feel quite comfortable. Yunner shook her head, seemingly thinking of Sui's light action just now. Her face reddened a few more points, but soon, she remembered that she had just questioned Sui. But doesn't it hurt when you cut yourself with a sword? Of course it hurts, but the effect of famous artist of the world only works on the two of us, so if I don't test it on myself, should I test it on you? Sui responded rightfully. After the solitude of the VIP room, he had figured out the unique mindset of the young girl in his arms. Though the Yunner in his arms was 2 years older than himself, she was naive in many ways, the type that hadn't been poisoned by society at all. To convince her verbally, you have to bring your thinking down to her level as well. This, that. Yunner stammered for half a day, but didn't dare to agree. Ever since she was a child, she had always been afraid of pain, or else she wouldn't have reacted so strongly just now. Coe smiled and turned sideways to put down Yunner in his arms. The princess hug is a pretty physical move, thanks to the fact that Yunner was light enough, and most of the extra weight was concentrated on the upper and lower curves. It gave Sui a mental boost, coupled with the fact that the morning's training had strengthened his physique by a few points. It was only just now that the two of them didn't fall to the ground together. What are you laughing at? Try it on me, just try it on me. Come on. Yunner stood beside Sui, looking at the two women not far away who had returned to their human form, and suddenly said with a twinkle in her eye, putting on a valiant expression, what's there to try now that they're both back in human form? Wait until later. Sui did want to verify where the recovery limit of world-famous artist was, but he didn't dare to take Yunner's words seriously. He had just seen the boundaries of the young girl in front of him once before, and he was sure to howl in pain when the sword went down later. Yunner secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Sui put Yunner down, Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin instantly came up at the same time. The two of them touched Sui's left arm, personally confirming that the arm was as good as new. Not even a scar remained before releasing their hands. I didn't realize that Yunner's recovery effect was actually this strong. It's just a pity that it only takes effect on the two of you, or else everyone would be able to go to another level in terms of survivability. Looking at Sui's arms that were exactly the same as he remembered, Cheng Yin made a comment. My other talent can temporarily strengthen and heal you. Would you like to try it now? Yunner took the opportunity to interject. Forget it, we just vaguely felt some of it as well. But it's better to go ahead and outline the sword marks now. You and Sui's feelings are heating up, but Yueng and I haven't outlined our sword marks yet. Cheng Yin hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. Yunner froze, not expecting her offer to be rejected. She turned her pleading eyes to Lan Yueying again. A difficult look appeared on Lan Yueying's face. Emotionally speaking, like Cheng Yin, she preferred to complete the sword mark outline as fast as possible. But it was clear that the Yunner in front of her wanted to try out the effects of her talent first. Cheng Yin and Yunner are good enough that the rejection won't hurt their feelings. But she and Yunner hadn't had any previous encounters, and the other party's eyes were full of pleading. So if she refused outright, she was afraid that it would affect her future relationship. Just as Lan Yueying was hesitating, Sui suddenly helped her out. It's better to go to the coordination room first. We can take our time to test the effects of the gift when we get back to the villa. With Coe taking a stand, Yunner had to nod somewhat reluctantly. The next second, though, her eyes lit up again. It's fine to go and outline the sword marks now. It just so happens that I can provide you with sword mark dust. No need. I made a deal with Sui back then. I've already wrapped up all of his sword maiden's pre-7th rank sword mark dust. As if Cheng Yin had anticipated that He-Yuner would say something similar, she duly informed the truth as soon as the latter's words fell. He-Yuner instantly looked at COE with some disbelief. Shouldn't Sui have 10 million credits in his personal account? How could he go and eat Sister Cheng Yin's soft food? What do you mean you're a soft touch? That's a note we made before the deed. Sui's tone was stuffed. Originally he still wanted to argue with reason, but in the three women's different gazes, his voice was quickly and unconsciously small. At first, he actually held the idea of extorting a sum of money to make this request to Cheng Yin, thinking in his heart that his contract slots were unlimited, and it was not bad to be able to contract such an imperial rich woman. For this reason, he even left a paper contract at Cheng Yin's request, complacently believing that he had taken advantage of a great bargain. I didn't realize that things were unpredictable, and now that the number of sword maidens had increased, that sloppy temporary contract had instead fallen into evidence that he was a soft touch. This is really a case of lifting a stone and hitting your own foot. Looking at Cheng Yin covering her mouth and snickering at herself, Sui tried to recall the movements in Cheng Yin's hand that night, ready to find an opportunity to turn the A4 paper with the incriminating evidence into pieces. Ahem. We'll talk about all this when we get back. Let's go to the coordination room first. Business is business. Seeing that Cheng Yin had the intention of continuing to open her mouth to molest him, Sui hurriedly opened his mouth in advance, lest he fall into the crisis of the family disciple position again. Chapter 38, a blood-drinking blade that grows emptier and emptier. With pupil recognition, the door to the coordination room should open. Without saying a word, Sui walked in with the three sword maidens behind him. Originally, he had planned to let He-Yuner go back to his cheap father-in-law's side first. After all, it took a long time to outline the sword marks, and it was inevitable that He-Yuner would be lonely when she sat alone next to him for a while. But unexpectedly, in response to COE's proposal, He-Yuner shook her head repeatedly and refused. Unable to do anything else, Sui had no choice but to bring the three girls into the coordination room with him. The coordination room was large and empty, aside from a gilded wood table in the center area. The large coordination room had no extra furnishings, not even a sofa or a chair, but the indoor floor was covered with a thick velvet blanket, so there was no problem sitting on the floor or simply lying down. Sui walked over to the table and nodded slightly when he saw the more than 20 bottles of sword mark dust placed on it. Which one of you two goes first? This was said to Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin. As for He-Yuner, she had just completed the sword maiden contract, and had not reached the conditions to carry out the outline of the sword mark at all. Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin looked at each other for a moment, neither taking a step forward, both wanting the other to be the first to outline the sword marks. Why are you being humble at this time? Hurry up and have one. Try to go back to the old villa before nightfall. We still have to prepare a room for He-Yuner. Seeing that the two women had stopped in their tracks, Sui pulled He-Yuner out as an excuse. Unsurprisingly, the move was quickly met with vocal criticism from He-Yuner. Who said anything about living in your house? I can't look at your old house now that my personal accounts are unfrozen. He-Yuner stomped her bare feet twice on the velvet carpet, causing the carpet under her feet to shed quite a bit of fluff. Sui smiled at her, but didn't reply. At most, He-Yuner will try to show off her tongue now, and when it's dark and he goes home, he has ways to make He-Yuner take the initiative to open her mouth and move to the villa. Now his core target was the two women who needed to outline the sword marks. Outlining the initial sword marks wasn't really any different than torture for the swordswoman, and he'd have to be a little more patient with the two women. Finally, Lan Yueying gritted her teeth and took a small step forward. Sui encouraged Lan Yueying with a smile. He wouldn't get tired of facing this childhood friend and fiancé just waiting here until dark. After a long time, Lan Yueying finally moved in front of Sui. Seemingly afraid of having to communicate with Sui, Lan Yueying didn't say a word and directly transformed into the shape of a sword and floated in the air silently waiting. Sui didn't say anything either, and with a light smile, he opened the cap of a small bottle of sword mark dust. He poured this transparent and irregular dust evenly onto the palm of his right hand, then looked at Lan Yueying, who had already changed into the green frost sword, and extended his left hand. According to the normal process of outlining sword marks, the sword maiden, who had already taken the form of a sword, should be the next one to slash the sword harnesser's left wrist. Then, the sword master must quickly drop the arterial blood from his left wrist onto the sword mark dust in his right palm, and this transparent dust, which does not dissolve in any other liquids, will soon merge with the master's blood to form the pigment that is really needed to outline the sword mark. However, looking at the green frost sword, which was motionless in the air, Sui instantly realized what the problem was. Yuing, are you unable to put your hands on me? The green frost sword floating in the air shook twice at the sound of the words. and eventually made a tiny, imperceptible cut on Suyi's left wrist. In the next moment, due to the effect of the world-famous artisan talent effect, the tiny wound instantly healed without even a single drop of blood sticking out. The air fell silent for a moment. That, Ying, you'll have to hit harder or there's no way we can proceed to the next step, Sui muttered in a low voice to the green frost sword at the side. He was touched by the fact that Blue Ying couldn't spare him, but right now was not the time to be touched. Without blood as a material, there was no way to proceed with outlining the sword marks. It seems like Sister Ying really can't lay a hand on you. Why don't you let me help you guys out? I'm very hands-off with Sui. Just as Sui was thinking about how to get Lan Ying to make a move, Cheng Yin's voice with thoughts came into his ears. He looked up, only to see Cheng Yin walking barefoot toward the table. Good. Sui nodded. Since Cheng Yin, his big sister, was willing to be the villain, he didn't need to think of ways to persuade Lan Ying. Under normal circumstances, all the steps of outlining a sword mark could only be completed independently by both the sword harnesser and the sword maiden. Otherwise tainting the breath of a third person would affect the finished effect of the mark. But it's clear that Cheng Yin is not in the realm of normalcy. She and Lan Ying were both sword maidens contracted to Sui, and having her hold the sword to bleed Sui would not taint it with stray breaths, and the final effect of the sword marks would naturally not be affected. Then Sui, you have to bear it. I'll try to make your pain smaller. Blue Ying had a smile on her face, as he watched her take a step towards him with the green frost sword in her hand. Sui's eyes suddenly blinked before his eyes. In the next moment, he felt an itch on his left wrist, followed by a pain that caused him to draw a cold breath. Hiss! However, Sui didn't dare to waste time spitting, but instead hurriedly dripped the blood that was gushing outward in a steady stream from his left hand onto the palm of his right hand. As the blood fell, the originally transparent and colorless sword mark dust instantly dissolved, and the mixed liquids took on a dreamy pink color. It wasn't until then that Sui finally had the time to talk to Cheng Yin. Did you just try to murder your own husband? Slitting your wrists so hard you're really not afraid I'll bleed out. How can that be? Isn't there a world masterworker talent effect? Besides, in case there isn't enough blood in one stream, won't you have to take a second sword? I'm doing this for your own good. Cheng Yin responded with a straight face. Saying that, her quick eyes opened a vial of sword mark dust once again and poured it into Sui's right hand to fuse with the excess blood. Sui no longer had the heart to fight with Cheng Yin. He was beginning to wonder a little about what had gone wrong to make the harmless nerdy older sister lying on the couch look the way she did now. As 3 more bottles of sword mark dust were successively poured into the palm of his hand, the wound on Sui's left wrist stopped oozing blood. The total volume of blood test that had just flowed out during this time just happened to blend perfectly with these 5 bottles of sword trace dust, fusing out almost 30 milliliters of liquid in the palm of his right hand. These pink liquids look like an illusion of beauty so unreal that you can't help but want to drink them just by looking at them. But practically everyone in the room knew that the pink liquid actually rivaled the most torturous of torture devices. Lan Ying regained her human form and walked over to Sui, her small mouth slightly open. Chapter 39 The Furnace. Sui's heart fluttered. He carefully tilted his palm and followed the direction of his fingers trying to get the pink liquid into the mouth of the young girl in front of him. Lan Ying followed suit and brought her head a little closer, lest she drop this mixture of blood and sword mark dust on the ground. For a while, the two of them moved ambiguously. When all the liquid on his palm flowed into Blue Ying's mouth, he just wanted to reach back his palm, but he was unexpectedly grabbed by Blue Ying. Wait, the sword mark liquid on the palm of my hand isn't finished yet, Blue Ying said in a slurred voice with liquid in her mouth. That won't be necessary. Suyi's body stiffened. Theoretically, the sword maiden did end up licking the palm of the sword harnesser's hand to make sure that all the sword mark liquid was swallowed into her stomach, but really want to let Blue Ying this with him the same age of the school flower with kitten like licking his palm. Sui feel more or less stained a little perverted. More importantly, he could be impressed with how clean Lan Ying and Cheng Yin were by taking 3 showers a day, and seriously doubted that Lan Ying would commit nausea afterwards. And while he was still hesitating to draw back his right hand, Lan Ying had already acted. Blue Ying carefully licked his palm, licking away the small amount of pink liquid attached to it while not leaking the slightest bit of sword marking fluid from his mouth. Sui didn't dare to move, letting Lan Ying play on her own. By the time he came back to his senses, he only saw that Lan Ying's throat was slightly moving, and he had already swallowed the sword mark liquid, and it was the next part that outlining the sword marks was the most painful part for the swordswoman. If you can't help it you can call out. There's only Sui and I here. No one will laugh at you. Cheng Yin, who was on the side, held Lan Ying's hand and pressed it to Lan Ying's ear to comfort her. Aha! Lan Ying answered and exchanged a glance with Sui, turning into sword form with a determined face. Sui stopped talking. He gripped the hilt of the green frost sword with his left hand and cut the palm of his right hand, dripping blood continuously onto the sword. It was at this point that the sword maiden's torture officially began. The sword mark liquid in their bodies would continuously impact the inside of the sword, thus initially forming the sword mark pattern, and outside of the body. The blood of the sword harnesser would constantly sear the body of the sword, literally inscribing the sword mark pattern. According to the feedback from the experience of successive generations of sword maidens, this feeling was similar to a dough that had voluntarily swallowed yeast powder and was fermenting vigorously under the baking of a blazing fire from the outside. A strange analogy, but unexpectedly apt. Sui looked painfully at the blue frost sword that Lan Yueying had transformed into, worrying that she wouldn't be able to withstand it. According to the modern pain index, pain is categorized into 10 levels, from 1 to 10, from low to high, and the sword maiden outlining the initial sword marks is unquestionably rated at the highest level 10 on the pain index. In hospitals, doctors will prescribe strong analgesic medication to patients who are suffering from a grade 10 pain index, or else the patient will simply pass out from the pain due to the intense pain. But outlining the sword mark was different. The entire process required the sword maiden to remain conscious at all times. Once the sword maiden fainted in the middle of the process, not only would the outlining of the sword mark be declared a failure, but it would even leave irreversible internal trauma to the body. As time passed by, the surface of the green frost sword had been completely dyed red. Sui was finally relieved. He knew that the most painful time for Lan Yueying had passed. Next, it was his turn to suffer. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sui did not hesitate, and without saying a word, he decisively stabbed the green frost sword into his belly. To be precise, it was stabbed into his Guan Yuan acupoint, which is often referred to as the dantian. The dantian itself was one of the most fragile parts of a sword harnesser's body, and its vulnerability was comparable to that of the solar plexus, which were death points. But in order to successfully outline the sword marks and merge the sword maiden with themselves, the sword harness ambassadors must have the courage to voluntarily take on this pain that borders on harakiri. As the green frost sword smoothly disappeared into his dantian, Sui finally took a long breath of relief. The dantian was boundless, and even a 3-foot-long sword would only occupy a small spot within the human body's dantian. But honestly, it's an odd feeling. Sui was able to clearly feel Blue Yueying, the sword maiden, being contained within himself, just as a precious sword was undergoing its final tempering in a fire furnace. However, as the vessel of the furnace, he could accurately perceive every inch of the green frost sword, and could sense the brand new patterns emerging on the surface of the sword, as if the sword was originally part of the furnace. How does it feel? Cheng Yin on the side teased. Now that the outlining sword mark had entered the final stage of warming up, all that was left to do was simply to wait quietly. It's kind of weird. It feels like I'm a streetwalker performing acrobatics and the next thing I know I'm going to spit a longsword out of my mouth. Sui weighed his words, or swallowed the crude analogy in his mind and replaced it with a more euphemistic one. He looked towards Cheng Yin and Yun'er who surrounded him on the left and right, and each extended a hand. It's just a matter of getting used to it, and you'll get used to it in a while until Yueying is completely branded with your mark. When it's my turn to outline the sword marks, you might even enjoy the feeling. Cheng Yin smiled on her face and smoothly held Sui's left hand, trying to divert part of his attention from the ongoing pain. Don't. I think I need to slow down a little bit. I feel like I'm going to be anemic after all the blood I've let out in a row. Sui recalled the determination with which she had just slashed her palm. The seemingly gentle brunette royalty in front of her had just slashed her wrists without the slightest bit of hesitation. Right now, the dantian was still aching. He didn't want to be tossed around by Cheng Yin again. Then I'll go get you some red dates to replenish your blood? Cheng Yin said on her lips, but her hand touched the location of his Guan Yuan acupoint, and even had the intention to continue going down. Don't. Sui hurriedly reached out wanting to reach out and stop Cheng Yin. He didn't want Blue Yueying to go berserk within his dantian. The fact that the blue jade ing was only in his dantian for final warming did not mean that it did not have the ability to perceive the outside world. Unexpectedly, just as he tried to break his hands free to stop Cheng Yin, Cheng Yin's slender hand took it away. I'm just giving you a massage. Why are you so excited? Cheng Yin said with a serious face, as if she really wanted to massage Sui's acupoints. Sui looked towards the smiling Cheng Yin and sighed in his heart that this imperial sister was really good at disguising herself. It was a momentary dimming of his mind that he would have thought such a pink-cut black royalty was an otaku decadent big sister the other day. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Why the sudden sigh? Nothing. I just think Cheng Yin you should get your hair dyed. Pink is more suitable for you. Chapter 40, Facts Aside. Sui looked at Cheng Yin's long, silky black hair that was slightly curled at the end and couldn't help but speak from his heart. Pink color? Since Sui likes it, I'll go dye my hair tomorrow. Cheng Yin had a pleasant expression on her face. The speaker has no intention of listening. She was always happy about things that could make her more beautiful in Sui's eyes. No. I just thought you were supposed to be one of those pink-haired beauties. and didn't really want you to color your hair. Sui shook his head back and forth, meaning to say, for him, 3,000 green threads would be enough to move his heart. While an acquired hair color may look a little more eye-catching, it is rather less eye-catching than long, waist-length brunette hair. After a few glances, Cheng Yin nodded. She was able to tell that Sui wasn't being tongue-in-cheek, but really preferred her current black hair. She was very happy. As the saying goes, a woman who pleases herself is a woman who pleases herself, and if she can make Sui look good, she will also be happy. However, one size does not fit all. There are still some things that need to be seriously accounted for with Sui. You mean I'm one of those badass pink-cut black types? Don't guess. Don't think. I didn't mean that. Don't get right. Sui was shocked in his heart. He thought Cheng Yin didn't know about these secondary stems, but he didn't expect her to be so familiar with them, and violently had the thrilling feeling of being discovered for badmouthing someone behind their back. But that little mishap didn't faze Sui, and with a set of silky little combos, he pushed the problem back to Cheng Yin. You don't think I'm easy to fool, do you? Cheng Yin naturally wouldn't jump into Sui's rhythm. She is well aware of the fact that sometimes the weapon of criticism alone is not enough to persuade someone, especially when the other person is deliberately disrupting the conversation. For example, in this case, it is necessary to use the criticism of weapons to make Sui completely honest. She gave a look towards He-Yuner, who was holding Xiao-Yi's right hand, and the latter instantly understood. In the next moment, the two women respectively swept forward and wrapped their arms around Sui's left and right arms, instantly causing him to completely lose his will to struggle. Be honest, or else the two of us, Sister Cheng Yin and I, will join forces and you won't be able to stand it. He-Yuner sounded a bit excited, as if she had found a fun toy. Say, what do you want? Feeling the two women's seemingly exaggerated, but actually careful movements, Sui understood in his heart that the purpose of their playfulness here was still to divert his attention, so he cooperated. But in his heart, he had almost guessed Cheng Yin's intentions. Our request is not too much. How about you call us sister from now on? As expected, Cheng Yin and He-Yuner looked at each other before bringing up the topic that they had just talked about right in the deed room. Never. Sui chose to reject it without hesitation. If it was any other condition, he could still consider it at his discretion, seeing as the two women were chatting and exchanging distractions with him. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to change his tone and call the three women sister. His seniority in the villa was only going up, definitely not down. If the three women wanted to play brother-sister play with him to enhance their relationship, then he might still consider it, but if the sword ladies wanted to play sister-brother play to delight their bodies and minds, then it was absolutely out of the question. He's such a double standard. He's on top of everything. Think again. There are two of us now, and of the four of us, you were originally the youngest, so you're not at a disadvantage at all if you call out to your sister a few times now. Cheng Yin seduced unhurriedly. She hadn't put too much hope in it. After all, Sui had just expressed his attitude towards calling play in the contract room. The biggest purpose of bringing up old matters now was still to help Sui divert his attention so that he wouldn't be able to withstand the pain within his dantian. However, the response she got was a big surprise. Facts aside, even if I'm a few years younger than yours, can't you call me your brother? Sui's nonsense shocked the two women. That's putting aside the facts. So what else are they going to talk to Sui about? Can't they talk about the allocation of rooms in the villa at night? The two women looked at each other and decided to give Sui a little bit of a shock. So they each put a hand through the collar of Sui's shirt. Unexpectedly, Sui actually did not react this time when he let the two jade hands touch his body. Not only that, but he was swimming in words to tease the two women. I didn't expect you two to be quite taciturn. It just so happens that we haven't made out much since we signed the contract. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to let you know a little bit about the opposite sex's body structure, lest your hands get busy when you're really honest with each other in the future. So go ahead and keep touching it. Sui had a smile on his face, not caring at all that the two women retaliated by pulling on him twice, even trying to get them to step up their efforts. He had just sensed the attitude of Lan Yueying transmitted within his body, and there didn't seem to be any aversion to the two women's experiments of moving their hands against him. With Lan Yueying's permission, Sui could be said to be free of any worries, and the two women's touching of him was no longer a threat, but had instead become a rare treat. When he said this, the two women reacted differently. He-Yuner hesitated for a while, but finally withdrew her white hand, her face reddening as she muttered in a small voice. What are you talking about? Let's just forget about it. Cheng Yin, on the other hand, glared at He-Yuner, seemingly condemning the unreliable ally. Yuna, don't listen to his agitation. He himself is an innocent boy who has only been in contact with us and he's acting mature. Hey, it's not a good habit to conspire in front of each other. Cheng Yin, if you want to enhance your relationship with me, just give me a massage alone first. Don't insist on pulling Yuna for everything. Seeing that Cheng Yin's allies were easily scared off by himself, Suyi's confidence suddenly rose, and in turn, he moved to please Cheng Yin. This shy reaction from Yuner was almost completely expected by him. After all, he had been alone with Yuner in the VIP waiting room not too long ago, and knew that the girly-minded, imperial-bodied Blue Star Princess had a thin skin. When he was in the contract room, the fact that Yuner could tolerate his mindless offensive actions without blowing up was already surprising to Coe. Now that he had not only said almost explicit flirting words, but also with Cheng Yin still beside him, there was no way that Yuner, who had just made a pact with him, would have the courage to continue groping around on him. Good. Since Sui likes massages so much, let me give you a good massage. Cheng Yin clenched her silver teeth and said 5 good words in one breath, which gave anyone who heard it a feeling of gritting their teeth. Suyi's heart instantly thumped. That tone of voice, it didn't quite sound like it wasn't angry. Just as he was about to strategically soften, Cheng Yin actually let go of the arm that was wrapped around his left arm, and both hands reached out together near his shoulders, with moderate force and even speed presses. It was only then that Sui realized that Cheng Yin had actually given him a real massage. Soon, Yuner, who had originally stretched back her hand, also came back up. The two young girls, one on top of the other, divided the labor clearly and massaged Suyi's neck and calves. Wow, that's cozy. Feeling the comfort coming from his back and legs, Sui had to admit that the two women's massage skills were really good. In a trance, he almost forgot that there was a long sword within his dantian that was undergoing its final warming. Chapter 41. The sun is not to be looked at directly, nor is the heart of man. But soon, he reached out and pushed Cheng Yin and Yuner away. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue enjoying the services of the two women, but he felt something strange at his dantian. That was Lan Yueying delivering the message that the sword marks on the green frost sword had been fixed and completed. He immediately brought his hands to his Guan Yuan points, gripped the hilt of the sword, and slowly but surely drew it outward, along with the green frost sword leaving his body little by little from his dantian. Sui inexplicably had the feeling of being broken out of his body by an alien and having his entire body completely sucked dry and become detritus. But soon, he was amused by the thought. If one were to ask who was the biggest beneficiary after outlining the sword marks, it would definitely be the sword harnesser rather than the sword maiden herself. Once the outlining of the sword marks was complete, the sword harnessing envoy became a veritable swordmaster, with absolute control over both the sword maiden's physical body and soul. Just like now, not only was he now able to manipulate the green frost sword as if he were wielding it, he was even able to completely feel all of Lan Yueying's inner thoughts. Even if a new thought suddenly arose within Lan Yueying, he would be able to know it immediately. When he thought of this, he looked at Cheng Yin somewhat wistfully. When Cheng Yin finished outlining the sword marks as well in a while, he had to use his privilege as a swordmaster to see all of Cheng Yin's inner secrets. In the next second, Cheng Yin's gaze looked over keenly, as if she had detected a hint of malice drifting by. Sui retracted his gaze without a trace, immersing his mind to sweep over Lan Yueying's heart, and his expression instantly became odd. What's wrong with you? The two women looked at Suyi's sudden motionlessness, and the green frost sword in his dantian still had half of its blade unplugged, so they couldn't help but ask in a worried voice in unison. It's fine. Drawing the sword hurt slightly. I'll just take a breather. Sui snapped out of his daze and used the excuse of pain to put the two women off. No wonder people often say that only the sun and the heart cannot look directly. Even Blue Yueying, such a cold and indifferent schoolflower, actually will also hide in the heart, cannot see the sunshine of the secret, really is not a person's appearance. In Suyi's mind, this fiancé and childhood friend who took the initiative to confess her love after the awakening ceremony has always been a white moonlight that can only be viewed from afar. Suddenly learning about the quirks of her heart, the image of the pure jade girl was shaken, but it made Suyi's heart flutter 3 times more. Hesitating for a moment, Sui decided that it would be better to swallow this secret honestly in his stomach. After all, the quirk had done him more good than harm, but not so much if he had said it out in the open. He disconnected his prying eyes on Lan Yueying's inner self as if nothing had happened, and pulled the green frost sword out of his Guan Yuan point completely. The long sword broke out of his body, and Sui activated the dust-cleansing sword pool talent at the same instant. In an instant, Sui only felt that the blood in his body was involuntarily flowing backwards towards the long sword in his hand. His face instantly went white. Last time, he had only consumed a few drops of blood by casting the Dust Wash Sword Pool ability on Lan Yueying, but this time, the suction of the green frost sword was like a high-pressure water pump, constantly drawing blood from his that. The good thing is that the hard feelings come and go quickly. After a few seconds had passed, the pale-faced Sui finally let out a breath of relief. He looked towards the green frost sword in his hand. It seemed that because it had drawn too much blood, The body of the green frost sword was no longer greenish-blue in color, and in its place was a pure crimson-red. Blue Yuing, Green Frost Immortal Sword, SSS grade. Exclusive features, Sword of the King, Sword of the Dragon, Sword of Red Frost, Sword of the King's Way, Sword of the Son of Heaven. Shocks the 4 directions. Hits fantasy creatures below the rank of King will cause instant death effect. Sword of Dragon Beheading, Green Frost Behead Snake. Breaks Qin Shui Di. Increases damage to dragon fantasy creatures by 200%. Probability of looting talent after defeating dragon fantasy creatures. Sword of Red Frost? Number of dust washes, none. Sui looked at the Green Frost Immortal Sword in his arms, which was one-way transparent to his information, and his entire body instantly froze. What the hell are those 3 question marks? In the past, his Linglong Sword Heart talent could easily learn the talent of any sword maiden, but he didn't expect that he would actually encounter this situation today. Before he had time to continue to think about it, Sui was somewhat shocked to find that the surroundings actually began to distort continuously just like a photograph, with every pixel shuddering and distorting. In the next moment, spatial fluctuations raged and a powerful impact came towards Sui. He instantly felt a sense of weightlessness as he accelerated his fall from a high altitude, and the 2 women beside him even unconsciously transformed into the shape of swords. Seeing this, Sui immediately gripped the 2 long swords. He held Mo Xia on his left and Zi Dian on his right, and behind him was the reddish-green frost sword suspended behind him, simultaneously urging the 3 long swords, trying hard to resist the sudden sense of weightlessness. At the next moment, along with the sky spinning, the entire furnishings of the coordination room floated up and smashed in all directions without any trajectory. In the Donghai Hotel, a large hotel named after the city, Chen Shuhua was pouring wine for He Qiguang, his face on the verge of overflowing with flattery. If it was in the past, he was nothing more than the principal of Donghai No. 1 middle school in Blue Star's administrative system, and there was no way he would have had the chance to give a toast to He Qiguang, the governor. But today is different from the past. The golden light from Sui and He Yuners Pact went straight up through the 8-story building of the Sword Pavilion, and the people in the Donghai Hotel could be said to have witnessed it from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Seeing that the 2 young people had cooked rice, Chen Shuhua was finally able to present himself as a matchmaker and went to toast He Qiguang. He Qiguang was also very facetious and answered Chen Shuhua's toast. He actually knew all about Chen Shuhua's inner little secret. However, for the sake of Suyi's cheap son-in-law, He Qiguang didn't point out Chen Shuhua's small-mindedness. After all, he did initially rely on Chen Shuhua's information to learn about Suyi's talent, and now that his daughter had contracted with Sui, he was indeed in a good mood. But just as he was about to drink from his wine cup, he instantly sensed a spatial fluctuation that tore through the sky. He looked at the floor-to-ceiling window with a feeling in his heart, only to see that the sky directly above the Sword Pavilion had actually cracked open a huge mouth out of thin air. In a short span of 3 seconds, the rift engulfed the entire Sword Pavilion, and then quickly disappeared. In the gaze of the crowd, an 8-story building just directly disappeared out of thin air. Clunk! The expensive glass fell to the floor, but at this moment, no one would be bothered by the tiny luminous glass anymore. No one dared to speak, even the East Sea City Sword Pavilion talkers who were specially invited to the banquet. Just a minute ago, they were changing their compliments to He Qiguang, claiming that he and his daughter and son-in-law were cultivating their relationship in the Sword Pavilion, and that he must have a great future ahead of him. But a short minute later, the real protagonists of this banquet, He Qiguang's daughter and son-in-law, disappeared into the spatial rift along with the Sword Pavilion. Chang Shu Yuan gritted his teeth and spoke stiffly to break the silence. Teacher, Blue Star hasn't had a spatial turbulence for many years. The priority is to hurry up and measure the coordinates of the Yuanko realm that this turbulence corresponds to. Sui and the others are still accompanied by that young lady from the Chang family, so they won't be in trouble for a while. Cheng Shu Yuan knew in his heart that opening his mouth at this time would surely become a target, and would probably even bring the teacher's wrath upon himself. However, right now was the very early stage of the spatial turbulence, and he couldn't just watch those ordinary people in the Sword Pavilion who were staff members and Suyi's few geniuses miss the best time to search. No, you don't understand. He Qiguang replied 4 words in a flat tone. His hands clenched into fists. His palms almost clenched out blood. What do you mean, teacher? Cheng Shu Yuan was stunned. He didn't quite understand the meaning of He Qiguang's words, but in the next second, he didn't wait for He Qiguang's response. Instead, he saw a shadow of light tearing through the void and appearing in front of them out of nowhere. Don't ask your teacher. He's grieving. All the gazes in the room were instantly attracted by the light and then chose to lower their heads with disbelief on their faces. Greetings to the Lord of the Sword Pavilion, Sword Emperor Qing Yang. Aside from He Qiguang, who stood still and didn't move, a group of dignified figures dropped to one knee and recited this Sword Emperor's title in unison. the world met the emperor and bowed on one knee. This is a tradition that has been passed down from 1,000 years ago to the present. Initially, it was just to honor the Yaoguang Sword Emperor who died in battle, but later it gradually evolved into saluting the Sword Emperor every time you see him. Even though several subsequent Sword Emperors had openly expressed their distaste for such rules, most people still chose to follow the rules and abide by the tradition. Get up all of you. I haven't died in battle yet. Why are you kneeling in advance? Cheng Yin Sword Emperor said impatiently. He walked quickly to the floor mirror to look at the direction of the sword pavilion, seemingly talking to himself and communicating with He Qiguang. Behind that spatial turbulence is an unknown primordial Yuan-Ko realm after all. Even if I were to personally make a move to break the space to create the passage, it would still take at least a week to do so. No spatial passages can be created, at least not before determining the strength of the opposite continent of Yuan-Ko. He Qiguang closed his eyes and shook his head in pain. His nails pierced his palms so hard that blood nearly soaked his hands. Before creating a space passage, we have to ensure the safety of Blue Star before we can do so. The solar system is the ancestral land of mankind, and it definitely can't become a battleground for the spread of war like the Kepler system. Chapter 42, The Holy Land of Cultivation. The sky is pale and the field is vast. The golden wheat fields are tumbling in waves of harvest under the autumn wind. Sui and the three women pushed open the door of the sword pavilion, and to their eyes, there was a good autumn harvest scene. From afar, there seemed to be a village looming several kilometers away, and there were sounds of gongs and drums being beaten from time to time. Even more shocking was the fact that with 9 days lingering in the sky, this was clearly no longer Blue Star. Sui sighed and tightened his grip on Lan Yuang and He Yunner's hands, receiving the last flukes in his heart. So it seemed that they had indeed been swept by the spatial turbulence they had just experienced to some unknown Yuan-Ko realm in a crisis situation. Not long after, a guide wearing the uniform of the sword pavilion with a bloodless and trembling face walked up to Su and reported to him about the damage to the sword pavilion. Fellow student Su, the sword pavilion's defense array was completely damaged in the space leap just now, and most of the machines can't be used for the time being, but there's still some food and water. So what should we do next? Sui patiently listened to the report without replying immediately, and secretly sighed in his heart. He wasn't sighing over the guide's reaction. Although these people worked in the sword pavilion all year round, they were ultimately just ordinary people, and it was normal for them to be a bit alarmed after suddenly learning about traveling through the Yuan-Ko realm. What he sighed for was that he had actually become the only sword harness envoy on the scene, becoming the backbone of dozens of working members of the sword pavilion. If it was normal, these ordinary people should not have taken him as their backbone. After all, there were 2 6th Order sword harness envoys specializing in guarding the sword pavilion inside the East Ocean City sword pavilion all year round. But just a short while ago, he got some startling news from this guide. Those 2 6th Order sword harness ambassadors had actually been temporarily invited to attend a celebratory banquet at the East Ocean Hotel. Sui was instantly startled, then carefully asked, this celebration banquet actually still his cheap father-in-law to celebrate him and He Yunner contract specially organized. And also the East China Sea City and even the whole Blue Star of many big names are invited over. This caused Sui to have mixed feelings. He Qiguang's purpose wasn't hard to guess. It was to borrow the mouths of the crowd to publicize the fact of his contract with He Yunner, which Sui was able to understand. However, no one expected that these big shots attending the banquet not only witnessed the golden light when the two were contracted, but also incidentally witnessed the sword pavilion being swallowed up by the spatial gap. As a result of this, the most direct result was that there was actually not even a single sword harness envoy within the current sword pavilion, other than Sui, a rookie who had just awakened less than half a month ago. Forced by helplessness and responsibility, Sui naturally became the backbone of a group of ordinary people. But honestly, Sui was under a lot of pressure right now. Harnessing the sword can mean more than just privilege. It means the responsibility to protect ordinary people. Now dozens of lives within the sword pavilion had been placed squarely on his shoulders. After thinking about it, Sui gave the guide in front of him the next task in a calm tone. I see. First you organize the manpower to check again. Make sure that no injured person crushed in the crevices of the instruments has been missed in the various rooms. Bandage and stop the bleeding and then organize everyone to eat. I'll figure out how to deal with the threat outside. Yes. Sui's tone of command made the guide seem as if he had found his way. And taking the order, he trotted towards the interior of the sword pavilion. After seeing the guide back into the interior of the sword pavilion, Sui looked again at Cheng Yin, who had been busy holding a cool little stereo instrument since he left the house. What metacorporate realm is this? As analyzed by air testing and soil sampling, this side of the metacosmic realm is not any one of all known metacosmic realms. Cheng Yin had a serious expression on her face as she opened her left hand and reincorporated the instrument in her arms into her ring. Oh, then wouldn't we have discovered a new metacorporeal realm? Seeing that Cheng Yin's face wasn't looking very good, Sui decided to guide her to think in a favorable light. Although he didn't know much about it, he vaguely remembered that the Human Federation had made a stipulation in this regard, and that there were rewards for discovering brand new Yuanko realms. I'm afraid it's more than that. Cheng Yin nodded and shook her head slightly. Sui, can you feel that the light emanating from that star in the sky has Kensu in it? Now. Sui froze. They are now in the unknown Yuanko realm. Now devote themselves to cultivation, but at any time may be attacked by the Yuanko. That's right. I'll keep watch. You and Yuing and Yunair will try cultivating for a little while now. Cheng Yin nodded seriously. Seeing that Cheng Yin wasn't telling a joke, Sui turned his gaze to Lan Yuing and He Yuner, who were holding on to his left and right. The two women nodded their heads and released their hands to take 2 steps forward, then simultaneously transformed into the Green Frost Sword and Moxie Sword, hovering in front of Sui's body. This created an equilateral triangle, which happened to be the standard shape for the 3 of them when they were practicing. Sui closed his eyes and felt with all his heart from the surroundings and the glow of the possible existence of the sword elements. Soon he realized that the light around him not only contained sword vegetation, but it was also dense to the extreme. The content of lightsaber in here was almost a heaven and a hell compared to that on the blue planet, and the concentration content was at least a few hundred times worse. He naturally extracted the sword vegetation, and a sea of it instantly swarmed over him. Luckily, these sword elements only stayed in his body for a short while, and immediately afterward, they began to quench the Green Frost Sword and Moxie Sword in front of him. After several cycles, he stopped extracting Kensa from the glow and opened his eyes again. At the same time, the 2 long swords also glowed with white light and regained their human form. Well, did you sense Kensa's presence? Cheng Yin couldn't wait to ask. There is, and it's pretty dense, probably equivalent to about 400 or 500 times that on the blue planet. Sui nodded, thinking that this azure plain was really a holy land for cultivation. If one could cultivate here without fear, even a pig could turn into a genius, then we're probably going to be famous, Cheng Yin said with her mouth, but her face became even more ugly. What's wrong? Sui's heart instantly thumped within him. Cheng Yin came from a top-tier family and definitely knew much more hidden secrets and inside information than he did. Her face was so hard. She must have known something. Beneath our feet is a Yuanko continent, or rather, a native Yuanko realm. Sui and He Yuner looked at each other in dismay, but only Lan Yuing seemed to have thought of something, and her face instantly clouded over. What does it mean to be a native metacolonial realm? Seeing that Cheng Yin had taken out another bulky and precise instrument from her ring and was busy working on it, Sui couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions, so he could only turn his attention to Lan Yuing, who had just reacted. I also heard from my parents by chance that the so-called primordial Gunko realm is the Gunko realm where the world doesn't reset. Lan Yuing forced a smile and explained to the 2 confused Sui and He Yuner. Chapter 43, Yuanko Continent, 3K, the vast majority of the metacorporeal realms. We call them secondary metacorporeal realms. The secondary realm is like a copy of a game that has a protagonist or world line in a relative sense, and when the plot reaches the end the world restarts and moves on to the next cycle. Lan Yuing paused and looked at Cheng Yin, who was still squatting on the ground to debug the equipment, so she could only continue stiffly. Since the secondary realm will reset even if it is fought down, it is simply impossible for people to survive. The Federation's current mainstream means of development is to use it as a resource point that can be refreshed at regular intervals, supplying it to low and middle-ranked sword harness envoys and sword maidens to use for practicing their combat skills and obtaining resources for cultivation. For example, the Yuanko realm that we entered during our high school exams is one of the lowest ranked of the secondary realms, so that casualties are more controllable. Coe nodded and patted He Yuner's shoulder beside him, casting an apologetic look that pushed down her somewhat anxious mood. He knew that those were just Lan Yuing introducing him to the basics of the Yuanko realm, although He Yuner was not too mature at heart, but after all, there was He Qiguang, the governor's father. This knowledge must have been memorized long ago, and it was understandable that he was a bit anxious now. I guess you guys have already guessed. The primary realm is different from the secondary realm. The numerous laws of these realms that only have a continent or an ocean are just as perfect as our universe. Time is constantly passing forward. As long as it is fought down, human beings can always practice and live in it. It's a great attraction to the major powers of mankind. Lan Yuing also gave He Yuner a slightly apologetic look and hurriedly organized her words to say what she knew. After saying that, before the man and woman in front of her could react, she gave another example as an addition. For example, the Zhao family, which is the number 1 family in the Federation, is able to produce sword emperors for generations and sit on the throne of the number 1 family thanks to Qin Lu. Ah, Qin Lu is actually a primordial plane. No wonder when I followed my dad to Qin Lu when I was 6 years old, I didn't find a single Yuanko at all. I thought the Zhao family had purposely cleared that area in order to entertain us. This instantly energized He Yuner. she excitedly took 2 steps forward, even leaving behind Su Yi's hand on her shoulder. "You've been there and you don't even know it's a primordial plane?" Sensing the emotions of the young girl beside him, Sui cast a puzzled look. This little blue star princess, how she feels silly, since she had been to the primordial plane before. Even if she hadn't reacted at the time, it would be too stupid not to realize that something was wrong after 14 years had passed. My dad didn't tell me about it." Yunner's tone was stuffy, and she seemed to have realized that she hadn't thought about Qin Lu for more than 10 years was a bit outrageous. Sui shook his head helplessly. "The wood has been turned and a return is out of the question. The only way to wait until they go back this time is to slowly sidestep the issue and take Yunner to the hospital for a proper neurological checkup." He speculated with slight malice. Perhaps it was the weak telepathy brought about by the contract that made Yunner notice Xiao Yi's malicious speculation, and her gaze with suspicion and disbelief was instantly cast over. Forget it, I'm not going to ask you that question." Xiao Yi dismissed Yunner, who vaguely sensed malice. With a serious face, he turned to look at Lan Yueying once again and asked the question he had always been curious about. "What about the Cheng family?" "Second. The Cheng family is the second family in the Federation." Yunner, who was on the side, snatched an answer, clearly having put behind her the faint malice she had vaguely sensed just now. "That strong?" Sui unintentionally glimpsed Cheng Yin walking towards the side, so he deliberately asked. "That's for sure. The Cheng family isn't just a large family. The average individual strength is unique among the 4 major families. The third-ranked Wang family obviously also controls the Beiyue continent, yet they have been pressed by the Cheng family, a family without a Yuan-Ko plane, for hundreds of years." Yunner turned her back to the approaching Cheng Yin and didn't see the approaching Cheng Yin, but seriously complimented. However, her words were clearly praising the Cheng family, and Cheng Yin, who was walking over to her, looked even uglier. "Ahem, Cheng Yin, did you just discover anything new?" Sui hurriedly skirted the topic. Yunner might not be too clear about it, but he understood all too well why Cheng Yin's face looked ugly. After all, a significant portion of the Cheng family's power was based on the use of hydrogen bombs to enhance radiation. Using such means that are both dishonorable and have huge side effects is just being forced to do nothing. And hearing Yunner's touting of her strength will naturally lead to mixed feelings. "I just confirmed again that this is neither the Qin land, nor the Yu land or the West land, but a brand new Yuan-Ko continent that has never been discovered by humans." Cheng Yin's face didn't look very good as she said to a few people. Sui didn't respond. It was the first time he had heard the name of so many Duko continents, and it was fundamentally unclear whether this news was good or bad. But judging from Cheng Yin's complexion, the odds were that it wasn't a good thing. It's actually good that it's not the Yu land or the Western land. After all, although those 2 Yuan-Ko continents have fixed dimensional passages, there are also ninth-order Yuan-Ko existences within them, which doesn't necessarily make them safer. Lan Yueying comforted Cheng Yin. The ninth-order Yuan-Ko divine mind was capable of traversing an entire continent, and if they were to cross over to these 2 continents, it was possible that before their group could even find the dimensional passageway, they would not even be left in flying dust. Indeed, Cheng Yin nodded, her face looking better, but she was still able to see a lot of worry. "But that's not what I'm worried about. It's how we're going to get out. After all, the fact that it hasn't been discovered before means that the spatial coordinates are hard to find, and I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for a year before we can get rescued." "I'm just afraid. This will just have to depend on heaven's fate. The most important thing at the moment is still to seize the time to cultivate and raise our strength as high as possible before we can do so." Sui grabbed Cheng Yin's hand and gazed into her eyes encouragingly. In his 2 lifetimes he had learned a long time ago that there was no point in mentally internalizing things that could not be changed. Instead of complaining, we should fight, never giving up the struggle until his breathing stopped completely. "Good." Perhaps sensing his determination, Cheng Yin's face looked much better and gave a response a moment later. "Then you can cultivate with Yuing and Yun Air first. I'll keep watch for you guys from the side and deal with the problems inside the sword pavilion in the meantime." Sui just wanted to say that Cheng Yin should participate in the double rest first, but after careful consideration, he realized that Cheng Yin's arrangement was indeed appropriate. Right now, there were still quite a few things within the sword pavilion that hadn't been cleaned up, and Yunner definitely couldn't do any of that, and it wasn't quite appropriate to put Lan Yueying in charge of the guard duty. After all, of the 3 sword maidens, she was the only one who had completed outlining the sword marks, and her strength was able to continue to increase without limit. Now that the interior of the sword pavilion was in shambles, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to outline sword marks for Cheng Yin and Yunner until he returned to the main universe. After all, it was only right to improve Lan Yueying's strength as much as possible. He wanted to say a few words to comfort Cheng Yin again, and then dismissed this stupid idea after seeing Cheng Yin's determined eyes. After all, this arrangement is Cheng Yin's initiative to put forward. He came to comfort is really a bit pretentious. Good cultivation until the safe return to the main universe and then slowly compensate with a lifetime is what should be done. Alright then, Cheng Yin, you'll be in charge of guarding the area, and the two of them, Yuing, Yuner, and I will go ahead and cultivate. If there is an unexpected situation, be sure to wake up the three of us. Sui finally nodded and looked at the three women and said. Yuner naturally didn't have any opinion. Lan Yuing hesitated again and again, but in the end, she didn't say anything, only casting a very complicated look towards Cheng Yin. Soon, as Sui sat down on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, the two women changed into their sword forms and began their intense and efficient cultivation. After 10 minutes had passed, Cheng Yin looked at Sui, who was concentrating on his cultivation with his eyes tightly closed, and then looked at the two long swords in front of him, which were constantly undergoing quenching and blossoming, and let out a long sigh. This sigh was not for herself, but for the two women and the people of the sword pavilion behind her. She had just spilled the beans to Sui and the two women. If there was truly a sword emperor out there, determining the spatial coordinates of a Yuan-Ko continent incidentally opening up a spatial passage would actually only take 10 days. And even if there was no sword emperor to help out, an 8th order sword exalt could use a month's time to open up the spatial passage between the main universe and this dimension. But the problem was that their encounter with the space turbulence was on the blue planet, and whether the Federation would risk a reverse invasion of the blue planet to open the space lanes was anyone's answer. In case those sword emperors of the Federation really don't have the gumption to forge ahead, Cheng Yin sighed again and walked slightly away, taking out two very worn charms from her spatial ring. The talisman was blue in color, very different from the usual yellow paper with red characters, as if it was mirroring Cheng Yin's tangled mood. If things really get to the point of no return, please don't blame me, she murmured. Cheng Yin knew very well that this would lead to endless consequences. Once she really used these two special talismans, not only would it cause Sui to suffer serious injuries, but it would also alienate him from her from then on. But when it really came down to it, she had to let Sui live no matter what in order to do so, even if the price was a lifetime of estrangement. After all, she wasn't a saint, and what she valued most was ultimately Sui himself and herself. As for Lan Yuing and Yuner, in the end, they had to be slightly lower. The two blue charms were crystal clear in the daylight, and she made up her mind. Soon, she reclaimed the two charms back into her spatial ring. Utilizing a charm was a last resort that needed to be taken only when things were at their worst, and she would never do it until it was absolutely necessary. Right now, for example, she still had to be on serious alert patrol, and incidentally keep up the pretense of the panic she just spilled to give the two women something to think about before she could do so. Chapter 44, No Prior Initiative. At dusk, Sui finally stopped his cultivation. He vaguely sensed that the MOCS sword, which had yet to outline the sword mark, had already reached its quenching limit. If they continued to forcefully quench it, it wouldn't allow Yuner to become a second-rank sword maiden, but would instead cause serious damage to her sword body. Opening his eyes and seeing Cheng Yin who was guarding the side, Sui didn't know for a moment whether he should be heartbroken or heartbroken. Quickly eat something, you guys have been refining for 9 hours, so you're probably already hungry. Cheng Yin, on the contrary, naturally greeted Sui and handed him a few canned goods and 2 bags of cookies. Have you eaten? Sui took the stuff and suddenly asked. Of course I've eaten. I'm not a child. Of course I know how to eat when I'm hungry. Cheng Yin raised her eyebrows and glanced at Sui, as if wondering why he had such a strange question. Sui let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want Cheng Yin to starve her body. Although the sword maiden does not need to eat while in sword form, she does need to get energy through food while in human form. At least it's still needed when the order isn't high. Right now there are only these canned foods. The cleanup of the interior of the sword pavilion hasn't been completed yet, and for the time being everyone can only eat canned food. However, the cafeteria on the 5th floor does have an old fossil energy cooker that is not damaged. Probably wait until tomorrow, when the space in the cafeteria is cleared out, and the sword pavilion's cafeteria chef will be able to cook cooked food for us. Sui quietly listened to Cheng Yin's report, feeling more and more that it was a wise decision to put Cheng Yin in charge of commanding the sword pavilion crowd. Leading a team of 70 to 80 people to survive in the wilderness was a task that made his head spin just thinking about it. Now that the task was put in the hands of Cheng Yin, a professional, all he had to do was quietly listen to the debriefing. Swallowing the bland-tasting canned food in his hand, Sui looked up at the starlight and turned his gaze to the 3 women. I'm going to check out that village up ahead. Do any of you want to accompany me? This is the Yuan-Ko realm. Why don't we just continue to stay in the sword pavilion and wait until we're stronger before going out? Yuna swallowed the milk cookie in her mouth and objected. The speed of today's cultivation was enjoyable to her, and subconsciously she wanted to cultivate for a few more days before saying anything. No, it's better to be proactive than reactive. Cheng Yin was calm and turned her gaze to Lan Yuing who had finished eating and was wiping her mouth with a paper towel. What's more, that village in front of us is only less than 10 miles away from us by road, and it must have discovered the sword pavilion a long time ago. If we don't take the initiative to explore it now, by the time we wait until tomorrow they'll be looking for us as well. That's right, we're just too close to the village in front of us, and I guess Sui should be thinking the same thing. Feeling the gazes of both Sui and Cheng Yin, Lan Yueying put down her tissue paper in a gentle manner and nodded in agreement. Alright then, Sui, who are you going to let follow? Yinner saw that both women agreed with Sui's opinion, so she also stopped objecting and asked about the candidates instead. Yuing it is. The two of us will go quickly and be back before dawn at the latest. Sui had already decided in his heart, and seeing that Yinner had asked, he smoothly said, it's fine, then Yinner and I will stay here, lest any sporadic Yuan-ko break into the sword pavilion. Cheng Yin nodded. Blue Yuing is indeed the best person for the job at the moment. Not only was her strength the strongest of the three girls, but she also had a bug-level killing weapon against Gunko like the Sword of the King's Way. In theory, she could even kill all 6th ranked and below Yuan-ko in seconds, having a surprise effect on Yuan-ko. Cheng Yin was able to understand, and Sui was naturally in a good mood. However, when he turned his gaze to Yinner, he realized that the young girl was wearing a pitiful expression on her face. Can I come along? Sui instantly felt a headache coming on. Yinner, you and Sister Cheng Yin will stay here to protect the ordinary people inside the sword pavilion. We'll be back before dawn. Okay? Scouting a village was never a child's play. So after thinking about it, Sui still ruthlessly rejected Yinner. Yinner opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something else, but after looking at the two women, she finally nodded. Coe stepped forward and hugged Yinner, wrapping his hands around her back. It had only been less than a day since he had concluded a contract with this little princess of the Blue Star, and now that he had rejected her request, he had to give her some encouragement. Yinner's figure stiffened and similarly reached out her arms to hug Coe's back. After a long time, Yinner left his embrace. Well, Sister Cheng definitely needs hugs too, so you can't be thick. With a mischievous smile on her face, Yinner nudged Sui, surprising him. This little princess is really childish and changes her face when she says she will, but right now was obviously not the time to spit. Sui turned around and walked over to Cheng Yin. He opened his arms, wanting to use the same tactics he used against Yinner to do the same thing on Cheng Yin. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yin pushed him away with a light smile. Don't you dare try to get rid of me by dealing with Yuna. I'm very mercenary. I want you to have to promise me something. Yes, I promise. Sui nodded, thinking that Cheng Yin, the imperial sister, was really getting harder and harder to coax. After thinking about it, before Cheng Yin could open her mouth to make a request, he hurriedly added another sentence. But in advance, trying to get me to change my call sign is not something I'm going to agree to. Don't worry, I'm not trying to make a brother out of you this time. Cheng Yin predicted Sui's thoughts and made an assurance with a calm face. Sui let out a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't turn his family empire into a family disciple position, then all is well. But in the next second, Cheng Yin spoke directly. I'm trying to get you to have a daughter named Cheng. Pust. Beside her, Yuna squirted the milk out of her mouth. Sister Cheng Yin, your playstyle is also a little too that. Yuna held her tongue for half a day, but she didn't dare to use the word ****** on her beloved sister Cheng Yin. On the side, Lan Yueying also cast a surprised look. However, out of her upbringing, she didn't immediately say anything, but quietly looked at Cheng Yin, wanting to hear her next words. However, Cheng Yin shook her head, a few hints of cunning in her eyes. What's wrong with both of you? Why are you both thinking in yellow? I'm saying that I'm going to give Sui a daughter in the future, so that she can take my surname. Cheng Yin's explanation made sense, but it was clear that no one was buying it. Obviously it's you, Sister Cheng Yin, who purposely tells yellow passages, and you're trying to put the blame on us. You're really the evil one. Yunner's tirade hit the nail on the head, pointing out the holes in her words. However, Cheng Yin didn't pay any attention to Yunner's tirade and instead looked at Sui with an imploring gaze. Chapter 45. No refusal in the matter. At the moment, Sui had a headache. As early as just now when Cheng Yin spoke out of turn, he guessed that the probability was that this imperial sister was going to tell yellow jokes. But despite this, the verbal trap she deliberately set up still made Sui's heart beat 3 times faster, and the lower half of his body nearly showed his ugly face, coupled with the fact that Cheng Yin was still looking at him with the kind of eyes that could pinch out water. For a moment he actually dared not look at him. Sui rubbed his temples, his tone of voice all revealing helplessness. Cheng Yin, you should stop joking and hurry up and tell us the real conditions. Didn't I already say that? Cheng Yin finally stopped using the foul look and instead resumed her smirking appearance. I'm going to have a daughter with you, when we get back. Stop it. Seriously. The corner of Sui's mouth tugged, feeling that Cheng Yin was making fun of him. A sword maiden's pregnancy could be devastating to her own potential, and even the most affectionate sword master and sword maiden would rarely joke about having a child. Usually, only when a sword maiden reaches the point where her potential is exhausted and her cultivation is no longer able to advance an inch, will she be enough to disregard the effects of procreation on herself and begin to conceive offspring? I'm not kidding. I'm currently the only one in this generation of the Cheng family's direct line. If we don't have any offspring, then the Cheng family is probably going to implode. Cheng Yin collected the smile on her face and explained seriously, without any element of joking. Her family really did have a throne to inherit. If the Cheng family didn't have a de jure first-line heir in the future, a bunch of side branches would definitely chip in and find excuses to pass their children over to her in Suyi's name. Is there a time rush? Suyi frowned. He knew that the Cheng family was a big family, but even so, he didn't really want Cheng Yin to jeopardize her cultivation potential for this. That's not true. I was only joking when I just said that we'll be born when we go back. The Cheng family has a strong forceful atmosphere. We have at least 8 years to cultivate and upgrade in peace. There won't be anyone to rush us. Cheng Yin shook her head and told the real situation one by one. Suyi nodded, but his face was still serious. 8 years sounds like a long time, but trying to use up the potential of an SSS rank talent to break through the 9th rank was close to a pipe dream. Don't be so serious. This is for you. Be careful when investigating the village, and I'll be waiting at the door for you to come back. Cheng Yin smoothed Suyi's hair with her hand and took out a silver-white talisman from the ring on her left hand. You must hold on to this talisman. It can save your life at a critical moment. Oh, this can't be a spatial talisman. Cheng Yin, if you have such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier so that everyone could return to the main universe earlier? Suyi felt Cheng Yin's small movements to help him straighten his hair, and felt that this imperial sister was indeed a sweet big sister type. In order to ease the relief, he took the silver-white amulet and said jokingly, "The speaker has no intention of listening." Cheng Yin's face involuntarily changed. Then she fainted and slammed her fist towards Suyi's body. What are you talking about? Perhaps in order to cover up her weakness? Cheng Yin did not restrain herself, and even the two women who were watching could see the force contained in the punch. Egu. I was wrong. I was just kidding. Not really. Suyi pretended to grimace, but in reality, he felt that these punches were much the same as a massage. When Cheng Yin had finished venting his emotions, he hurriedly made a look towards Lan Yueying, and the two of them tacitly started walking in the direction of the village. By the time they got out of the distance of 1,000 meters, the half-man-high weeds had completely removed them from the sight of the two women behind them. Looking at his childhood friend who walked beside him without saying a word, Suyi was looking for ways to liven up the atmosphere when he suddenly heard a soul questioning. Did you see anything from inside all of me when you leveled up my talent today? Ah, what did you say? Suyi was first stunned, then he resolutely played dumb. There are some fetishes, and fantasizing about them and putting them into practice are two completely different concepts. And being known and being publicized are two completely different concepts. If Lan Yueying didn't reveal his fetish first and say so, then he would have to keep his mouth shut all the time. Suyi, you've changed. You're talking more and more like a scumbag. Lan Yueying sighed. The grudging and aggrieved eyes looked at Suyi, looking at his heart. How did I change? Suyi somewhat couldn't stand Lan Yueying's gaze, and his eyes fluttered as he asked back. Not initiating beforehand, not rejecting during, and not taking responsibility afterward. That's not scum. Suyi froze, and in his heart, he cried out in injustice. He had only accidentally spied on a little bit of Lan Yueying's pet peeves. How did it come to Lan Yueying's mouth as if he wanted to eat it up and disown it? It always felt like Cheng Yin had given a bad example to everyone, so that the originally cool and indifferent, world-weary Lan Yueying had also learned this. He wanted to argue, but when Suyi's gaze refocused on Lan Yueying, he realized that the young girl was blushing beyond recognition at the moment. For a moment, he suddenly remembered Lan Yueying from that day when he accepted his confession, and his face was just as red as it was now. Watch out, there's movement over there. Lan Yueying's voice pulled Suyi back to reality. By the light of the stars, a group of half-man, half-horse creatures instantly caught his eye. Looking down from above, the first thing Suyi noticed was the upper body of these bizarre creatures that was indistinguishable from humans. They wear sheepskin felt hats, clad in all kinds of animal skins, with scimitars and long bows on their waists. Regardless of men and women, young and old, their chests are all uncovered, just like an ancient nomadic appearance. However, when Suyi's gaze shifted to their lower bodies, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The lower half of these monsters was not even a human's 2 legs, but a horse's body. They have elongated hooves and long ponytails, and their scarlet fur looks particularly evil and frightening in the night light. At the first sight of these creatures, a sense of disgust instinctively rose in Suyi's heart, as if he and the group of unidentified creatures in front of him had an unshared hatred, and he could only survive one no matter what. This is the Yuan Ko. Metacore have 1,000 strange appearances, and the appearance of this half-human, half-horse isn't very surprising. Lan Yueying's voice was suppressed very low, and the two of them crept into the wheat field. Realizing that these horses were attacking in the direction of Jiangya without any regard for the damage to the crops, Sui nodded his head and carefully observed the group of Yuan Ko that was looming ever closer. There are only 6 horses and men, and I reckon they're here to scout the sword court. So what to do? Should we just do it? Lan Yueying looked at Sui, asking for his opinion. In her senses, these Centauri Yuanko didn't seem to be very strong, only at the level of a first-order Yuanko at the end of the day. Make a move. The first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike is a disaster. The first to strike is always no disadvantage. The two quickly reached an agreement, and after exchanging glances, Blue Yuing slowly transformed into a crimson longsword. Chapter 46, Denials After the Fact. In the next moment, the people and horses that were still running in the direction of the sword pavilion stopped in their tracks. They turned their heads to the right in unison, casting glances towards Sui, who was holding the green frost sword. Sui was not flustered, only a doubt rose within him. These Centauri Yuanko seemed to be able to directly sense the green frost sword through a special way. However, right now was obviously not the time to think about it in detail. Seeing the 6 horses with curved swords rushing towards him aggressively, Sui moved. Swish! Accompanied by the air-breaking sound of the long sword swinging, a sword chi whistled shrilly and tore through the night sky, like a red lightning bolt exploding amongst the crowd of people and horses. The sword chi was about 3 feet long and hit the 2 central centaurs in the abdomen with precision. In the next moment, the 2 Yuan Ko were like kites with broken strings, and quickly hissed and collapsed to the ground. The centaur's body fell with a loud bang, and under Suyi's gaze out of the corner of his eye, it actually began to vaporize out of thin air, and soon disappeared into thin air. The remaining 4 centaurs charging formation instantly lurched for a moment, and after a brief moment of confusion, the 2 centaurs chose to continue charging towards Sui. As for the other 2, they split into 2 directions and ran in the direction of the village. Sui was silent. He gently swung the green frost sword, and 3 crimson sword chi were swung out separately. When the sword chi pointed out, the 4 centaurs all tumbled over, quickly turning into nothingness. Sui loosened his left hand that was holding the hilt of the green frost sword. The 4 sword chi swings, and the sword vegetation in his body had consumed quite a bit, and it would take some time to recover. He went to the nearest wheat pit and rummaged around carefully. Since Yuan Ko would not leave behind a corpse after death, Sui's actions looked no different than searching a wheat field. 10 minutes later, Sui had already rummaged around all 3 of the wheat fields that the men had overwhelmed, but he hadn't found anything. Without the testimony of those overpowered wheat fields, Sui would even have to suspect that the men and horses he had just killed were just a fantasy of his. What are you looking for? Lan Yueying, who had regained her human form, watched as Sui continued to fumble around and finally couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh, didn't the book say that there would be sword mark dust for killing Yuan Ko? I want to see if I can collect some loot from these men and horses." Sui answered honestly. He didn't know much about Yuan Ko, but he was very familiar with the benefits of killing Yuan Ko. In addition to the secondary props that randomly popped up depending on character and luck, each Genko would regularly drop a fixed amount of sword mark dust, which was a topic of discussion for every student in the school. It's not like we brought a specialized dust collector with us. A few micrograms of sword scarring dust will quickly decompose when it falls on the land of the Yuan Ko realm, and we can't collect it with just manpower. Lan Yueying covered her mouth with her slender fingers to stifle her laughter, seemingly having a hard time bandaging Sui's half-knowledgeable level of cognition. Upon hearing this, Sui also felt that his oafish behavior of rummaging around just now was indeed a bit silly. I thought I could explode some gold coins from these centaurs, but I didn't realize that it was just a waste of effort for nothing. He was about to get up and leave when his vision inadvertently swept over the last place where men and horses had perished. In the midst of the large, overwhelmed golden wheat stalks, a red point of light caught his attention. Quickly stepped forward, Sui found the full picture of the point of light. It was a blood-red heart mirror, only 2 palm size, quietly reflecting the weak night light. Instant surprise flooded over him. It's really a mountain of doubt, and a village in the darkness. These centaurs actually exploded their equipment. He picked up this piece of heart protector and waved it towards Lan Yueying with a 3/4 show off. How about it? How's my luck? Just 6 centaurs and I popped a subliminal prop. Good. Very good. Very good. Sui is the best. The bottom of Lan Yueying's eyes were filled with surprise, and she gave a very facetious compliment. According to a large amount of statistics, the probability of dropping a sublime prop after killing a Genko is around 1/100,000. The probability of Sui getting his hands on the heart protector after killing just 6 centaurs was indeed smaller than winning the first prize in the Blue Star lottery. Sui was very flattered by Lan Yueying's bragging. He carefully took off his jacket and hung the heart protector to the chest position of his short sleeves, underneath which was pressed the silver-white rune that Cheng Yin had just sent. The specific protective effect of this heart protector needed to be appraised and tested after returning to the Blue Star. But in any case, placing it in front of the chest right now was also able to prevent quite a few cold arrows. Let's go. Let's continue our journey and explore the reality of the Yuankou village in front of us. Sui redonned his jacket and said in a spirited manner. The most important thing right now was to take advantage of the time difference to catch the Yuankou in the village off guard before they knew about the death of the 6 horses and horses. Otherwise, by the time a few more hours had passed, the Yuankou leaders in the village, even if they had a low IQ, would have realized that the 6 horses and horses that had come to scout were definitely dead. Lan Yueying nodded, her and Suyi's thoughts coinciding once again. Under the cover of night, the 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, stooped and groped their way through the wheat fields in the direction of the village. The closer he got to the village, the clearer the sound of the gongs and drums became. By the time the 2 of them reached the junction of the wheat field and the village, Sui was surprised to find that this place was not quite the same as the situation he had previously envisioned. The wheat fields and village houses were separated by hundreds of meters of barrier, which should have been purposely left open in order to avoid having the enemy launching an attack directly from the wheat fields. In the busy farming season, there are 5 or 6 sunbathing yards spreading on the left and right of this open area, and each sunbathing yard has some wheat in the sun, and in the center of the wheat there is a scarecrow sticking up to expel the birds and beasts. But the outrageous thing was that this large open area was now devoid of any Yuankou sentries responsible for guarding the area, not even a single horse or man. At the same time, the sound of banging gongs and drums coming from the center of the village was so loud that it always felt a bit eerie. Is this, like, an empty city? Sui twisted his head and threw the question to Lan Yueying. He didn't really know much about Yuankou's intelligence and behavioral habits, and at times like this, he still had to rely on Lan Yueying to make judgments. But he didn't wait for Lan Yueying's reply, but saw her shrinking pupils. Sui instantly rolled toward the left side, lest his movements be slowed down for a moment. He would become the soul under the knife of the sneak attack on Yuankou from behind. Roll, rise, alert, all at once. But when he twisted his head to look in the direction he had just turned his back to, he did not see the Yuankou that he had imagined to be holding a sharp blade and was preparing to sneak up on him. He looked at Lan Yueying suspiciously. Lan Yueying pointed to a wheat field. To be precise, the skin scarecrow in the center of that sunbathing field. That scarecrow, with the human skin. Human skin? Sui followed the guide and looked at the scarecrow. An autumn breeze hit the area, and a few human skin scarecrows rustled in the breeze, accompanying the jarring drums coming from the center of the village, making it seem creepy. Chapter 47, Skinning the Last Grass. Sui swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That, Yueying, you don't need to be afraid. I'm here. I'm not scared. I'm shocked. Blue Yueying shook her head and slowly walked towards the scarecrow. Sui froze. It's true that pupil dilation doesn't always mean fear. It can also be shock or nervousness. It was only because he had killed 6 men not long ago, and had just witnessed that empty city plan, that he almost instinctively thought there were Yuan bandits behind the sneak attack. Frozen in thought, his gaze snapped to catch a glimpse of Lan Yueying, who at some point had actually walked over to the scarecrow. He gritted his teeth, not caring if there were any Yuankou ambushing him in the dark, and walked stiffly to Lan Yueying's side. Up close, Sui felt that these scarecrows were even more oozing. Some straw flowed from their empty eye sockets, as if in silent accusation of the misery of their life. I can confirm that these are human skins. Blue Yueying's voice was sure. Are you saying that someone discovered the Skunkou realm before us? Sui pushed down the fear in his heart, and reason finally reoccupied the high ground. Only then did he realize where the shock in Lan Yueying's eyes came from. This was the Yuankou realm. If these scarecrows were covered in human skin, it meant that a human had visited before them, and it might be possible to find a way to return early from this, instead of waiting passively for rescue all the time. I was just thinking the same thing, but unfortunately, these human skins should be indigenous humans from this side of the Yuankou continent. Lan Yueying shook her head. I just took a closer look. The texture structure of these human skins is a bit different from the human structure in the main universe. What's more is that these human skins all have 2 small irregular holes at the top of their heads, which should have been affected by the Yuankou, and have 2 horns growing above their foreheads. Upon hearing this long list of analyses, Sui first felt some regret, and then couldn't help but stand in awe. Although he didn't have much psychological pressure on killing people, he really didn't want to see much of the horrifying scene of skinning last, Chuan, grass. Lan Yueying, this childhood friend is good. Usually seems to be an iceberg. Does not show the mountain. now actually can observe so carefully. The psychological quality is even better than him. I took a medical class my freshman year of high school, and I've been exposed to everything from rabbits to big body teachers. Seemingly seeing Suyi's surprise, Lan Yueying casually explained. Suyi nodded repeatedly. The elective course that Lan Yueying was talking about was a regular self-selected course at Donghaino, one middle school, which was designed to allow students with lesser awakening talents to find a relatively decent job even after they stepped into society. After all, Blue Star had been in existence for a long time, and a significant portion of the less talented sword harnessers and sword maidens would choose to become ordinary people and engage in daily logistical work. As for what practical skills Suyi himself had taken, the answer was nothing. He applied to the school for a waiver that year. At that time, Suyi hadn't crossed over yet, and his original body only thought of cultivating with success and then going to look for his missing parents, completely leaving no way back for himself. By the time Suyi crossed over and it was almost time to awaken his talent, he naturally became one of the very few students in Donghaino, one middle school who didn't take a practical course. Ahem, let's go into the village first. If it's really a native human of this realm, we can also kidnap one to ask for information. Suyi coughed twice and took the initiative to change the topic. After all, applying for a waiver was really not considered an honorable thing, and he didn't want Lan Yueying to know about it. Good. Lan Yueying didn't notice anything unusual. She is at the moment anxious to find out whether these several human skins are in fact the indigenous humans of this square surface. Even if Suyi does not say, she also wants to propose to enter the village to find out. With yet another thatched hut empty, Suyi and Lan Yueying could not help but look at each other. Why don't we change our plans and go straight to the center of the village to see what this group of Yuan-ko are up to? Suyi tentatively expressed his opinion. Listening to the incessant sound of banging gongs and drums coming from the center of the village, he had not been able to carry out his thoughts very well, and had a feeling of being distracted. According to what Lan Yueying had just planned, they should start from the edge of the village and break through one by one, killing as many fallen men and women as possible, and then finally go to the center of the village to find out what was going on. Unexpectedly, the thatched cottages had all gone into more than 36 households, and the houses on the edge of the village had all been searched, but actually there was not even a single Yuan-ko or indigenous human shadow to be seen. Suyi guessed that probably all the Yuan-ko and humans in this village had already headed to the center of the village to participate in some kind of mysterious ceremony. If it's not good, it even has something to do with those straw-covered human skins. Good. Lan Yueying nodded and gave Suyi a somewhat apologetic look. She wasn't the kind of girl who would refuse to admit her mistakes for personal gain. Just now, the two of them had almost circled around the outskirts of the village for a small half-circle, only to find nothing. Obviously, if this continued, they wouldn't be able to find the indigenous humans even if they waited until dawn. The two quickly left the thatched hut and cut straight towards the center of the village. Along the way, looking at the streets of houses along the way that were decorated with lights, Suyi became even more convinced that a grand ceremony was taking place in the center of the village. With a clear goal in mind, the speed of the two men increased steeply. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they could already hear some other miscellaneous noises besides the beating of the gongs and drums. Suddenly, the gongs and drums that had been ringing loudly stopped. Suyi and Lan Yueying stopped in their tracks in unison. After 3 seconds of silent waiting, the gong did not sound again. This meant that the collective activities of the Genkos in the center of the village were over. What to do? Lan Yueying lowered her voice and asked. Go into the house first. It's easy to get spotted on the road by all the Genkos, Suyi said as he pulled Lan Yueying into a stone room. His thoughts were clear now. Since the mysterious gathering in the center of the village had been terminated, there was more than one means that could be used at this time than just a strong attack. They could have followed the same line of thought that Lan Yueying had just used, and used the information gap to kill some Yuan-ko first. However, when he closed the door of the carved room to survey the interior, the first thing that caught his eye was actually a spacious rosewood carved bed. On top of the bed and couch, brocade bedding embroidered with the pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water was laid out, soft and smooth, emitting a faint fragrance. A pair of exquisite mahogany nightstands were placed beside the bed, with a glazed lamp placed on top of each of them, the light spilling through the lampshades, shedding a soft halo of large red light. Suyi thought of a possibility. He looked furiously at the other furnishings in the stone house, wanting to verify the suspicions in his mind. In the center of the room was a round sandalwood table with a beautiful jade inlay, surrounded by 2 carved chairs. On the table was a copper pot and 2 crystal wine glasses, which were crystal clear and gave off a tantalizing shine. Actually preparing a cup of wine. These Yuan-ko are quite good at enjoying themselves. Suyi's words came out of his mouth. Chapter 48 Pleasure for the Body and Mind. Looking at these furnishings in the house, this is clearly a bridal chamber. Suyi instantly figured out a lot of things. The sound of gongs and drums coming from the center of the village was, I'm afraid, not some mysterious ceremony he had previously thought of, but a certain Yuan Ko of considerable stature marrying. It was also because of the Yuan Ko's marriage that Jiang, a few miles away, was saved from the first large-scale harassment and attack. Quite a treat indeed. Lan Yueying nodded, agreeing with Su Yi's opinion. She walked over to the side against the wall and opened a huge closet, where gorgeous garments of all colors instantly came into view. Not far from the closet, a dresser was filled with gold and silver jewelry and rouge. The mirror was polished smooth as a mirror and reflected everything in the room clearly. If we like it, we'll furnish the old villa in that style when we get back to Blue Star. Su Yi's spirit relaxed a little and said to Lan Yueying with a smile. Since he had determined the policy of waiting for rabbits, he was going to be much more generous with his time, and was perfectly capable of chatting with Lan Yueying. I do like it quite a lot, whether it's the decoration of this bridal chamber or these jewelry and clothes. I find it quite aesthetically pleasing. It's just a pity that the regular items in the Yuan Ko realm will turn into nothingness even if you take them out, so I can only have a good time here. Lan Yueying picked up a ring and gestured at herself, but in the end, she didn't even wear it and put it back on the dresser. What's so hard about that? Just write down the styles of the jewelry and clothes and we'll order a set when we get out. Su Yi patted his chest and immediately promised. Net bragging. Are you going to borrow Cheng Yin and Yuna's money to buy me jewelry and then pay them back with your flesh? Lan Yueying turned back to Su Yi and snickered. These days, the Blue Star Changping has been around for a long time, and the prices of jewelry and these luxury accessories are even higher than the prices of low-ranked Awaken props. To customize hundreds of pieces of high-specification jewelry at Blue Star, you would have to pay tens of millions of credits at least. While this number is not out of reach for the two, the problem is that jewelry is just pure luxury and does not lead to any increase in strength. Even if Su Yi was really wealthy enough to buy it, she herself wouldn't accept it. It's not like I can't. After all, they're both pretty good looking too, so it's not like I'm going to lose out by paying for it with my physical body. I'm even kind of looking forward to it. Su Yi pretended to think seriously and said with a squeeze of his eyebrows at Lan Yueying, using a sword woman's money to buy jewelry for another sword woman. This kind of a transfer payment behavior is really a bit abstract. Su Yi cannot do it, but that didn't stop him and Lan Yueying from using this matter to pull each other down and pleasure themselves in the process. Forget it then. Wouldn't it be giving up your life for jewelry? Lan Yueying glared at Su Yi and bristled. She dared to be 100% certain that Su Yi had definitely seen her inner quirks in the sword pavilion, or else he would never have dared to play this kind of joke with her. Oh, Yueying, do you mean that the jewelry is meant to be worn for me? Su Yi seized the true feelings in Lan Yueying's words and pursued the attack. He wanted to see what kind of a reaction Blue Yueying would have in the face of this verbal loophole. Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying gave a very calm response. Of course that's true. A woman is a woman. And I don't wear jewelry to show you. Do I wear it to show myself in the mirror? Su Yi was stunned. Then his heart burst with dark joy. Never would have thought that Lan Yueying would actually show her love with an open sign. This is simply too foul. Combined with the cool expression on Lan Yueying's face, there was always a fantastic sense of unreality. I didn't hear you just now. What did you say, Yueying? I said, I'm grooming myself so you can compliment and admire me. So listen carefully this time. Lan Yueying deliberately slowed down her speed. Her voice was very melodious. The young girl's love words were very meaty, making Su Yi cool out of the sky. He was touched, and considering the inner quirks of the young girl, he decided to fight fire with fire by pouring some poisonous chicken soup for Lan Yueying to try. In fact, makeup and dress up doesn't have to be for others. It can be to please yourself. Stop, stop, stop. Don't you dare try to fool me with that. Lan Yueying rolled her eyes at Su Yi. People are social creatures, and I dressed carefully to see the surprise and liking in your eyes. If you keep being so hypocritical, I won't bother to keep dressing up in the future. Su Yi chose to shut up. As soon as Lan Yueying's words came out, he knew that it was impossible to pour down the poisonous chicken soup. As for how to improve the quirks in Lan Yueying's heart, it was still necessary to think long and hard. Just as Su Yi's thoughts were active, Lan Yueying called out his name once again. Su Yi, you said. What's wrong? Su Yi temporarily returned to reality from his long-term plan to reform the young girl's mind. If you could leave this realm alone with Cheng Yin or He Yuner to return to Blue Star, would you go? The young girl swallowed and asked a question towards Su Yi. Of course not. Su Yi looked at Lan Yueying and replied decisively. Just know how to cheer me up. Lan Yueying smiled sweetly, clearly not taking Su Yi's answer as genuine. I'm serious. Su Yi quickly stepped in front of Lan Yueying and held her hand and said in a deep voice. You mustn't do anything foolish. Didn't Cheng Yin say that in at most a year's time? The Federation's high-ranking battle force will be able to find us. However, the young girl did not show emotion as Su Yi had envisioned. She held Su Yi's hand equally tightly. a smile on her face, but her tone was firm as usual. I'm just listing a possibility. In case we do run into the invincible Yuan Ko, you must leave, or else you won't even have anyone to avenge me. Sui was just about to express his determination to live and die with the young girl when a long, white index finger rested on his lips. Don't get excited. Once you die, none of me and Cheng Yin and Yuner will survive. This is an objective condition that we have to face up to. Sui removed the young girl's fingers and let out a deep breath, feeling like he had a bit of a toothache. The Lan Yueying in front of him was obviously not on a whim, but had spoken these words to him after deep thought. But for him to abandon the Sword Maiden and flee back to the Blue Star alone like a deserter, he would never be able to do it. After a moment of silence, Sui sighed lightly and decided to change the direction of the topic. There's a fight coming up. Can you say something auspicious? Sure. Lan Yueying nodded, and a smile appeared on her face once again as well. Then how about we get married right away if we make it back to Blue Star this time? Will you stop making flags? Sui's face was turning green. Saying such things before the war always gave him the immediate feeling that he was watching a romantic drama. According to the development formula of romance dramas, he and Lan Yueying were afraid that they would not meet with an accident soon. Chapter 49, Female Centaurs, Male Brides. Okay, enough of that. You must take what I just said to heart. Lan Yueying let out a light laugh and held Sui's left hand. Obviously that remark just now was done on purpose. Sui said in his heart, I'd rather believe in it than not believe in it. In any case, this kind of bad luck words are have to say less for the best. But before he could retort, a dull crash sounded behind him. The wooden door cracked with the sound, and a groomsman with green light in his eyes and many men and horses in iron armor behind him was about to charge towards the door. Sui inwardly thumped, secretly saying that the situation was not good. It looked like the men had realized that they were hiding here a long time ago, and now they were outnumbered and prepared. Sui suppressed the emotions in his heart and exchanged a glance with Lan Yueying. The green frost sword gripped in his hand in an instant. Since the plan to break them down one by one had gone bust, he would kill his way out and leave all these people here. He did some cursory sensing and realized that the situation at hand didn't seem too high, except for the groomer at the front, which was quite threatening. The strength of the rest of them was basically the same as that of the 6 scouting bandits encountered on the road. Yen Euro? %@. Accompanied by a hiss of uncertainty, the groom and the 2 horses in iron armor behind him rushed towards Sui. Taking this opportunity, Sui also saw the appearance of the groom. To be honest, it doesn't seem right to call it a groomer. It was an unusually tall female centaur with a wildness revealed all over her body. Her muscles were taut and full of strength. Her scarlet fur was mostly covered under red silk embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns. Her upper body limbs held a ring-headed great sword, and her face was overflowing with anger. The reason why Sui was able to tell at a glance that it was a female was still because the part of its human body was too striking, with the 2 breastfeeding organs in front of its chest resembling 2 gigantic sarcomas, making it possible to distinguish its gender at a glance. Sui nearly threw up straight away. The stench of Yuan Ko emanating from this centaur was so strong that it gave him the feeling of entering a public dry toilet. It was no wonder that there were thousands of Yuan Ko shapes, and even more than a handful of them matched human aesthetics, but no sword harnesser had ever made a pass at them in the past 1,000 years. I think that in addition to the 1,000-year-old blood feud, there is definitely this Yuan Ko stench to blame. No matter how visually pleasing a Yuan Ko was to human aesthetics, as long as a human smelled the stench, they could immediately realize the filthy nature of the Yuan Ko. For example, right now, Sui endured the breath that was so thick that he wanted to vomit, and operated the sword elements in his body, quickly waving 5 sword chi at the groomer. This female centaur's aura was far stronger than any other centaur, and Sui even felt a trifle of threatening intent in its body. But the good thing is that at this moment, even though it is mindless against mindful, it unexpectedly occupies the power of the terrain. The doorway was already narrow, 5 sword chi whistled away, and the 3 horses were almost unstoppable. One hit on this centaur and all threats will be a passing cloud. @and amp, $%#. The groomer was furious. Its free left hand grabbed the unlucky centaur beside it and actually lifted it up stiffly, then rushed and threw it at the sword chi, wanting to use this unlucky horse's life for its own safety. Pust. 5 sword chi didn't enter the body, and the centaur wearing iron armor instantly turned into nothing. At the next moment, along with the body of the scapegoat disintegrated, these sword chi slowed down a little, but still toward the groom straight. Seeing this, the groom 4 hooves fierce force, to the left side of a fierce leap. Instantaneous speed actually exceeded the speed of the flight, slowed down the sword, crashed a lot of fine furnishings and decorations, and finally narrowly avoided the deadly sword. But it dodged. Behind the horses and men in iron armor have all suffered. Pieces and pieces of Yuan Ko could not even send out screams, and then turned into flying ash under the sword. More importantly, Sui understands the principle of beating a falling dog, and before it can catch its breath for a moment, there are 5 more sword chi flying towards this side. At this moment, the old force of the groomer has gone, the new force has not yet been born, and the place where he landed is a corner of the stone house. It is precisely to call the sky not to respond, call the ground not to work. With no chance of being spared, he actually advanced instead of retreating and threw the ring-headed sword in his hand at Sui, accompanied by a click sound. Sui and the ring-headed sword brushed against each other, leaving a long blood mark on his right arm from the shoulder to the back of his hand, looking very oozing. Sui did not pay attention to the injury of his right arm. He first looked at the groom, witnessed the leader of the Yuan invaders' ashes, and then shifted his gaze to the many people outside the door. With the death of the groomsman, the centaurs were instantly thrown into disarray. Many of the people crowded in the front wanted to move away from Sui and the green frost sword in his hand, but there were also some relatively backward people who wanted to roar angrily and charge at Sui, accompanied by a hissing sound that was disorganized in Sui's ears. The group of men in iron armor had already collapsed without a fight before he could even make a move. Sui wasn't in the mood to pay attention to why exactly these Yuan Ko were infighting. He sensed the remaining sword vegetation in his body and swung his sword chi towards them without hesitation. Rats leave a sinking ship and go their separate ways. In less than a quarter of an hour, the situation was completely reversed. Sui crossed the wooden door idly with his green frost sword in hand, constantly swinging out his sword chi to chase down the many heavily armored men and horses that were fleeing in all directions, looking not like he was in combat, but rather like he was traveling. However, he did not kill indiscriminately. The sword energy was only aimed at those who were fleeing for their lives. As for those who were holding their heads and crouching on the ground, human beings were spared. As the last Yuan Ko turned into flying ash under the agitation of the sword chi, Sui finally let out a long breath. Sui looked toward the humans who were crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands, with little disgust in their bodies. These human beings are almost the same as those in the blue planet and even the main universe in appearance. The only difference is that there are 2 horns on their foreheads, which makes them look like cosplayers in the secondary world. Sui's eyes leapt over the group of human beings dressed in tattered fabrics, and quickly locked onto a bride covered with a red head. He was hesitant to send the human bride on her way with him. The next moment, the bride took the initiative to lift the red head. Sui froze. Under that red cover, it was not a stunning beauty so beautiful that it was hard for people to breathe, nor was it an ugly woman who was so ugly that it was miserable, but it was an ordinary middle-aged man. If there is one thing that sets the bride apart, it is the lack of horns on her head, which makes her stand out from the rest of the humans who have 2 horns. Chapter 50, Disguise Master. A man as a bride? Sui felt that his mind was a bit unable to react for a moment. Soon, though, it seemed to him that the sight before him was unexpectedly reasonable. After all, the females were treated as groomsmen, so it seemed only natural that the man would be the bride. Me, % thanks at $pound. The middle-aged man, dressed in a Shoha dress, carefully spoke some obscure characters towards Sui. Sui scratched his head. Obviously, these human beings with horns on their foreheads did not speak the universal language of the main universe, but the pronunciation of some characters was similar to the standard pronunciation of the current universal language. This meant that Sui was unable to tell whether these humans were the descendants of the unlucky ones who had previously entered this dimension, or whether they were the natives of this Yuan Ko continent. It was fine if it was the former, but if it was the latter, then Sui really didn't dare to let them off easily. After all, he and Cheng Yin had agreed to return to the sword pavilion as soon as possible, and if he returned with such a large group of people, it would inevitably be risky for the sword pavilion crowd to lead a tiger into the house. But if they all left these people here, no one could guarantee that they would not take advantage of the opportunity to tip off the Yuan Ko to the surrounding Yuan Ko. Sui didn't want to wake up tomorrow and have the entire sword pavilion surrounded by Yuan bandits. In the midst of indecision, Sui suddenly thought of something. He looked around at the crowd of people crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands, and saw that they were looking at him and the middle-aged bride with a mixture of fear and gratitude. Now Sui was relieved. It seems that the relationship between these humans and the centaurs is not as harmonious as he had previously thought, and is even quite incompatible. Otherwise, if he had killed all the men and horses in the village with one man and one sword, even if they didn't scatter in a huff, the way they looked at him should be fearful. In this way, there was no need to worry about these humans actively rebelling and attacking the sword pavilion people. What to do about the communication between the 2 sides, however, is another matter. After thinking about it, Sui felt that these logistical and management issues were too superlative for him. He decided to ask Blue Yu Ying's opinion. As the light and shadows crisscrossed, the green frost sword in his hand transformed into a blue jade ing. Is this the indigenous human race? Lan Yueying didn't pay attention to Sui for the first time, but walked to a few humans who were holding their heads and crouching in front of the defense. and carefully observed them. No wonder those scarecrows at the entrance of the village have 2 notches at their foreheads. It turns out that they really do have 2 horns. It would be nice if we could dissect one to see if there are any major differences in physiological structure. Sui's mouth twitched at once. The tone of this observational evaluation by Lan Yueying was similar to picking out livestock. Fortunately, the 2 sides are not communicating well. Otherwise, even if these humans do not want to riot, they would have to be confused by Lan Yueying's words. Come on, stop playing and help me figure out what to do with these people. That's a good one. Lan Yueying stood up again, pointing at the middle-aged bride and said faintly, bringing this back to Jiangya will both deter the village from moving easily, and allow Cheng Yin to match the language model to decipher the meaning of their language in reverse. Are you sure it'll work? Sui cast a skeptical look. He is not skeptical about the effectiveness of holding the emperor hostage, but about the feasibility of hacking the language in reverse. Of course you can. There are only so many tens of thousands of vocal accents that humans are capable of producing. As long as Cheng Yin carries a corpus and a supercomputer, it can always be forcefully cracked. Alright, then let's go now. Sui didn't hesitate. He pushed the middle-aged man in the red show clothes, and the man instantly cooperated and walked towards the front. Lan Yueying looked around and nodded. It's just a bit of a shame that so many Yuanko have no way to collect the sword mark dust, so it can only go to waste. Sui, 1977. Chinese short story writer. Sui swept a circle of squatting around the human, found that they are still squatting in place, do not dare to move, quickly stepped towards the direction of the sword pavilion. As for the many human beings, they watched Sui walk farther and farther away until he completely disappeared from view, and then they dared to stand up tremblingly. An endless field of wheat. The middle-aged bride consciously walked in front. Sui and Lan Yueying followed far behind to monitor. But nothing unexpected happened. Sui, you say? Why would this person marry a centaur? Is it related to their social ideology? Lan Yueying casually chipped off an ear of wheat, sending the fragrant-smelling grains of wheat into her mouth to savor, chatting with Sui in a bored manner. It's possible, but maybe it's just that he shares the same hobby as Su Xian. Sui told a cold joke. Lan Yueying didn't reply. Just when Sui thought that she didn't understand the sneer, Lan Yueying's voice of feigned surprise reached his ears. That said, you have the same last name as Su Xian. You wouldn't be interested in centaurs, would you? Then your mind is too dangerous. How can it be? Sui felt that his character had been defamed. There might be a tiny percentage of sword harnessers who would be fury control or even like real animals, but Sui was clearly not one of them. His XP system is plain and can only accommodate, for example, regular pure love genres such as teenage girls, imperial girls, and lolitas, and does not include man-beasts. What's more, these centaurs aren't animals, they're actual genkos, but any sane person would sense in them the sickening feeling that stems from a blood feud. Just as Sui was about to make a good theory, the bride in front of him stopped in her tracks. When Sui looked around, he saw that not far away was a vacant wheat field that had just been cleared out. At the back of the clearing, an 8-story building stood silently in the darkness of the night, and it was clearly the sword pavilion that the 2 of them had left only at dusk. At this moment, there were 2 young girls standing in the center of the open space. The 2 women were holding hands and looking at Sui as if they were looking at a stone. The 3 gazes met, and Sui instantly and unconsciously accelerated his footsteps. Standing in front of Cheng Yin, Sui had the presence of mind to explain the reason for his late return. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yin was smiling sweetly and snatched the topic to her side. It's good to be back. I was going to let Yuna go to bed first, but she insisted on waiting here for you to come back, so we had to wait here together. Sui and Yuing are still alive or dead out there. How can I sleep? Yuner then retorted from the side, clearly dissatisfied with Cheng Yin's words. But despite saying that, the 2 women continued to hold hands, looking rather like bosom buddies fighting. A smile appeared on Xiao Yi's face as he reached out and cupped the left side of Yuner's face, only to feel instantly in a good mood. Don't make the situation sound so serious. The Yuan invaders in that village in front of us have already been completely killed by me. The sword pavilion won't have to worry about encountering centaur cavalry for a short while. Kill them all? Yuner exclaimed. That's for sure. I've even found quite a few indigenous humans, and I've brought one back here, so I'm going to let Cheng Yin try to see if she can reverse crack their language. Hearing Yuner's half-surprised, half-admiring tone, Sui pointed at the middle-aged man in a very flattering manner. The gazes of the crowd converged on the middle-aged man in the show clothes, sizing up the indigenous human in the show clothes. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man was revealing an ecstatic look and opened his mouth to utter a common federal language. I'm not a native of this realm. I'm a citizen of the Human Federation, and a sword harnesser of the Yi family. Chapter 51, Prairie Customs. In a flash, Suyi's face changed drastically. Obviously the natives of this continent, their mouths actually spoke the common language of the Federation. which felt just as scary as buying a doll that could suddenly speak. Seeing that the middle-aged man had the intention of approaching the crowd, Sui decisively rebuked. "Stand still and don't move and answer my questions." The middle-aged man stopped dead in his tracks and raised his hands toward the crowd. Sui felt slightly at ease within himself, dismissing the idea of chopping out his sword chi, and asked aloud to the middle-aged man, "If you're not a native of this dimension, why didn't you identify yourself just now in the village? And now you're suddenly opening your mouth?" On the side, the women also looked sideways. Sui's question was exactly what they wanted to ask the most at the moment. If the middle-aged man was really a federal sword harness envoy who had accidentally strayed into this continent, why didn't he make his identity known to Sui earlier, and instead jumped out and opened his mouth after returning to the sword pavilion? This is a big problem in there no matter how you look at it. I don't want the village to see the cracks. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and gave his answer in a stumbling generic language. The people in the village are all natives of this continent. As you just saw in the village, they all have dragon horns on their heads, unlike us. Sui pondered for a moment, remembering a few details that he had just jotted down when he was in the village. Those indigenous humans did seem to have 2 horns on their heads, except for this middle-aged man in front of him wearing a bridal showgirl dress who didn't look very different from the Blue Star people. It was only that the big red showgirl outfit was so eye-catching that he had forgotten about the nuances. "Go on, how did you get into this realm? Where's your sword lady? And what's with this outfit on you? Little brother, I see that you should only be able to step into the level of a second-ranked sword harnessing envoy. I was a 5th-ranked sword harnessing envoy back then." The middle-aged man's expression was stunned, and he lowered his raised hands, wanting to digress. "Cut the crap." Sui frowned, his suspicion of the man in front of him still high. Fine. I'll talk. The middle-aged man had the sense to raise his hands again. 43 years ago, the subdimensional teleportation array that my 2 lovers and I were traveling in malfunctioned, and the 2 of them were killed on the spot. And I was also seriously injured. My strength has been declining, and I could no longer sense the sword vegetation in my body about 20 years ago or so. As for why I'm wearing this, the middle-aged man paused, as if he was afraid that he would actually die under the sword, and broke off to speak again. "It's a custom of this realm, of this grassland to be exact." Customs? Sui's first association was with not a few female Zuni fantasy works. Is it any wonder that these centaurs are like those fantasy works where the gender system is completely inverted? That's right, it's the grassland custom. The grasslands are sparsely populated, and there are endless wars with the empire to the south. So in order to ensure reproduction for generations, these centaurs often select men from human villages who do not have dragon blood in their bodies as brides, and marry individuals from among them. The middle-aged man's words answered Sui's doubts. The truth was the opposite of what he had imagined. These centaurs were not the female-dominated societies of postmodern fantasy works, but rather quite pre-modern. Just as he was thinking about what questions to continue asking, several rays of light shone from the direction of the sword pavilion. These several strong lights appeared extra striking in the night. Sui instinctively twisted his head to look, only to see that at the source of the light were several ordinary people, who were currently running towards this side with strong flashlights. Sister Cheng Yin has organized all those entertainers in the sword pavilion and is going to have them take turns keeping watch in case they encounter a night attack. Yunar's explanation came as expected. Sui nodded, secretly marveling at Cheng Yin's level of organization. A few short hours ago, these ordinary people who had never entered the Yuan-Ko realm were still in a state of shock. And now, although these people were still unable to face off against the weakest of the Yuan-Ko, they had clearly regained their courage and sanity, and finally had some semblance of survival in the wilderness. "What's your name?" Just as Sui looked at the light source, Cheng Yin on the side took over the matter of interrogating the middle-aged man. In order not to make Yunar feel left out, Coe still looked at the ordinary people who had summoned up courage, but his attention shifted to his ears. He was also interested in the middle-aged man's name, only he hadn't completely dispelled the suspicion on him just now, and it was too late to ask about it. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man froze slightly, and after a few moments suddenly held his head and squatted on the ground. His spirit obviously not very stable. "My name? Yi. I can't remember. I really can't remember." Hearing this, Sui's gaze instantly returned to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's answers to the various questions just now could be described as watertight, and only then did his level of vigilance towards this person ease. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yin's simple question caused the suspicion of the original middle-aged man, which had already been drastically lowered, to soar extremely fast. The only thing that he could not remember was his own name, and no matter how he looked at it, it looked like someone was impersonating him. "And what are the names of your 2 swordswomen?" Just as Sui hesitated to swing his sword chi at the middle-aged man, Cheng Yin, however, did not show too much surprise and asked another question to the middle-aged man who was holding his head and wailing. Yun Ruyan and Yi Lucheng. The two of them are names I will never forget. The middle-aged man suddenly became unusually agitated, violently re-straightened himself and fiercely tore up the red show clothes he was wearing. Sui was a bit dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at Cheng Yin with admiration. In just 2 sentences, let the middle-aged man experience the heart journey from heaven to hell and back to heaven. This interrogation technique can completely go to compete with the criminal investigation personnel. However, Processine did not respond to his eyes, but instead took a small electronic chip out of her spatial ring ear and put it into her personal terminal to read it. After a moment, she looked up, check, at Suyi's slightly puzzled look. Cheng Yin cleared her throat and read out the information she had found out in a calm voice. Yun Ruyan, the second daughter of the Yun family's master, Yi Kucheng, the genius of the Yi family's side branch. The two women are indeed contracted to Yi Fei of the Yi family's main vein, which basically matches the testimonies from his mouth. Yi Fei. Sui learned the name of the middle-aged man for the first time, and always felt that the name had a feeling of a romance hero. But unfortunately, Yi Fei disappeared in 570 years of the new era. He was 27 years old at the time of his disappearance, and 430 whole years have passed since then, and the Federation has long since seen a sea of change within it. Cheng Yin leaked out more information in a somewhat regretful voice. Chapter 52 Lethargic Black Tea. You mean, he's almost 500 years old, which is a theoretical life expectancy only for a sword exalt, right? Sui instantly questioned it. Under normal circumstances, the upper limit of the lifespan of a 5th-ranked sword harness envoy, as the mainstay of the human federation, was only about 200 years. If the Yi Fei in front of him was really over 400 years old, it would be reasonable to say that he would have long since turned into a handful of yellow earth, and shouldn't be a middle-aged man's appearance at all. You're right, the lifespan of a 5th-ranked sword harnesser is about 200 years at most, but you're ignoring the fact that we're in the Yuan Ko realm. Cheng Yin stretched her left hand, which had a personal terminal hanging from it, in front of Sui and answered his questions in her always patient tone. The flow of time here doesn't coincide with the main universe. According to Yi Fei's caliber of projection, the flow of time in the main universe should be about 10 times that of here. So, we only have to wait a month before we might come across a rescue? Sui quickly realized the biggest impact of the difference in time flow. Cheng Yin nodded. As she nodded, none of the people in the room were left in deep thought. Sui was a bit reluctant to part with the near-open concentration of horrible sword elements here, but considering the safety issue, he was still quite satisfied inwardly with being able to return to the blue planet ahead of schedule. Lan Yueying looked over at Cheng Yin and opened her mouth, her brow hanging with suspicion, wanting to mention the abnormal behavior she had seen during the day, but ultimately said nothing. Only He Yun'er let out a breath of relief as she didn't move and stuffed one more thing deeper into her sleeve, fearing that it would be seen by Sui and the girls. As for Cheng Yin herself, she was worrying that the well-intentioned lies she had woven for the crowd would be punctured in advance. And if the Sword Emperors of the Federation really didn't have the gumption to explore this Yuan Ko continent, she would have to leave a month later with Sui leaving the crowd behind. For a while, the crowd had different thoughts, and the scene unexpectedly fell into silence. Ahem. You two, first bring Yi Fei back to the Sword Pavilion, and let first him sleep in the just vacated room number 9 tonight. Cheng Yin was the first to step out of the tangle as she coughed twice and commanded the 2 patrol members to bring Yi Fei back inside the Sword Pavilion first. The 2 patrol members instantly understood. Room 9 was an ordinary hospitality room that had just been vacated today, and with some simple modifications, had been turned into a makeshift cell. Now that Cheng Yin opened her mouth to bring Yi Fei to room 9, they instantly understood the status of this strangely dressed middle-aged man. As the 2 of them pressed Yi Fei and gradually moved away, only Sui and his 3 sword nymphs were left at the scene. It's getting late. Sui, Yu, Yuing, and Yunair should go to bed first, and Yunair and I will take turns keeping watch tonight. Cheng Yin didn't let the atmosphere remain silent for too long, and in a few words, she arranged the crowd in a clear manner. A vigil? Sui looked at the light that lit up around him from time to time, and then turned his head to look at Cheng Yin. He didn't say anything, but the meaning was clear. There were at least 5 or 6 mutually unaffiliated patrols planted on the periphery of the Sword Pavilion, so there was no need for Cheng Yin to carry out the night watch herself, and she was perfectly capable of sleeping with them. It won't work. They're ordinary people after all. In case a middle-ranked Yuan Ko attacks, they won't even have a chance to sound the alarm. Cheng Yin understood Su Yi's thoughts, but still gently shook her head and turned on the strong flashlight she was holding in her hand. Then let me keep watch while you get a good night's rest. Sui thought about it and felt that what Cheng Yin said made sense. These patrol members were only ordinary people after all. It was fine to guard against ordinary centaur cavalry. If there was an attack by a higher-ranked Yuan Ko, They were afraid that they would die under the butcher's knife before they could even spot the enemy. However, this didn't mean that he was in favor of letting Cheng Yin be in charge of the night watch. Cheng Yin would also be responsible for coordinating and directing the people in the sword pavilion in the future. And staying up all night every day would drag her body down. No way. Any of the three of us can be in charge of the vigil. Only you can't. Cheng Yin righteously rejected Su Yi's offer and used her hand to push Yun'er towards Su Yi's arms, signaling her to take Su Yi back to the sword pavilion. You must get your spirits up at night, or else your cultivation efficiency will drop during the day, and our chances of winning when we face an attack from the Yuan invaders in the future will drop. Now Su Yi was speechless. Cheng Yin was telling the truth. Although the village not far away had been completely eliminated as a threat to him, there were still many potential threats in this grassland, and he had to seize all the time to improve his strength in order to do so. He looked at Cheng Yin and walked over to Yun'er's side, sort of acquiescing to Cheng Yin's decision. Right, don't go yet. Cheng Yin suddenly spoke again. She placed the flashlight in her hand under her feet and took out 3 more red-packed cans from her space ring, handing them to Su Yi's 3 people respectively. Drink a little before you go to bed for a good night's sleep. What kind of drink is this? Su Yi asked curiously as he surveyed the easy open can in his hand that didn't even have a name engraved on the package. He did hear that warm milk and honey water were helpful for sleep quality, but never thought Cheng Yin would use her precious ring space to store these quality of life improving drinks. One could only say that it was truly worthy of being a 1,000-year-old family, while others tried to do everything they could to pile up more useful strategic items in their spatial equipment. Cheng Yin was already expansive enough to be able to use it to carry household items. It's actually drowsy black tea, and I make you guys drink it to make it easier for you to do bad things at night. Cheng Yin didn't explain, but joked in a serious manner. Su Yi froze for a moment and also gave a response without showing any weakness. Good. Wait until the second half of the night when Yun'er takes her turn. You must remember to come over and do bad things to me. Anyway, with Cheng Yin's face value, I won't suffer even in my dreams. After saying that, he immediately opened the pull tab and drank it all in one go without hesitation. The drink went into his stomach. Su Yi pursed his lips with some aftertaste, and only then did he realize in hindsight that what Cheng Yin had handed the 3 of them was not the common sleep-aiding milk or honey found on the market, but rather a light fragrance that tasted similar to that of herbal tea. He turned his head to ask Cheng Yin about the name of this drink, but unexpectedly, he heard Lan Yueying's meaningful voice. What? Are you that desperate for Cheng Yin's sleepy black tea? Cough cough. Since ancient times, sets can't be retained. Only deep love wins the hearts of the people. I'm just joking with Cheng Yin. Su Yi had a little panic inside. The smell of vinegar in this air reminded him of a certain anime protagonist with the compound name Ito. He considered himself to be a man of honor and integrity, but he didn't want to end up in the same situation as Makoto. Put. Su Yi, your means of teasing people is also too embarrassing. There is also that phrase called since ancient times deep love can't be retained. Only a setup can win the hearts of the people. Just as cold sweat was about to break out on Su Yi's forehead, Yun'er suddenly laughed out. Her laughter washed away the jealousy in the air and drew the attention of the 3 men. Hey, what are all 3 of you looking at me for? No more for you. Go to bed. Cheng Yin lightly lifted the page for a few people's conversation, and pushed Lan Yueying towards Su Yi's arms, winking at him. Su Yi was a bit weak. He didn't dare to respond to Cheng Yin, but instead cast a grateful gaze at Yun'er in his arms. Although Yun'er is usually very unpredictable, but just now the operation can be described as a divine assistance, successfully avoided the Shura atmosphere further spread. However, the crisis was only temporarily lifted. Su Yi knew in his heart that he had to be even in the future, so as not to suddenly receive an invitation from Lan Yueying to talk on the rooftop one day. Chapter 53, Mandarin Ducks and Lovebirds? Su Yi held Lan Yueying's hand and followed behind Cheng Yin as he walked into the sword pavilion once again. At this time, the interior of the sword pavilion experienced the attack of spatial turbulence, although it had been salvaged and organized for a day, but many places still looked similar to the broken walls and tiles, not to mention the restoration of the extravagant style of gold and blue splendor. The trio quickly walked into a passageway where the delicate colored lights on both sides of the corridor had long since been damaged, leaving only the emergency power source still emitting a bleak green dull glow. Some of the lime on the walls had flaked off from the fall of the sword pavilion as a whole, revealing mottled traces that looked like a hideous face under the green light. Due to the damage of the electric circuit, the elevator, which was originally installed cross-beautifully, could not be put into use properly, and the 3 of them had to touch the darkness and chose the stairs. Around the corner of the stairs, darkness piled up in thick clumps, as if some terrible presence lurked. Su Yi looked a little furious in his heart, but after touching Lan Yueying's warm and delicate palm that looked like sheep's fat jade, he inwardly summoned up courage again. After 7 turns, Cheng Yin stopped in front of a wooden door with a traditional door lock structure. She put her hand on the doorknob, pressed down gently, and with a click, the bedroom door opened. However, she didn't directly push the door in, but instead turned around and made a smiley face at Sui. This is it. Go in and take a look. Sui gently pushed open the door of the room, and a smell of disinfectant water instantly hit his nose. How about this? This bedroom has just been vacated not long ago. Sister Cheng Yin specially let me sterilize it again. It's very clean, right? He-Yuner made an inviting remark. Then, Blue Yuing and I, do we have to be sterilized even when we come back from outside? Sui remembered the hygiene requirements of both Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying that far exceeded those of normal people. According to the habits of the two of them when they were in the old villa, they had to take 3 baths a day to be considered normal. But now that a large number of facilities inside the sword pavilion were damaged, not to mention taking a bath, I'm afraid that even the hot water for bathing might not be available. Of course, need. He-Yuner paused for a long time in the middle, saw that there was little change of expression on Sioyi's face, and said resentfully again, the bathing system inside the sword pavilion was also badly damaged, but there's still plenty of reserve water, and the bathroom next door has 2 barrels for us to soak in. The words Mandarin ducks bathing instantly popped up in Suyi's mind, and an extremely ambiguous picture was conjured up. In the bathroom, a huge barrel sits in the center. Steaming water vapor fills the air, and a few flower petals float on the surface of the water. What? Is it that you want to take a bath with us? But then you're going to be disappointed. The wooden barrels in the bathroom aren't really big enough to accommodate 2 people. There's no way to take a Mandarin duck bath. He-Yuner seemed to have read Sioyi's thoughts and poked the fantasy in his mind with a smile. What are you babbling about? I never thought of it that way. I was thinking that I hadn't found any drinkable streams in the vicinity yet, and that it was a bit too extravagant to use fresh water for bathing, so I might as well simply rinse it off. It was naturally impossible for Sui to recognize it. He righteously excuses himself and even grabs the moral high ground in the grand scheme of things. However, He-Yuner simply didn't dwell too much with Sui and instead directly raised Cheng Yin's name. That's fine. It just so happens that Yuing and I are going to take a shower right away. And when we're done soaking, you can use the rest of the hot water to take a shower. Speaking of which, He-Yuner giggled a few times, took hold of Lan Yueying's arm, and uttered the words of a tiger and wolf to Sui. And of course, if you're happy, you can steal a taste of the beautiful maiden's soaking water. Coe frowned tightly, barely holding back the desire to directly carry He-Yuner by the neck and rush into the next bathroom. It's really a 3-day fight. Ever since Cheng Yin had openly molested him, first Lan Yueying had learned to take the initiative, and now He-Yuner actually dared to challenge his family status. If you want to curb this unhealthy trend from the root, you have to show your toughness. That's not necessary. I think it's better for me and you to go wash first. Yuing can wait a little longer. Saying that, Sui cast a suggestive glance towards Lan Yueying, who breathed a little sharply and nodded slightly. It's okay, you two go ahead and take a bath. It's okay if I take a bath later. It was the turn of He-Yuner, who was holding her arm, to be dumbfounded. He-Yuner looked at Lan Yueying with some disbelief, unable to figure out why Lan Yueying would be willing to let her take a Mandarin duck bath with Sui. This was simply unscientific. Could it be that there was no such thing as the desire for exclusivity within Lan Yueying? Looking at He-Yuner's incredulous expression, Coe's aura was on a higher level. Don't hesitate to go. Let's go. Let's get to know each other on a deeper level. Sui intentionally bit out the word deep level very heavily, causing He-Yuner to be flustered. Before He-Yuner could clear her thoughts, Coe seized the moment and changed from a verbal attack to a physical one. He gently tugged on He-Yuner's other arm, trying to get the CPU sorry little princess to the next bathroom, but He-Yuner's feet were as if they had taken root. Standing still, Coe pulled slightly harder again, and He-Yuner moved a small step with extreme reluctance, tears quickly welling up in her eyes. Sui stopped moving. Come to think of it, it had been less than a day since he had completed his contract with He-Yuner, and this was indeed beyond the tolerance limit of the vast majority of teenage girls to take a Mandarin duck bath. But in any case, this verbal flirting and wiping away tears when things come to a head does have the feel of a female brat. Thoughts flew. Sui coughed twice and announced his forgiveness. Never mind. Since you don't want to, then you and Yuing can go take a bath first, and let me wait for a while before taking a shower. He-Yuner's face was green for a while and purple for a while, but in the end, she didn't dare to be stubborn with Sui anymore, fearing that Sui would really be honest with her tonight. She recalled the memory she had when she was in the VIP room, and in her heart, she secretly chagrined herself for speaking out and flirting with Sui. Today, Cheng Yin's molestation of Sui had left her with too deep an impression, so much so that she had somewhat forgotten what had happened to her when she was in the VIP room, and thought that she, too, would be able to leave in one piece after flirting like Cheng Yin. It wasn't until just now, when Sui hung a smile and tried to pull her into the bathroom, that she truly realized the seriousness of the matter. After watching Lan Yueying pull He Yun'er's hand into the bathroom next door, Sui finally had time to scrutinize the exhaustive layout of this bedroom. Since it was temporarily vacated, this bedroom was not really large and even seemed a bit confined and small. In addition to a heart-shaped bed, there was a large closet and 2 nightstands. Not even a set of tables and stools. But small is small. But the arrangement and decoration is very exquisite. Pink tone wallpaper, solid wood flooring. The big bed is also neatly laid with clean white quilt. Chapter 54, Offensive Maniacs. Sui nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't just the bedroom he was satisfied with. It was the way he had just performed. It was estimated that He Yun'er couldn't even figure out right now why Lan Yueying wasn't jealous of his request to take a Mandarin duck bath with He Yun'er first, and even directly agreed to it. Wait a minute? Jealous? The expression on Suyi's face was suddenly very strange as he thought of the weird fetish he had inadvertently spied while in the coordination room. Is there a girl with a weird fetish like Lan Yueying who would really still be jealous? Suyi fell into deep thought. His previous knowledge of eccentricity was limited to various cultural and entertainment works and Jianghu rumors. So naturally, he was not sure if the two were contradictory. But if Lan Yueying wasn't jealous just now, what did she mean by so fond of drinking sleeping black tea? And where did the smell of vinegar in the air come from? His eyes drifted back and forth between the bathroom and the large heart-shaped bed a few times, and he ultimately didn't dare to rush in and ask Lan Yueying directly. After waiting for 20 minutes in boredom, Sui finally heard movement at the door again. Looking up, he saw the 2 women, Lan Yueying and He Yun'er, walking slowly side by side. Lan Yueying was only draped in a white bath towel. The top and bottom just covered the vital parts. Her slender legs were hidden under the cover of the towel. Her hair was still damp from the bath, and it was casually scattered over her shoulders. Sui looked at Lan Yueying, only to see her blink and reach out her fingers to push He Yun'er beside her. Coe shifted his gaze to He Yun'er. He Yun'er also wrapped only a light pink scarf. Exposed skin all over the body, snow white, flawless to dazzling, revealing the unique redness of youthful girls. For a time, let Sui some cannot move their eyes. However, He Yun'er herself was looking a bit shy this time, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dodging. Sui felt like he was about to stifle his laughter. The little princess in front of her belonged to the typical high offense and low defense. Not only did she have no experience in actual combat, but she was also particularly easy to break defense. A simple flat and nearly dried the young girl's tears. Looking at the young girl's eyes as she dodged back and forth, Sui was once again rising to the idea of teasing. Are you sure you want to squeeze into a bed with me? There should be spare rooms around, or we should just sleep separately. He Yun'er froze for a moment and shook her head firmly. It won't work. There are quite a few rooms inside the sword pavilion that are in a state of complete collapse, and the 4 of us can only squeeze into this one bedroom. Oh, so that's it. Sui nodded. He suddenly felt that He Yun'er's appearance was also a bit cute, obviously very afraid of deep intimacy in the real sense, but still resolutely wanting to sleep in the same bed, just like the little white sheep that actively sent itself to the mouth of the big bad wolf. But soon, Sui completely suppressed this association in his heart. He turned his attention to Blue Yuing once again. How did you get cleaned up so fast today? Sui had a vivid memory of Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying's bathing habits. The 2 of them in the old villa each time 30 minutes of fixed soaking time, but the thunder and lightning today suddenly accelerated the speed, so that he momentarily actually a little uncomfortable. I wanted you to soak for a while as well, worried that the water would get cold and uncomfortable. Lan Yueying walked over to Suyi's side and slightly lowered her head to attach herself to his ear and said. Sui condescendingly stared at Lan Yueying's chest. His eyes were somewhat unable to move away, only to feel that this pair of jade rabbits were unusually full, and at any time, they might break free from the restraints of the bath towel and jump out, assisted by such a beautiful view. Even though Lan Yueying's explanation was brief, it was still pleasant to listen to. Good, then I'll grab a quick soak. Sui enjoyed both visual and mental pleasure, and his mood was even better. He walked out of the bedroom with gusto and pushed open the door to the bathroom not far away. In the room, a huge wooden barrel was placed in the center, and water vapor filled the air with a faint scent. I thought there were 2 barrels. How come there's only one here? Sui looked back at Lan Yueying, who was only wrapped in a towel all over her body, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yuna lied to you. Blue Yuying's answer was succinct. Coe instantly raised the idea of having He Yun'er come over and take another bath with him. Even the number of barrels was faked, so it was clear that catching him just now was premeditated, not improvised. Say, are you really going to watch me take a bath here? Sui took off his jacket and looked at Lan Yueying, who was slow to leave behind him, and said in an almost joking tone, what kind of talk is that? I'm your sword maiden. What's there to be ashamed of? Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying was the one who answered boldly, and between her words, she had the intention of watching Sui take a bath. Sui said that this is not a question of shyness, Even if the relationship is no longer how close lovers, each other also have to give a little privacy to work. As the words came out of his mouth, though, he changed them. Really? Then why is your face so red? It might be Cheng Yin sleeping black tea taking effect. I'm not sure. Lan Yueying answered quickly this time, but Sui didn't dare to respond again. Although he really didn't quite understand why Lan Yueying cared so much about a bottle of herbal tea, he still wisely didn't immediately voice a rebuttal. Seeing that Lan Yueying really didn't seem to intend to leave, he simply put his heart on the line and took off his pants and shirt. After taking off his upper body and his lower body, he waited until he stepped into the barrel and looked back at Lan Yueying, only to find that this fiancée actually had her eyes closed and her face was still red. Sui was instantly happy. It seemed that Lan Yueying was also a typical example of high offense and low defense, only that she was a cut above He Yuner in terms of emotional intelligence. He told him that there was only one imperial sister like Cheng Yin who was a pink cut black after all, and both Lan Yueying and He Yuner were just imitating her behavior. But this was just what he wanted. One imperial sister like Cheng Yin was enough. He didn't want every sword maiden to think about challenging his family status at all times. The water temperature was just right, and Suyi's tense muscles gradually relaxed. At some point, Lan Yueying had opened her eyes. She walked behind Sui and gently reached out her hand, massaging his shoulders, her fingers constantly roaming over his body. Wow! Yueying, your massage technique is really good. Where did you learn it? Sui felt very comfortable and squinted slightly, enjoying the temperature of the water and the touch coming from his back. In my freshman year medical anatomy class, there was a whole 2 months at the time on the musculature of the human body. Blue Yueying replied in her usual style. Sui pursed his lips, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He had wanted to praise Lan Yueying's emotional intelligence, but he didn't expect that this hadn't been said for 2 sentences, and then the topic had been chatted to a dead end. After thinking about it, Sui twisted his head to hold her hand, and in this dense vapor, Lan Yueying's face looked particularly charming. Her skin was as crystal clear as lamb's fat jade under the water vapor, and her eyes were as clear and moving as autumn water. It would have been better if those eyes hadn't darted unconsciously underwater. Chapter 55, Sharing a Bed. Sui and Lan Yueying returned to the bedroom. The bath towel on Lan Yueying's body was wrapped tightly, and Sui even changed into his pajamas, so he couldn't see the little ambiguity that he just had in the bathroom. Why do I get the feeling you guys are a little weird? Are you keeping secrets from me? He Yuner, who had long since changed into a purple nightgown on her body, swept her scrutinizing gaze back and forth over the two, her sixth sense as a girl telling her that she had become an outsider in a way. Where's the secret? Better grab some rest. Sui took over the topic calmly, and lay down in the center of the heart-shaped king-sized bed with a calm demeanor. He was definitely not doing this out of selfishness, but for the overall quality of sleep for all three. Yuner's gaze flicked back and forth between Lan Yueying and Sui several times before she finally made a rather bold decision. She came over to Sui's side and took a few hard breaths. What are you doing? Coe was genuinely stunned by Yuner. To say that she was 3 days away belonged to embellishment, and it had been less than an hour since she'd put behind her what she just nearly wiped away with her own tears. Nothing. Yuner let out a sigh of relief and laid down next to Coe with peace of mind. Sui didn't have much of Lan Yueying's scent on him, which meant that the two of them hadn't had too much deep contact just now. This means that everyone is making about the same progress, or at least still on the same level. It was Suyi's turn to be in trouble. Yuner lay beside him, even covered with the same silk quilt, with absolutely no intention of making any further moves. In order for Yuner to recognize her family status as soon as possible, Sui has the intention to let Yuner learn the consequences of doing things without thinking. But tonight is really too late. Really want to animalistic and properly tempered. Tomorrow Yuner will definitely be too sleepy to get up. Between hesitations, he instinctively wanted to turn his head to look at Lan Yueying. Unexpectedly, after looking around, there was actually no sign of Lan Yueying. Yueying just snuck out when you weren't looking. Yuner reached out and touched Coe's arm, sidling towards him and whispering a reminder. Although influenced by Cheng Yin's bold style of showing love, she still liked this gradual way of getting along in her bones, which could give her an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Slipped out. I thought this was the only bedroom? Sui froze and looked at the young girl beside him, and what caught his eyes was a young princess with a childish, imperial figure. Yuner's purple nightgown wrapped around her hips, revealing her white thighs underneath, and even Sui, who had always prided himself on being a decent person, couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Probably went to the bathroom next door to change into her pajamas and was worried you'd peek at her changing. Yuner didn't care about the aggressive gaze, and rolled over and crawled on the bed, her two little legs swaying as she told Sui all about her guesses and thoughts. Sui immediately felt a bit unbalanced in his heart. Just now, Lan Yueying's eyes were glancing wildly in the bathroom, and now that it was her own turn to change her clothes, she actually made a point of running back to the bathroom to change, which was really not enough. Holding such thoughts, all the thoughts in Suyi's mind about Hee-Yuner were temporarily suppressed. He simply rested on his pillow and slightly squinted his eyes to recuperate, waiting for Lan Yueying's return. Not long after, Lan Yueying reappeared at the door. By now the towel she was wearing had disappeared, replaced by a nightgown that also exposed a large portion of her skin. Seeing this, Suyi, who had originally squinted his eyes slightly, suddenly lost his sleepiness and looked up and down at Lan Yueying, who was wearing a nightgown. To be honest, Suyi was originally very confident in his own fixation. After all, thinking back to when he was in the old villa, he had also sat on the sofa and chatted with Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, who were only wrapped in bath towels, and was considered to be someone who had seen a big scene. But now, there was suddenly nothing in his heart. The facts speak for themselves, and the sensual stimulation of sharing a room and sharing a bed really isn't on the same level. He lay in the center of the large bed and watched as the young girl slowly approached him and lay down, acutely aware of what it meant to have his blood pumping. Lan Yueying's long black hair was draped over the pillow, her hands were naturally hanging down on both sides, and the beautiful curves of her entire body were on display. What's worse, the hem of the young girl's skirt was slightly turned upwards due to friction, revealing most of her rounded white thighs, and the absolute field between the silk quilt and the nightgown was half hidden, adding a steeply seductive sense of mystery. Even in a nightgown, that unintentional revelation of beauty already makes your heart beat faster. It was hard for Suyi to imagine what kind of dreamy beauty this childhood friend's carcass hidden under her pajamas would present when the two of them actually met frankly one day. Suyi couldn't take it anymore. Lan Yueying this was truly not treating him as an outsider. In order to suppress the fire of lust in his heart, he hurriedly turned his gaze to the other side. Unexpectedly, the fabric on Hee-Yuner's body was actually a whole lot less than Lan Yueying's, because she was trying too hard to straighten her upper body. Her huge breasts pushed the top half of her one-piece purple nightgown into a tight shape. Coupled with the fact that the one-piece nightgown wasn't very long in the first place, it directly exposed half of her slender waist and a smooth spine. However, when it comes to what attracts Suyi the most, it is still the soft and shiny hair, long hair draped behind her shoulders, as silky as a waterfall. In a trance, giving Suyi the illusion of seeing the image of a classic Mrs. Secondary. Thinking of Hee-Yuner's classic single ponytail look, Suyi reached out and patted her back. What for? Hee-Yuner's body stiffened, and her two upward crossed calves quickly lowered, using her hands to support her body as she turned around. Looking at Hee-Yuner, whose eyelashes were slightly trembling, Suyi couldn't help but raise a hint of playfulness, and put all the words he was just about to say behind him for the time being. This imperial body lowly heart little princess is not only tall, slender waist is and her upper body to form a strong visual contrast. Fong, due to the angle, Suyi was not able to get a full view. But now, after careful observation, Suyi could responsibly conclude, no matter what kind of person, after seeing the size of Hee-Yuner with their own eyes, they will be amazed so big from the bottom of their heart. The exception, of course, is playing a certain shipgirl route. For Suyi, who had just turned 18, witnessing the raging waves of a young girl somewhere swaying with the swing of her body was hard not to let one's imagination come to mind. On the contrary, Hee-Yuner's waist was still so slender, which made Suyi couldn't help but worry if such a small waist would be able to bear the weight of Hee-Yuner's upper body. Suyi was prepared to live with his sword lady for a long time, and did not want to enjoy only a short period of time. What's on your mind here? Perhaps it was the telepathy brought about by the sword maiden contract. Hee-Yuner was keenly aware of Suyi's eyes. Chapter 56, Sleeping Together. Nothing, I was wondering how you could look so good. Suyi casually prevaricated. Hee-Yuner was naturally able to tell that Suyi's heart was not in the right place, and she had a slight anger on her face that was mercilessly ignored by Suyi. Suyi's gaze went further down and quickly noticed Hee-Yuner's two big white legs. Typically, the front, back, and long legs are a classic impossible triangle spell, and most beautiful women can only have two of them at most. As some mythological fables say, the gods cannot give all their favors to a woman, and always leave some sort of flaw in her appearance. But apparently, Hee-Yuner broke the spell, and in her case, all three elements of beauty were manifested to the fullest. Her two long white legs were the absolute golden ratio, with rounded thighs and slim calves, with hardly any flab to be seen. Now Suyi was in a dilemma in a physical sense. No matter which direction he faced, he saw many invigorating images. Suyi thought to himself that unlike a certain textbook fruit fly, he didn't need to pass on mutant genes in a hurry, but rather needed enough sleep for rest. But if it continues like this, not to mention sleeping, the next morning, he will have to try to cultivate with dark circles under his eyes. After thinking about it, Suyi found a way. He reached over and turned off the desk lamp, and it was instantly dark around him. as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as the temptation of the image in front of us is cut off, the inner heat will naturally calm down. However, what Sui hadn't anticipated was that the vision of a sword harness envoy was much higher than that of an ordinary person. And even in such a dimly lit environment, Sui was still able to clearly see the two young girls beside him. Even the darkness seemed to break some sort of taboo, making the ambiguous atmosphere between the three a little thicker. Sui simply closed his eyes and recited a harmony incantation in his mind. Don't look, don't listen, don't talk if you're not being polite. He had a lot of things to do tomorrow, and it would never do for him to stay up at night. It was a good move, and with a set of silky little streaks, his insides did quickly return to peace. The room was filled with the faint aroma of roses. The breathing of the three was clearly audible, and Sui's consciousness faded in peace. Sui had originally planned it this way, but just as he was about to fall asleep, a small hand suddenly rested on his shoulder and gently patted it. The sleepiness that Sui had managed to coalesce was instantly gone, and he twisted his head to look at the culprit, seriously contemplating the feasibility of venting his waking anger through a beating. Sui, I'm a bit afraid of the dark. From beside her came Hyunur's voice, which was a bit clipped, apparently on purpose. Afraid of the dark? Then turn on the lamp. Sui barely contained his wakefulness. Fear of the dark was a nuisance that he himself could understand. Sui reached out and reached for the lamp, thinking that as long as he was able to sleep peacefully for the night, sleeping with the lamp on wasn't out of the question. But just as he reached out, he saw an arm blocking the way. Turning on the lights will affect the quality of your sleep. In the darkness, Coe saw Hyunur shake her head. Sui felt like he was about to explode. Originally, he was sleeping with the two sword maidens, and to be able to endure his physical desires already belonged to the category of worse than beasts. Now that all the good and bad things were being said by Hyunur, and he was even having his sleep interrupted, he couldn't wait to pounce on Hyunur's body and teach him a hard lesson without regard to the circumstances. So what do you want to do? Sui asked word for word. Why don't you cuddle up with me? I sleep well at night and don't move around. Hyunur obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and with a pouty mouth, her body leaned towards Coe. No way. Sui reached out and pushed, his anger dissipating by 3 points, but he still refused the offer without hesitation. What he needed most right now was rest, and falling asleep with a beauty in his arms looked wonderful, but in reality, it would only affect the quality of his sleep. What's more, Sui had already made up his mind to treat his contracted sword ladies in the future, always upholding the principle of leveling a bowl of water. If he slept with Hyunur in his arms at night, wouldn't that be a suspicion of leaving Lan Yueying out in the cold? Wait a minute, Blue Yueying? Sui suddenly realized the problem. If he really hugged Hyunur to sleep, if he messed up, instead of feeling left out, Lan Yueying would even be excited. After thinking about it, Sui still dismissed the idea. In the final analysis, right now was not the time to have an in-depth conversation with the three sword maidens. As the saying goes, good food is not afraid to be late. And when he was safely back on the blue planet, he would have plenty of time to enjoy a good time with the three swords women. As for tonight, Cheng Yin was still in charge of the vigil outside. In order for him to ensure that he would be in a state of cultivation tomorrow, he must not fail Cheng Yin. On the other side, Hyunur, who had been pushed back to her original position by Coe, seemed to be hurt, but her eyes were flashing with a strange luster. Then, it's always okay if you hold my hand. Hyunur's slender hand that stretched out was white and flawless, like a perfect work of art in the darkness. Coe inwardly weighed the benefits of letting Hyunur sleep in peace was clearly higher than the trouble caused by holding hands. He reached out to hold this small hand, and immediately felt as if it was boneless, and the place where he entered his hand was smooth and creamy, like a piece of warm jade. Well, sleep in peace. Sui's tone was not very friendly. His left hand was holding Hyunur, but he turned his head to his right hand side. Under the night, Sui saw the abnormal halo redness on Lan Yueying's face. Give me your hand. Good. There was a hint of excitement even in Lan Yueying's tone. Touching Lan Yueying's equally smooth and tender little hand, a certain reverie arose within Sui. Lan Yueying had such a big reaction just by watching him and Hyunur holding hands, so if he were to sleep under the same bed in the future, wouldn't. Sui's thoughts drifted further and further away, seriously considering the feasibility. Something like sleeping together, whether imagined or actualized, is capable of making people think about it, but there are difficulties after difficulties in reaching this goal. Even if the two women beside him were both still in a good relationship with themselves, there was no way they would agree to this kind of play. In the next moment, Sui violently snuffed out his thoughts. He seriously wondered if his thoughts tonight had been influenced by the atmosphere created by the pink wallpaper and white silk quilt. Obviously, I was thinking of going to sleep as soon as possible, but I ended up thinking in the direction of the great harmony of life without realizing it. He let out a deep breath and unconsciously interlocked his hands with the two swordswomen's fingers, reciting the numbers in his mind. This time, the young girls on the left and right sides are no longer acting as demons. Smelling the faint fragrance of flowers, listening to the even heartbeat, Sui slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 57. Sui opened his eyes. The day had not yet broken, and it was still dark all around. His two hands were empty, and he subconsciously twisted his head to the right, only to see that Blue Ewing was sleeping rather wildly. The young girl's face was buried in the pillow, and her overall appearance was a standard big. A backless white nightgown outlined the perfect body curves, the lower hemline edge embellished with layers and layers of lace edges, exposed in the airskin snow white flawless. In the darkness is more conspicuous. Sui let out a sigh of relief. He woke up to find that both of the little hands he was holding had disappeared, and thought something was wrong, but it turned out to be just that his sword maiden wasn't sleeping very well. He smiled and opened the personal terminal on his wrist. This kind of beauty was not to be missed, and it had to be photographed to show it to Lan Yueying herself before she could see it. Associating it with the petulant and atmospheric expression of Lan Yueying herself when she saw it, the smile on Suyi's face grew whiter and whiter. He had always had a high interest in this kind of opportunity to be able to catch his own sword lady. Soon, several photos from different angles were stored in Suyi's personal terminal. He nodded in satisfaction, mentally giving himself a silent nod for his death-defying photo-taking skills. But when he turned back with a smile and prepared to take a few beautiful pictures of Hee-Yuner, his face instantly froze, only to see that on the other side of the heart-shaped king-sized bed, Hee-Yuner, who was supposed to be sleeping there, had all but disappeared. Suyi's heart immediately felt bad. The heart-shaped king-sized bed took up almost half of the bedroom, and even the worst sleeper could not possibly fall out of a king-sized bed of such size. Coupled with the fact that this was ultimately an otherworldly realm, Sui thought of the possibility of a Yuan invasion almost immediately. But the next moment, there was a finger poking the back of his foot. He jerked his 2 feet back and looked in the direction of the end of the bed, only to see Hee-Yuna put her index finger in front of her lips somewhat nervously. Shoo, don't make a sound. Hee-Yuna, what are you up to? After a short period of confusion, COE turned on the table lamp, ready to express his dissatisfaction to Hee-Yuner with the help of the not-so-bright light. Of course, he intentionally lowered his voice anyway, fearing that it would affect Lan Yueying's sleep. Soon after confirming that Lan Yueying's sleep had not been disturbed, his line of sight shifted to Hee-Yuner, who was crawling on the end of the bed, and found that the young girl had already changed from a pair of pajamas to a light gray OL outfit. As the principal was too rich, even though she had fastened all the buttons, she still hardened and squeezed out a deep Mariana's trench, seeing Suyi's anger invisibly dissipate 3 times. Of course, no matter how good a teenage girl's face is, being startled in the middle of the night will dissipate up to 3 times, and she'll still be angry when she should be. It's my turn to be in charge of the night watch. Sui, can you stay with me for a little while? I'm a little scared to be on watch alone. Hee-Yuner put her hands together in front of her chest and made her thoughts known in a pitiful manner. No go. I have to practice during the day. Sui was harboring a bellyful of anger at the moment, so naturally he couldn't possibly agree to Hee-Yuner's request. What's more, he had carefully understood the situation with Cheng Yin. There were at least 20 sword pavilion night watchmen every night, and it was pure nonsense to feel scared under this density of patrol teams. However, Hee-Yuner didn't give up. She pleaded again in a pitiful tone. Please Sui, stay with me for 10 minutes, okay? Just 10 minutes. Sui suddenly had a headache. He never thought that Hee-Yuner, the SS-ranked medical sword lady, would be so difficult to serve, having to stay up together in the middle of the night. Alright then, you get some sleep tonight and I'll keep watch for you. Sighing inwardly, COE was in a bad mood as he prepared to go to the night watch in place of Hee-Yuner. Although he had only slept for less than 4 hours, perhaps it was due to Cheng Yin's bottle of sleeping red tea that he wasn't very sleepy now, and he thought that his cultivation speed during the day wouldn't be affected too much. No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't want you to take my place in the vigil. I really just wanted you to stay with me for a little while. 5 minutes would be fine if 10 minutes is too long. Seeing that her meaning was misunderstood, Hee-Yuner even forgot to act pitiful and hurriedly crawled to Suyi's side and pulled his sleeve. Explaining seriously, COE sniffed and looked into Hee-Yuner's eyes, seeing both anxiety and determination in the depths of her eyes. He quickly came to the judgment that the maiden had just spoken the truth, and that she did indeed want to be her companion for a time, and not as an excuse to avoid the vigil. Okay, then I'll walk you up. After a moment of contemplation, Sui agreed. He was also curious about the maiden's true intentions, but in any case, being pulled up in the middle of the night wasn't going to make him swallow his wake-up call easily if he didn't get a good reason for it. Soon, the two of them, armed with flower water and insect repellent, wrapped themselves up tightly and walked through the layers of corridors and doorways. walking out of the door of the sword pavilion one after another. Yuna, you're finally here. I need to go back and take a nap or I'll be out of energy during the day. Not far outside the main gate of the sword pavilion, Cheng Yin saw Yuna, who was the first to walk out of the gate, at a glance and greeted her with a smile. But Yuna's face was a little stiff and waved her hand, her expression revealing the words, "There are ghosts in her heart." The 22-year-old Cheng family heir was initially pondering what exactly Yuna had done, but soon enough, she got her answer from the second figure that appeared on the inside of the sword pavilion's gate. Her face became instantly serious. "Why did you call Sui up?" "That. I want Sui to accompany me for a while," Yuna said weakly. She knew that what she had done was indeed a bit capricious, and when it was daytime, Sui would still be responsible for their cultivation progress, so waking him up all of a sudden was indeed a bit. Seeing Cheng Yin's face becoming more and more ugly, she hurriedly added another sentence. 10 minutes. I'll let Sui go back to sleep after 10 minutes. Indeed. Yuna should have something urgent she wants to talk to me about in private. I'll be back in 10 minutes to go back to sleep. Coe also helped Yuna out on the side. He knew that Cheng Yin was upset with Yuna for waking him up, but he didn't want to see the two girls become hostile because of this. Cheng Yin looked at Sui, seemingly reading the meaning in his eyes, and suddenly changed her face to smile sweetly, her gaze sweeping over a certain part of Sui's body. 10 minutes. Isn't that a little short? Sui was first stunned, then he was suddenly speechless. This is a good reason. Cheng Yin, the imperial sister, drove a car again, causing the air atmosphere to turn yellow. Don't around. Yuna really has something she wants to talk to me about, so go back and wash up first, just so I can go back and take a nap together after I'm done with Yuna. Sui tried hard to pull the conversation back to a serious direction. He was very distressed by the true side of Cheng Yin that was now revealed, clearly outwardly in the style of a sensible and elegant imperial sister, but the words that came out of her mouth were like that of a female hooligan. However, Cheng Yin didn't seem to want to cooperate with him in this regard. I know, brother Sui, you endure very hard, but I still want to beg you to endure for a while longer. It's too dangerous to indulge in the wild in this Feng Yuan Ko realm. When you return to the Blue Star. Stop. It was Sui's turn to tense up. Really, the more he said, the more outrageous he was. He was really convinced of Cheng Yin, the imperial sister. Seeing this, Cheng Yin giggled a few times, accomplishing the purpose of the flirtation and turning around to enter the door of the sword pavilion with satisfaction. Listening to the sound of Cheng Yin's footsteps fading away, Sui looked towards Yuna, who had been pulling on his right hand. Well, Cheng Yin has gone back, so you can start talking. Yuna bit her lip and shook her head, pointing to two nearby light sources that swept by. There are sword pavilion people patrolling this side. Wait for them to move a little farther away. Do you really need to be so secretive about what you're going to say? Looking at the sneaky Yuna, Sui was a little curious as to what exactly this little princess in front of him was telling him. Not only did he have to avoid Yuing and Cheng Yin, but he also had to avoid the sword pavilion's night watchman. And there was always a feeling of being a thief. You're the only one I can talk to about this. Yuna bit the bullet and adamantly refused to speak in advance. Sui had no choice but to follow Yuna as she made 7 turns and walked hundreds of meters through the wheat field, and then waited patiently in the same spot for quite some time, as the nearest patrol team drifted away. Yuna finally loosened her grip on Coe's arm. What the hell is going on? Now that's finally something to talk about. Sui let out a sigh of relief, and his inner curiosity reached its peak. He really couldn't think of anything that would make the always naive Yuna so nagging that she would even have to make a point of being wary of the constantly moving members of the Sword Pavilion Patrol. Chapter 58, Torture. Summer nights. Wheat fields all over the place. The scene sounded rather poetic, but for Sui, who had experienced it, it wasn't so nice. Yuna's squirming attitude consumed not just time, but the blood of both men. Mosquito bites and strange itching, just from the effort of waiting for the Sword Pavilion Patrol to move away. Sui's body had already developed quite a few bulges. In order to not let himself suffer from sepsis in this kind of hellhole, Sui finally couldn't help but open his mouth and urge Yuna. With apologies, Yuna once again handed Sui a bottle of flower water, and then cleared her throat, her entire eyes a bit averted. Actually, I was going to ask you, if you had the chance to leave the three of us behind and go back to some random location in the main universe alone, would you leave? Sui froze. That sounds really familiar with a sense of déjà vu. Just a few hours ago, Lan Yueying, faced with a cabinet of gold and silver jewelry, had likewise asked a similar question. Only the assumption given by Lan Yueying was to escape back to the blue planet with some of the sword maidens, while the assumption given by Yuna was to be alone in the wilderness of the vast sea of stars. In a sense, this seems to be a kind of consumer downgrading. Such a thought inexplicably rose within Sui. He looked at Yuna in front of him and laughed without answering. Is this your date with Yuing? Why are you all here to ask me this question? Ah, Ewing, did she come to see you too? Yunner's originally evasive eyes became a bit misplaced, feeling that the answer she received tonight was a bit out of her expectation. Yeah, she was just like you are now then, suddenly asking if I would leave her behind and take you and Cheng Yin back to Blue Star. That's why I said that you guys had an appointment ahead of time. Even the words you said were almost exactly the same. Coe saw that the wrongness in Yunner's eyes did not seem to be faked, and still smiled as he explained it to her. However, these words reached Yunner's ears, but it was tantamount to a thunderclap. She looked to her cuffs, which hid underneath the real reason for her fussing tonight, an aged grey-blue charm. This sublime barrier-breaking talisman was the most domineering life-preservation prop with the most domineering effect on her. Even the barriers between the Yuanko realm and the main universe could be torn apart, teleporting the holder to any random location in the main universe. The only beauty was that since the ability to tear space was too overbearing for unusual spatial devices to contain, she had always kept it close to her body. The only time the charm had briefly left her sight was yesterday when she was soaking in the barrel, and the reason why she pulled Sui out here in the middle of the night was to confess this matter to him. However, he never expected that Lan Yueying had actually sought out Sui before anyone else, and had even hinted at the matter of her holding the talisman in her hand. The first thing Yunner thought of was the scene last night when she and Lan Yueying took a bath together. But according to Sui, Lan Yueying seemed to have known about the spatial barrier-breaking talisman even earlier than that. Yunner felt like she was about to get confused. Yunner's expression was unreservedly revealed in Sui's eyes. Sui watched as the young girl's expression changed from dismay to shock and back again, and time quickly focused on her left hand hidden in her sleeve. What do you have up your sleeve? And since you're all set to show it to me, why don't you just show it a little? Yunner hesitated for a moment and took the talisman out of her sleeve. Under the flashlight's white light, the originally worn gray-blue rune actually displayed a deep pattern of ghostly blue. Sui only gazed at it for a few seconds, and a sense of dizziness was unconsciously born in his mind, as if what he was stepping on was no longer the earth, but the layers of folded space. What is this? Sui decisively withdrew his gaze, and guessed the purpose of Yunner forcing him out. Space barrier breaking charm. Yunner called out the official name of the charm. After a short period of thinking, she finally figured out why Lan Yueying had found Sui in advance. I didn't realize that Yueying also had props that could break through dimensional barriers. If I had known earlier, I would have confessed to you before I went to bed. No, you're wrong. Sui shook his head. Yueying was just talking to me at the time. She didn't have anything in her hands that could travel through the dimensional barriers. Ha! The conclusion Yunner had just reached was once again overturned, and she couldn't help but let out a puzzled exclamation. But she was quite intelligent in the end, and looking at Sui's equally slightly frowning expression, she quickly thought of another possibility. Sister Cheng Yin, there's a sublime barrier-breaking talisman in her hand too? Yunner lost her voice and screamed, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Cheng Yin was, after all, the heir to a 1,000-year-old family, and having this kind of life-preserving prop in her hands was almost a nail in the coffin. Looking at the almost flat expression on Coe's face, Yunner suddenly realized that this seemed to be an open secret among the four. It was just that everyone tacitly kept it to themselves. Exactly. Sui nodded. Early on, when he confirmed that they had strayed into the Yuanko realm, he had thought in his mind about the possibility of holding a method of return in the hands of Fuyin. But what puzzled him for a moment was that Cheng Yin didn't seem to have any intention of voluntarily mentioning the method of return to him. It wasn't until Lan Yueying said those words to him in the wedding room that he suddenly figured it out. This was, after all, a Yuanko realm with no relative coordinates on one side, and even Cheng Yin was afraid that there was only a way for a few scattered people to return in her hands, and she couldn't even come up with enough for 4 places. Announcing this method would not only tear apart the trust and affection between the four, but the blow to the morale of the Sword Pavilion crowd would be even more devastating. Cheng Yin was smart, so she chose to keep her mouth shut. Lan Yueying was also very smart, but she still chose to bring it up on purpose, just to make Sui choose to leave when it was a matter of life and death, so that everyone wouldn't be able to survive. As for Yunahi, Sui once again scrutinized the Sword Maiden, who had technically only been contracted for less than 2 days, and he evaluated the young girl as innocent enough. Chapter 59, A Prophecy. Innocence is not a pejorative. On many occasions, it is more of a compliment. For example, right now, Coe sized up Yunner once more and thought that this young girl who was able to tell the biggest life-preserving prop was very cute. After all, having the intention to bring out the life-preserving props, the potential meaning of this was self-evident. But the problem at hand was that the talisman didn't have any effect on him, and it didn't mean too much to the current Yunner. Sui estimated that this sublime barrier-breaking talisman should be the life-preserving means that Chiguang had prepared for his own precious daughter. In case Hyunur suffered an accident and mistakenly entered a certain Yuanko realm, she could directly use the talisman to teleport to a corner of the main universe and then survive on the supplies and the spatial equipment, waiting for He Chiguang to locate and rescue her through preparatory means. But what He Chiguang did not anticipate was that Hyunur and Sui had just concluded their contract not long before they were swept into the space-time turbulence together, arriving at this Yuanko continent that did not exist in the Human Federation's database. After the contract, the body and life of the sword harnesser and the sword maiden were considered to be bound together. Both sides are honored, and both sides suffer. Once Sui died in this continent, Hyunur would 80% not survive even if she got rescued. On the flip side, even if Sui left with this talisman and shamelessly took Hyunur's spatial equipment, then he wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash that would come from the sword maiden shattering. At that time, there was a high probability that he would be just like that Yi Fei, and he would even have to face the wrath from He Chiguang. Put it away. This charm means nothing to me at all. I am not going to allow myself to leave like a deserter. Taking another look at the gray-blue talisman, Sui, against a wave of dizziness, faintly said to Hyunur. Hyunur seemed to want to introduce the usage of this talisman, but her voice was stopped by Sui's direct use of physical means. Blood oath contract, live and die together. The only two possibilities we have next are to die here together or go back alive together. What's more, there are so many ordinary people in the sword pavilion. If we leave them behind and return to Blue Star alone, even if we go back alive it won't be considered honorable. Finishing what he wanted to say in one breath, Sui then released the merciless iron hand pressing on the young girl's face. In order to prevent himself from not meeting out his life at a critical moment, he felt it was better to simply not know how to use it. I know what you mean, but you don't have to just make a move to keep me from talking, do you? Hyunur rubbed her face. Her full attention shifted to Seo Yi's actions, obviously a little angry. I should go back. You must be careful when you're in charge of the night watch. Don't let the Yuan invaders touch your side and not realize it yet. A hint of apology appeared in Sui's eyes. The force with which he had just pressed Hyunur's cheeks was indeed a bit too strong. But that was exactly what he wanted to achieve. He now had no time to continue chatting with Hyunur. He had to return to the sword pavilion as soon as possible to have a good chat with Cheng Yin. With his understanding of Cheng Yin, this imperial sister was definitely still waiting to talk to him, and he couldn't keep the other party waiting for too long. How is that possible? It's not like I'm losing my sense of smell when Genko smells so bad. Hyunur carefully tucked the talisman back into her sleeve and disliked it back almost the next second after Sui's words fell. At the moment, she was still angry, and she couldn't use the same amount of force to retaliate on Sui, so she had to vent it on her words. And even if there really is a Yuan Ko night attack, it will definitely attack you first. You'd better worry about yourself. Don't get sneak attacked at this distance of a few hundred meters. In response, Sui only smiled faintly. Hyunur had already far exceeded his expectations just by not directly retaliating back with his hands, and now that he was only suffering a bit of a verbal loss, it wasn't a big deal at all. He waved his hand towards Hyunur and turned his head towards the direction of the sword pavilion. Hyunur stood still and watched him walk out a dozen or so meters away, and in her heart, she suddenly felt that changing the original patrol route wouldn't be a big problem. This place was still a few hundred meters away from the sword pavilion, and she was perfectly capable of staying alone with Sui for a while longer. Thinking of this, she hurriedly took a step in Sui's direction, but in the very next second, a sudden change occurred. Two concealed arrows shot from the shadows suddenly reflected in Hyunur's eyes, and before she could react, they were stuck on Sui with unerring precision. Hyunur's heart instantly clenched. Her gaze was locked onto Sui, and time seemed to freeze as only Sui's isolated figure remained in her world. In the next moment, Hyunur finally reacted as she ran towards Coe despite the risk of the rain of arrows. But that's just the beginning. These two dark arrows were like flares in a war. Along with the sound of the wind whistling past, dozens of flying vectors came towards the two from all directions, as if there were 1,000 armies encircling the two in the dark. However, just in the nick of time when the many flying arrows were about to hit Sui, a silver-white curtain of light suddenly galvanized around him. The light curtain was bright and dazzling, like the moonlight spilling down, stopping all the arrows. The flying arrows impacted on the light curtain, making a crisp sound, and then fell down one after another. Sui frowned and pulled out the two arrows from his back with his bare hands. In an instant, blood gurgled like a spring, snaking down his spine, staining the white shirt and jacket he wore every day, and dripping into the wheat field at his feet. Ah, your back is still bleeding. Hyunur finally rushed to Sui's side from a distance. Only at this moment, her emotions were obviously a bit tense and she had completely lost her bearings. It's okay. Sui endured the severe pain and uttered two words, then violently grabbed Hyunur's hand and forcibly transformed her into sword form. Right now was not the time to be concerned about injuries. The enemies around were still hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to move. In the next moment, holding the MOCS sword with the power of endless life, Sui instantly felt the wounds in his back that were deep into the muscle tissue begin to heal. It wasn't until now that he was thankful in hindsight. If it wasn't for the silver talisman that Cheng Yin had handed him earlier, at this moment, even if he didn't die on the spot, he would have been shot into a hedgehog. Time passed by. In less than half a minute, Sui was able to feel the wounds on his back begin to scab over, and the injured muscle tissue was still a little itchy, a sign that the nerve endings were coming back to life. But perhaps the healing of Sui's wounds had stimulated the enemy hiding in the shadows, and not long after, with a whistle, the deafening sound of horses' hoofbeats quickly came from far and near, shaking the earth slightly. Sui cursed as he lifted the MOCS sword with his right hand and brewed up several sword chi. Chapter 60, Cannon to Mosquito. For a medical immortal sword like MOCS sword, condensing sword chi to attack Yuan Ko was an extremely extravagant act, and it was no less wasteful than taking an anti-aircraft gun to a mosquito. After all, their absolute numbers and relative proportions were too rare, and retaining the precious Kenshu to treat the injured was undoubtedly the more cost-effective option. Under normal circumstances, the medical sword maiden and his harness sword envoys would only live in the safest places. Even when the harness sword envoys collectively raided the Gunko realm, they acted as medics rather than charging directly into battle. But now, things are clearly different. Sui estimated that he was the only novice sword harnesser in the entire Yuanko realm, and even if he were to waste any more, he would still have to use his sword chi to destroy his enemies first. Soon, a large group of iron-armored cavalry came like a raging black tide trampling through the wheat fields from three directions around them. They were covered from head to toe with scale armor reflecting shimmering light. Their scimitars flashed coldly in their hands, and the bows and arrows on their backs swayed slightly with the horses, clearly veterans of horseback riding. Sui took a closer look and realized that the faces hidden under the scale armor seemed to have an undying grudge against him, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent towards him. At that moment, Sui frowned slightly. He was all too familiar with that look, the way the men had looked at him a few hours ago. Or rather, that's how all Metacons look at humans. Just as humans would smell a heartfelt aversion from a line of Metacore, the various odd-looking Metacore would tend to instinctively slaughter all humans. But what puzzled Sui the most was that he didn't smell that lingering sense of disgust on these iron-armored cavalrymen. As if these people weren't Yuan bandits and were really just a group of ancient heavy cavalrymen living in the BC era. It's a good thing that Sui isn't a bullseye person, and what he's best at is practicing to verify conjectures. As the sword chi whistled past, the dozen or so heavily armored cavalrymen in the direction of his left hand instantly messed up their formation, and all of them didn't want to personally carry the 6 flickering green on sword chi. And so, before the deadly sword chi could work, the huge group of cavalry had already suffered casualties. Some of the lucky ones were pushed off their horses in the chaos and soon enjoyed the VIP treatment of a stampede of horses. Sui didn't have time to look at the follow-up reaction of the enemy on his left, as he struggled to draw on the Kenshin in his body, and swung out 6 sword chi each to the direction directly in front of him and to his right hand in the same direction. Along with the whoosh sound, the front and the right side of the cavalry is also chaotic. Stampede has produced. Sui wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead, but the scene that happened in front of him was a bit out of his expectation, only to see the emerald green sword chi pass through the hordes of cavalrymen. These Yuan Ko that should have been turned into flying ash did not die on the spot, but instead convulsed in place in pain, the scale armor on their bodies falling down like real scales, and they soon fell to their deaths. Sui was instantly puzzled. When a Genko takes damage from Kensu, there will only be 2 scenarios depending on the amount of power, vaporization and outright death. But instead of looking deflated, these cavalrymen looked more like they had been freed from some sort of curse, revealing large swaths of normal skin as their scales fell off dramatically. He took a deep breath and once again gritted his teeth and swung out 12 sword chi, then transformed He Yuner back into his human form. It wasn't that he didn't have enough sword vegetation in his body anymore, but He Yuner was no longer able to do so. He would have wanted He Yuner to keep the Moxie sword's form. After all, the effect of the world-famous artisan could only be maximized in this situation. However, He Yuner was different from Lan Yueying, who had finished outlining the sword marks, and was currently still essentially a first-order sword maiden, and being able to support 30 sword chi was already 3 times the limit of what an unusual first-order sword maiden could withstand. He Yuner was panting at the moment, her body was covered in sweat, and her body was even trembling slightly, obviously already very weak. If she were to forcefully cut out the sword chi again, 9 times out of 10, it would cause her to suffer irreversible damage. But even though he himself was already in such a sorry state, He Yuner's eyes revealed a hint of apology when she looked at him. Sorry, I'm in my bracelet. Don't get any ideas, you can't be blamed for this. I'm here. Don't worry. COE consoled He Yuner for a few moments, then turned his vision back out to the light screen. The originally chaotic cavalry team had now revitalized, and the remaining 70 to 80 riders were urging their horses to push their crutches towards the silver curtain of light and kept approaching. However, Suyi's gaze bypassed them and focused on the cavalrymen who were struck by the emerald green sword chi. The scale armor on these lucky ones had completely fallen off, and the two horns protruding from their foreheads had also disappeared, coupled with the dense body hair all over their bodies. They looked like a group of naked primitives. It was only at this point that Suyi confirmed the conjecture in his heart. It was feared that these cavalrymen were not Yuan Ko, but were the same as the unarmed villagers in the village, the indigenous humans of this dimension. This conjecture is quite at first sight absurd, but on reflection it is very much in line with reality. After all, these cavalrymen didn't have that disgusting feeling on them that made people from the bottom of their hearts, and they were even able to silently feel their way up to a few hundred meters without being discovered by the two of them, which was something almost impossible when placed on Yuan Ko. Suyi, they're here. Yuner gently tugged on Coe, pulling his vision back from the distance to the near. Those cavalrymen who had regained their formation had already regained their courage, and the few cavalrymen who had rushed to the front with their curved swords were already about to press on the silver light curtain. Zip! The silver-colored light curtain seemed invisible, but it was insurmountable. Those curved swords cut straight on the light screen. Instead of crossing the slightest bit, they were instead recoiled back, and even the cavalrymen who struck out shivered as if electrocuted, and soon turned into a pile of charcoal even with their horses. It's actually a 6th-ranked Silver Thunder Flash Talisman. Yuner let out a gasp of surprise, looked at the equally silver-white but slightly duller charm under her sleeve, and tucked it back into her bracelet. Just now, she was so focused on worrying about Suyi that she didn't even see that the Silver Thunder Flash Talisman around the two men was actually a 6th-order talisman. In comparison, the 4th-ranked Silver Thunder Flash Talisman she was prepared to take out was somewhat dull instead. Suyi watched as the surrounding cavalrymen unbelievingly rushed towards the silver light curtain, and after paying the price of a dozen or so charred bodies, they finally dispersed in all directions once again, shooting arrows at the light curtain in an attempt to consume the energy of the light curtain with their arrows. Suyi immediately cursed at the outrageousness of the situation. He really couldn't figure out what deep hatred these indigenous humans had with him, that they refused to leave after paying nearly half of the casualties, and had the attitude of fighting him to the end. This will to fight, it's close to catching up to a real Yuan Ko. Chapter 61 The Usefulness of Translators. Why don't we try again with our sword chi? Yuner braced herself and gave Coe an idea. If that's not possible, I still have a few killing talismans in my hand, and although none of them are of a high rank, they're perfectly fine for dealing with these indigenous cavalrymen. There's no need for that. Suyi looked at the young girl in his arms, and said that the young girl is rare and smart, and actually can also guess that these cavalry are not Yuan bandits but natives. However, with the previous experience of the silver-colored light curtain, he could only have reservations about the low rank that Yuner spoke of. The value of a bunch of 5th and 6th order talismans added up to an estimated value higher than that old villa in his name, and using it against these cavalrymen who weren't Yuan Ko was purely a case of killing a chicken with a bullseye. However, it was even more impossible for him to let the young girl in his arms drag her heavy body to continue fighting, and the reason why he opened his mouth to refuse was solely because he saw the crowd in the direction of the sword pavilion. It had to be said that the patrols of the sword pavilion were somewhat useful. After the cavalry team charged this way for a few round trips, these people finally notified the two girls, Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, and assembled their team to rush over this way. Was this expected of you, too? Yuner followed Suyi's gaze and similarly saw this scene. Sure. Coe looked at Yuner. The next moment, as if to mirror what he said, countless burning meteors pierced through the sky like a herd of raging fire beasts, swooping towards the battlefield. The east wind releases thousands of flowers at night, and even blows them down, and the stars are like rain. This verse was originally used to describe fireworks, but at this moment it is unexpectedly appropriate for skyfire shooting stars. With blazing heat and destructive power, the meteor mercilessly smashed into the ground with the silver curtain of light where the two were centered. The vast majority of the surrounding cavalrymen were simply too late to dodge, and were instantly engulfed by the heavenly fire, turning into flying ash without even uttering a scream. However, it was a different scene inside the screen located at the center point of the celestial fire. The curtain of light was like a shelter in the post-apocalyptic world, isolating all the power of the meteor from the outside, causing the two people in it to exchange words with interest. I have a question. Yuner admired the grand meteor shower in front of her like she was watching fireworks, and suddenly twisted her head to look at Suyi, taking out two reddish-colored runes from her sleeves. Since you plan to let Sister Cheng Yin use the Flame Star Blazing Flame Talisman to deal with these cavalrymen, why don't you simply let me use it? I have those in my hands as well. Looking at the fine, dense lines on the two crimson talismans, Suyi was silent for a short while, His original plan was to hold the green frost sword and use his sword chi to blast away these cavalrymen, but he didn't expect Cheng Yin to be so wealthy and generous that he directly solved the problem with a talisman. What was even more unexpected was that Yunner was actually similarly deeply hidden, carrying the same type of offensive talisman as Cheng Yin. But if he were to just tell the truth like that, it would seem to tarnish the image he had just built up in Yunner's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Sui forced himself to find a good speech for himself. Because Cheng Yin is the richest, you could at least make up a decent excuse. That's not going anywhere. Yunner obviously won't be fooled by this kind of made-up reason, and chases after Sui, vowing to break the pot to the end. What do you know? It's called eating big so no one gets heartbroken. If you don't feel bad about your money, I'll use yours next time. With a calm face, Sui compiled another lie for his lie. Between the words, the meteor heavenly flame had already ended. The duration of the fire was short, but the impact on the land was significant. The once golden waves of wheat were now a black ash, and the cavalrymen who once wielded their scimitars were charred corpses in gray carbon on the ground. A gentle breeze filled both of their mouths and noses with the smell of grilled meat mixed with the scent of wheat. Yunner couldn't help but let out a wow sound, and her stomach suddenly turned over, vomiting out all the snacks that she had softly asked for from Cheng Yin in the evening. She was born in the sunshine and grew up in the spring breeze since she was a child. Where has she seen this kind of scene like purgatory? At this moment she couldn't help but close her eyes for fear of seeing more horrible scenes. Sui similarly furrowed his brows, but he forcefully held back the desire to vomit in his stomach. He walked over to one of the lucky ones who hadn't been directly hit by the heavenly flame and called out aloud to Yunner. There's still a live one here. Come over and help give him a hand. Don't let him die. We'll have to ask for information from him later. Yunner instantly felt like she was in a dilemma left and right. After a violent battle of ideas, she managed to muster the courage to open her eyes. Whoa! Unsurprisingly, she threw up again. This time, there was nothing left in Yunner's stomach to vomit, and all that came out of the dry retching was some acid. As Sui watched the scene, he instantly gave up his intention of asking the young girl to help. Forget it, just take a little break. I'll do it myself. @&amp$#. The lucky child seemed to have been frightened by the heavenly punishment just now, and reached out to hug Sui's calf, waving his hands around and trying to say something. Sui guessed that he was trying to surrender, but he still didn't move and jerked his calf away. This lucky man was one of the cavalrymen who had just been hit by the sword chi, and at the moment, his body was shedding all of its scales and horns, and he looked no different from a primitive man, completely devoid of the slightest bit of threatening qualities. But even so, Sui did not intend to let him hold his calf. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. As the number of indentured sword maidens got better and better, so did his awareness of his safety precautions. Lucky reacted even more fiercely, his mouth stuttering with bird language, struggling to stand up and pouncing towards Sui. Sui did not move. Seeing the other side of the distance from his own closer and closer, he quickly sidestepped on the lucky knee kick. With the sound of a poof, the lucky man who had originally survived a major disaster received a mulligan of his own, and Sui even heard the sound of bones cracking. $#*. Lucky wailed as he gripped his right leg with both hands. Sui was a little annoyed. Even if he didn't understand the exact meaning of the words, he was able to guess that it was Lucky cursing him in the most vicious way. He hesitated to give Lucky another kick in the pants to make him realize the benefits of silence. Just as Sui was about to make up his mind, he finally heard a familiar voice. Sui, your back wound is not serious, right? The person who spoke was Cheng Yin, and at the moment her eyes were focused on Sui's black and red jacket, and even the translator that she had brought along had been temporarily put on hold. It's nothing serious, just a small injury. Think of it as a test of the healing effect of Yuni's talent. Sui shrugged his shoulders and spoke with ease. Chapter 62 Dragon Transformation Secret Art. However, Sui's words did not allay Cheng Yin's concerns, and she chose to get her hands on the test herself. Say, aren't you going to take the opportunity to record a corpus of this continent's languages? Sui let Cheng Yin check on his own body. His eyes inadvertently saw a certain Yi translator is squatting on the ground with the lucky one in the indigenous language exchange. Suddenly remembered that Yi Fei's credibility in person does not seem to be high. After all, this Yi family's words former generation of heavenly pride had been alone on this continent for 30 years, and there was no one who knew how much recognition was left in his heart for the human federation. That won't be necessary for a while. A corpus can't be built on just one sample, but you don't have to worry about him lying. After a while of searching up and down, Cheng Yin finally confirmed with her own hands that the wound on Sui's back had been scabbing over for some time. As if to allay Sui's concerns, she projected the screen of her personal terminal onto the air without the slightest bit of avoidance, signaling Sui to observe the complicated to dazzling data and indicators above together. I implanted Yi Fei with a miniature multi-conductor physiological recorder. he has now lost control of his body as a sword harness envoy. And once he tells a lie, his heart rate and blood pressure, respiratory rate, and other indicators will expose him. Sui instantly gained a further understanding of Cheng Yin's methods. He had thought that using a corpus to violently break the language system was incredible enough, but he hadn't realized that Cheng Yin was also carrying a fully automated lie detector with her. Yi Fei, who was on the side, should have heard the conversation between the two, and instantly stood up without moving. How about figuring out what he was just talking about? Sui didn't shy away from his interaction with Cheng Yin and threw questions at Yi Fei. This middle-aged man's face changed, giving an answer that Sui had never expected. He asked me what we were, why we were attacking and killing a tribe of Centauri barbarians who had naturalized the Great Han, and what the heavenly fire just now had to do with us. At those words, Sui raised an eyebrow. He was letting Yi Fei, the interpreter, introduce himself to the situation, but he had no intention of answering the question of this lucky man on the ground. As if he could see the displeasure in Sui's eyes, Yi Fei hurriedly explained a few more sentences. The Han is the largest indigenous human power on this continent, occupying all the fertile lands south of the grasslands and leaving all types of Yuan-Ko only entrenched on the grasslands. Barbarian tribe is their name for Yuan-Ko, and any Yuan-Ko that nominally submits to the Han Empire is known to them as a naturalized tribe. Sui's brows furrowed, and he immediately felt the urge to press Yi Fei's head into the earth and let this translator eat 2 mouthfuls of yellow soil to sober up. The fact that Yuan-Ko and the indigenous humans were living in harmony, and were even nominally naturalized as vassals, was simply the funniest joke Sui had ever heard. But wherever there was so much as a glimmer of hope for coexistence between meta-humans and humans, the peaceseekers of the Human Federation's millennia-long history had been able to bring the two sides to a ceasefire agreement. He instinctively looked at Cheng Yin, who was still observing the data, and wanted to get the conclusion from her that the interpreter had lied. However, Cheng Yin only nodded lightly, which meant that Yi Fei hadn't lied just now. Now Sui frowned even more tightly. He looked at Yi Fei in front of him and asked the question he was most concerned about. Since the Yuan-Ko of this continent made an agreement with the indigenous forces, where did those human-skinned scarecrows at the entrance of the village come from? This wheat field under our feet does not belong to the boundaries of the Han Empire, but is a territory similar to the nature of a tie-up area. Yi Fei stammered and chose to answer the question. Sui instantly came to a realization. The so-called rapprochement between the two sides is probably just a unilateral wishful thinking of human beings. The indigenous human forces of this continent have unilaterally delivered a portion of their fellow humanoids to the mouths of the genociders, choosing to sacrifice a portion of their population in exchange for lingering on. It's not what you think. Didn't you guys just see it? This continent has a second human cultivation system other than the sword harnessing envoy system. When Yi Fei saw the contempt in Sui's eyes, he immediately felt that something important in his heart had been tainted, and he couldn't help but tell the secret he originally wanted to keep. A second cultivation system? Sui quickly associated the cavalrymen with layers of scales coming off their bodies. He had originally guessed that these scales were probably the product of some sort of curse brought about by the natives and Yuan-Ko's prolonged mixing, but he had never expected to hear such a statement from Yi Fei. No way. Before Sui could say anything, a voice with anger and skepticism entered his ears. Sui heard the owner of the voice, and it was none other than Lan Yueying, who had just not appeared with Cheng Yin. He twisted his head to look at Lan Yueying, unexpectedly realizing that the young girl's look at the moment was somewhat wretched. Her originally delicate face was now covered in dust, dirt mixed with sweat tracing a path on her cheeks. Lan Yueying noticed Sui's somewhat surprised look, but she didn't immediately explain, instead continuing to ask after a certain previous generation of Yi clan's heavenly pride. The peace-seeking faction of the Federation has spent 1,000 years searching for a second cultivation system other than the Sword Harnesser and Sword Maiden, but until now, apart from the various props derived from the Sword Maiden system as a root, ordinary people don't even have the means to attack them. At first I didn't believe it either, but I later found out that the indigenous humans on this continent can also harm Yuan-Ko with regular physical attacks as long as they have practiced the dragon transformation method. Yi Fei spoke while also carefully looking at Cheng Yin. Of the group of teenage girls in front of him, the one he feared the most was this ruthless man who carried a taser with him in his space equipment. Seeing that Cheng Yin didn't seem to have used the great memory recovery technique again, he let out a sigh of relief. You guys were just in the village. You should have noticed the dragon horns on those villagers' heads as well. Sui nodded. That's the prerequisite for cultivating the dragon transformation decree. As if Yi Fei had found someone to confide in, an involuntary tremor even appeared between his words. As a cultivation path independent of the Sword Maiden system, the dragon transformation technique, even for humans without the talent of harnessing the sword, can be encountered to move towards transcendence by virtue of their personal efforts, and the most lifelong transformation of a true dragon. Sui and Lan Yueying looked at each other in unison. In this world, Could it be that there really was a second human cultivation method other than the Sword Maiden system? Soon, both of them again got the answer from the other's eyes, which was a crushing disbelief. Yifei's frenzied appearance was more like a poor man who had fallen into the meticulously designed trap of Yuan-ko than a pioneer who had discovered a new path for mankind. There were not a few poor people who had fallen into such traps in the millennia of history, and most of them were sword maidens and sword harnesses who were languishing after losing their other halves. Compared to ordinary people who had never stepped into the transcendent realm, these poor people whose strength had regressed after losing their closest comrades were more easily confused and more harmful. He really wasn't lying. Cheng Yin didn't know when she had put away the personal terminal's projection, and was currently gently patting He-Yuner's back to ease her discomfort from vomiting. However, not lying doesn't mean that what is said is the truth. Sui and Lan Yueying's gazes focused on Cheng Yin together, wanting to hear what she would say. Cheng Yin was also dry and stopped patting He-Yuner's back in her hands, speaking to the trembling Yifei about the topic he had deliberately avoided. If I'm not mistaken, you should have tried countless times to cultivate the Dragon Transformation Decree during these 30 years, but ultimately came up empty-handed. Chapter 63, Old Memories. As Cheng Yin's words fell, Yifei, who was still vibrant, suddenly had a cloudy face, clearly having been hit the nail on the head. Seeing this, Sui instantly understood in his heart that Cheng Yin, the direct heir of the family, must have known some inside information. He consciously took over Cheng Yin's job of patting He-Yuner's back so that Cheng Yin could feel at ease to explain the hidden agenda for a few people. Cheng Yin imperceptibly nodded, then turned to Yifei, whose face was green and purple. It's not the first time the Yuan-ko continent has been discovered. Whether it's the Qin continent that the Zhao family now holds, or the Yu continent that your Yi family used to hold, hasn't every continent once discovered cultivation paths that seem to be independent of the Sword Maiden system? Saying that, she simply turned around, no longer pursuing it Yifei, but instead spoke to Sui in a scientific tone. But no matter which system it is, in the end, the research is all just a basket of water. No matter how subtle the design and disguise of these cultivation methods are, in the end, they all just make the indigenous humans who cultivate the techniques gradually lose their minds and sanity, and eventually become a new generation of Yuan-ko. Nonsense. That's because your Cheng family didn't take down the Western continent, so naturally you don't know the wonders of the major Yuan-ko continent's cultivation methods. And our Yi family has long since begun researching on the Yulu's native cultivation system. Yifei snorted coldly, his voice suddenly raised more than twice as much, as if he was deliberately trying to attract attention. Coe instantly felt the body of He-Yuner, who was still dry heaving in front of him, shaking a little, obviously startled by the sudden roar. Not only that, even the members of the sword pavilion who were patrolling hundreds of meters away were attracted by this Yifei, wanting to see what was happening over here. Sui waved his hand towards the distance, signaling these members of the sword pavilion who heard the shouts to continue patrolling, and then looked at Yifei with unkind eyes. A weapon of criticism is always no substitute for a weapon of criticism. There are some people who can't be persuaded with just theory, but must be persuaded by physical means. Looking at Yifei's reddened face that was filled with a frenzied expression, Sui had already guessed the other party's heart pretty much inside. Perhaps it was because he had spent too much time alone in the Yuan-ko realm. The interpreter in front of him seemed to have a mistaken identity, obviously as a member of the Human Federation, but his words were always on the side of the indigenous forces of this continent. To put it more plainly, it's crooked in the ass and head. Sui moved his wrist and handed He-Yuner, who had suddenly dry heaved again, over to Lan Yueying, then looked at Cheng Yin. At the moment, Lan Yueying will definitely not oppose him to do it. As long as Cheng Yin also does not oppose, he can directly use the weapon of criticism. However, when the two of them glanced at each other, Cheng Yin gently shook her head at Sui. Sui was instantly puzzled. However, considering Cheng Yin's mature style of dealing with things in the past, he still dismissed the idea of severe torture and turned back to once again take care of He-Yuner, who had a difficult face. Cheng Yin cast a slightly apologetic look at Suito, and then turned her head to look at Yifei, who was clenching his fists but didn't dare to move half a step. The Yifei in front of her reminded her of that infamous Green Branch Sword Emperor who was notorious within the higher echelons of the Federation. You are indeed right. The Cheng family has not been able to fully control the Western continent to this day. But if my math is correct, when you were involved in this dimension 430 years ago, the Yi family's Jin clan sword emperors were still your father, the Qin Ji sword emperor, and your fourth uncle, the Xian Yi sword emperor. That's right, my father is indeed the Green Branch sword emperor. What are you trying to say? Yifei looked at Cheng Yin with some uncertainty, obviously not understanding why Cheng Yin would suddenly steer the topic to the two sword emperors of the Yi family. But vaguely, he developed a sense of foreboding. Cheng Yin didn't reply, but instead turned her eyes to Sui, who was still helping He-Yuner smooth out her breath. Sui instantly understood. Although he was in a state where he was in seven minds about a lot of theoretical knowledge, the number of sword emperors in the 1,000-year history of mankind was only 33 in total, and each one of them was a mandatory knowledge point in the history textbooks. So naturally, he still memorized it by rote. 470 years ago, when the then 51-year-old Cheng Yin sword exalt broke through to become a sword emperor, the Yi family had two consecutive generations of two emperors in one family, and the limelight even overshadowed the Zhao family, which had originally been steadily ranked as the number one family. But just 70 years later, the Green Branch sword emperor died at the hands of the Yuan Ko that he had harbored and raised. Sui looked at Yi Fei, whose eyes were leaking with impatience, and pondered for a moment, reciting the knowledge he had badgered himself with from the textbook as it was written. Your father, the sword emperor of the Green Branch, was killed 400 years ago by a meta-corruptor of his own cultivation, and is currently a classic countercase in the Human Federation's high school general textbooks, which are published annually at. No way. Yi Fei interrupted Sui. His entire body was trembling with anger as he glared at Sui. As a generation of sword emperor, my father's status is so honorable. Even if you want to attack me, by making up this way of his old man is too underhanded. Looking at Yi Fei, who was in a state of red temperature in front of him, Sui just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He didn't care whether Yi Fei could accept the truth or not. Even if the interpreter were to spit blood and gasp himself to death, it would only make it more difficult for them to decipher the indigenous language. If it wasn't for the fact that Cheng Yin had just shaken her head in opposition, he would have been ready to force a confession by force. He paid no more attention to Yi Fei, who was trembling but never dared to take a step forward, and turned his pleading gaze to Cheng Yin. The textbook only wrote about the death of the Green Branch sword emperor, but it didn't describe the origins of the assassinating Yuan Ko. Now that Cheng Yin had suddenly mentioned it, although Sui was not considered to be an extremely intelligent person, he also guessed that the hidden meaning of this had nothing to do with the primordial Yuan Ko plane. The two of them exchanged glances, and Cheng Yin comprehended the meaning in Suyi's eyes. She organized her words and spoke out the details of the Green Branch sword emperor's fall back then. To be precise, the Green Branch sword emperor wasn't harboring and raising that Yuan Ko from the Yulu, but really thought that the 100 Worlds Nirvana method would be the second cultivation path for humans. The 100 Years of Nirvana Act? Sui inwardly mumbled this unfamiliar term and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Cheng Yin, and before he could ask the question in his mind, he saw Cheng Yin nodding at him. That's right. The 100 Worlds Nirvana method is the cultivation system of the indigenous human beings of the Yulu, and the Cheng Yin sword emperor was convinced back then that the indigenous cultivation system of the Yulu was just as effective for the human beings who came from the main universe, and secretly subsidized a large group of indigenous human beings to cultivate the 100 Worlds Nirvana method. And then? Sui looked at Yi Fei, whose face was cloudy and never refused to face reality, and a speculation rose in his heart. Chapter 64, The Naming Rights of the Yuan Ko Continent. I guess you've guessed what happened afterwards. That batch of indigenous humans that had been purposely cultivated became the resurrection vessel for a Ninth Order Yuan Ko, and the Yuan Ko killed the Cheng Yin sword emperor, and even the Yulu, which the Yi family had painstakingly operated for 3 generations, returned to the rule of the Yuan Ko. Cheng Yin's eyes swept over Sui, Lan Yueying and He Yuner, and finally landed on the lucky one on the ground who was still dancing. That's why I said that any cultivation path other than the Sword Maiden system is essentially just a means of resurrection for Yuan Ko. This is true of the 100 Worlds Nirvana of the Yulu. It's also true of the Feathered Ascension of the Cloud Lu. And it's even more true of the bloodline transformation of the dragon of this continent. Sui followed Cheng Yin's gaze to the lucky one on the ground, recalling his original appearance of being covered in scales and having 2 horns on the top of his head, and immediately felt that Cheng Yin's hidden information was very convincing. No wonder the indigenous humans of this continent also have 2 horns on their foreheads, and their bodies will also grow scales like reptiles. So it turns out that they are gradually becoming containers for the resurrection of Yuan Ko. He looked at Yi Fei on the side again, only to see that this middle-aged man seemed as if his spine had been removed, and he directly sat down on the ground. What are you going to do with these 2? Lock it up for now. Cheng Yin was a bit disinterested. I initially thought that he was aware of these hidden secrets, but I forgot that when he disappeared the Green Branch Sword Emperor had not yet died, and since he just simply didn't know that the indigenous cultivation system was a trap, there's no need to kill him. So let's first lock him up in Warehouse 2, which was just vacated today. Cheng Yin put her right hand in front of her lips, and with a melodious whistle, the Sword Pavilion's patrol team quickly jogged into the line of sight of a few people, and used ropes to tie up Yi Fei and Lucky, who were sprawled out on the ground, in a tight knot. Seeing the patrol team escorting the 2 men who were tied up in 5 different ways disappear from sight, Cheng Yin looked again at Sui, who was still looking into the distance. Don't think too much, but think about what to name this continent under your feet. Name it? Sui was a bit uncertain. According to federal practice, The names of new continents are given by the explorers of the first discovery. But Yi Fei has already cultivated this continent's dragon transformation method, so this power to name it has naturally been transferred to us. He Yunner's spirit looked much better at the moment, and although her face was still pale, she was back to that state of grabbing an answer from COE. Lan Yueying took her arm, and her face was also a bit surprised, obviously not expecting He Yunner to suddenly become so excited from her weakened state. Cheng Yin glanced at He Yunner and added another sentence without moving. Cloud Land, for example, was named after the characteristics of the city of clouds and seas after the people of the Wang family first discovered it. Sui nodded. He had probably heard the basic requirements for naming the Yuankou continent. It had to reflect the characteristics of this continent in some way. After a moment of silence, he looked around the room and spoke the answer in a tentative tone to the three women. Why don't we just call it Hanlu? This realm seems to be quite strong with human natives. It's kind of a characteristic. That's too hard to hear. He Yunner was very straightforward and immediately expressed her opposition. If it wasn't for the fact that her face still didn't have much blood color, Sui would have thought that this little princess who had just thrown up profusely had completely gotten over what she had just done. Beside He Yunner, Lan Yueying similarly shook her head at Sui. No words were spoken, but the body language said it all. Sui instantly dismissed his thoughts resentfully. It seemed that the name was indeed not very good. It's not impossible. That's how the Yi family controlled Qin Lu was started. But I think it's better to have a bit of differentiation from Qin Lu. With her signature smile on her face, Cheng Yin spoke euphemistically, instantly dispelling Suyi's skepticism about her aesthetics. So let's all talk. The qualifications for naming are on the four of us, and we'll use whoever comes up with the best proposal. I think it could be called Ilu, Blue Yuing said in response. The Federation has always had a precedent of naming continents with the names of the discoverers, and the name Yulu came from the first generation Qing Yi Sword Emperor. Yi Yu, you, Sui, are the core of the team, and it's quite appropriate to use your name to name this continent. I feel good. Hyuna all but stopped objecting to the name because it was hard to hear, and turned to raise her left hand high in the air to gesture to COE, using this form of expression to show that she was in favor of it. Sui instantly felt his head ache terribly. Don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. It's too ostentatious. Humility is a necessary virtue for geniuses. Otherwise it's easy to get in the gutter before you've grown up. In terms of Suyi's talent, becoming a sword emperor in the future was not to say that it was a nail in the coffin, but at least it was a sure thing. But to use the same as the Greenleaf Sword Emperor to name the continent after himself before he had grown up was just a little too hateful. What's more, the name Ilu is really too out of place. So out of place that Sui himself doesn't feel like the name of a continent. Forcing him to use his own name to name the continent is really not necessary. No, we have to enforce the principle of majority rule. The blood color on He Yunner's face recovered quite a bit, and in turn shook Lan Yueying's arm and began to mess around. We're both in favor of the name. You're alone against it. 2 votes to 1. And your objection is null and void. Sui choked for a moment, then turned his gaze to Cheng Yin who was on the side. He had just said himself that he wanted to choose the best name among the four, and it was indeed not good to oppose He Yunner's words and techniques in front of him. But as long as Cheng Yin also expresses her opposition, the four of them will still be tied 2-2. And such an outrageous name as Ilu will not have to be publicized. Cheng Yin still had her left hand tucked under her chin, pondering for a while, never opening her mouth, causing Sui to feel a little hairy inside. According to his understanding of Cheng Yin, it was 80% likely that this imperial sister was trying to make him change his name to elder sister and press him in terms of family status. But compared to the name Ilu, which may be criticized by countless people in the future, the status of the family for a while does not seem to be so important. However, out of Suyi's expectation, Cheng Yin didn't take advantage of the fire this time and only gave a name lightly. How about Dragonland? That's a good name. Sui immediately brightened up. Although he didn't understand why Cheng Yin suddenly gave up the opportunity to make war money, there was no doubt that this was the best situation for him. While He Yunner was still surprised, he gestured up to Lan Yueying with a frantic look. If Lan Yueying also changed her mind, then the final name of this continent under her feet could be capped. Chapter 65, The Pink Slugger. Lan Yueying's eyes dodged from side to side, but in the end, she couldn't withstand Suyi's gaze and spoke out to comply with his wishes. I suddenly also feel that the name Dragonland seems to be a bit better. Why don't we just call it Dragonland? He Yunner, who was still surprised, suddenly froze, her incredulous eyes looking at Lan Yueying as if she was questioning why she betrayed the revolution. Good. The number is now 3-1. The minority follows the majority, and the name Long Lu is settled. To the side, Sui clapped his hands violently. In order to avoid a long night, he declared his victory directly to He Yunner. As He Yunner watched Coe's movements, she suddenly had the feeling of being hit by a boomerang. Just a few minutes ago, she was still dragging Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying to block Sui with the majority rule. A few minutes later, the sisters who were originally united with her were suddenly on the verge of turning against her. Lying under the same blanket as Sui, she was like a little girl who had run away from home in the dead of winter to be frozen to the bone, and was barely tolerating it when she came upon another little girl almost the same age as her, not only wearing a warm fuzzy coat, but nibbling on a big, fragrant, hot chicken leg in her mouth. What's more, she was freezing outside because she had made an appointment with that little girl of a similar age to run away from home together, only to have the other party choose to renege when it came to the end of the matter, leaving her alone and exposed to the cold wind. Thinking so, He-Yuner was suddenly unbalanced inside, as if she had been reduced to a small prop for Sui and Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin to regulate their feelings. Okay, that's enough of the naming stuff. I'm a little sleepy. Seeing that He-Yuner seemed to have the intention of walking into a dead end, Cheng Yin hurriedly spoke out to interrupt her thoughts. When He-Yuner heard Cheng Yin's voice, her insides snapped awake. She then remembered that it should have been Cheng Yin's rest time. She, Sui, and Lan Yueying had at least rested for half the night, and Cheng Yin was the only one who had stayed up all night. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. As He-Yuner looked at Cheng Yin's face, she only felt that faint dark circles had appeared at the corners of Cheng Yin's eyes. Her original intention to continue to mess around instantly shriveled up, and even her tone of voice became embarrassed. Well, then, you guys hurry back to bed. 10 minutes later, Sui held Cheng Yin in his left hand and returned to the familiar stairway. The surroundings were still dark. The emergency light source around them emitted a miserable green glow. Cheng Yin was humming an unknown tune on her lips, and she seemed to be in a good mood. According to Sui's original conception, at this moment, his right hand should be holding Lan Yueying. After all, Lan Yueying had likewise only slept for half the night, and there was no need to keep watch tonight, so it was very appropriate to come back and take another nap. However, Lan Yueying herself refused the offer, claiming that He-Yuner had just gone through a big battle and vomiting, and that she wanted to stay outside to take care of He-Yuner. Naturally, Sui did not believe in this claim. His gaze swept back and forth between the two women a few times, only to see that He-Yuner was just like a robot that had been unplugged. The energy that was so exuberant that it was jumping up and down suddenly disappeared, and she turned into a weak and frail appearance again. If it wasn't for the fact that her face had long since regained its rosy color, even Sui wouldn't have been able to determine that it was faked. But after a moment of contemplation, seeing that the two women chose to join forces to point at the deer as a horse, Sui also tacitly did not poke at it. After all, Lan Yueying had just sold He-Yuner in a sense, and it would be nice to give some time for the two of them to be alone and repair their relationship. Thoughts returned to reality. Sui was still holding Cheng Yin's hand, and through the long passageway with only the source of the dismal green emergency lights, he finally saw the still thick wooden door again. Pushing open the wooden door, a bedroom filled with pink in every sense of the word once again met Sui's eyes, although he had already slept in this bedroom for half a night. When Sui once again saw the pink wallpaper printed with the classic image of Hello Kitty, he still couldn't help but gaze at it for a few moments longer. What? Don't like the color pink? Cheng Yin's eyes were sharp. Even though Sui only gazed at her for a moment longer, she still cast a questioning gaze. Not that I don't like it, blue is probably a little more to my liking. Sui first shook his head, then nodded. In all honesty, he had no preference for the color of the wallpaper and even thought the Hello Kitty image was a little too cute. But as long as you guys like it, I don't really care. How about switching to blue? Which is probably more in line with male aesthetics and the Federation's values these days. Cheng Yin suddenly interrupted Sui's words, and the meaning revealed between the lines seemed to be somewhat misunderstood. There's really no need to go to such lengths. Pink is fine. Sui had to put his own attitude completely and fully set again, afraid to say vaguely. Cheng Yin, tomorrow morning on the wall of Hello Kitty even with the wallpaper are changed into blue. That's fine. After all, pink is the color that Slugger liked in the first place. Cheng Yin nodded, her face completely devoid of disappointment after being refuted, and instead explained to Sui. For centuries before the cataclysm, pink had been considered the color of blood thinning and a symbol of manhood. Instead, the blue color that today symbolizes freedom and broad-mindedness was commonly used to represent the Virgin Mary in religious paintings. The fact that you like the color pink proves that you share an aesthetic with the people of the Iron Prussian era. Oh, and then what happened? Sui was so intrigued by Cheng Yin's words that he automatically ignored even Cheng Yin's rummaging through the closet. Later, many world wars broke out successively. General War era. Not only men, women also had to go to war. Pink naturally is not only the Prussian era of irony symbol, gradually evolved into a female symbol. Cheng Yin rummaged through the closet and found a light blue shirt and a pair of black slim-fit pants, leaving the door wide open and turning to hand them to Sui. Well, why don't you go ahead and take a shower, and we'll talk later when you're done. But I just washed it before bed. Suyi's eyes widened. The length of day and night in the Yuan-Ko realm was not much different from that of Blue Star, and it had only been less than 5 hours since he had last taken a full bath. So much had happened today that he had forgotten for a moment the extent of Cheng Yin's cleanliness, and it was only now that he remembered that the young girl in front of him was an aquatic animal that had to take a bath 3 times a day. That time doesn't count. You and Hyuna just had a big fight outside. Not only do you have to take a new shower, you even have to change all your clothes, Cheng Yin casually responded, and seeing Sui still staring wide-eyed, she simply shoved the clothes into his hands again. Besides, don't you think that taking 2 to 3 baths a day is a necessity for quality living? And now that we're not in Blue Star, everything is simple, but taking a bath every day is still a must. Chapter 66, I'll just look. Cheng Yin's words were spoken with sincerity. For her, a daily soak is as essential a part of life as eating and drinking. From the time she was born to the time she started school. From the day she became an adult and awakened her SS class talent to the other day when she crossed the Star River to come to the Blue Planet. Soaking in a bath every day had been a habit she had developed for more than 20 years. Every time her white body was submerged in hot water and the muscles in her body gradually loosened, she felt like the exhaustion and stress of the whole day was left behind. Before she met Sui, she had a hard time understanding why anyone would be able to resist the temptation of a bubble bath, much less believe that anyone could actually complete a bath in half an hour. Half a month ago, when Sui claimed that he only needed 3 minutes to take a shower, she thought it was just an exaggeration. However, just after 2 short days of living together, she realized something was wrong. Sui did exaggerate, but not too much. He could literally take just 10 minutes to shower and then leave the bathroom as quickly as if he were in some kind of racing game. In the face of Cheng Yin's truly affectionate eyes, Sui just took off his shirt in silence. This wasn't that he agreed with Cheng Yin's aquatic animal theory, but he remembered the arrows he had gotten in his back. Although those wounds had basically healed under the effect of the world-famous artisan talent, the bloodshed was real. At the moment, there were probably still quite a few dried bloodstains on the back of his shirt, and he did have to change. Right. Sui took off his jacket, which was stuck together at his back due to the dried blood, and took out the blood-red heart protector. This is a subliminal prop that popped out when I went to clean up the metacore. Help me see if there are any special additional effects? Cheng Yin looked at Sui's naked upper body and reached out to receive the ruby-like heartguard mirror, carefully placing it in front of her eyes, her long eyelashes almost touching the surface of the mirror. After a moment of observation, she shook her head. I don't carry a specialized analytical instrument on me, and with the naked eye alone, no one can see the additional effects of the sublime props. Saying that, she looked up at Sui and added another sentence. However, this is, after all, the first subdimensional prop that mankind went from the Dragonland, and even if the effect is poor, just based on a concept, there will be people who will pay sky-high prices to collect it, which means it's worth a lot of money. Sui grasped the key in Cheng Yin's words. It's worth it, Cheng Yin affirmed. Since ancient times, the most valuable thing in the world is not the actual value, but the story and gimmick. As long as there is a story suitable for speculation, even if the item itself is worthless, it can be packaged into a sky-high price. What's more, the Dragonland under their feet was a genuine new realm, and this heart protector, as the first subdimensional prop of the new continent, was even more deservedly priced at hundreds of millions of points. That's good. Sui nodded, and there was an unconcealed excitement in his expression. After seeing Cheng Yin and Hyuner's financial power, he had been pondering on how to make a lot of money, trying to get out of the situation where he could only eat soft food. After all, he is at least a genius once in 1,000 years, until one day really become a generation of Sword Emperor. Get a soft rice Sword Emperor nickname is not good, but very helpless. Can make a lot of money and most of the way has long been written in the federal criminal law above. Sui thought about it, had to resign, and even turned to think about how to eat soft rice decently. Fortunately, the sky is the limit. Just in the conversation just now, Sui suddenly realized that his plan to make a lot of money has the possibility of being realized again, and for a moment, he almost couldn't help but to hum out softly. He turned toward the bathroom, ready to ease his excitement with a bubble bath. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped again and turned his head to Cheng Yin in invitation. By the way, do you want to wash it together? Cheng Yin rolled her eyes in response. There was no change in Sui's mood when he was rejected by Cheng Yin. After all, Cheng Yin, this kind of high offense and defense of the mature imperial sister cannot be dealt with. Do not wash the Mandarin duck's bath is good. If really 2 people together in the bath, it may be who take advantage of who. He walked briskly to the bathroom where he had been absent for hours, the warm light and faint aroma filling the room with ambiguity. Entering the barrel in 3 clicks, Sui closed his eyes comfortably. It had to be said that Cheng Yin was always able to moisturize and prepare a lot of things, and the temperature of the water in the barrel was just right, so that he couldn't help but lightly hum a little song. Suddenly, Sui heard a sizzling sound. He opened his eyes in some confusion, only to see that Cheng Yin had actually come to the bathroom as well at some point, draped in a white bath towel with a smile on her face as she lay on the edge of the wooden barrel, her two eyes staring at Sui in an undisguised manner. I thought you said no bubbles? I'm just going to stand here and watch, not take a bath. Chapter 67. The atmosphere in the bathroom was odd. Sui was originally enjoying the hot water comfortably. When he suddenly saw Cheng Yin staring at him with a smile on her face, he always felt that the two of them seemed to be somewhat misplaced. No matter which way you look at it, he should be the one staring at Cheng Yin outside the barrel taking a bath. How come it's now Cheng Yin looking at him with her eyes outside instead? It's really the reverse of the Big Dipper. As Cheng Yin's gaze continued down the water's surface, Sui finally couldn't hold himself back. He reached out his hand to try and pull Cheng Yin into the tub, but was met with a slightly disgusted dodge from the Imperial sister. This water is too dirty. Just soak yourself, but don't drag me along. Dirty? Sui looked towards the water surface of the barrel. The originally clear hot water had taken on a pale yellow color due to the dissolution of too many bloodstains. From this perspective, Cheng Yin's dislike was for a reason, but this could at most only make Sui take half a step back. It was impossible to make him completely die. That's not okay, we're all equal. You've seen me naked. It's only appropriate that you at least let me see you, Sui said as he reached his hand towards Cheng Yin's bath towel again. His movements were slow, deliberately leaving Cheng Yin time to react. In his opinion, Cheng Yin's reaction was nothing more than two possibilities. Either you don't resist and let him mooch and feast on you, or you leave the bathroom in shame and anger and go straight to bed. The former he could comfortably lie in the barrel and admire Cheng Yin's body. The latter he could also get rid of this strange atmosphere of being watched right now. No matter what he was not losing out. Not surprisingly to Sui, Cheng Yin didn't move and took another step back, barely avoiding his salty hand that was intent on removing the Imperial sister's bath towel. Something's very wrong. When did you get so bold? Cheng Yin looked at Sui with some suspicion. In her impression, Sui had always treated her molestation as mainly evasive. How come he suddenly started to flirt with her in reverse? Actually, I'm the one who figured it out. Sui pondered for a moment and decided to resolve the ecological problem between the two once and for all. Since we've met, you've been the one who's been taking the initiative to enhance our relationship, and I'll make more of an effort in the future to never let the love you've expressed for me get cold feet. After hearing Sui's righteous words, Cheng Yin's frown tightened. With Sui acting so pompously, even a cutie could also see that it was clearly diverting her attention. After a moment, she showed a dazed look. If I'm not mistaken, you should have taken a mandarin duck bath with Yuna and Yuing in the first half of the night, so you want to treat everyone the same and take a bath with me as well. The muscles at the corners of Sui's mouth involuntarily twitched. He didn't understand how Cheng Yin could directly deduce that he and Yuing had taken a mandarin duck bath in the first half of the night when these phenomena were clearly unrelated. Seeing this, Cheng Yin was even more certain of her inner conjecture, and directly reached out and put her hand on Sui's shoulder that was exposed on the surface of the water. TSK, 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 I didn't realize that you, Sui, who seemed to know nothing about anything, are actually very knowledgeable about the way of balance in the harem. Tell you what, the mandarin duck bath is out, and I can show you in my school uniform later back in the bedroom. School uniforms? Sui froze for a moment, somewhat confused as to what drug Cheng Yin was selling in her gourd. Just now was not still discussing the lovebird's bath. Why suddenly jump to the uniform again? These two are the same level of temptation? However, it seemed that Processine had no intention of explaining herself to Sui, as she left the bathroom in high spirits, leaving Sui alone with a confused look on his face. Seeing Cheng Yin leave, Sui also lost the desire to continue soaking. 10 minutes later, Sui pushed open the bedroom door, and Cheng Yin, who had dressed up early and was sitting on the edge of the bed, instantly came into view. Out of Sui's expectation, the school uniform on the Imperial sister was not at all as loose and bloated as he remembered, but a classic JK uniform, gray pleated skirt plus white long-sleeved shirt, in front of the chest and white bow tie. The whole set of uniform is very close to the body. Cheng Yin's delicate body is very well highlighted. The hemline is very short, revealing two long and slender legs, especially the thighs are rounded so that people want to lick. After putting on this JK uniform, Cheng Yin was not only even more beautiful beyond compare, even her entire temperament had changed strangely. That pure face paired with this uniform that represented youth made Sui fall into a trance and create an illusion, as if Cheng Yin was still a young girl still in high school, rather than a mature imperial lady 4 years older than Sui. Well, do I look good? Cheng Yin deliberately clamped down her voice, satisfied with Cheng Yin's slight disorientation. It's quite nice. Sui chose to be honest. His gaze lingered on Cheng Yin for a full half a minute, which again, if he said it didn't look good, it would be purely a dead duck's mouth. And, Cheng Yin was not very satisfied with Suyi's short answer. It wouldn't be worth it if all she got for her seriously dressed up look was a compliment. It has the feel of an old cucumber painted green and hardened. Suyi pondered for a moment, and a marvelous association came out of his mouth. Although the JK uniform gave Cheng Yin a youthful air about her, it was a pity that her overly mature figure still forced Suyi to face reality. After all, real little middle school girls in JK uniforms don't bulge around like Cheng Yin, as if they're going to burst through their clothes the next moment. Cheng Yin's face stiffened for a moment, but it quickly returned as before. That's what you don't understand. A husband and wife relationship is like a cucumber. When it's ripe it turns yellow, when it's not it's green. Saying that, Cheng Yin's jade-coupled arms hooked onto Suyi's neck, in turn molesting him. Would you say that our relationship is better in yellow or green?